Linhai city of Long Kingdom stood as the last anchor in the chaotic world, known as Lin Xing. Reality was torn apart as creatures from another dimension poured in and attacked humanity without end. Even in the middle of despair, a small spark of hope remained. Strange marks appeared on the backs of human hands and unlocked the chance to awaken unique classes. From that moment, humanity entered the class awakening era, and only 3 people ever reached the mythic rank. In America, the Demon Swordmaster and Fan rose to fame. In Russia, the Hell Rider Zaystip built a terrifying reputation. South Korea answered with the Frost Mage King Guan Jihyun. Their overwhelming mythic classes allowed those 3 nations to dominate the exploration of the other world. A century ago, Long Kingdom also produced a once-in-history genius. That legend was the supreme powerhouse named Tula. In only 10 years, he achieved feats that no one in Huaxia could match. He even became the first person to conquer the 7th world layer. Everything changed when a level 9 catastrophe arrived with a massive beast horde. As an 8-time class awakened warrior, Tula stood alone at the final defensive line. He protected Long Kingdom from complete destruction, but the price was his own life. This year marked exactly 100 years since Tula fell. The memorial ceremony in Longcheng gathered nearly every top powerhouse in the nation. The latest report showed 12.35 million people awakened this year. Over 3.952 million completed their class advancement, setting the highest record since the other world arrived 115 years ago. Even more impressive, the number of core classes surpassed the era when Tula first appeared, giving everyone hope for a new legend. Many even believed a second Tula could be born in this generation. Inside a cramped room, a young man lay silently on an old bed. As his consciousness slowly returned, a cold voice repeatedly announced that the dimensional gate was about to open and all class holders should prepare. The endless announcement continued until he suddenly opened his eyes in shock. He jumped up on instinct and could not believe what was happening. Looking around the dark room, he wondered if he had already died and where this place was. Then a crushing headache struck, as if tearing his mind apart. Memories from another body flooded in, including the cold voice of a girl who looked down on his newly awakened class. Mixed with it were a nurse's complaints about unpaid medical bills and the belief that a poor beast tamer would eventually die in the other world. He also saw the former owner's final moments and apology to his younger brother, leaving him unable to tell which memories truly belonged to him. He raised his hand and slowly realized this unfamiliar body was now his. Then the truth stunned him. 100 years later, he had reincarnated into someone with the same name, and that person was a weak beast tamer. Beast tamers relied completely on raising summoned beasts, consumed endless resources, and rarely reached the top, making the class one of the least desired. That was why the former owner had lived a miserable life before ending it in despair. He walked to the mirror and stared at the frail body that reflected a life everyone had abandoned. But deep inside, another identity remained. He was Tula, the former strongest warrior of Long Kingdom. After putting on his worn clothes, he silently accepted this new body. Looking into the mirror, he smiled faintly and decided to live on for its former owner, while finishing every regret through the brutal hunt across the other world. The warning about the dimensional gate opening echoed once again. Without hesitation, his eyes were filled with determination. Following the activation method, he placed his left hand over the mark on his right hand. Within seconds, a 3-meter gate appeared out of thin air before him. Without a moment of hesitation, he reached out and touched the swirling energy. He stepped inside, and his body was instantly swallowed as he vanished from the room. The moment he entered the new space, a mechanical voice confirmed the identity of Tula and announced that the system had been inactive for more than 36,000 days. At the same time, the massive idle energy accumulated over all those years was added at once, granting a reward worth hundreds of millions of points. A fate-changing announcement echoed through the air. He had wiped out the first wave of level 9 beasts, unlocked the mythic achievement Peerless Across Worlds, and earned the Supreme Blessing on his Supreme Divine Oracle. Supreme Divine Oracle activated automatically, massively boosting all energy gained from both online and offline time. The system then poured in idle rewards at a staggering 9,999 times the normal rate, pushing his total energy to an almost unimaginable amount. The mountain of rewards briefly stunned Zhang Yue, but remembering the life he had sacrificed, he accepted everything without hesitation. A new interface appeared and asked him to choose his class again, offering nothing but mythic core paths. The list included Knight, Death Knight, Warrior, Dark Swordsman, Assassin, Shadow Reaper, Priest, Holy Priest, Inferno Mage, Nether Hunter, Beast Tamer, and Necromancer, covering nearly every combat class. In his previous life, he had been an epic warrior, while Beast Tamers were known as the most resource-hungry class, because both the Master and the Beasts consumed enormous resources. But this time, everything was different. With nearly limitless idle energy, only one class made sense to him: Necromancer. The moment he made his choice, the system confirmed his promotion into the mythic class Necromancer, an evolved form of Beast Tamer, with overwhelming power from the very beginning. The class details revealed a mythic magic class, with exceptional growth in damage, mana, HP, physical defense, and magic defense, along with 3 core abilities: capturing monster souls as non-tradable pets, evolving pets to mythic rank by devouring equals with absolute loyalty, and cutting pet leveling experience in half. Ordinary beast tamers could only improve a pet's intelligence through rare quests, and could never raise its quality, but the Necromancer shattered every limit by evolving pets and turning monsters directly into loyal servants. Unlike his previous life, where he spent 10 years as an epic warrior, climbing to the top of Long Kingdom and conquering the 70th world, he was now starting as a mythic class, with nearly unlimited idle resources. With that foundation, his goal was no longer just Long Kingdom but the peak of the entire world. The system confirmed that he had entered the first world, Nightmare Origin, the safe starting zone for new players. It also warned that combat was forbidden inside the safe zone. After a brief thought, he abandoned the name Tula and chose a new ID, 0. That name was more than a symbol. It declared his determination to surpass even the legend of Tula. Looking around, he realized this world felt almost identical to reality, while countless newcomers stood confused because there were no monsters inside the safe zone. Moments later, the first world mission was announced, throwing everyone into chaos, as some panicked, others searched for teammates, and many still had no idea what was happening. Zhang Yue opened the mission panel and saw the story of Nightmare Origin, where darkness consumed the land, monsters overran the world, and the survivors had to fight back. The mission was simple: kill 1,000 monsters and collect 10 silver coins. The first player to finish would unlock the gate to the boss, and defeating it would open the path to the next world. After reviewing the basic rules, everything felt completely familiar. Having reached the 70th world in only 10 years during his previous life, he understood the entire setup at a glance, so he headed for the equipment shop first. Zhang Yue then entered the equipment shop in Sunrise Town. As soon as he walked in, the shopkeeper greeted him and asked what he wanted to buy. The shop only sold basic gear, with OnStar equipment being the highest quality available. Seeing Zhang Yue look unimpressed, the shopkeeper leaned closer and quietly suggested that better items were available for an extra fee. Without wasting a word, Zhang Yue tossed over a bag of copper coins and immediately ordered a OnStar magic staff. The deal was completed in seconds. The staff was placed into his hands, and the smiling shopkeeper invited him to visit again. The purchase happened so fast that the newcomers were left stunned. Some even said spending every starter coin on a OnStar weapon was a complete waste. Ignoring the whispers, Zhang Yue gave a slight nod and walked out with the staff. They had no idea that only OnStar equipment or higher could be enhanced with dimensional energy, leaving plenty of room for growth. But dimensional energy was extremely rare and mostly came from hunting monsters, so most players saved it for leveling instead of upgrading cheap gear. The crowd continued mocking him, convinced he had wasted all his money without buying any defensive gear and would not survive for long. For an ordinary beginner, that judgment was actually reasonable. Early on, dimensional energies was so scarce that almost nobody would waste it on enhancing a basic OnStar staff with only a tiny magic attack bonus. But Zhang Yue only smiled because resources were never his biggest concern. What he truly possessed was an endless supply of dimensional energy. The system reminded him that every enhancement consumed energy, while offering a chance to improve the item's quality, though the success rate dropped with each level. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue confirmed the enhancement and kept pressing the button again and again. One successful upgrade after another flashed across the screen as brilliant light surrounded the weapon. After hundreds of enhancements, the staff finally reached its maximum level, consuming nearly 1,000 points of dimensional energy and transforming into the Golden Pioneer Flame Staff. The new staff greatly boosted magic attack, increased intelligence, and added a burn effect that dealt continuous damage, turning worthless gear into a deadly weapon. Flames suddenly burst around the staff, marking the completion of its evolution, and the real story was only beginning. Opening his status panel, he was now officially a mythic necromancer at level 0. His basic attributes had skyrocketed. His attack far surpassed any normal beginner, and he still had an enormous reserve of dimensional energy. The moment he stepped outside the safe zone of the first world, Nightmare Origin, the atmosphere changed completely. A heavy gray sky loomed overhead, the ground felt icy cold, and death filled the air. This was where every beginner's nightmare began. Near the village gate, many class users were already fighting. Warriors and knights struggled against giant mutated rats, while archers fired support from behind. Their teamwork was solid, but their damage barely scratched the monsters. Even in full parties, the strength of new players was far too low to pressure the monsters. One warrior was already trembling in fear, realizing that even the weakest monsters were incredibly difficult to defeat. Even worse, a single hit from those creatures could put a player's life in serious danger. Suddenly, a blazing fireball shot through the air and slammed into a mutated rat. A bright red damage number instantly appeared above the monster's head, 55 HP. The burn effect from the Pioneer Flame Staff activated immediately, dealing another 20 HP every second until the rat burned to ashes before it could even get close. The system confirmed the kill. Level 1 mutated rat defeated. Reward, 2 EXP, 10,000 dimensional energy, plus additional bonuses from his special buff. Watching the monster disappear, Zhang Yue smiled with satisfaction. With a mythic class and a fully enhanced weapon, low-level monsters stood no chance against him. The instant kill left every nearby player completely frozen in shock. The crowd erupted with disbelief. They could not accept that a beginner had dealt that much damage, and the golden staff in his hand stunned them even more. In their eyes, he had to be a hidden expert or a high-level player returning to the beginner zone for fun. Zhang Yue ignored them, bent down to pick up the dropped copper coin, and decided to hunt stronger monsters, since level 1 enemies gave far too little experience. According to the system, Nightmare Origin contained 4 main monster types of increasing difficulty, along with a level 10 boss called the Rampaging Wild Boar, and Zhang Yue headed straight for the higher-level hunting grounds. He headed straight for the abandoned factory, where stronger monsters gathered, and leveling would be much faster. Along the way, several newcomers approached and invited him to join their party for an easy boost. 2 female class users even offered healing and damage support, hoping he would let them tag along. Zhang Yue turned them down without a second thought. As he walked past, everyone behind him felt a strange pressure, as if something incredibly dangerous had just brushed by. They whispered among themselves, realizing his presence was even more intimidating than the monsters nearby. When they saw him heading toward the abandoned factory, a place marked as extremely dangerous, they became convinced he was an elite player, unlike anyone else. Every mutated rat that blocked his path was casually eliminated with a swing of his staff. Upon reaching the giant poison spider area, he opened fire immediately. A single fireball landed, triggering critical hits and burn damage that wiped out the entire spider swarm in moments. After killing 11 giant poison spiders, a beam of light surrounded him as he leveled up. His stats increased dramatically. He reached level 2, gained free attribute points, and widened the gap between himself and ordinary players. Without slowing down, Zhang Yue charged deeper into the monster zone and mercilessly hunted every remaining spider. Explosions and spells echoed through the forest as waves of crimson light tore through the darkness. Another level up followed. The system increased his HP, mana, and free attribute points, raising him to level 3 as the experience requirement climbed even higher. After defeating more than 30 spiders, he reached level 2, then killed over 60 more before officially advancing to level 3 at an astonishing pace. A new notification appeared. He had unlocked his first skill and received the system reward, Little Fireball. The advantage of a mythic class became obvious. His level-up rewards were several times greater than those of normal classes, giving him 18 free attribute points within just a few early levels. Zhang Yue knew the necromancer combined magic and summoning, so every build focused on spells and magical equipment. To survive with this build, casting speed and spell consistency were the highest priorities. Most players ignored beginner skills because upgrading them consumed precious resources, but Zhang Yue was different. The one thing he had in endless supply was dimensional energy. Little Fireball was a basic spell that launched a fireball dealing magic damage with a burn effect, featuring low cost and a short cooldown. The system began upgrading the skill non-stop. After only a few enhancements, its level rose rapidly, and its damage exceeded normal limits in no time. Zhang Yue kept pouring dimensional energy into the skill until it reached its maximum level and evolved into an A-rank version with overwhelming power. An A-rank skill during the beginner stage was almost unheard of, since ordinary players usually needed months to achieve that without rare resources. At his current pace, finishing a few more world missions would be enough to reach level 8 and prepare for the first world's final boss. Instead of staying in the low-level area, Zhang Yue ventured even deeper in search of stronger monsters. Before long, he arrived at an abandoned factory, hidden within the danger zone. He pushed open the door and walked inside without hesitation. In a dark corner, he found a badly wounded NPC missing one leg, lying motionless in worn armor, with a blue identification icon above his head. In this world, NPCs existed alongside players, each with their own quests and stories, making it feel like a game where every life-or-death consequence was real. As Zhang Yue approached, the injured NPC weakly begged for help, asking him to kill the scorpions that had slaughtered his family, and the system immediately displayed a quest prompt. After checking the rewards, Zhang Yue quickly judged that NPC quests were usually more valuable than ordinary monster drops. He accepted the quest, Scorpion Extermination, which required him to eliminate the armored scorpions inside the factory and defeat their leader in exchange for experience, silver coins, dimensional energy, and a random piece of equipment. The moment he accepted the quest, his expression changed, as if he had sensed an even greater opportunity hidden in this place. With the quest secured, Zhang Yue returned to the outer section of the factory, where the silence felt almost unnatural. He smiled faintly and scanned the area. He knew this place held more than monsters, but finishing the quest came first. His eyes locked onto the dark shapes crawling in the distance. They were the armored scorpions, his next targets in the first world. Their information appeared. Level 5 armored scorpions with nearly 300 HP, heavy armor, high defense, and the ability to greatly reduce incoming damage. To Zhang Yue, they were nothing more than quest materials. He estimated that every few dozen kills could earn him another OwnStar item. His staff began to glow as flames gathered around its tip while he selected his first target. Without hesitation, he cast Super Fireball. A massive fireball tore through the air, smashing into the scorpion, cutting away more than half its HP and leaving it burning. The scorpion instantly activated its hardened armor and charged straight at him. Zhang Yue sidestepped the attack and answered with another fireball, this time landing a critical hit that slashed away even more of its HP. Combined with the burn effect, the monster collapsed within seconds. The system rewarded him with experience and a large amount of dimensional energy for defeating the level 5 armored scorpion. Although the damage was overwhelming, Zhang Yue noticed the skill consumed a considerable amount of mana and could not be spammed forever. He quickly adjusted his strategy, alternating between skills and basic attacks, while predicting that the area's boss would appear soon. Sure enough, after enough scorpions had been defeated, the ground began to tremble as a far stronger presence emerged. Two glowing red eyes slowly opened within the darkness, radiating murderous intent. The giant Scorpion King crashed onto the ground, sending debris flying and overwhelming the entire factory with its presence. Zhang Yue tightened his grip on the staff and decided to finish the fight before his mana ran dry. He immediately unleashed another full-powered super fireball at the boss. The Scorpion King raised its enormous claws and blocked the attack head-on. Even so, the spell left only a few scorch marks on its armor, proving it was far tougher than ordinary monsters. But Zhang Yue remained calm. The boss counterattacked, thrusting its spear-like tail toward him with terrifying speed and forcing him to dodge at once. The instant he escaped the strike, he launched his counterattack. Zhang Yue leaped high into the air, passed directly over the Scorpion King's head, and poured all his remaining mana into another fireball aimed at its weak point. A violent explosion erupted as flames engulfed the boss, surrounding it in relentless fire. After struggling for several seconds, the Scorpion King finally collapsed under the accumulated damage, while Zhang Yue landed with barely any mana left. Looking at the fallen boss, he stepped forward to deliver the finishing blow and complete the quest. But at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him and lunged forward with a concealed weapon. Another man emerged beside the boss corpse, laughing as he declared that the boss rewards now belonged to them. Zhang Yue casually shifted aside, avoiding the sneak attack by the smallest margin and leaving the attacker frozen in disbelief. He smiled faintly, glancing at them, as though he had expected this all along. Cold sweat instantly covered the attacker's face, as he realized Zhang Yue had noticed him from the very beginning. Having survived 2 lifetimes in the other world, Zhang Yue had seen countless ambushes and boss thieves, and none of them could fool him. His gaze turned icy as he warned them they had chosen the wrong target because he had faced enemies far more terrifying than they could imagine. He declared that his former opponents were on an entirely different level. His staff shone brilliantly as a gigantic shadow appeared overhead, crushing the area with overwhelming pressure. The injured young man immediately cried out in panic. A blazing fire projectile shot forward in an instant, silencing him before he could say another word. The remaining man watched in horror and immediately turned to flee. He could not understand how Zhang Yue still had power after exhausting his mana, but Zhang Yue only smiled and calmly asked why they had come here in the first place. A system notification suddenly appeared. After killing the armored scorpion, his mythic necromancer class activated, giving him a chance to absorb its soul as a summon. It had never triggered after hundreds of kills, but this time the special effect finally appeared. Realizing his class ability had activated, Zhang Yue admitted that luck was finally on his side. He opened his summoning space and called forth a massive black armored scorpion. The system confirmed it had been successfully tamed. It looked just like the boss, except its HP bar was now green instead of red. Its status window revealed a defensive role with maximum loyalty. If it died, its loyalty would decrease, but its stats heavily favored durability, and its passive damage reduction made it a living shield. The system then explained the mythic necromancer bonuses. Loyalty was permanently locked. Summons could evolve by devouring other summons. Leveling required far less experience. And unlike ordinary beast tamers, Zhang Yue was no longer limited by resource shortages. Looking at his new summon, Zhang Yue found it surprisingly impressive since he had more than enough resources to raise it. Without hesitation, he poured a huge amount of energy into it, pushing its quality from D rank all the way to A rank, and greatly increasing its damage reduction. The remaining young man froze in disbelief. No ordinary beast tamer could possess this level of power or resources. Zhang Yue calmly revealed that he had sensed someone following him from the start, and guessed they were stealth assassins who hunted lone players before stealing the Scorpion King's rewards. Realizing the situation, the young man panicked and desperately wanted to escape, knowing he had challenged someone far beyond his level. Zhang Yue simply smiled and even allowed him to run, curious to see how far he could get. In the very next instant, the Scorpion King charged forward with incredible speed, almost disappearing from sight. Its massive claws slammed down on the fleeing target without hesitation. The blow dropped the young man instantly, leaving him begging for mercy in complete despair. Zhang Yue looked down coldly and said that in a world where only the strong survived, anyone who wanted to prey on others had to be ready to become the prey. A horrifying scream echoed through the factory. After finishing everything, Zhang Yue returned to the factory and reported back to the NPC, who thanked him sincerely and treated him as a trusted ally. The system confirmed the completion of the Scorpion Extermination quest, rewarding him with experience, silver, dimensional energy, a magic necklace, and a special pair of armored boots. A golden light descended upon Zhang Yue as the system announced his level up. His HP and mana increased. He gained more free attribute points, unlocked the refinement feature, and reached level 4. The next level would require far more experience, so he shifted his attention to the new rewards. Inside his inventory, Zhang Yue examined the loot. A blue magic necklace greatly boosted his mana, while the matching armored boots increased both physical and magic defense. Both were on-star equipment that could still be enhanced. Seeing the rewards, he almost laughed. He had just been lacking mana, and now the perfect item had appeared. He immediately enhanced both pieces hundreds of times, spending massive amounts of dimensional energy until they evolved into golden quality equipment with enormous mana and defense bonuses. After equipping everything, his combat power rose to an entirely new level. Combined with the Scorpion King summon, he was more than ready to challenge level 5 content. Without wasting another second, Zhang Yue left the abandoned factory and headed toward areas filled with even stronger monsters. At that moment, a system announcement echoed across the region. A hidden level 5 dungeon had appeared near Doomsday Town. It would remain open for only 1 hour, and the first player to clear it would receive an incredible reward, instantly attracting every nearby player. The details confirmed it was an extremely rare level 5 dungeon, whose difficulty far exceeded the strength of most current players. Opening the map, Zhang Yue discovered the dungeon was only a few miles to the south. With his current strength, it was the perfect chance to pull even farther ahead. Without wasting a second, Zhang Yue locked onto his target and headed straight for the hidden dungeon. A few minutes later, he arrived before a massive purple vortex, towering dozens of meters high. Countless low-level players had already gathered there, but most hesitated to enter. One rookie warrior was even trying to recruit a party. The crowd kept discussing the risks. Most believed the level gap was too great, and entering now would be nothing but suicide. Zhang Yue quickly surveyed the scene and realized far more players had come than he expected. A tense silence filled the area, as everyone stood frozen before the entrance, waiting for someone else to make the first move. Then another group arrived, with a completely different presence. Their gear glowed brightly, clearly enhanced OnStar equipment, far beyond ordinary starter gear. The crowd immediately recognized them, especially their leader, the son of one of the region's wealthiest tycoons. Every member of his team carried valuable equipment, proving they possessed resources beyond the reach of ordinary players. Just then, a woman's voice called Zhang Yue by name. He turned and saw a party from a major guild, including a female priest staring directly at him. The moment he saw her face, the memories aligned. She was the original owner's ex-girlfriend, who had abandoned him the moment he awakened as the low-ranked beast tamer. Standing confidently among the crowd with excellent gear, the priest looked at Zhang Yue with open disdain and mocked him, saying a weak beast tamer had no right to enter a level 5 dungeon. Zhang Yue simply smirked and replied in an indifferent voice, "So, is that supposed to be a problem?" Lin Yuni froze for a moment. The Zhang Yue she remembered had always tried to please her, yet now he was completely indifferent, and his calm response caught her off guard. She quickly regained her arrogant expression, leaned against the young man beside her, and declared that only truly powerful players belonged in a dungeon like this. The young man wrapped an arm around Lin Yuni and mocked Zhang Yue, implying he was only bitter after being dumped and should learn his place. Zhang Yue let out a cold laugh and replied that anything he had already thrown away was worthless, and they should stop mistaking their fantasies for reality. Lin Yuni exploded with anger, pointed directly at him, and urged the man beside her to teach Zhang Yue a lesson for acting so arrogant. Zhang Yue remained perfectly calm, his icy gaze fixed on them, as he warned them to be ready for the consequences if they kept provoking him. His warning only enraged Lin Yuni further. She called him a useless loser, pretending to be impressive while insisting the man beside her was the one with real strength. Liu Yao carefully observed Zhang Yue. He found it strange that he could not see his level or class, as if they were being deliberately concealed. Even so, he remained dismissive because his own team was fully equipped with enhanced OnStar gear, and he decided not to start a fight just yet. Liu Yao took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and began lecturing Zhang Yue, as though speaking from a position of superiority. He declared that he would spare Zhang Yue this time, because he did not want to waste any more time. He then ordered his teammates to check their resurrection items and prepare to enter the hidden dungeon before anyone else. The entire group stepped through the glowing purple portal together. The players outside watched them leave and discussed how impossible it was to compete against such a wealthy guild. Zhang Yue paid them no attention. To him, wealth meant nothing. Only strength decided the path ahead. Someone in the crowd mentioned that each resurrection scroll cost thousands of yuan, yet that guild had brought stacks of them as if money meant nothing. In this world, resurrection items allowed players to revive after death, with limited uses each cycle, effectively giving everyone extra lives, making competition even more brutal, and most people believed that wealthy guild already had victory in its hands. Zhang Yue fixed his eyes on the dungeon gate and concluded that a powerful final boss had to be waiting inside. Regular monsters were no threat, but the boss was still an unknown. He quickly formed a plan. If he could raise the Scorpion King to level 5, then, with his current gear and skills, he would have a real chance of clearing the entire dungeon. With his strategy settled, he shifted his focus to the next step. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Yuni frowned and asked Liu Yao why he had not dealt with Zhang Yue earlier. Liu Yao calmly explained that too many people had been watching outside, and attacking there would have damaged both his family's and his guild's reputation. He reassured Lin Yuni that once they ventured deeper into the dungeon, Zhang Yue would have nowhere to run, and he would even force him to kneel and apologize. Hearing that, she smiled again. Back outside the dungeon, Zhang Yue took advantage of the Beast Tamer experience mechanics and his ranged attacks to instantly kill a level 5 armored scorpion. The burst damage was overwhelming, and the Scorpion King gained enough experience to level up. He realized that thanks to the Necromancer's reduced experience requirement, simply letting his summon farm normal monsters would level it at incredible speed. The spectators who had mocked him moments ago were completely stunned. The poor nobody they had laughed at had effortlessly defeated a level 5 armored scorpion in a single exchange. and many silently swallowed their earlier insults. The female class users immediately changed their attitude. Some invited him to join their party, others tried to befriend him, and a few even promised all kinds of benefits just to follow him. Zhang Yue rejected every offer without hesitation. In his mind, keeping all the resources for himself was far better than sharing them. He simply continued hunting monsters with his staff and fireball, pushing his farming speed even higher. While he was clearing monsters, the system suddenly issued an urgent announcement. The level 5 dungeon, Doomsday City, would close in 10 minutes, and all players had to either leave or finish before the timer expired. Now that the Scorpion King had reached level 5 and become much tougher, Zhang Yue used it as his frontline tank while he stood safely behind it and unleashed spell after spell. He checked the Scorpion King's status. It was a defensive physical summon with maximum loyalty, level 5, low current experience but tremendous growth potential, greatly increased physical and magic defense, massive HP, and a passive damage reduction skill that made it an almost perfect living shield. Thanks to his mana recovery equipment and the smooth rotation of his fireball skill, his attacks became even more efficient, and his monster clearing speed increased noticeably. After making every preparation, Zhang Yue stepped into the level 5 dungeon, fully confident that the remaining 10 minutes were more than enough. Inside the dungeon, a fierce battle had just ended, leaving the battlefield covered with signs of destruction and wounded class users. Lu Yao stood among his exhausted teammates with a frustrated expression, complaining that they had almost defeated the Scorpion boss. A lower-level member sighed that the level gap was simply too large, and fighting it felt like suicide. Every member of the Supreme Guild was completely worn out. Lin Yuni hurried over to Lu Yao, urging everyone to retreat before the monsters overwhelmed them, while several others agreed that they should escape as soon as possible. At that moment, another figure stepped through the dungeon entrance. The newcomer immediately drew everyone's attention. The instant Lin Yuni recognized his face, she froze. The person who had just entered was Zhang Yue. Lu Yao glanced over and sneered, saying only a fool who did not know his limits would enter a level 5 dungeon alone. Zhang Yue answered with nothing more than a faint smile, not even bothering to acknowledge the group. Lu Yao instantly lost his temper and prepared to teach Zhang Yue a lesson. Lin Yueni mocked him for being too poor to even afford a resurrection item and claimed he had entered the dungeon only to throw away his life. At the same time, another teammate warned that the boss was getting closer and they needed to leave immediately. Lu Yao snorted and decided to ignore Zhang Yue, saying he could simply die inside the dungeon while they escaped with resurrection items, instead of wasting time killing him themselves. The system officially announced the Secret Realm mission. Defeat the Iron-Armored Scorpion King, a Defensa-type Lord monster guarding the area. Zhang Yue was teleported into the ruined city, surrounded by smoke and wreckage. Ignoring everyone else, he immediately locked onto his destination. The mission timer showed less than 9 minutes before the Secret Realm closed, so he rushed toward the city center at full speed. A deafening roar echoed ahead as crushing pressure filled the street. A gigantic scorpion appeared and charged straight at him. Before him stood the Iron-Armored Scorpion King, a massive boss far stronger than ordinary monsters, with overwhelming attack, defense, massive HP, and armor-focused skills. It was clearly the guardian of the entire Secret Realm. In this world, monsters were ranked as normal, elite, lord, and final boss. The Scorpion King stood far above the scattered enemies he had faced before, with an HP bar that looked almost impossible to break. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue summoned his own Iron-Armored Scorpion to fight. At his command, the Iron-Armored Scorpion charged fearlessly and slammed into the boss. The collision shook the ground, yet only a little over 20 damage appeared above his pet's head, barely a scratch compared to its total HP. Thanks to defensive gear and the passive steel body skill, the damage was reduced to almost nothing, making it nearly immune to the high-level boss. The moment the enemy was pinned down, Zhang Yue raised his staff and prepared to strike. An A-rank fireball exploded toward the target, landing a devastating critical hit and applying a continuous burn effect. With that single attack, nearly 1/5 of the Scorpion King's HP disappeared, leaving anyone watching stunned. The boss immediately switched targets, but the Iron-Armored Scorpion blocked its path. The two giant creatures clashed head-on, while the boss kept pounding the pet, dealing nothing but tiny damage numbers. With the perfect shield holding the front line, Zhang Yue stood safely behind it and unleashed non-stop attacks, turning the battle into a one-sided beatdown. A-rank fireballs rained down without pause, and every hit carved another huge chunk off the boss HP, giving it no chance to recover. The Scorpion King's roar gradually weakened, losing all of its earlier ferocity. The relentless damage overwhelmed it, and even a powerful elite monster could never have survived such an endless assault. At last, the boss crashed to the ground, completely unable to fight back. Zhang Yue leaped onto the monster's corpse and stood on top of it as a symbol of victory. He tightened his grip on his staff, his calm expression showing that even a Lord Boss was nothing special to him. Right then, a region-wide announcement echoed across the map. Player Ling became the first to clear the Level 5 Secret Realm, City of Doom, and received a rare Secret Realm scroll as a special reward. Nearly 3,000 players across the region were instantly shaken by the announcement. The world chat exploded as countless players wondered who Ling was, and how anyone could clear a Level 5 Secret Realm so quickly. Meanwhile, those who had just left the Secret Realm, especially Liu Yao and Lin Yue'er, were the most shocked because they knew there had not been enough time for anyone to finish it. Liu Yao looked at Lin Yue'er in disbelief and suggested that Ling might actually be Zhang Yue, since the announcement appeared not long after he entered. But Lin Yue'er immediately rejected the idea, insisting that a weak beast tamer who once did not even have a pet could never accomplish something like that. Liu Yao thought it over before finally agreeing that the possibility was almost zero. It was probably another hidden expert. He concluded that anyone capable of soloing a Level 5 Secret Realm was definitely no ordinary player. At the same time, Liu Yao became determined to find Ling and recruit that person into his guild at any cost. Back inside the Secret Realm, after defeating the boss, Zhang Yue checked the loot and immediately noticed a special scroll lying beside the corpse. It was a Level 5 Secret Realm scroll that could absorb energy to upgrade its quality, greatly increasing its rewards, and even trading for enormous resources. Without hesitation, he activated the upgrade. Energy was consumed non-stop as the scroll advanced from common to bronze, then silver, and finally reached the highest king grade. It was the first king-grade Secret Realm scroll ever seen in this world's history, with a value beyond imagination, equal to an enormous fortune that ordinary people could never obtain. But Zhang Yue did not hesitate for even a second. To him, only greater power mattered, so he calmly crushed the scroll in his hand. As the Level 5 King-grade scroll was fully activated, the system confirmed part of the requirement had been completed, granted a small cash reward, and unlocked a special King-grade mission. A new mission window appeared. Save the Survivor, King difficulty with a X100 modifier. A world consumed by darkness and monsters was on the brink of destruction. His objective was to find a survivor named Aylin and escort her to a safe zone. The reward remained hidden. The time limit was only 12 hours, and failure meant the mission would disappear forever. Seeing the outrageous difficulty multiplier and the unknown reward, Zhang Yue immediately realized this was no ordinary quest, but one designed to push players to the edge of survival. He opened the map and followed the mission marker toward the rampaging forest. He was only level 5, while monsters there were already level 10 and above. Using Scout, he discovered a group of level 10 rampaging wild boars with high attack and defense, dangerous enough to overwhelm him if they surrounded him, especially with the current level gap. After a brief moment of thought, he chose to prioritize the main mission, ignored grinding monsters, and headed straight into the rampaging forest. Before long, a terrified scream echoed through the woods. A little girl was running for her life, while a giant wild boar chased close behind. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue fired a precise fireball and instantly killed the monster, ending the danger in a single hit. He helped the little girl to her feet. Just as the system confirmed the mission target had been found, she looked up and asked if he had come to save her. The system confirmed that Aileen had been rescued and updated the remaining mission time to 10 hours. Furious roars began echoing from deep within the forest, signaling that the monsters were gathering. Zhang Yue frowned, realizing that rescuing Aileen had likely triggered the monsters in the area, making them even more aggressive. Moments later, a herd of wild boars burst out from every direction and surrounded the entire area. He immediately raised his staff, locked onto his target, and prepared to counterattack with Fireball. A blazing fireball exploded into its target, dealing heavy damage and applying burn, but it was not enough to finish the monster instantly. The entire herd quickly tightened the encirclement, placing enormous pressure on his position. Zhang Yue realized that even with powerful gear and an A-rank skill, fighting large numbers of level 10 monsters was extremely difficult, especially while protecting the mission target. With no better option, he summoned the iron-armored scorpion to the front line as a living shield. The pet charged forward at once, blocking the relentless head-on attacks from the wild boars. With a solid front line in place, Zhang Yue took advantage of the opening and continuously launched super fireballs to maintain relentless damage. One blazing projectile after another crashed into the enemy, dealing massive damage as the number of monsters steadily dropped. The system announced that he had defeated a level 10 rampaging wild boar and gained experience along with a large amount of energy. Seeing how effective the battle had become, Jiang Yue pushed even harder, ordering his pet to hold the line while preparing to level up. More monsters fell one after another, and his experience rapidly climbed with each system notification. However, the prolonged battle was draining his mana, while the growing number of monsters increased the pressure. Aylin nervously asked if he was all right. Jiang Yue reassured the girl, promising that he would get her safely out of the forest. The moment he finished speaking, a wild boar charged straight into him with tremendous force, sending him flying backward. Almost instantly, he regained his footing and answered with a perfectly aimed super fireball. The explosive attack struck the target head-on. Even so, the mutated wild boar refused to go down immediately. Jiang Yue retreated behind the iron-armored scorpion's defensive line, realizing the situation was becoming increasingly critical as both he and his pet were nearing their limits. This mission was far tougher than he had expected. At last, one of the burning wild boars finally collapsed. A golden light of level up surrounded him as he advanced to level 6 and then level 7 in quick succession, greatly increasing his survivability and mana. Seeing the opportunity, he immediately invested every available stat point into attack power to maximize his killing speed. As he opened his character window, Jiang Yue viewed the complete status panel of the player ID Ling. His class was the mythic inherited Necromancer, now at level 7 with 0100 EXP. His magic attack had reached 164, while physical defense was only 18, magic resistance 19, HP 230, and energy 192. Secondary attributes such as intelligence, agility, spirit, and constitution directly affected critical hits, speed, mana, and survivability. The system also showed unused energy and free attribute points ready to be assigned. After defeating the Scorpion King, Jiang Yue picked up a ring from the loot and equipped it immediately. The Glory Ring was a level 7 Lord grade item with a OnStar Gold rarity. It granted 35 attack, 3 strength, and an armor penetration effect that ignored 20 points of the target's defense. Forged from the Scorpion King's fangs, it was built for pure killing power. Without wasting another second, Jiang Yue began a full-scale sweep. A massive fireball gathered high above, signaling that the battlefield was about to be engulfed in flames. A thunderous explosion echoed through the forest as a level 10, rampaging wild boar took the hit head-on. The system immediately rewarded him with 40 EXP and another 100,000 energy. Seeing the huge jump in damage, even Jiang Yue admitted the difference was incredible. Before, it took 7 or 8 fireballs to kill one monster. Now, only 2 were enough. Farming suddenly became much easier. System notifications poured in non-stop as one wild boar after another fell beneath the endless rain of fireballs. Jiang Yue continued advancing, wiping out everything in the chaotic forest. Before long, the last wild boar had been eliminated. All that remained was escorting Aylin back to the safe town and completing the mission. But just as they left the dangerous area, a group of players blocked the road ahead. Every one of them carried the Supreme Guild title, instantly putting Jiang Yue on guard. Even so, he only wanted to finish escorting Aylin safely and had no interest in wasting time. Leading the group was a male warrior wearing dazzling golden armor, covered in expensive-looking equipment. He was a level 5 elite. Beside him stood Liu Yao and a level 4 priest named Lin Yue, both looking at Jiang Yue with obvious contempt as if he were beneath them. Jiang Yue had no intention of wasting time with them. He looked over coldly and said only one sentence: "Move aside and get lost." Lin Yue immediately urged Liu Yao to attack, boasting that as a fully geared level 5 elite, in full gold equipment, he had almost no rivals among new players. Liu Yao sneered and claimed that he had spared Jiang Yue last time only because he did not want others to see him bullying the weak. This time, he would show no mercy. Jiang Yue remained perfectly still and met his gaze. "If you want to kill me, then try. I'll give you the chance." The moment those words fell, Liu Yao exploded with rage. He mocked Jiang Yue, asking whether his mouth or his sword was tougher, then swung his blade with absolute confidence, believing an unarmed beast tamer could never withstand the attack. Yet Jiang Yue did not move at all, allowing the sword to slash directly into his shoulder. The instant it connected, a damage number appeared above his head. The entire Supreme Guild group froze on the spot, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. An unarmed beast tamer had casually endured an attack from a fully geared elite in gold equipment, as though nothing had happened. It was completely beyond their expectations. After taking the hit, Zhang You's combat system responded as well. Instead of defending himself, he simply said coldly, "Finished your little performance? My turn." He raised his staff, and a super fireball rapidly formed above it. The terrifying pressure surged as though it could crush the space around them. The moment Liu Yao saw it, his face turned pale and cold sweat covered his body. He hurriedly shouted that he was the guild master of the Supreme Guild and had the backing of a powerful family, begging Zhang Yue to stop. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening explosion erupted. The fireball detonated at point-blank range, blasting Liu Yao through the air like a discarded rag. A massive damage number appeared together, with a critical hit notification, killing him in a single strike. The battlefield instantly fell silent. Liu Yao's body disappeared, leaving only his gold equipment scattered across the ground. Zhang Yue glanced down and mocked him. "You brought this on yourself." The system then announced that Liu Yao had initiated a malicious attack, turning his name gray. For the next 10 minutes, Zhang Yue could retaliate without gaining crime points. The system further explained the name-color rules. Ordinary players had white names, but anyone who initiated malicious PvP would have their name changed to gray. During that period, the victim could fight back legally without penalty. The system also explained another layer of the rules. If the victim failed to defend themselves, the aggressor would immediately receive a red name along with 100 crime points. Under the world's law, once a player became red-named, returning to safety was almost impossible. The only way to remove the penalty was to continuously hunt monsters or simply die in this world. The system also reminded players that the punishment for death was severe. Defeated players could lose levels, lose experience, and most importantly, drop all of their equipment and items. Elsewhere, Lin Yue sat frozen in place, her face pale. The image of Liu Yao being killed with ease kept replaying in her mind. While collecting the loot, Zhang Yue suddenly glanced at her. Lin Yue panicked and quickly raised her hands. "What are you going to do?" Inside, she was already calculating how few 7-day revival scrolls she had left. She realized she had already used one scroll to escape the secret realm. Using another now would leave her with almost nothing. In desperation, she softened her tone and even tried to sound affectionate. "Honey, actually I have always." Before she could finish, Zhang Yue walked right past her as if she did not exist. In his eyes, she had never attacked a white-name player, so she was not worth fighting. The mission mattered far more than wasting time on her. Being ignored like that made Lin Yuer's face darken. Humiliated and furious, she silently swore revenge. Not long afterward, Zhang Yue returned to the safe zone of the Doomsday Town, with Irene beside him. Before leaving, Irene quietly thanked him and headed home. The system immediately announced the completion of the King-grade mission Save the Survivor, rewarding him with 10,000 EXP, 20 silver, 50 million energy, and the 10,000-fold blessing effect. More rewards followed, including the Frost Staff, the Ice Spike skill, and several common items. Zhang Yue also reached level 8, gaining additional HP, MP, and free attribute points. The next level required 9,500 EXP. After sorting through the rewards, he took out the newly obtained staff for a closer look. It was a level 8 Frost Staff with a 2-star white rarity. It required no specific class and granted 25 magic attack. Its description stated that upgrading its rarity would unlock even stronger ice damage. Even at 2 stars, it was considered a rare item at this stage, especially since Zhang Yue had just reached the required level to equip it. The system then reforged it 144 consecutive times, consuming more than 22,000 energy. In the end, it became a gold rarity weapon known as the Frost Obliterator Staff, its icy aura transforming into something far more powerful. The higher the equipment grade, the more terrifying the energy cost became. Fortunately, that was no longer a concern for Zhang Yue. Among the rewards was also a blue egg classified as a pet item. However, it was only of common quality and had nothing particularly valuable about it. After checking his inventory, he realized that he had also picked up plenty of common pet eggs while farming monsters earlier. After a moment of thought, he decided to feed every one of them to his armored scorpion. The pet immediately became excited. The system continuously updated its progress as the armored scorpion devoured the common monster eggs. Every egg increased its evolution points, climbing from 110 to 210 and continuing to rise with each one consumed. After eating all 10 eggs, the creature finally completed its evolution, transforming from a common monster into an elite silver-armored scorpion. Its status panel updated immediately. Physical type, level 8 elite, loyalty 100. If its loyalty ever dropped to 0, it could never recover and would betray its master. Its defense skyrocketed to 74 physical defense and 65 magic resistance, while gaining passive skills that reduced incoming damage and reflected 30% of the damage it received. It had become a true frontline tank, built to protect its master. Looking over everything he had gained, the upgraded 2-star staff, the newly evolved elite pet, and the gold equipment taken from Liu Yao, Zhang Yue began making plans. With this lineup, he was confident he could challenge the final boss of the beginner zone. Even after such an incredible haul, Zhang Yue did not rush toward the boss. He had already decided to return first and prepare a few essential supplies. In this world, returning to reality required passing through a safe zone. Seconds later, a gray space portal nearly 3 meters tall opened in the air. Zhang Yue stepped inside and left the Doomsday Town. When his vision cleared, he found himself back in Linhai City, in the real world. He had returned to the same cramped apartment room as before. At that moment, the phone on the table began vibrating non-stop as repeated calls came in. The moment he answered, a cold voice warned him that his younger brother, Zhang Zhao, still owed 390,000 in hospital bills. If the payment was not made, the hospital would immediately stop all treatment. They demanded a transfer or a solution within 10 minutes. Without another word, Zhang Yue hung up. He activated the mark in his hand, opened the Otherworld interface, and checked his inventory. His first plan was to sell some of his equipment for cash, to deal with the urgent situation, and repay the debt tied to this body. Just as Zhang Yue was about to list the Vanguard Flame Staff for sale, the system issued a warning. The item was bound and could not be traded. Only then did he remember the Otherworld's rules. Any equipment that had been enhanced, reforged, or upgraded was automatically bound to its owner and could never be traded or dropped. His plan to make money by selling gear collapsed instantly. He only had 90 silver left, worth a little over 10,000 yuan, nowhere near what he needed. He had no choice but to find another solution. Zhang Yue opened the web and searched through the Otherworld forums. The forums were packed with strange job listings. Players were selling resources, offering power leveling, trading weapons, and even providing leveling services for beginners. Prices ranged from a few thousand to hundreds of thousands of yuan. Although every world had its own safe zone, the market among awakened players was incredibly active. Among countless posts, one mission caught his attention. First world, Linhai City, hiring someone to power level a beginner. Reward, 300,000 yuan. The post had been up for more than 4 hours, had over 30 million views, yet nobody had accepted it. The comments were full of doubt and warnings, with some even calling it a death mission. Since accepted jobs disappeared from the forum immediately, this was clearly no ordinary request. Zhang Yue looked at the contact number at the bottom and called without hesitation. He opened with a single sentence. "That's an interesting bounty you've posted." Somewhere in Linhai City, a phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence. Zhang Yue got straight to the point and asked what the 300,000 yuan power leveling mission actually required. A calm female voice answered clearly. First, the person accepting the job had to be a newly awakened player from this batch. Second, they had to escort the designated person through the first world. Zhang Yue expected more complicated conditions, but that was all. After a brief pause, he stated his price. "I need 390,000. To his surprise, she agreed immediately and even raised the payment to 400,000 after the mission was completed. He asked when to begin. Her answer was short and simple. 10 minutes. Meet at the Resurrection Spring in Doomsday Town. After ending the call, Zhang Yue activated the space portal and returned to the Otherworld. A flash of white light later, he arrived at the Linhai City safe zone and headed straight for the Resurrection Spring as agreed. Zhang Yue had already done the math. He needed to clear the first world anyway, and now he would earn another 400,000 yuan on top of it. There was no downside. It was a huge profit. Besides that, his silver-armored Scorpion was still 2 levels away from reaching level 10. This trip would be the perfect chance to level it up as well. While thinking, he noticed a figure in a black cloak approaching the Resurrection Spring. Dark mist surrounded the person's body. His instincts immediately told him this was the 400,000 yuan client. He asked directly, "Are you the one hiring a power level?" The cloaked figure simply nodded without saying a word. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd. Some recognized the mysterious mage, who always hid behind a cloak in the beginner zone. Others commented that the beast tamer had accepted such a dangerous job purely for the money. Ignoring everyone's stares, Zhang Yue immediately sent a party invitation to begin the mission. Before long, the system confirmed the party request. He accepted at once, officially adding his client to the team, before leading them away from the Resurrection Spring toward the outskirts. During the trip, the woman remained silent. Zhang Yue took the initiative and explained the requirements. To clear the first world, you need to kill 1,000 monsters and collect 10 coins. "You know that already, right?" She answered with only one word, "Yes." The other world had a special damage rule. Players could not land the killing blow on monsters far above their own level. Even if a monster was reduced to 1 HP, it would not count unless they delivered the final hit themselves. Although the woman's ID was hidden, her level was still visible. She was only level 1. Zhang Yue nodded, confirming his plan. He would complete the mission while helping her level up at the same time. Then he pulled out the frost staff and prepared to begin farming. The two quickly arrived at the ruins. Level 5, iron-armored scorpions crawled everywhere. Zhang Yue immediately used his ice skill to reduce each monster to critical HP without killing it, deliberately leaving the final blow for his client to gain the experience. A faint smile appeared on his face. He was pleased with the crowd control of his new skill. Although it dealt less damage than Fireball, its control effect was outstanding. Seeing that the woman was still standing there, he urged her, "What are you waiting for? Finish it." Startled, she finally came to her senses after a brief pause and raised her hand to cast a spell. A weak magic bolt flew forward, struck the injured scorpion, and finished it off in a single hit. The system immediately calculated the EXP split. In a two-player party, each received 80%, while the final hit granted an extra 20% bonus, letting her claim nearly the full reward. Level-up lights flashed one after another as she jumped from level 1 straight to level 4, leaving her stunned. Just as she turned around, another iron-armored scorpion suddenly charged from behind. Zhang Yue reacted instantly. With his high agility, he rushed forward and pulled her out of the path of the deadly attack. In the next instant, he spun around and counterattacked with his staff. A blazing fireball exploded head-on, instantly wiping out the scorpion. When the dust settled, the girl was still lying on the ground, too shocked to recover. Being saved so suddenly clearly shook her, and the way she looked at Zhang Yue became far more complicated. Zhang Yue stood up and urged her onward. "Get up, we are moving to the next farming area." She quickly hurried after him. As they entered the chaotic forest, silence remained between them. Zhang Yue glanced at her and asked, 400,000. How old are you? She did not answer with words. Instead, she raised 2 fingers, then one more. Zhang Yue understood. 21? He continued asking why she was still such a low level despite awakening long ago, but received no real answer. At that moment, the girl suddenly stopped, forcing both of them to halt. Then a deeper female voice, completely different from before, came from her, instantly changing the atmosphere. In that tense moment, the client suddenly spoke with another voice, as though a different personality had taken over. She told Zhang Yue to leave immediately, promised compensation, and begged him not to let her older sister find out. Zhang Yue frowned at the girl before him and casually said, "I thought you couldn't talk." He calmly replied that he had accepted the job and would escort her through the first world. But she immediately shook her head, warning that she carried disaster wherever she went, and anyone who stayed with her would only be dragged into trouble. Hearing that, Zhang Yue asked with curiosity, "What do you mean by disaster?" She was just about to explain when a disturbance behind them cut her off. A passing group of awakened players stopped and laughed when they saw her. They called her the Disaster Mage and talked about forum posts claiming that anyone who accepted missions involving her usually died. Some even said killing her rewarded huge amounts of EXP and energy. The group immediately shouted that they were getting rid of a menace and charged straight toward them. The client panicked and warned Zhang Yue that every one of them was around level 5 or 6, and there were simply too many to fight. Believing she was their true target, she desperately urged him to leave. In her eyes, he had strong damage but could never defeat an entire squad alone. But Zhang Yue did not retreat a single step. He stood in front of her as his expression turned cold. He switched to the Frost Obliterator's staff, icy energy spreading through the air as he prepared for battle. Just as both sides were about to clash, another group suddenly appeared from a different direction, making the situation even more chaotic. This new group had around 10 members, led by none other than Liu Yao and Lin Yue'er. The first group immediately became nervous after recognizing Liu Yao, the wealthy heir from one of Linhai City's most influential families. They began worrying that he would steal their target. 2 members quickly changed their attitude, stepped forward, and repeatedly apologized, hoping to avoid trouble, but Liu Yao ignored them completely. The moment he spotted Zhang Yue, he sneered with contempt. What a small world. Zhang Yue answered calmly with a faint smile. Maybe you came here to deliver more equipment. Then he added one more sentence that instantly froze Liu Yao's expression. For the next 7 days, you won't be using another revival scroll. Liu Yao snorted and signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Instantly, every guild member behind him drew their weapons as the tension reached its peak. Zhang Yue remained standing in front of his client with the Frost Obliterator staff in hand, Cold energy surrounded him, yet his expression stayed completely calm. Liu Yao hesitated for a moment. When he realized Zhang Yue showed no fear at all, he looked back at his team. Everyone seemed ready to fight, yet something still felt strangely off. Irritated, he shouted at his subordinates, asking whether they even understood his orders. "If I tell you to draw your weapons, then do it. Stop standing there like idiots." The group looked confused before all responding with an understanding nod, as though they had finally figured it out. The entire squad immediately rushed forward once again. In the blink of an eye, they completely surrounded Zhang Yue and his client. But just as the battle seemed certain to begin, every guild member suddenly put away their weapons, pulled out gift boxes instead, and raised them toward Zhang Yue. The abrupt change left both Zhang Yue and his client frozen in surprise. Even Lin Yue'er had no idea what was happening and turned to question Liu Yao. He immediately snapped at her, cutting her off before she could finish. Standing safely at the edge of the encirclement, Liu Yao kept a polite smile and calmly approached Zhang Yue, stressing that he had no intention of using force and only wanted to talk. He had even prepared a collection of rare and valuable gifts in advance, clearly planning every step to win Zhang Yue over. Liu Yao then made his offer. "Join the Supreme Guild and work under me, and every one of these treasures will be yours. Whatever you want, you'll have it." He sweetened the deal with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. The crowd was stunned. Everyone had expected a fierce battle, but it had turned into a public recruitment instead. The amount alone was enough to make many people swallow hard. Lin Yue'er immediately chimed in, mocking Zhang Yue for being dirt poor. She claimed he could grind for 10 years and still never earn that kind of treatment, so he should know his place and accept Liu Yao's offer. In her mind, she was already planning ahead. If Zhang Yue joined Liu Yao's guild, controlling and ordering him around in the future would become much easier. But Zhang Yue was completely unmoved. He replied coldly that he only respected people stronger than himself. Then he deliberately provoked Liu Yao, telling him to try using force if he wanted, openly belittling him in front of everyone. The moment those words fell, the entire crowd went silent, including Liu Yao. Lin Yue'er exploded with anger, pointed straight at Zhang Yue, and shouted that 50,000 yuan a month was more money than he could probably earn in a year, yet he still dared to refuse. Zhang Yue glanced at her and answered with a mocking smile. He implied that she had already lowered herself by willingly bowing to others, and she should not assume everyone else wanted to live the same way. Her face flushed red, but she had no reply. Then he swept his gaze across the awakened players surrounding him and asked coldly, "Are we fighting or not? If not, get out of my way." At that moment, Liu Yao raised his hand and calmly gave the order, "Let him go." Lin Yue'er frowned in frustration, unable to understand why they were letting someone who had openly defied them walk away so easily. Liu Yao ignored her complaints. Instead, he barked at his subordinates for hesitating and repeated his order to let Zhang Yue pass. They quickly obeyed. The encirclement opened. Zhang Yu and 40,000 calmly left the scene and headed toward the chaotic forest. Watching them disappear into the distance, Lin Yue'er stamped her foot in anger. A nearby assassin could not help asking why they had not simply killed him. Someone even suggested eliminating Zhang Yue on the spot, but Liu Yao immediately lost his temper and punched the subordinate as a warning, ordering him to stop talking nonsense. He then explained that what people could not obtain was always what they valued most. If something came too easily, it would quickly lose its worth. Even after hearing that, Lin Yue'er still could not understand. Earlier, Liu Yao had been determined to kill Zhang Yue at all costs. Why had he suddenly changed his mind without saying anything to her? Liu Yao gave only a vague answer, as though he was replaying everything from the moment Zhang Yue had killed him. He carefully analyzed that battle again. Zhang Yue came from a poor background and should never have possessed high-end equipment. Yet he had dealt unbelievable damage. His fireball in particular had instantly killed Liu Yao. That kind of power was clearly abnormal. From that point on, Liu Yao concluded that Zhang Yue was anything but ordinary. On the contrary, he was far too valuable to lose. No matter what, he had to recruit him into the Supreme Guild. Lin Yue'er could only remain silent on the outside, no longer daring to argue with him. Inside, however, she still looked down on Zhang Yue. She believed he was nothing more than a useless poor nobody, and even swore that one day she would make him kneel before her again. Elsewhere, Zhang Yue led 40,000 into the chaotic forest. She thanked him for protecting her earlier, but Zhang Yue answered bluntly, "No need to thank me. If you died, where would my 400,000 yuan come from?" He made his principles perfectly clear. He worked for money, nothing else. Loyalty and sentiment meant nothing to him. After hearing his words, 40,000 hesitated before slowly shaking her head. Her voice trembled as she admitted that it would be better to abandon the mission, because the chance of success was almost zero. Zhang Yue immediately asked why she had posted the bounty in the first place, if she never believed it could succeed. She had brought him into the other world already. Wasn't it far too late to back out now? 40,000 let out a weary sigh, as though she had long since run out of hope. She explained that she had almost given up already. The one who refused to quit was her older sister, while she was merely the one suffering the consequences. Then she sadly admitted that she possessed a dysastor-type constitution and that everyone would be better off staying away from her. After saying that, she told Zhang Yue to check her information himself. She showed him her status screen. It revealed a special class called Calamity Mage. Because of her calamity body, she could never farm monsters alone and had to stay in a party. Anyone who teamed up with her would share her bad luck. If either one died, both would die and drop back to level 0. Leaving the party would reset her level while the other person stayed safe. This curse would only disappear after clearing the first world. Anyone who killed her would also gain an enormous amount of EXP. Seeing those details, Zhang Yue immediately remembered a rare group that existed in this world. Besides normal combat classes and life professions, there was also an extremely rare special type. These people had to break their class limit before evolving into a true profession. The odds were almost 1 in a million, but anyone who succeeded could awaken an incredibly powerful class, sometimes even reaching legendary or mythic rank. Most never made it through the barrier, and were eventually treated as failures before fading from the system. 41 sadly admitted it had been over 3 years since her awakening. She had tried more than 100 times and still failed to break the limit. Because of the world's rules, she could only party with one person, leaving her completely trapped. On top of that, party members could not be more than 10 levels apart. That meant both had to stay at a low level, making the first world boss almost impossible to defeat. She paused as tears slowly rolled down her face while softly calling his name. Zhang Yue suddenly asked a question that left her frozen. What if he could help her clear this world? At that moment, hope returned to 41's eyes. She looked both shocked and unable to believe it. Her voice trembled as she asked again, still unsure if she had heard him correctly. For years she had dreamed of breaking her class limit and becoming a recognized profession holder. His offer felt like the light at the end of a tunnel. She could barely stay calm. It felt as if a dream had suddenly become reality. Zhang Yue cut her off and told her to focus on clearing the first world mission first. He briefly explained that unlocking the world boss required completing a chain of basic quests. The first objective was killing 1,000 monsters. The second mission was collecting silver tokens. The two quickly entered the Rampage Forest. When they encountered a herd of berserk wild boars, Zhang Yue unleashed his full power. His high-grade gear activated, his staff and weapons blazed with light, and a single rank fireball exploded with massive damage, wiping out the entire group in an instant. 41 stood there in complete shock. It was the first time she had witnessed such terrifying power. In only a short time, he finished the monster objective and even gathered every required drop. Zhang Yue asked directly if she was ready to challenge the boss, now that the prerequisite quest was complete. She immediately nodded without any hesitation. Noticing she still looked uneasy, Zhang Yue asked what was wrong. She admitted she still could not understand why someone as strong as him would accept such a difficult mission. Zhang Yue simply smiled and said he was not like ordinary people. Deep down, he felt a little awkward because he could not admit he desperately needed money in the real world. The system confirmed that all conditions had been met. Enough silver tokens had been collected, and enough monsters had been defeated. The World Boss Challenge was now unlocked. Zhang Yue pressed confirm. The space instantly responded, opening a gate to the boss domain. Nightmare Origin, Abyss of Cruel Demons. A notification confirmed that all requirements had been completed. He turned to ask if she was ready. 41 tightened her grip on her staff and nodded. Together they stepped through the gate and entered the boss arena. A system notification announced that they had officially entered the first world's boss domain. They had 1 hour to defeat the boss, the Berserk Wild Boar King. The system clearly warned that if they failed to kill the boss within the time limit or were slain by it, the challenge would be considered a total failure. They would have to restart the entire quest chain before another attempt became available. While getting ready, Zhang Yue casually tossed a pile of support items to 41. She quickly caught them and realized they were rare resurrection items and high-grade healing potions worth a fortune. She was stunned that he had prepared so thoroughly. Zhang Yue simply explained that even though he was confident, unexpected dangers always existed in another world. Bringing extra supplies was the safest choice. He then summoned the silver-armored scorpion, the beast he had obtained from an earlier loot drop, along with the defensive armor taken from Liu Yao. With those 2 layers of protection, tanking the boss would be much easier. The silver-armored scorpion appeared with its stats on display. It was as an elite defensive beast with absolute loyalty, but its loyalty dropped every time it died. Once it reached 0, it would betray its master. Its level was still low, but its defense and HP were outstanding for this stage. The moment it was summoned, its fierce aura spread across the battlefield. Zhang Yue looked ahead and quietly said, "Here it comes." From the darkness emerged the berserk wild boar king. Its body was blood red, its tusks razor sharp, and its killing intent locked onto the 2 of them. Zhang Yue immediately ordered the silver-armored scorpion to charge first. The boss information appeared. Level 10, physical type, 2-star attribute, nearly 10,000 HP, and skills including charge, stomp, and berserk. It was the first world's gatekeeper that everyone had to defeat. Don't worry, this time will be different. 41 tried to calm herself, but the memories of past failures still haunted her. Many challengers had fallen at this very stage. Zhang Yue noticed the fear in her eyes. He understood that this boss had left a deep psychological scar. He immediately told her to stay behind and focus only on healing the silver-armored scorpion. She did not need to fight on the front line. He would handle the damage himself. The boss let out a deafening roar and charged like an arrow. Its brutal charge skill activated, carrying overwhelming force. Zhang Yue did not dodge. He raised his staff as mana gathered at its tip, and a rank fireball shot forward and exploded on impact, dealing 325 damage directly to the charging boss. The flames slowly faded away. Even after taking the hit, the boss never slowed down. Instead, it became even more ferocious and rushed forward even faster. Zhang Yue calmly remarked that a boss of this level really did have incredible durability. The wild boar roared again and launched another charge. Its twin tusks sliced through the air like giant blades. The silver-armored scorpion rushed in to block it. Its massive claws slammed down with a thunderous crash. It managed to stop the attack, but the impact still knocked it back several meters as its legs dug into the ground to keep its balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhang Yue stood behind it and unleashed one fireball after another. A chain of explosions slammed into the boss, forcing it to pause for a moment. He realized that as long as the silver-armored scorpion held the front line, he would have enough space to finish the fight. But the boss quickly flew into a rage and entered berserk mode before launching its strongest charge once again. A devastating ram sent the silver-armored scorpion flying dozens of meters away. The boss stood in the middle of the battlefield, roaring wildly as its eyes stayed locked on its target. Zhang Yue narrowed his eyes as killing intent filled his gaze. This battle would not end as easily as he had expected. The boss charged again with everything it had. Its pressure was even greater than before. 41 shouted for him to dodge, while the injured silver-armored scorpion struggled back to its feet. But Zhang Yue remained perfectly still. His expression never changed, and his eyes looked strangely calculating. He smiled faintly and said, "Just wait a little longer." It was as if he was waiting for the perfect moment to end the battle. Despite its massive body, the wild boar king was incredibly fast. It shot forward like a giant arrow, scattering rocks as it closed in on Zhang Yue. The instant the distance disappeared, Zhang Yue's eyes suddenly changed. He raised the frost staff, unleashing a surge of ice magic, as freezing energy spread across the battlefield. In an instant, the boss was frozen solid. Damage numbers and continuous HP loss effects appeared above its head, showing that the crowd control had taken effect. High-level bosses have 50% crowd control resistance. The freeze won't last long. 41 quickly warned him, her voice full of worry. Just as she predicted, the ice shattered almost immediately. The wild boar king roared furiously as its berserk aura exploded with even greater force, and its speed increased again. This is bad. It has entered frenzy. She tightened her grip on her staff, remembering that the boss would soon use its deadly stomp skill. The silver-armored scorpion charged forward once more, using its massive claws to block the wild boar king's attack head-on. Dust and shattered rocks filled the air, as both sides struggled in the center of the battlefield without giving an inch. Heal it now. The silver-armored scorpion won't hold much longer. Zhang Yue kept attacking while shouting the order. Even with buffs, a level 8 beast could barely withstand a level 10 boss. Got it. 41 immediately cast her healing spell as streams of light flew toward the scorpion. The healing light covered the silver-armored scorpion, allowing it to hold its ground against the boss' razor-sharp tusks. Even with constant healing, she knew they could not keep this up much longer. Jiang Ye remained unusually calm. He said they only needed to buy a little more time, as his staff gathered both ice and fire energy. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes as waves of icy power rained down. A barrage of frost strikes slammed into the boss, forcing it under another crowd control effect. Right after that, another high-level fireball condensed inside his staff, ready for the next burst. Even a level 10 2-star boss with superior stats could not withstand the non-stop combo of ice and fire attacks. The Wild Boar King roared in agony as its body was engulfed by freezing ice and blazing flames, falling into complete chaos. The flames surrounding Jiang Yue flared even higher as his staff locked onto its final target. A massive fireball shot forward and pierced straight through the immobilized boss. 41 watched in disbelief. It was her first time seeing someone weave two elemental skills together so flawlessly. In just a few minutes, the entire battle had turned around, leaving the Wild Boar King with no chance to fight back. Its massive body crashed to the ground before them, bringing the battle to an end. The system announced the defeat of the level 10 2-star boss, the Berserk Wild Boar King. Jiang Yue received the full rewards, including a huge amount of EXP, energy, and currency. Loot poured onto the ground, including silver coins, crafting materials, boss meat, and the Berserk skill book, which traded defense for a short burst of extra damage. There were also several rare pieces of equipment, including armor and rings with life steal and combat stat bonuses. After checking the loot, Jiang Yue quickly sorted everything. The unnecessary items would be sold or discarded, while the skill book would be saved for future combat or one of his summoned beasts. At that moment, a beam of system light surrounded 41. A notification left her completely stunned. Her calamity body had been lifted, and her class had evolved into the epic forbidden mage. She stood frozen, unable to believe that the fate once treated as a curse had completely changed, raising her to an even higher class. While she was still overwhelmed, a worldwide announcement echoed across the system. The system announced that players Ling and Su Jinyan had defeated the world boss and cleared the first world, Nightmare Origin. The news instantly shocked every player because the clear time was unbelievably fast, and only 2 names appeared on the list. As soon as Su Jinyan's name appeared, everyone started talking. Many insisted she was just a calamity mage who could barely fight, meaning someone else had to carry the entire battle. That could only mean an incredibly powerful player had defeated the world boss alone. Before the discussion could settle down, a spatial portal opened beside Jiang Yue and 41. A new system message appeared. The first world had been cleared, and the path to the second world was now open. Players were instructed to prepare for the next stage. The system revealed 2 portals. The red gate led to the second world, while the blue gate returned to the previous world. Jiang Yue decided not to move forward yet. He wanted to settle his resources and basic needs first. With that in mind, he chose the blue portal. Seeing him turn away, 41 hurriedly asked where he was going. Jiang Yue casually replied that he was going to collect the payment from her sister. She watched him step through the portal, her mind still struggling to process everything. Only then did she finally realize that the man before her was Ling, the mysterious player who had single-handedly cleared the first world. Back in the real world, inside the Su Corporation headquarters in the center of Linhai City, the atmosphere was as cold and imposing as any major corporation. A blue-haired woman in a business suit, carrying the presence of a top executive, stood by the window when her assistant entered to report an incoming call. On the other end, Jiang Yue got straight to the point. The mission was complete, and all that remained was transferring the agreed payment. The woman stayed silent for a few seconds before replying that she would verify the information first, and asked him to wait. After hanging up, she leaned back in her chair with a cold expression. The speed of the whole process made her suspect it might be some kind of scam. Just then, the office door opened, and Su Jinyan walked in with a bright smile, announcing that she had succeeded. It had been years since she had seen her younger sister this happy. The woman immediately sensed something unusual. After confirming the truth, she could hardly believe it. Su Jinyan had not only broken free from the calamity body, but had also evolved into an epic class. The moment she heard the word epic, the female director completely changed her attitude. She was thrilled and convinced that a powerful team must have carried her sister through the trial. But Su Jinyan calmly raised one finger and said only one person had helped her from start to finish. The woman froze and asked again, unable to believe what she had just heard. She immediately turned to her computer and checked the records with a serious expression. After confirming the data, she realized the person who helped her sister was Ling, the mysterious player shaking the entire internet. On the class advancement forum, everyone was talking about the first world's record being shattered by the mysterious powerhouse known as Ling. The two players had set a brand new record and were expected to become the first to enter the second world this year, a feat that could reshape the future of the Dragon Nation. The director immediately called an executive meeting and declared that they had to recruit the force behind Yanyu Pavilion at any cost. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue received a call from the hospital, confirming the payment had arrived. They also reminded him that 41 still needed long-term treatment, which would require significant monthly expenses. After hearing the update, he simply frowned and said he understood, but told the hospital to continue giving her the best care as agreed. After hanging up, Zhang Yue fell into deep thought. Even as one of the strongest experts in the Dragon Nation, he was still being held back by money. He suddenly remembered Liu Yao's earlier job offer, with a monthly salary of 50,000. If he had accepted it, he would not be struggling financially now. The thought left him feeling slightly regretful. While he was still thinking, his phone rang again. He answered without hesitation. A cold but composed female voice introduced herself as a representative of Yanyu Pavilion and invited him to join the guild. Inside the Su Corporation meeting room, several senior executives listened to the call. Su Jinya continued explaining the offer. Yanyu Pavilion provided full benefits, insurance, a base salary of 30,000 per month, plus performance bonuses. Zhang Yue smiled faintly after hearing the offer. The timing could not have been better. Without any hesitation, he accepted. The people on the other end were briefly stunned, clearly not expecting such a quick answer. He then added one condition. He would only participate in important missions or major guild activities. Otherwise, the guild could not interfere with his personal life or limit his freedom. To let everyone in the meeting hear clearly, Su Jinya turned on the speakerphone. One senior executive immediately objected, arguing that guild members had to serve the guild and could not demand complete freedom. Zhang Yue listened, rejected the argument on the spot, said there was nothing more to discuss, and hung up without another word. The sudden silence after the call left the entire meeting room speechless. Chairman Su Shen immediately asked Su Jinya if this was really the person she insisted on recruiting at any cost. The board members also voiced concerns, saying his attitude was disrespectful and could become a risk for the guild. But Su Jinya stressed his true value. He had cleared the first world in less than half a day and broken a record that had stood for centuries. A talent like that was incredibly rare and had to be secured. While Chairman Su Shen was still considering the matter, she stood up and firmly declared that his ability was worth every concession. She proposed accepting all of his conditions for now, bringing him into the guild first, as long as he agreed to participate when truly needed. After a lengthy discussion, Chairman Su Shen finally gave in, but warned that if Zhang Yue ever became uncontrollable, he would deal with him personally. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue received yet another phone call. He quickly evaluated the new guild. It ranked among the top 5 in the entire Zhening province. While it was weaker than Jizun Guild, it was more than enough to solve his current financial problems, especially the cost of medicine. As soon as he ended that call, his phone rang once again. This time it was Su Jinya calling back. She confirmed that the guild had accepted all of his conditions and asked when he could officially register. Zhang Yue gave a simple reply. He would work remotely and had no need to visit the headquarters since everyone entered the other world from wherever they were. Su Jinya paused for a moment and asked again just to make sure. She immediately agreed without the slightest delay, afraid he might change his mind. Just like that, Zhang Yue officially joined Yanyu Pavilion. He considered the guild easy to work with, and any income he needed could be earned inside the other world. With everything settled, he opened the teleport interface and prepared to enter the other world again. The system displayed 2 choices, the first world and the second world. He confirmed his entry into the second world. A beam of teleportation light engulfed him, and his figure disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bustling city, yet the air carried an unsettling sense of danger. The system announced, "Welcome to the second world, Zombie Siege. Your current spawn point is the safe zone of Norden City. The world mission activated. Survive the zombie apocalypse, defend the city from incoming hordes, clear 1 dungeon, and participate in 3 zombie waves. Completing these objectives would unlock the second world boss and the next world." Zhang Yue quickly analyzed the mission. The dungeon required at least level 15, and his strength was not stable enough yet, so leveling up came first. The zombie waves could wait for the right moment. He immediately left the safe zone and headed toward the western gate just as an alarm sounded. The second zombie wave was about to begin, and all survivors were ordered to take their battle positions. Soldiers crowded the city wall, fully prepared for combat. A heavily armored captain named Nuo Sen commanded the defense. shouting orders non-stop. He complained that the endless zombie assaults were draining their weapon supplies and making the city's defense harder every day. Even as one of the world's level 2 safe zones, Norden City suffered constant zombie attacks, keeping everyone under relentless pressure. Zhang Yue walked straight to Nuo Sen's and started the dialogue. He volunteered to eliminate the mutated zombies in the Western District, while gathering materials to craft and replenish weapons for the city's defenses. This was no random choice. He had already planned to accept this mission. Although the city offered more than a dozen quests, this one covered a huge area with monsters from levels 11 to 20, making it perfect for farming both EXP and resources. The system immediately confirmed the mission. High difficulty resource collection, difficulty multiplier 200. Eliminate mutated zombies in the Western District and collect large quantities of fire, ice, and poison energy cores. Rewards included massive EXP, silver coins, energy, random equipment, and even a chance to obtain skills or pets. It was considered one of the most rewarding quests in Norden City. Completing it could greatly speed up progress through the second world. Zhang Yue accepted without hesitation. Nuo Sen was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him for stepping forward to help. After taking the quest, Zhang Yue left the city. Outside lay a ruined wasteland filled with blood, corpses, and collapsed buildings. Mindless zombies wandered everywhere, growling among the rubble. The outskirts showed almost no signs of life. Only dried blood and battle scars remained. Among the ruins, several mutated zombies with flames burning across their bodies came into Zhang Yue's view. The system identified them as level 11 flame zombies, magic-type monsters. They could breathe fire, create fire shields, and even grow stronger when struck by fire attacks, making fire magic far less effective. Zhang Yue immediately deployed for battle. He summoned the silver-armored scorpion and equipped his main weapon, the Frostbreaker staff. He launched a powerful fireball that struck the target, dealing heavy damage while triggering an additional frost effect. The damage numbers appeared above the zombie as it staggered from the impact. The flame zombie roared in fury and retaliated by hurling a blazing fireball at him. The silver-armored scorpion instantly rushed forward to intercept the attack, swinging its massive claws to form the front line. Its damage was not enough to break through the zombie's defenses, dealing little more than a taunt, but it successfully pulled all of the monster's aggro. Zhang Yue quickly realized that his fire attacks were being countered by the zombie's fire affinity, greatly reducing their effectiveness. He immediately changed tactics and switched to an ice-based strategy instead. He gripped the Frostbreaker staff as his gaze turned cold, preparing for the next assault. At the same time, he ordered the silver-armored scorpion to keep holding aggro and prevent the zombie from changing targets. The silver-armored scorpion charged forward again, locking both of the flame zombie's arms with its giant claws and pinning it in place. Thanks to its defensive gear, protective skills, and life-steal effects, the silver-armored scorpion could withstand the attacks of a level 11 monster, becoming a reliable shield for Zhang Yue. Watching them work together, even Zhang Yue admitted the coordination was excellent. One held the enemy, while the other focused entirely on dealing damage. He raised the frost staff high as freezing energy spread across the battlefield, preparing for the finishing phase. He unleashed a rapid series of ice spells and basic attacks, beginning a relentless assault that completely suppressed the flame zombie with freezing power. A loud explosion echoed across the battlefield as icy energy erupted around the flame zombie. The flames covering its body instantly froze solid, leaving it completely encased in ice. The system announced, Level 11 Flame Zombie defeated. Rewards, 50 EXP and 110,000 energy. After the monster fell, it only dropped a few silver coins, about 5 in total, with nothing else of real value. Zhang Yue picked up the coins and continued clearing the area by wiping out the remaining flame zombies. Monsters in this camp ranged from levels 11 to 13, each one rewarded around 50 to 60 EXP, over 100,000 energy, and a small amount of silver. Even the highest level monsters posed little threat to Zhang Yue. The problem was the terrible core drop rate. Only about 1 in 5 zombies dropped a fire core. After one full sweep, he had only reached level 11. He spent the entire afternoon clearing the camp, killing more than 300 monsters, yet collected only a little over 50 fire cores. The EXP gain was solid, but the loot was disappointing. Feeling tired, he paused the mission to get something to eat, planning to return and continue farming that evening. Just as he was about to leave the patrol zone, a thunderous roar echoed from deep inside the camp. The ground trembled slightly. It was clearly not an ordinary monster. Zhang Yue stopped, his eyes lighting up with interest before heading toward the source of the sound. After passing through the flame zombie territory, he reached the border between the fire and ice zones. Just as he expected, a Lord-class monster had appeared. Standing before him was a gigantic zombie over 30 meters tall. The left half of its body was covered in ice, while the right half burned with raging flames. It was the level 14 Ice Fire Zombie Commander, a magic-type lord. Its detailed stats appeared. Attack 258, Physical Defense 170, Magic Defense 180, over 4,000 HP, and mastery of both fire and ice skills, including Fireball, Fire Shield, Ice Spear, and Frost Domain. It was an exceptionally rare and dangerous dual-element boss. A boss like this was bound to have valuable loot. The chance of dropping rare equipment or skills was extremely high, exactly what Zhang Yue needed after an afternoon of poor rewards. Thinking of that, he smiled faintly and walked straight toward the Lord. Zhang Yue immediately drew the Frostbreaker staff. He steadily closed the distance. The Ice Fire Commander instantly noticed him, turned around, and let out an intimidating roar as its Lord aura erupted. Frost rapidly spread across the ground beneath its feet, expanding into a freezing field. Even from more than 30 meters away, Zhang Yue was affected as thick ice instantly locked both of his legs in place. Without wasting a second, the boss condensed a massive ice spear and rushed forward at incredible speed, leaving almost no time to react. Temporarily immobilized, Zhang Yue could not dodge. The ice spear struck him directly, dealing more than 350 damage and cutting deeply into his HP. He immediately rolled away to avoid the next attack. The moment he recovered, he fired a rapid combo of fireballs and ice pillars in return. Both spells slammed into the boss as alternating fire and ice damage numbers appeared above its head, but the overall effect was far from impressive. Zhang Yue frowned. The boss possessed both fire and ice attributes, greatly reducing the effectiveness of his elemental attacks. It was almost a perfect counter to his current build. The boss hurled another ice spear. Zhang Yue dodged and summoned the silver-armored scorpion for support, but even the summon struggled under the pressure. Just a few fireballs from the boss cut nearly on a third of its HP. Zhang Yue muttered to himself, realizing this battle was on an entirely different level from anything he had faced before. The Ice Fire Commander raised both arms, preparing an even stronger counterattack. The battlefield was instantly swallowed by freezing energy as the zombie commander activated a massive frost domain. Countless razor-sharp ice spears emerged from the glowing magic circle. A rain of icy spikes crashed down from above, slamming into the silver-armored scorpion. Damage numbers around 60 to 70 appeared one after another. In moments, its HP was completely depleted, and the giant beast collapsed. The system immediately announced that the silver-armored scorpion had fallen. It should have suffered delayed resurrection, level loss, and reduced loyalty. However, thanks to Zhang Yue's necromancer effect, it would automatically revive after 1 hour, with all death penalties removed. Only then did Zhang Yue realize he had badly underestimated the boss. After killing his summon, the zombie commander immediately switched its focus to him, unleashing more ice spears that froze both of his legs again. Trapped in place, Zhang Yue watched the boss charge toward him as his expression turned serious. Compared to the bosses from the previous world, this one was on a completely different level. Just as the zombie commander was about to reach him, a purple bolt of lightning tore through the sky and slammed into the boss, dealing damage and pinning it in place. A female mage in flowing robes appeared beside Zhang Yue, holding a staff glowing with blue light. Her delicate features and striking presence felt strangely familiar at first glance. The woman known as 40 Wan glanced at Zhang Yue and calmly said she would handle the crowd control while he focused on dealing damage. Her voice confirmed exactly who she was. The moment the control effect began to fade, Zhang Yue tightened his grip on his staff and prepared to strike back. He unleashed consecutive ice and fire spells, pouring damage into the zombie commander. As soon as it broke free, it was frozen all over again, forcing Zhang Yue to maintain constant pressure. The instant the restraint ended, the monster let out a furious roar as its terrifying aura erupted once more. Before it could recover, Su Jinyan hit it with another fireball, throwing it right back into another control effect. Seeing that even her fireball could restrain enemies, Zhang Yue looked at Su Jinyan with clear surprise. She immediately activated another unique mage skill, layering an additional control effect onto the zombie commander. One crowd control skill followed another without leaving a single opening, leaving the boss almost completely helpless. Only then did Zhang Yue truly realize how overwhelming an epic forbidden mage could be. 3 different control skills could be chained endlessly, while his own skill set was still far too limited. Thinking about it, it made perfect sense. Su Jinyan was the vice leader of a major guild, with access to resources and skills far beyond those of ordinary players. Taking advantage of the boss being locked down, Zhang Yue unleashed everything he had. Damage numbers exploded non-stop as burn, critical hits, and freeze effects piled onto the zombie commander. Their teamwork rapidly drained the boss HP. The key was Su Jinyan's relentless crowd control. The zombie commander barely had a chance to act, allowing Zhang Yue to attack without interruption. In only a short time, the two of them worked together to defeat the zombie commander. The system immediately announced their victory, confirming that both players had defeated the level 14 boss and received the appropriate EXP and rewards, with the finishing blow and party distribution calculated separately. After the battle, Zhang Yue walked over to collect the loot. He suggested splitting the rewards fairly with 40 Yuan to repay her help. 40 Yuan shook her head and refused. She explained that she had only happened to pass by while doing another quest, and reminded him that he had already helped her clear her own trial before, so there was no need to keep score. Zhang Yue replied that her sister had already paid him in full. 40 Yuan smiled and answered that was between him and her sister, not between the two of them. As they caught their breath, Su Jinyan quietly introduced herself and naturally asked for his name. Zhang Yue simply turned around, introduced himself, and offered a casual handshake. After a brief conversation, Su Jinyan suggested they work together long-term since their quests followed the same route. Teaming up would make farming much faster. Zhang Yue immediately asked about her class. At the mention of her class, Su Jinyan's eyes lit up. Every one of her skills had evolved into powerful ceiling effects, extending crowd control by 30%, adding 1 extra second of hard stun, and greatly reducing all cooldowns. Hearing that, Zhang Yue instantly understood why her ability to lock down enemies was so terrifying. Fighting together would dramatically increase their farming speed. After that, he did not stay long. He turned to leave, saying he needed to take care of something in Nordzen City, and would return in about 10 minutes, so they could form a party and continue hunting monsters. Watching Zhang Yue walk away, Su Jinyan suddenly felt her face grow warm. She remembered the promise she had once made to marry the person who could free her from her cursed fate. The thought embarrassed her immediately, and she quietly scolded herself for even thinking about it. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue returned to Norden City to inspect the loot from the battle. He had obtained several pieces of equipment along with a skill book. Among them was a 2-star item called Icefire Swiftness. It increased both defense and overall attributes, and every attack temporarily granted 10 points of agility for several seconds. The effect was unusual, but extremely useful for improving his mobility. After reviewing everything, Zhang Yue decided that his next priority was obtaining more high-burst damage skills. Without wasting a second, Zhang Yue pulled out a skill book and spent a huge amount of stored energy to unlock his third skill. It turned into an A-rank skill called Super Flame Missile, summoning 3 fireballs that slammed into the target, each dealing 110 magic damage, costing 72 mana with a 5-second cooldown. After testing it once, Zhang Yue nodded in satisfaction, as his attack rhythm felt much faster. With the new skill and his current speed, he was sure the next monsters would barely have a chance to touch him. Right then, the system notification suddenly rang with a new message. It was an invitation from Su Ya to join the Yanyu Pavilion Guild. After a brief thought, Zhang Yue accepted and officially became a member. With everything ready, his gear secured, and his skills taking shape, he immediately returned to the battlefield to continue the mission. Back in the other world, Zhang Yue quickly locked onto a level 12 flame zombie and unleashed a rapid chain of ice and fire skills, flooding the target with non-stop damage. A single short combo was enough to erase the level 12 monster before it could fight back. Su Jinyan watched the entire fight in stunned silence before admitting Zhang Yue was far stronger than she had imagined, while Zhang Yue also recognized that she worked well as a teammate. After hearing that all her equipment came from her older sister, Zhang Yue could not help but admire it. Top-tier gear really made a huge difference when the resources were there. Su Jinyan suddenly asked if he was hiding his true power or using some rare equipment because his damage output was far beyond normal. Zhang Yue calmly replied that he was a mythic-class profession holder, so he did not rely entirely on equipment. She immediately rejected the claim because, in her understanding, a mythic profession should come with a special awakening phenomenon, yet nothing like that had appeared. Zhang Yue did not explain further, and simply said she could believe it or not. Seeing he had no intention of saying more, Su Jinyan dropped the topic, and the two continued hunting monsters together. After finishing the collection objective, they headed to the next mission west of Nading City, where mutated zombies had occupied the area. They needed to eliminate monsters and collect enough fire, ice, and poison zombie cores for experience, gold, and random equipment rewards. At the same time, the Yanyu Pavilion Guild's system issued an urgent notice ordering every member to gather at the designated street within 10 minutes. Anyone absent would be expelled immediately without exception. Seeing the forceful announcement, Su Jinyan frowned in confusion, while Zhang Yue also wondered what Chen Jin was trying to pull with such an overbearing order. Su Jinyan explained that Chen Jun was the branch leader of Yanyu Pavilion in Linhai and had family ties with the Su family. He had gained the position through arrangements made by the elders. After hearing that, Zhang Yue only gave a faint smile, asked nothing more, and left the defensive camp with her to head toward the guild's meeting point. In the northern wilderness outside Nading City, a mutated frost zombie suddenly let out a furious roar, spreading a savage aura across the battlefield. It slammed both hands into the ground, splitting the earth apart as rocks exploded everywhere, and the shockwave blasted nearby profession holders into the air. Many were struck before they could recover, their bodies thrown backward, as if the entire formation had been shattered. The battlefield had fallen into complete chaos. One faction focused on attacking the boss, while several other groups rushed in to compete, making the situation even more confusing. Liu Yao, the leader of one faction, roared in anger that Yanyu Pavilion had discovered the boss first, and the other group was openly stealing it. Facing them were members of the Supreme Guild, acting with complete arrogance, and even ordering the destruction of Yanyu Pavilion, because they believed the two sides were not on the same level. Just as both sides were about to clash, waves of fire suddenly rained down from the sky and slammed into the Supreme Guild formation, instantly breaking it apart. Before the Supreme Guild could react, chaos swept through their ranks, and the entire formation collapsed in an instant. Liu Yao shouted in fury as his eyes scanned the battlefield for whoever had just ruined his plans. Amid the tense standoff, the heavy sound of iron boots echoed across the field as a lone figure slowly walked into the battlefield. When Liu Yao realized the newcomer was Zhang Yue, he froze for a moment before curling his lips into a mocking grin, clearly surprised as he threw out a taunt about fighting over the boss. Before things escalated, the story jumped back about an hour to when the frost zombie first appeared in the wilderness and threw the area into chaos. At that time, Yanyu Pavilion had already formed an assault team, bombarding the boss with arrows and long-range skills. The boss was simply too strong. A single swing sent multiple players flying and shattered their formation again and again. One member nervously said that without a control mage, getting close to the boss was almost impossible. Standing in the rear, Chen Jun kept reassuring everyone, saying they only had to hold the line until Su Jinyan arrived. Right then, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan entered the battle zone and appeared in the middle of the chaotic battlefield. Their arrival immediately sparked discussion. Su Jinyan drew plenty of attention, while Zhang Yue was dismissed as nothing more than the guy accompanying her. Hearing the gossip, Su Jinyan quietly told Zhang Yue not to mind it, and added that she was not as cold as the rumors claimed. Zhang Yue simply gave a calm reply. His reaction only made her feel awkward, and the more she thought about what she had said, the more embarrassed she became as her face turned slightly red. At that moment, Chen Jun walked over with a cheerful smile and warmly welcomed Su Jinyan as if he had been waiting for her. But the moment he noticed Zhang Yue beside her, his expression changed as he questioned the identity of the man with her. Su Jinyan immediately shut him down, saying who she chose to travel with was none of his business. Chen Jin quickly made excuses about guild safety, while Zhang Yue realized she was far tougher than she looked. She then turned around and directly asked about the guild's mission. A nearby assassin explained that a mutation had appeared behind the corpse field, and signs pointed to the emergence of a zombie king boss. The moment she heard zombie king, Su Jinyan narrowed her eyes and became noticeably more serious. Defeating the zombie king was considered a critical mission because of the massive rewards and reputation it would bring. Zhang Yue nodded and agreed to join. But just as the group was about to leave, Chen Jun suddenly raised a hand to stop them and coldly ordered Zhang Yue not to participate. Chen Jun immediately looked down on Zhang Yue, mocking him as an ordinary beast tamer who was unworthy of joining the guild mission. His words also revealed obvious personal hostility, especially because Zhang Yue was with Su Jinyan. The people around him quickly joined in to flatter the guild leader. In their eyes, beast tamers were already weak, and with Zhang Yu's unimpressive gear, he would only slow the team down and waste resources. Hearing the mockery, Su Jinyan was about to argue back, but Zhang Yue stopped her with a gesture. Calmly accepting the guild leader's decision, he turned to leave. Seeing that, Su Jinyan suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his hand, and declared that if Zhang Yue was not going, then neither was she. Backed into a corner, Chen Jun reluctantly gave in, though he still sounded annoyed. He allowed Zhang Yue to come along, but only as an observer. He was forbidden from fighting, and would have to cover his own revival costs. Chen Jun then led Su Jinyan away, reminding her that the Zombie King was waiting for her control skills, while telling Zhang Yue to stay behind. Before leaving, Su Jinyan looked back at him one last time. Watching them leave, Zhang Yue quietly judged that it was only a level 15 boss. With such a large team and Su Jinyan's control abilities, victory was almost guaranteed, making it a good chance to observe the strength of a top guild. Back in the present, Zhang Yue stood alone on the battlefield facing the Supreme Guild, yet his presence was not overshadowed in the slightest. The Supreme Guild members immediately recognized him as a beast tamer, making them even more confused about the overwhelming damage they had just witnessed. Liu Yao stepped forward and directly asked whether Zhang Yue had officially joined Yanyu Pavilion. Beside him, Lin Yuanyi mocked Zhang Yue, saying he had once rejected an invitation from the Supreme Guild, but was now helping their rival instead, leaving her disappointed. The moment she finished speaking, a purple sphere of energy suddenly appeared above her head. It exploded almost instantly. Lin Yuanyi barely managed a single cry before collapsing unconscious on the spot. The attacker was Su Jinyan. After her decisive strike, the battlefield instantly fell much quieter, while Zhang Yue simply let out a faint laugh. At that moment, Liu Yao called out to Zhang Yue once again. He openly tried to recruit him, offering several times the salary of Yanyu Pavilion, a high-ranking position, and even leadership authority within the guild. Hearing that, Su Jinyan grew worried and quickly reacted, afraid Zhang Yue might be tempted by the generous offer. Zhang Yue calmly replied that since he had joined Yanyu Pavilion, he would not switch sides so easily. His answer was enough to put her at ease. Even so, he did not completely close the door, only saying that the future was unpredictable, and they could talk about it another time. Hearing that balanced response, Liu Yao immediately realized there was still hope and welcomed him, saying that the Supreme Guild would always have a place for him. He then decisively ordered his entire team to withdraw from the battlefield. One guild member looked completely confused, wondering why they were leaving when the boss was almost defeated. Liu Yao smacked his subordinate on the head in anger, saying this was a strategic decision, and not something that could be judged by a single boss fight, then repeated the order to retreat. Under his command, every member of the Supreme Guild left the battlefield. Once things settled down, Su Jinyan quietly thanked Zhang Yue for standing by his decision earlier. In the distance, the boss' eyes gradually turned more savage as its killing intent surged. The next moment, the Zombie King's massive arm swung down like a giant hammer straight toward them, forcing both of them to dodge in opposite directions. They tightened their grips on their staffs, staring at the enormous arm buried in the ground, as the pressure from the monster grew even heavier. Even after seeing the mountain-like body of the giant monster, Zhang Yue showed no fear. Instead, his excitement only grew stronger. The information window revealed the desolate Zombie King, a level 15 2-star physical boss, with extremely high attack and defense, nearly 16,000 HP, deadly area attacks, and overwhelming battlefield control, worthy of a true regional ruler. Zhang Yue lightly spun his bone ice staff, locked onto the target, and calmly walked forward as if he were deliberately closing the distance. The moment he entered range, he unleashed Super Flame Missile. The blazing attack exploded against the boss, landing a massive critical hit that reduced the desolate Zombie King's HP to only about 3 points. Everyone in Yanyu Pavilion froze in disbelief. No one could believe that a beast tamer had nearly killed the boss with a single attack. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Zhang Yue glanced at Su Jinyan and signaled her to follow their usual strategy. She nodded immediately. After fighting together for several days, their teamwork had become almost flawless. One focused on crowd control, while the other poured out damage, and together, they fought like a perfectly synchronized machine. As their combined skills landed, a relentless wave of damage erased the boss' remaining health in an instant, ending with one final agonized roar. The gigantic, desolate Zombie King finally collapsed to the ground, shaking the entire battlefield. Without wasting a second, Zhang Yue put away his staff, turned around, and walked away without hesitation. The system announced the defeat of the level 15 2-star boss, distributing experience and rewards according to participation, damage dealt, and the finishing blow. Everyone in Yanyu Pavilion was left utterly stunned, unable to understand who Zhang Yue really was, after watching him drive away the Supreme Guild and practically solo the boss. After everything was over, Su Jinyan smiled and thanked him for helping the guild secure such an important boss, while Zhang Yue simply replied that it was part of the mission. Only then did everyone truly realize how important Zhang Yue was, and the way they looked at him completely changed. A while later, the group returned to Nading City. As they entered the city, they were still discussing the battle when a voice suddenly stopped them. Chen Jun appeared and immediately questioned them about the boss fight and the mission results. A guild member quickly reported that Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan had not only defeated the boss, but had also driven away the Supreme Guild. Chen Jun could hardly believe what he heard. Several others confirmed they had witnessed Zhang Yu's overwhelming strength with their own eyes, proving he was nothing like the weak fighter Chen Jun's had assumed. After recovering from the shock, Chen Jin suddenly changed his attitude and questioned why Zhang Yue had not acted sooner, instead of waiting until the situation became so dangerous. He immediately accused Zhang Yue of deliberately disobeying guild orders and declared that he had the authority to expel him from Yanyu Pavilion. Zhang Yue stayed calm and casually grabbed the finger that was pointing at him. He reminded everyone that the guild leader himself had forbidden him from joining the fight from the very beginning. He added that the mission was simply to defeat the boss, and since that goal had been achieved, the rest was not worth arguing about. Another guild member stepped forward and confirmed that without Zhang Yue, the mission would have failed long ago, and the entire team might have been wiped out. His contribution was undeniable. Those words left Chen Jun speechless with no argument left to make. Su Jinyan immediately took Zhang Yue's hand and led him away, unwilling to waste any more time arguing with the guild leader. Chen Jun's expression darkened as his frustration grew, and he immediately ordered someone to keep Zhang Yue under surveillance. His subordinate accepted the order and quickly left to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan returned to the wilderness outside Nading City and headed straight for the area where poison zombies had been reported. The moment they arrived, a thick rotten stench filled the air, making both of them frown at the polluted surroundings. Zhang Yue warned that these poison zombies were far more troublesome than the previous types and required extra caution. Su Jinyan asked whether their damage was especially high, and Zhang Yue explained that their greatest threat was not raw damage, but an extremely dangerous special skill. Before the battle began, the system displayed the information for the mutated deadly poison zombie, a level 17 magic-type monster, with average attack and defense, high HP, and a unique poison effect that dealt damage over time for several seconds, and was nearly impossible to remove. After hearing the detailed description, Su Jinyan became briefly distracted as if she were thinking about something else. Zhang Yue calmly said that as long as healing arrived in time, this poison was not too frightening, bringing her attention back immediately. A moment later, she suddenly remembered something important and was about to speak. She took out a pair of silver-gray bracers from the mission storage and handed them to Zhang Yue as the guild's reward for his contribution. After accepting the reward, they wasted no time and immediately resumed the mission with their usual roles, one controlling the enemies while the other focused on damage. As the battle started, a purple ring of energy instantly wrapped around the poison zombie and completely immobilized it. Right then, Su Jinyan called out, signaling the perfect moment to attack, allowing Zhang Yue to unleash his full combo. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhang Yue chained together ice and fire skills, flooding the target with non-stop damage until the monster's entire health bar vanished within moments. The sight left Su Jinyan frozen for several seconds, amazed by how quickly and cleanly the fight ended. Zhang Yue simply replied that clearing monsters became much easier with someone providing crowd control. As night fell, Zhang Yue began to sense that someone was secretly watching him from a distance. Elsewhere in the darkness, a member of Yanyu Pavilion was reporting the surveillance results to his superior. The report stated that Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan were currently gathering mission materials together, working closely as a team, and constantly coordinating during combat. Hearing this, Chen Jin flew into a rage, especially after learning that Su Jinyan had not treated anyone else so warmly since her profession awakening. Someone beside him even suggested removing Zhang Yue from the guild to break their connection. Just then, an urgent system announcement echoed across the entire region. The warning stated that within 30 minutes, a level 13 zombie tide would attack Nading City, and all profession holders were ordered to prepare for the city's defense. Seeing the announcement, Chen Jun revealed a cold smile, believing that the perfect opportunity had finally arrived. He was certain he could use the zombie tide to get rid of Zhang Yue without getting his own hands dirty. A subordinate reminded him that the safe zone allowed resurrection, making it difficult to kill another player, but Chen Jun immediately dismissed the concern. He explained that once the zombie tide began, the safe zone rules would be disabled, making it the ideal time to eliminate the target. In another area, zombie corpses were scattered across the ground as the air reeked of death. The battlefield was littered with dropped items and resources after each wave of monsters was defeated. While collecting the loot, Su Jinyan happily noted that the mission was almost complete. They only needed a few more poison zombie cores before the zombie tide began. At that moment, a zombie suddenly lunged forward and bit directly into Zhang Yu's arm. Startled, Su Jinyan immediately raised her staff to strike back and save him. Before she could act, Zhang Yue had already swung his staff and sent the zombie flying. Blood began to drip from the wound on his arm. He pretended to weaken and sat down, saying he had been careless and should return to the city before things got worse, making Su Jinyan worry. Far away in the darkness, a shadow silently watched everything unfold. After that, the two of them returned to Nading City. They reported the collection quest to the NPC captain. The system rewarded them with experience, gold, equipment, and a new skill book, while the massive experience gain pushed both of them through multiple level-ups. Beams of level-up light flashed around them. Zhang Yue jumped 2 levels to level 17, while Su Jinyan also gained 2 levels, greatly increasing her strength. After realizing she had reached level 16 and received 2 new 2-star pieces of equipment, Su Jinyan smiled happily before asking how Zhang Yue was doing. Zhang Yue calmly replied that he had reached level 17, then casually put away the silver armor he had just used in battle. He let out a quiet sigh, feeling a little disappointed that the Beast Tamer class split experience with pets. Otherwise, his level would have been even higher. Seeing that he had not dealt with his new equipment yet, Su Jinyan tilted her head and reminded him to strengthen it before the zombie tide began. Hearing that, Zhang Yue took out all of his new equipment and immediately began refining it. The first result was a level 15 golden armor that greatly boosted HP and constitution while also reducing damage taken from zombies, making it the perfect gear for the zombie tide. Next came a pair of boots of the same quality, increasing physical and magic defense along with strength and durability, greatly improving his survivability against zombies. Looking over his newly completed gear set, Zhang Yue smiled, feeling confident he could handle almost anything the upcoming zombie tide could throw at him. Excited by their progress, Su Jinyan offered to fight the incoming zombie tide alongside him. But at that very moment, she received a message that instantly changed her expression. The message was from Su Shen, telling her to return to the company immediately because of an urgent matter. He also said everyone in the family was waiting and had already sent someone to pick her up. After reading it, she reluctantly told Zhang Yue that she had to leave and would not be able to join him during this zombie tide. Before leaving, she warned him that, although a level 13 zombie tide was not especially difficult, its overwhelming numbers still made it extremely dangerous. Zhang Yue simply nodded and told her not to worry and to take care of her family matters. Su Jinyan then activated her teleportation mark and left the other world. As the zombie tide drew closer, the sky above Nading City became increasingly eerie, with thunder rolling overhead and icy winds sweeping across the city. More than 20,000 profession holders gathered throughout the city as a tense silence settled over everyone, waiting for the battle to begin. The system officially announced the start of the zombie tide. During the event, no one could leave the other world. The city's protection system was disabled, and defeating at least 50 zombies would count as meeting the completion requirement. In the distance, the roars of countless undead echoed through the air, signaling the massive invasion. The zombie tide officially erupted as hordes of zombies charged all 4 city gates at once. The profession holders rushed out to meet them, but despite the similar levels, the endless numbers overwhelmed many fighters, and casualties quickly began to mount. At the western gate, Zhang Yue single-handedly held back the wave of level 13 zombies. His level 17 damage was overwhelming, preventing any monster from getting close. He calmly calculated that the zombie tide would last about an hour before retreating on its own, and once he reached 50 kills, he could take a break. In a short time, he completed the required kills. Just as he was about to head back into the city, a desperate message appeared in the guild channel from the northern gate, where several guild members were trapped and surrounded. Seeing that the request specifically called for him, Zhang Yue smiled faintly and immediately replied that he was on his way. The moment he closed the guild notification, Zhang Yue headed straight for the northern gate. When he arrived, the scene matched his expectations. The walls had been breached, zombies poured in like a flood, and a group of profession holders was cornered in a narrow alley, desperately trying to survive. Not far from the battlefield, several figures stood by the windows of a tall building, watching everything unfold. Their eyes remained fixed on Zhang Yue, as if waiting for their prey to walk into the trap. Chen Jin stood with his arms crossed before the window, looking down with a cold smile. He believed Zhang Yue was simply too overconfident, and once he entered the plan, there would be no escape. He also confirmed that his subordinate's report about Zhang Yue's weak defense was completely accurate. Chen Jun continued explaining that he had already positioned 10 level 12 archers in ambush inside the alley. Once they received the signal, they would unleash a coordinated volley powerful enough to burst down and kill Zhang Yue on the spot. In his mind, once Zhang Yue was killed here, he would be camped at the respawn point and never get a chance to fight back. Chen Jun glared with pure hatred, clenched his fists, and declared that Su Jinyan was his target alone. Down on the battlefield, Zhang Yue calmly walked into the alley, stepping over zombie corpses without a care. The moment he entered the ambush zone, arrows rained in from both sides and sealed every escape route. In that instant, Zhang Yue summoned the silver-armored scorpion. Its steel-like shell blocked every arrow without letting a single one through. The shocking scene left the ambushers frozen. To them, a beast tamer should never have such incredible defense. The system immediately warned that another player had launched a malicious attack, granting Zhang Yue the right to retaliate without gaining crime points. Standing behind the scorpion, Zhang Yue's eyes turned cold. He asked if the ambush was over because now it was his turn. The battle erupted at once. To the disbelief of everyone in Yanyu Pavilion, Zhang Yue barely used any skills and wiped out the level 112 archers with basic attacks alone. The silver-armored scorpion did not stay idle either. One sweep sent 2 enemies flying and killed them on the spot. Death notifications filled the system as bursts of white light flashed across the narrow alley. In just moments, all of the ambushing archers were completely wiped out. From the upper floor, Chen Jun watched everything in stunned silence as his entire plan collapsed in an instant. He grabbed one of his subordinates by the collar and angrily blamed him for the false report about Zhang Yue's defense. At that moment, a massive explosion shattered the second-floor window as a fireball blasted into the room. Through the thick smoke, a lone figure stepped forward with an icy aura that filled the room. Zhang Yue appeared with killing intent in his eyes and said this kind of trap could never stop him. Seeing Zhang Yue suddenly standing before him, Chen Jun panicked but forced himself to ask what he wanted. Zhang Yue gave a cold smile and brought up the surveillance and ambush, prepared after the Corpse King boss was defeated, saying it had all been aimed at him. Only then did Chen Jin realize the truth. Zhang Yue had acted weak on purpose to lure him into the trap. With his scheme exposed, Chen Jin admitted everything and declared that he would kill Zhang Yue right there. Before he could move, Zhang Yue raised his staff and unleashed Ice Spike directly at him. The attack shattered Chen Jun's weapon and threw everyone from Yanyu Pavilion into panic. Someone nearby immediately shouted for everyone to kill Zhang Yue for attempting to assassinate their guild leader. An assassin instantly rushed toward Zhang Yue at incredible speed. Zhang Yue never moved. He simply lifted his staff and fired a fireball. One short explosion was all it took to erase the assassin, without any chance to resist. Chen Jun only caught a flash of white light before freezing in shock. A single attack had killed an elite sanctuary's assassin, but who had done it? Before he could react, another fireball slammed into Chen Jun, engulfing him as his scream echoed before he disappeared. Before the smoke had even cleared, Zhang Yu's gaze grew even colder, and a faint smile appeared, as if warning everyone that he was untouchable. After killing a white name player, the system forcibly revealed Zhang Yu's true ID, identifying him as a level 17 necromancer, while 2 white lights flashed at the respawn point. As the resurrection light faded, the 2 revived players froze in shock. Zhang Yu's identity and level terrified them, reminding them of the man who had cleared the world's first challenge in half a day. They could not understand how a beast tamer had become a necromancer, and even Chen Jun asked in fear. At that moment, every piece finally fit together. Chen Jun trembled with rage as he realized Zhang Yue had hidden his true strength all along, pretending to be weak, and swore eternal revenge. In the real world, inside the Su Corporation building beneath the light night rain, a woman's firm voice declared that she refused. Su Jinyan said, with both frustration and helplessness, that she had never loved Chen Jun. Chen Tianqiang only smiled faintly, saying feelings could grow over time, then presented a long list of gifts, as though everything had already been arranged. He began listing the benefits: an epic energy potion that doubled energy gains for a month, along with a gold enchanted gear set that greatly boosted crowd control. Each item was worth millions and had been gathered by the Chen family at great cost. Chen Tianqiang kept painting a bright future, saying Chen Jun was the sole heir, and that marrying into the Chen family meant unlimited resources. His words sounded more like a forced marriage proposal. Before he could finish, Su Jinyan cut him off and firmly declared that she alone would decide her future. Her response left Chen Tianqiang embarrassed, and his face darkened with frustration. Su Shen immediately spoke in a stern tone, accusing her of being ungrateful after everything the family had invested in her. The atmosphere turned heavy, and even Su Jinya, standing nearby, looked visibly uncomfortable. Su Jinya stepped forward and embraced her younger sister, firmly saying that love was never something to be traded, and no one had the right to choose for her. She gently comforted her sister, telling her to follow her own heart because she would always stand by her side. Hearing that, Su Jinyan finally relaxed and thanked her. Just then, everyone's phone rang at the same time, instantly breaking the tense silence. The news left everyone frozen. Chen Jun had been killed, and the one responsible was Zhang Yue. Chen Tianqiang's expression changed instantly. He slammed his phone down in fury, believing he had already compromised for the Su family, only for his son to be murdered by one of their own. Su Shen tried to stay calm, and quickly said there had to be some misunderstanding. Chen Tianqiang refused to listen. He left behind a cold threat before storming out without giving anyone a chance to explain. Only Su Jinyan and the two members of the Su family remained, as Su Shen spoke again with a grim expression. He questioned their earlier choices and reminded them how much financial support the Chen family had provided every year. Su Jinyan tried to explain that Zhang Yue would never attack a guild member without a reason. Su Shen immediately shouted that Zhang Yue must be brought before the Chen family to kneel and apologize, or they would lose control of everything here. Before the tension could settle, Su Jinya's phone suddenly rang again, interrupting the argument. As soon as the call connected, Su Jinyan urgently asked where Zhang Yue was and whether he had really attacked Chen Jun. The only reply from the other end was short and simple: I resign. Without another explanation, Zhang Yue officially severed all ties with the guild that very day. Su Jinya froze for a few seconds, then quickly introduced herself, stayed calm, and promised to uncover the truth and clear his name. Zhang Yue had no interest in dragging things out. He coldly replied with one final sentence before hanging up and cutting off all contact. Watching everything unfold, Zhang Yue quickly sorted out his thoughts. Since he had already crossed someone like Chen Jun, the guild leader of Yanyu Pavilion, revenge was inevitable. Instead of wasting time explaining, cutting ties completely was the cleanest choice. The monthly medical bill of 50,000 meant he could not afford to stop. Selling materials was his only income, and to obtain better loot, he had to clear the second world as quickly as possible. He still had 2 corpse-tide events and 1 dungeon left to complete before finishing this world's objectives. He opened the world mission interface again. The second world was set in Nordic City during a zombie outbreak. Humanity faced endless mutations, while the undead prepared to siege the city. The mission required defending the city, surviving every corpse tide, clearing the assigned dungeons, and failure meant there would be no second chance. Completing the progress would unlock the teleport to the second world's final boss, and only after defeating it could he enter the third world. After thinking it through, Zhang Yue realized the more dangerous the dungeon, the greater the rewards. At level 17, the level 20 zone behind the zombie territory was already within reach, while level 15 monsters posed no threat. He decided to head for the Tier 2 Corpse Land dungeon west of Nording City. Not long after leaving the city gates, several groups of players quietly began following him, without hiding their intentions. Before he got very far, another large group suddenly blocked the road. One glance was enough to tell they belonged to Yanyu Pavilion. Zhang Yue coldly spoke a single word: move. Instead of backing away, the group deliberately provoked him, shouting insults, as they tried to force him into attacking first. At first, Zhang Yue thought they had come to throw their lives away. He planned to wait for them to attack first, but he soon realized they were only blocking the road and stalling for time on purpose. Without losing his patience, he calmly asked who was pulling the strings behind them. One assassin answered without hesitation. Chen Jun had paid each of them 5,000 plus a resurrection ticket, with an extra reward for killing Zhang Yue. Hearing that, Zhang Yue instantly understood the real plan. They did not want to kill him outright. They wanted to force crime points onto him, so he would be locked out of the safe zone and boss challenges, trapping him in this world. Just then, another group arrived. Leading them was a wealthy young master escorted by armored knights. He immediately threw out money to recruit the people blocking the road, even doubling the price. The target was Yanyu Pavilion, and the leader was Liu Liu. The enormous offer left the independent players speechless. No one expected someone to spend so much money, and they stood there unsure of what to do. One man quickly introduced Liu Liu as the eldest young master of Linhai City and the richest player in the region, sending another wave of shock through the crowd. In the next moment, every independent player changed sides. They ran off as if fleeing for their lives, scrambling to accept the new job before anyone else. Liu Liu then turned to Zhang Yue and spoke honestly. He said everyone already knew Yanyu Pavilion, and Chen Jin were targeting him, leaving him with almost no way out in this world. Zhang Yue simply replied with complete indifference. Liu Yao kept a calm expression, but his eyes shone with interest. He directly invited Zhang Yue to join the Supreme Guild, promising any benefits he wanted and complete protection from Yanyu Pavilion. After what Yanyu Pavilion had done behind his back, Zhang Yue no longer trusted any guild. He coldly replied that he had no intention of joining one and walked away. Watching him leave, Liu Yao's assistant complained that Zhang Yue was too arrogant. Liu Yao remained calm instead, saying that attitude only proved Zhang Yue could not be controlled, and that Yanyu Pavilion had driven away a true talent with their own hands. On the road to the dungeon, Zhang Yue recalled everything Chen Jun had done. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. He had planned to avoid further conflict, but now he realized Chen Jun had to be dealt with once and for all. The moment that thought crossed his mind, he changed direction and headed straight toward the level 15 Dark Zombie Nest, southwest of Nording City. Most players ignored this place because it offered fewer rewards than higher level zones. Only weaker or average teams usually came here to level up. Before long, Zhang Yue reached the southwest dungeon entrance. A massive cave sealed by magic stood before him, and beside the dimensional gate waited an NPC mage named Mo En. The NPC spoke in a steady voice and asked whether Zhang Yue wished to enter the Dark Dungeon Challenge. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue accepted and received the entry token from Mo En, ready to enter the dungeon. The token in his hand was the standard key for the level 15 zombie cave. It was single-use, bound to its owner, and could neither be traded nor dropped. Its description also mentioned the extremely rare chance to refine it into a golden token that unlocked a hidden dungeon, though almost no one ever succeeded. Even knowing the odds were incredibly low, and the process consumed valuable resources, Zhang Yue decided to refine the token on the spot, in hopes of unlocking a better hidden dungeon. At the same time, in Nording City, Chen Jun logged back in and immediately led his guild out of the city to continue his plan. But the moment he stepped outside, a crowd of independent players rushed toward him with bloodshot eyes, shouting about a 500,000 reward and charging forward like maniacs chasing money. Everything happened so fast that Chen Jun panicked, stumbled behind a tree, and fell to the ground. Both furious and terrified, he could not understand why the people he had hired were now hunting him instead, and immediately suspected Zhang Yue. Seeing the situation turn bad, one subordinate suggested staying inside the city until the resurrection scroll refreshed to avoid unnecessary risks. Chen Jun gritted his teeth in rage but forced himself to endure, swearing that he would make Zhang Yue pay no matter what. Right then, the system suddenly announced to the entire city that someone had used a golden token to transform the Dark Corpse Land into a hidden dungeon for 20 hours. Special participation rewards were activated, and anyone who died during the event would receive one free resurrection. After hearing the announcement, Chen Jun's panic instantly turned into excitement. He saw it as a golden opportunity to farm the dungeon with free revives, so he immediately gathered his people to claim the rewards. North of Nording City, the desolate outskirts remained filled with the familiar sight of players slaughtering zombies. Lu had just cut down another zombie and wiped the blood from his sword when the system announcement appeared. His eyes lit up with excitement. The free revival mechanic was a huge advantage, especially for players without resurrection scrolls. He immediately ordered the entire Supreme Guild to gather and head for the Dark Corpse Land, and the news quickly spread across Nording City. Meanwhile, inside the Dark Corpse Land, Zhang Yue still held the golden token as he quietly cleared every wave of zombies around him. He knew the second world's mission required clearing a dungeon. Now that it had become a hidden dungeon with free revival rewards, countless players would rush in to compete for it. Right where he stood, the zombie corpses he had just killed began to undergo a strange transformation. Streams of black energy gathered from every corpse and converged into a single point before a massive zombie-like creature slowly took shape before him. Even so, Jiang Yue paid little attention to its appearance. His focus remained on the plan forming in his mind, and a faint smile crossed his face as everything unfolded under his control. For now, his priority was defeating the Dungeon Guardian, a magic-type Lord Boss ruling the Dark Corpse Land. Its status appeared before him. Level 15, 210 magic attack, 180 physical defense, 120 magic defense, 1,350 HP, with skills including Dark Death Ray, Damage Curse, and Energy Explosion. It was exactly the kind of boss that lurked in the shadows waiting for its prey. Before long, every zombie around the area had been completely wiped out. The boss could not hold on for much longer, and finally collapsed at Jiang Yue's feet. Jiang Yue stepped on the boss' corpse and coldly warned that refusing to cooperate would end no differently than its followers. Just then, the system broadcast a dungeon-wide announcement that a massive number of players were entering the Dark Corpse Land. The free revival mechanic might have been a minor bonus for Chen Jun, but for players without resurrection scrolls, it was an irresistible reward. From a distance, Jiang Yue watched an endless stream of players pour into the dungeon. Among them, he spotted Su Jinyan leading nearly 100 players, while Lulu commanded almost 200 members of the Supreme Guild into the area. Jiang Yue only had one target, so he wanted to keep innocent people out of his plan. He tightened his grip on the golden token and activated the dungeon's editing authority. The system immediately confirmed that the owner of the golden token could modify 3 permission settings within the Dark Corpse Land. At the same time outside the dungeon, Yanyu Pavilion quickly split into 5-man squads. Hundreds of members spread out while clearing zombies along the way. As the teams advanced, Chen Jun reminded Su Jinyan to stay close to him to avoid danger. Su Jinyan felt nothing but frustration. She wanted to search for Jiang Yue, but family pressure forced her to remain with the group. Just as everyone continued moving, the system suddenly announced several dungeon rule changes. Free revival was cancelled. Leaving the dungeon was no longer possible. The crime point system had been altered. The entrance was sealed, and a new objective required killing 500 zombies along with the dungeon's leader. The moment the announcement ended, Chen Jun's face turned pale. He could hardly believe someone had actually rewritten the dungeon's rules. The strategist beside him quickly analyzed the situation, suspecting that Jiang Yue was the one who had activated the golden token, and that this entire dungeon was a carefully planned trap. Chen Jun immediately rejected the idea, insisting there was no way Jiang Yue possessed something that rare or had enough resources to control an entire dungeon. Nearby, Su Jinyan also sensed that something was wrong. Every change seemed aimed at a specific target, but Chen Jun reassured himself that the other party probably only wanted the first clear rewards. Seeing Su Jinyan beside him, Chen Jun became even more eager to show off. He boldly claimed that no matter how the dungeon had changed, he could still protect her and lead her through it, saying that 500 zombies were nothing to him. Su Jinyan could only sneer to herself, wondering how someone like him thought he could lead a team through the dungeon. Yanyu Pavilion pushed deeper into the dungeon. After more than an hour of clearing, they finally reached the goal of 500 zombies. Standing at the center of the formation, Chen Jun confidently declared it was time to kill the boss and claim the first clear reward. But at that exact moment, every member of Yanyu Pavilion froze. Someone had reached the boss before they did. A voice broke the silence. Everyone was stunned. Chen Jun's face darkened, while Su Jinyan lit up with joy as she recognized Jiang Yue. Right before them, Jiang Yue sat on the corpse of the Dark Zombie Lord, whose HP had dropped below 10. Sitting there like a king on his throne, Jiang Yue looked down at the entire Yanyu Pavilion and calmly said he had been waiting for them for a long time. Su Jinyan quickly stepped forward, both surprised and relieved, asking why he was here, because she had been looking for him. Chen Jin pointed straight at Jiang Yue and demanded to know how he had obtained the golden token, insisting it should never have belonged to him. Jiang Yue said nothing. He simply jumped down from the boss corpse with a smooth and decisive motion. Resting the frost staff on his shoulder, Jiang Yue fixed his cold gaze on Chen Jun and brought up their past encounter. Cold sweat instantly covered Chen Jun as he realized he had walked straight into a trap by relying on the dungeon's revival mechanic, and now every advantage had been turned against him. Even so, Chen Jin tried to save face by bringing up the 3 great families of Lin Hai and boasting that even Su Shun had to show him respect. He turned to Su Jinyan and ordered her to use her crowd control skills against Jiang Yue. She coldly refused, saying everything had started because of him, and she would never help someone trying to kill another person without reason. Her answers left Chen Jun completely stunned, his face turning pale as the situation slipped out of his control. He immediately ordered every member of Yanyu Pavilion to attack, but no one moved. They all knew the gap between themselves and Zhang Yue, and many had already seen him solo a boss. Seeing his orders ignored, Chen Jun grew even angrier. He began offering more rewards and reminded everyone about the revival mechanic to push them into fighting. The promise of money and rewards finally shook some of them. They convinced themselves that sheer numbers could overwhelm Zhang Yue. Greed won in the end. Even knowing the danger, they tightened their grips on their weapons, muttered half-hearted apologies, and charged together. Standing alone against the entire Yanyu Pavilion, Zhang Yue showed no fear. Instead, he gave them a cold smile filled with contempt. He knew the dungeon ignored crime points, so this time he could fight without holding back. The purge was about to begin. The moment the vanguard entered his attack range, Zhang Yue raised the frost staff as his casting speed surged. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue unleashed 3 rank skills in rapid succession: Fireball, Ice Spike, and Flame Missile. The 3 attacks exploded across separate targets, dealing massive damage and instantly wiping out 3 level 14 warriors and knights. The system continuously displayed kill notifications for Yanyu Pavilion players, without adding any crime points. Meanwhile, enemies disappeared one after another in flashes of white light, while their attacks against Zhang Yue barely scratched him, dealing only 1 or a few dozen damage. Elsewhere, Chen Jun took advantage of the distraction and led another group around the battlefield, charging straight toward the Dark Zombie Lord in hopes of ending the fight first. But just as they approached, a gigantic silver-armored scorpion dropped from above and blocked their path. The group came to a halt, staring at the unfamiliar creature. A level 14 warrior from Yanyu Pavilion confidently stepped forward, believing it was nothing more than a minor monster. He swung his sword with all his strength against the scorpion's metallic shell, producing a deafening clash of steel. In the next instant, his sword shattered into pieces, while the scorpion's armor showed nothing more than a tiny scratch. The warrior stood frozen in disbelief. The monster's information then appeared. Elite level 15 silver-armored scorpion, equipped with 2-star gold defensive gear. Its durability far exceeded imagination, making it impossible for low-level players to defeat. As the battle remained in chaos, another massive force of players suddenly rushed onto the battlefield from behind. Arrows poured down like rain as a loud shout echoed across the field. Anyone who killed the target would earn a huge reward. Yanyu Pavilion instantly fell into panic, unable to understand why another faction had appeared inside the dungeon. Even Zhang Yue frowned slightly, unsure where the situation was heading. A loud battle cry rang out from behind as the newly arrived force charged forward. They ran straight past Zhang Yue without stopping. Then they crashed directly into Yanyu Pavilion. Leading the charge was Liu Yao, a level 15 sword and shield warrior wearing golden armor. The moment he arrived, he loudly declared that no one was allowed to touch his man and openly stepped in to protect Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue glanced at Liu Yao and let out a quiet sigh, looking slightly helpless. Chen Jun immediately pointed at Liu Yao and demanded to know why he was interfering. Liu Yao calmly replied that he also preferred solving problems with money and wanted to see who could outspend the other. He then turned toward Yanyu Pavilion and raised the bounty to an outrageous amount. Anyone who killed their own guild leader would receive a reward worth 1 million. The moment those words fell, greed and panic spread through Yanyu Pavilion. Chen Jun screamed in anger and threatened everyone with the names of the Chen and Su families. But just as the battlefield reached its peak of chaos, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, as if something beneath it had awakened. The Dark Zombie Lord, whose HP had been below 10, was suddenly struck by an unknown arrow. Its body glowed with a deep crimson light, and the entire battlefield entered emergency status. The system quickly announced that the boss had entered berserk mode after its HP dropped below the critical threshold. Its power would surge as it evolved into a stronger form, leaving every player horrified. The next announcement made things even worse. The Dark Zombie Lord had evolved into a level 17 elite boss, the Dark Zombie Tyrant King. Seconds later, the ground exploded as a devastating shockwave blasted across the battlefield and sent every player flying. Before everyone's eyes stood a colossal boss nearly 78 meters tall, clad in crimson armor with a shield in its left hand and a massive blade in its right, radiating overwhelming pressure throughout the dungeon. Liu Yao stared up at the towering monster, completely frozen. Only one absurd thought remained in his mind. No one had ever told him that dungeon monsters could evolve like this. The dark zombie tyrant king let out a thunderous roar before swinging its massive blade downward with enough force to crush the entire battlefield. The strike unleashed a terrifying shockwave that swept across the area, forcing both Yanyu Pavilion and the Supreme Guild to shield themselves as they were completely overwhelmed. At that moment, the system made another announcement. Because the Dungeon Guardian had gone berserk, the dungeon difficulty had increased dramatically, and an emergency exit had been opened so players could retreat at any time. A giant portal immediately appeared not far from the battlefield, right behind Chen Jun, making him grin with excitement. Seeing Liu Yao struggling, Chen Jun burst into mocking laughter, saying his rival had finally shown his pathetic side. He drew back his bow as dazzling light gathered around the arrowhead, preparing the finishing shot. Without another moment of hesitation, Chen Jun released the string. The arrow ripped through the air toward the dark zombie tyrant king, but almost at the same instant, a desperate scream came from Liu Yao. Looking closer, everyone realized the boss had switched targets. It marched straight toward Liu Yao, every step shaking the earth and crushing anyone in its path. Members of the Supreme Guild were wiped out in an instant, while Liu Yao collapsed to the ground in complete terror. The boss drew closer and closer as the aura of death engulfed him. Liu Yao cried out desperately for help, having completely lost his composure. But the boss had already raised its massive blade for the final strike. Just before the blade came down, the silver-armored scorpion suddenly rushed in and blocked the attack head-on, its HP dropping sharply in a single instant. Watching from a distance, Zhang Yue frowned slightly. He had not expected Berserk mode to boost the boss so dramatically that even the silver-armored scorpion was now taking heavy damage. At the same time, Chen Jun seized the opportunity and sprinted toward the portal. He looked back with a cold smile, convinced he had escaped danger. Seeing that, Zhang Yu's expression darkened as he shouted sharply. Meanwhile, the silver-armored scorpion was being forced backward by the boss, while Liu Yao still lay helpless on the ground, completely unable to fight back. Zhang Yue calculated the situation in an instant. Chen Jin was about to escape, while Liu Yao was moments from death. He only had one chance to teleport, and choosing wrong meant losing both. Zhang Yue took a small step forward, ready to make his decision. Just as Liu Yao was about to be cut down, Zhang Yue teleported into the attack range and instantly cast an A-rank ice spike. It struck the boss head-on, dealing damage and freezing it for a brief moment. A damage number appeared along with the freezing effect, forcing the dark zombie tyrant king to halt in place. Zhang Yue shouted for Liu Yao to retreat while the opening was still there. The moment the freeze wore off, the boss swung its blade down and carved a massive trench into the ground where Liu Yao had been standing. Liu Yao escaped by the narrowest margin, his heart pounding wildly. Zhang Yue tightened his grip on the staff and locked his eyes on the boss. Even an A-rank skill had dealt only minor damage, proving this level 17 boss had mutated far beyond his expectations. He immediately switched to a mobile fighting style, relying on speed to widen the distance and wait for a counterattack. The boss chased relentlessly, swinging its blade over and over, while Zhang Yu dodged and fired back with fireball and flame missile. Damage numbers kept appearing, but they were still not enough to pressure the boss. The members of the Supreme Guild did not dare join the fight. Liu Yao urged them to help, but everyone hesitated, knowing they would only die for nothing. Fortunately, the boss remained focused on Zhang Yue and ignored everyone else for the time being, though its speed made the situation increasingly dangerous. Thanks to his superior agility and the slowing effect of the frost staff, Zhang Yue could almost predict every move the boss made, avoiding nearly every attack through pure instinct. But after one slight mistake, he barely dodged a heavy slash before the boss closed the distance. Its shield slammed into him, instantly turning the situation against him. The Tyrant King's massive shield was already rising for the finishing blow, leaving Zhang Yue almost no room to escape. At the critical moment, a streak of violet light crashed down like lightning and struck the boss, dealing 65 damage while applying an imprisoning effect. The mage's crowd control had worked perfectly. Turning around, Zhang Yue saw Su Jinyan holding her purple crystal staff in the distance. Calmly, she repeated their old strategy. She would handle the control, and he would handle the damage. Without another word, Zhang Yue immediately understood and launched back into the attack as their rhythm returned. Small but steady attacks landed one after another, each dealing around 200 damage. With the boss locked down by disabling effects, the two worked together flawlessly as its HP steadily dropped, leaving everyone watching in stunned silence. The sight left every member of the Supreme Guild speechless. They could not stop talking about how Miss Su Jinyans of the Su family had pushed her class beyond its limits into a forbidden mage with overwhelming control abilities that almost kept the boss permanently locked down. Someone blurted out that only Zhang Yue could possibly fight a 3-star boss like this. Anyone else would have died countless times already. One player even suggested recruiting both of them into his guild, but his assistant immediately reminded him that Su Jinyan was impossible to recruit, and Zhang Yue was even less likely to be controlled. In the middle of the battlefield, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan continued fighting in perfect sync without the slightest mistake. At last, the boss HP was forced below 1, signaling that the battle was nearly over. Seeing the health bar almost empty, Zhang Yue suddenly stopped attacking instead of dealing the final blow. Su Jinyan looked at him in confusion, silently asking why he was giving up the finishing strike. Zhang Yue simply looked at the boss and explained that he had been the one who activated this hidden dungeon from the very beginning. Hearing that, Su Jinyan froze for a moment as everything suddenly clicked into place. After a brief silence, she immediately understood his intention and nodded in agreement. Without another delay, she raised her staff and prepared the finishing attack. 2 precise strikes dealing about 5,060 damage each landed perfectly, combining to erase the boss' final 0.1 HP. The enormous body of the dark zombie tyrant king crashed to the ground, bringing the battle to an end. Experience light flooded the entire area. Nearly 200 members of the Supreme Guild received the rewards, and more than half of them leveled up on the spot. The dungeon system also confirmed that all participating teammates shared the boss rewards, except those who had left midway. A regional announcement echoed across the area. Nording City congratulated player Su Jinya for becoming the first to clear the level 15 hidden dungeon, Dark Corpse Nest, and awarded a level 15 dungeon scroll. As soon as the announcement ended, the entire dungeon erupted into deafening cheers. Liu Yao rushed over in excitement and hugged Zhang Yue, repeatedly calling him his lifesaver. Zhang Yue answered bluntly that without him, the entire team would have ended in disaster. Hearing that, Liu Yao looked a little embarrassed and asked what he should do next. He first offered 1 million as compensation, but Zhang Yue coldly asked if he had anything more valuable than money. The simple question instantly set Liu Yao off. He passionately talked about his dream of building the strongest guild in the world and immediately invited Zhang Yue to join. He added that the Liu family of Lin Hai was a powerhouse in the potion business, so anyone who joined would never lack resources. Zhang Yue simply raised a hand to stop him, showing little interest. Liu Yao refused to give up and brought up the Liu family's partnerships with the Su family and the Shangguan family to make his offer more convincing. When he mentioned that the Su family specialized in blacksmithing, Zhang Yue frowned slightly in surprise. Liu Yao quickly added that his father was on excellent terms with the head of the Su family, and as long as the materials were available, crafting top-tier equipment was practically guaranteed. After hearing that, Zhang Yue rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Compared to buying finished gear, skilled blacksmiths could forge equipment of far higher quality. Seeing him hesitate, Liu Yao changed his approach. He said Zhang Yue did not have to join the Supreme Guild right away. Becoming friends was enough, and whenever he needed equipment crafted, Liu Yao would personally arrange it. Faced with such overwhelming enthusiasm, Zhang Yue did not know how to respond. In the end, he simply nodded to end the conversation, then turned to Su Jinyan. Together, they headed straight for the portal and left the dungeon. Outside Nording City, news of the battle spread everywhere. Su Jinyan, the second young lady of the Susis family, had awakened an epic-class profession. To everyone else, she was both beautiful and incredibly powerful. Back in the city, Chen Jun was also following the news. He reminded those beside him that Su Jinyan had always been a pillar of Yanyu Pavilion, and claimed this battle proved the guild's true strength. His strategist looked uneasy and pointed out that Zhang Yue had clearly survived. Chen Jun's expression darkened as he admitted he had underestimated his opponent and had even been used against in the hidden dungeon. If he failed to kill Zhang Yue, he swore he would never rest. The strategist reminded him that Zhang Yue was already extremely powerful and now had the Supreme Guild behind him, making any move difficult. Chen Jin only sneered and said that if he could not kill Zhang Yue himself, someone else could do it. The strategist immediately asked what he had in mind. Chen Jun mentioned that many veteran players had been stranded in the Third World since last year, all above level 30. With the influence of the Chen family, hiring them would not be difficult. He threw back his head and laughed confidently, thinking that if Zhang Yue survived the Third World, then luck must truly be on his side. While leaving the dungeon with Su Jinyan, she suddenly asked whether he would consider Yanyu Pavilion an enemy after everything Chen Jun had done. Zhang Yue answered without hesitation. Right now, his only target was Chen Jun, but if Yan Yu Pavilion chose to stand with him, then they would become enemies as well. Relieved by that answer, Su Jinyan let out a quiet sigh and immediately swore that she had absolutely nothing to do with Chen Jun. In fact, she could not stand him. She then brought up the earlier agreement and said the boss kill reward belonged to Zhang Yue before handing all of the dropped equipment to him. Looking at the pile of loot, Zhang Yue smiled to himself. After dismantling and upgrading it, the set would greatly increase both his damage output and survivability. While checking the rewards, a system announcement echoed throughout Nording City. In 30 minutes, a level 15 corpse tide would begin, and every player was ordered to prepare for the city's defense. Hearing about the corpse tide, Su Jinyan became excited because she had missed the previous one and did not want to miss this chance. Zhang Yue quietly calculated that clearing this wave would complete the second world's mission and allow him to enter the third world. She urged him to hurry back and prepare. Zhang Yue simply nodded and picked up his pace. Just then, someone called out to them as a figure rushed straight toward the pair. Lin Yuni appeared, pretending to look weak and pitiful. She lowered her head to apologize to Zhang Yue, saying she knew she had been wrong and begged for his forgiveness. Zhang Yue immediately pushed her away with a cold expression and demanded to know what she really wanted. Choking back tears, Lin Yueni said that Liu Yao had abandoned her. Su Jinyan instantly looked disgusted and asked why she had come running to Zhang Yue just because she had been dumped. Did she think he was some kind of backup option? Lin Yue admitted she once looked down on him for being poor, but everyone wants a better life. She kept trying to convince him, saying he was strong now. His future was bright, and they could start over because she would make him happy. Zhang Yue only gave a cold laugh and said nothing. Su Jinyan frowned in disgust, clearly sick of the whole scene. Suddenly, countless monster roars echoed from the distance, signaling the next monster tide had arrived. Su Jinyan quickly said there was no time to return and prepare, but the secret realm had restored their condition, so they could only fight head-on. Zhang Yue glanced at Lin Yue with open disgust and said she had answered her own question. Once someone lost their value, they were nothing but trash. Then he turned around and walked away without looking back. Lin Yue stood frozen, as regret filled her heart. If she could go back, she would never leave him. But everything had changed, and that man was no longer someone she could control. At that moment, waves of zombies flooded toward Nording City like a black tide, and the battlefield instantly turned tense. Su Jinyan entered combat at once, chaining control spells together and locking down every group of zombies that rushed in. But the horde was too large. She was starting to reach her limit and looked at Zhang Yue for help. Seeing the situation, Zhang Yue joined the fight and summoned the silver-armed scorpion to stand in front of Su Jinyan. The giant beast charged straight into the zombie horde, smashing wave after wave apart with its massive steel claws. At the same time, Zhang Yue began casting, forming one fireball after another in his hands. Flames and magical barrages exploded across the battlefield, burning the zombies away layer by layer. Right in the middle of the battle, a desperate cry for help suddenly came from behind, drawing Zhang Yue's attention. Lin Yue was surrounded by zombies. Her body was being torn apart as she desperately reached toward Zhang Yue for help. Su Jinyan rushed forward to save her, but Zhang Yue grabbed her arm and coldly stopped her from taking the risk. He said there was no saving her anymore, and charging in would only put another life in danger. Not long after, with her low level and no way to resist, Lin Yue was completely devoured by the zombie horde. Zhang Yue paused for a moment and realized she had used up all her revival chances. Su Jinyan confirmed it as well. Her body dissolved into countless white lights before disappearing, leaving only the endless roars of the advancing zombies. Zhang Yue quickly pushed aside his emotions, refocused on the battlefield, and continued leading the attack. For a brief moment, memories of Lin Yue flashed through his mind, but he immediately cast them aside and stayed focused on the present. Inside Nording City, every awakened fighter was giving everything they had, as weapons and skills clashed across the chaotic battlefield. After defeating the required number of monsters, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan retreated to a corner of the city to wait for the monster tide to end. Su Jinyan wondered why it was taking so long, and Zhang Yue calmly explained that there could be up to 3 waves each day. This one was almost over, and they only had to wait for the monsters to retreat. The Second World System announced the mission. In the zombie apocalypse setting, Nording City was under siege. Players had to defend the city, clear the secret realm, and survive 3 monster tides. Failure meant certain death. Success would unlock the third world and the next boss battle. Looking at the mission panel, Zhongyue started calculating. The previous secret realm had given plenty of experience, but reaching the third world would require even faster growth. After making up his mind, he told Su Jinyan the monster tide was almost over. She could stay and rest while he handled something on his own. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhongyue left without another word. Su Jinyan stayed behind alone and quietly muttered that she wanted to go with him, but could not stop him in time. After leaving the team, Zhongyue arrived before a new secret realm, the level 17 zombie hospital. Before the monster tide ended, he decided to clear one more dungeon to maximize his progress. Looking at the zombies inside the ruined hospital, Zhongyue simply smiled and treated them as easy practice targets. He summoned the silver-armored scorpion and began clearing the entire dungeon alone to squeeze out every bit of experience possible. The zombies' screams echoed through the dark hallways. In just half an hour, the entire dungeon was completely cleared with the help of the silver-armored scorpion. The system announced the completion of the level 17 Lost Hospital. Zhongyue received experience, gold, equipment, and skill rewards. He gained 2 levels in a row, jumping from level 19 to level 20 and unlocking the next evolution stage. After checking the newly obtained gear, Zhongyue realized Mei could eventually evolve into a mythic rank. Even the silver-armored scorpion looked excited as it stared at the pile of loot. Zhongyue reviewed his current strength. With a new skill and higher HP and damage, he was confident he could sweep through the entire second world once the monster tide ended. He spent 1 million energy to upgrade lightning spell from rank D to rank A, turning it into super lightning spell K3 with devastating single target damage and a 30% paralysis chance. Then he spent another 90,000 energy to upgrade the Demon Slayer ring to 3-star gold rank, boosting intelligence, spirit, and its mana drain effect, allowing every hit to consume both the enemy's health and mana. Just then, a series of system notifications and private messages appeared before Zhongyue. One message was from Su Jinyan, inviting him to challenge the second world boss after the monster tide ended. The other came from Liu Yao, asking for help because the boss was rumored to be level 23, and his team could not handle it alone. Zhongyue thought it over and decided that having Su Jinyan's forbidden magic would greatly improve their chances. As for Liu Yao, although he talked too much, he had helped several times before, so Zhongyue could not ignore him. In the end, he told both of them to gather at the gate of Nording City in 10 minutes. Before long, everyone assembled outside the city. Zhongyue was a level 20 mythic necromancer, Su Jinyan was a level 19 epic forbidden mage, and Liu Yao brought a level 17 sword and shield warrior, along with more than a dozen level 16 support members. Seeing such a huge group arrive, Su Jinyan laughed helplessly and asked why they had brought so many people. Liu Yao laughed and said that even though Zhongyue was incredibly strong, the second world boss was too dangerous, so bringing extra support would make the battle much safer. Zhongyue simply shrugged and let Liu Yao arrange everything as he pleased. A system notification appeared, confirming the world mission was complete, unlocking the portal to the second world boss, and asking whether the players wished to enter as a party. Zhongyue quickly formed a party and invited everyone, creating a raid force of nearly 100 players. He confirmed entry into the second world boss dungeon with the entire party. A spatial portal opened, and the whole group immediately entered the boss area. The system confirmed that the second world boss dungeon had officially begun. Zhongyue signaled everyone to move forward, and the entire group advanced in formation. Every member answered in unison, filled with determination despite the obvious tension. Together, they crossed the portal and entered the final battlefield. The space twisted, revealing a ruined city buried in darkness. Standing at its center was a gigantic zombie towering 78 meters high like a lifeless statue. Above the monster's head glowed a crimson title, level 20 3-star physical boss, making even the level 16 players feel overwhelming pressure. Liu Yao gasped that this was truly the second world boss. It was nothing like any monster they had faced before, and even their current lineup might not survive. Facing the situation, Zhongyue calmly ordered the Jizon Guild to stay where they were and not act without permission. He also warned Su Jinyan to keep a safe distance, because the boss could kill anyone in a single hit if they got too close. After speaking, Zhongyue summoned the silver-armored scorpion and ordered it to launch the first attack against the Corpse Emperor. He explained that the scorpion had gained enough experience and upgrades during the monster tide, greatly narrowing the gap between it and the boss. A terrifying roar shook the entire ruined city. The Corpse Emperor slowly turned its head. Its blood-red eyes swept across every human before it spoke coldly, asking if they wished to taste death. Without hesitation, the silver-armored scorpion charged at full speed, slamming into the corpse emperor like a massive steel drill. The two colossal monsters roared together, and their collision unleashed a shockwave that violently shook the ground. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhong Yue immediately raised his staff and prepared to cast Super Fireball. The massive fireball exploded against the corpse emperor's body. The huge increase in damage made Zhong Yue realize his new equipment was already showing its full power. In Zhang Yue's eyes, even this high-level boss was nothing more than a slightly oversized elite monster, far from being unbeatable. After taking repeated hits, the corpse emperor went into a frenzy, roaring as it cursed the enemy before it. It grabbed the silver-armored scorpion and hurled it aside like a worthless toy. With blood-red eyes full of killing intent, it declared that all humanity would pay as strange energy sprouts grew along its arm. Death Rift activated. The ground split apart as black vines burst through the stone and charged straight toward Zhang Yu's group. The black growth spread at terrifying speed, ripping the earth apart and carving two massive trenches behind him. Zhong Yue immediately ordered the silver-armored scorpion to charge again and keep the boss occupied. This time, the boss reacted too quickly and knocked the scorpion away with a single swing. Its body flew backward like a cannonball before crashing to the ground dozens of meters away. It landed near Liu Yao's group, startling everyone. Zhong Yue frowned and ordered the support team to heal it immediately and get it back into the fight. The Jizun Guild's support squad instantly cast healing spells together, rapidly restoring the silver-armored scorpion. With nothing blocking its path, the corpse emperor charged directly toward Zhong Yue, each step shaking the ground like an earthquake. Just before it reached him, the silver-armored scorpion rushed back and blocked the attack once again. At that exact moment, Su Jinyan cast a control spell from the side, perfectly interrupting the boss movement. She followed with a fireball that carried a binding effect. The damage was low, but it broke the boss rhythm. Furious, the corpse emperor roared and cursed humanity for fighting so dishonorably. Su Jinyan shouted for Zhong Yue to attack, because she could not hold the boss much longer. Zhong Yue replied coldly that they were not fighting dirty. The boss was simply weaker than expected. Seizing the opening, he unleashed his full combo. Fireball, Ice Spike, and Flaming Missile exploded one after another, as damage numbers flooded the screen, stripping away nearly 14 health bars from the corpse emperor. Liu Yao stood there with his jaw hanging open, unable to believe that a level 20 3-star boss had lost so much health from a single combo. Zhong Yue did not stop. Lightning gathered around his staff as killing intent spread through the battlefield. Above them, countless bolts of lightning converged into a single point as the pressure grew heavier by the second. Super lightning spell crashed down. A gigantic bolt tore through the sky and struck the corpse emperor, dropping its health to a critical level in an instant. The giant boss collapsed onto the ground with a massive impact. Liu Yao let out a relieved laugh and praised Zhong Yue's overwhelming strength. Even Su Jinyan could not hide her shock, while the rest of the team finally relaxed. But suddenly, the ground began shaking violently again, as the boss corpse started to change. A system warning appeared. The second world boss, the corpse emperor, had activated its passive skill, World Destroyer. The ground around the fallen boss continued collapsing, as the tremors grew even stronger. Its massive body slowly rose again, as if it had escaped death itself. Black flames and molten lava erupted from its body. Its aura of destruction spread across the entire dungeon, as it roared that it would drag all humanity into hell with it. Seeing the boss revive, the entire team fell into panic. Liu Yao grabbed Zhong Yue's leg, trembling as he begged for help, saying they had no more chances if they died again. Everyone turned toward the distant spatial portal in horror, but it was far too far away to reach on foot in time. Zhong suddenly looked at the nearby silver-armored scorpion, and an escape plan instantly came to mind. Without hesitation, he grabbed the terrified Liu Yao, who was sitting frozen on the ground. With his other hand, he pulled Su Jinyan beside him. Before either of them could react, Zhong Yue hurled them both high into the air. He threw them directly toward the silver-armored scorpion, catching even the summoned beast by surprise. Zhang Yue immediately ordered the silver-armored scorpion to use all its strength and throw them toward the spatial portal before it closed. The silver-armored scorpion roared, grabbed both of them with its giant claws, and lifted them into the air. Liu Yao screamed in panic, completely clueless about what was happening. With the scorpion's incredible strength, both of them shot through the air like arrows, as the wind blasted their faces, and Liu Yao screamed the whole way. Just seconds later, they landed outside the spatial portal, one face first and the other on their backside. both looking utterly miserable. Liu Yao struggled to his feet, furious and terrified. When Zhongyue still had not appeared, and the portal began shrinking, he grew even more anxious. Inside the dungeon, the ground kept collapsing as lava burst upward. Zhongyue and the silver-armored scorpion were still trapped in the danger zone. The silver-armored scorpion grabbed Zhongyue with its claws again, but he immediately ordered it to throw him out with all its strength. He would recall it afterward. The scorpion roared and hurled Zhongyue toward the spatial portal with everything it had. The instant he was launched, Zhongyue recalled the silver-armored scorpion in mid-air to gain even more speed. His body shot toward the portal, needing only a little more distance to escape the dungeon. But at that exact moment, the ground beneath the portal suddenly exploded. A massive pillar of fire erupted upward and completely blocked Zhongyue's path. Zhongyue's expression changed. He realized his momentum had been broken. If he failed to get past this attack, he would be trapped inside the dungeon. Without hesitation, he summoned his staff. He fired a fireball directly into the towering pillar of flames. The two streams of fire collided, creating a violent explosion that shook the entire area in front of the portal. Outside, the portal continued shrinking. Liu Yao and Su Jinyan waited in panic, and Liu Yao was nearly in tears, convinced Zhongyue would never make it out. Just then, a streak of light burst through the smoke and shot out of the portal. The moment they saw it, both of them realized Zhongyue was still alive, and their panic instantly turned into relief. Zhongyue landed smoothly on the ground with perfect balance. He smiled in satisfaction after escaping the dungeon. Su Jinyan hurried over to check on him, but Zhongyue calmly said it was only the shockwave from the explosion and nothing serious. A system announcement echoed across Nording City, confirming that Ling, Su Yan, and Liu Yao of the Jizun Guild had defeated the Second World boss and cleared the Second World. Liu Yao was so excited he nearly jumped with joy. He repeatedly thanked Zhongyue and promised to reward him with millions for helping them clear the stage. After the long battle, Zhongyue simply said he needed some rest before turning around and leaving. Su Jinyan quickly called out to him. She warned him that Chen Jun had left Yanyu Pavilion and would almost certainly seek revenge, so he needed to stay alert. Zhongyue only replied that he understood before walking away without looking back. After he left, Su Jinyan and Liu Yao exchanged a few words. Liu Yao invited her to enter the Third World together, but she declined. Even so, both of them knew their relationship had changed from rivals into temporary allies. A cold system announcement welcomed every player to the Third World. Reaper descends. Hundreds of white beams fell across a vast graveyard before fading away, leaving only endless darkness and an overwhelming aura of death. As the light disappeared, countless white glows rose from the graves, as though the players had been born in the middle of the cemetery. The members of the Jizun Guild gradually appeared. The moment they saw their surroundings, they shivered. Liu Yao tried to boost everyone's morale, urging them to grow stronger in this new world and become the greatest guild. But he was suddenly interrupted. A foot suddenly stepped on his hand, cutting him off. Liu Yao cried out in pain and jumped to his feet, furious and confused that someone dared attack inside the safe zone. Standing before them were three people, two silver-armored warriors, and a black-clad assassin leading them. The assassin coldly examined the Jizun Guild before asking if someone named Zhongyue was among them and demanded they hand him over. Liu Yao immediately refused, making it clear he would never submit or obey such an order. The strategist behind him quietly warned that these people were no ordinary players and were likely veterans of the Third World. He suggested calling Zhongyue for help, but Liu Yao firmly refused to betray his teammate. Seeing that, the black-clad assassin drew his weapon as killing intent spread through the area. Without another word, he ordered the attack, and the crushing pressure shook the entire Jizun Guild formation. In the blink of an eye, he lunged at Liu Yao, but his blade passed straight through, as though it had struck an illusion, dealing no damage at all. The black-clad assassin froze in confusion, unable to understand why his attack had failed against someone of such a low level. Taking advantage of the opening, Xiao Yao immediately shouted for everyone to retreat and escape the encirclement. But the leader only sneered, declaring that no one would be leaving so easily. The two warriors behind him charged into the formation at incredible speed. Their sweeping strikes instantly cut down more than a dozen Jizun Guild members, as white lights rose one after another. Their identities were revealed. They were level 25 assassins known as Second and Third, ruthless bounty hunters, who killed for money. The moment Liu Yao saw their levels, panic took over. His whole body trembled, and he nearly lost the will to fight. The leader gave a cold warning. If they did not call Zhongyue over, everyone would be wiped out. At the same time in the real world, Zhongyue received a notice at his apartment confirming that his younger brother's medical expenses had been fully paid and his care was guaranteed. The hospital staff assured him they would continue providing the best treatment. Zhongyue gave a brief reply and hung up. He opened a message from Liu Yao, thanking him and transferring more than 1 million as payment for his earlier help. Zhongyue thought it was a generous reward, enough to cover the hospital bills. Just then, his phone rang again. A hurried voice reported that the Jizun Guild was in grave danger. Their guild leader was on the verge of death, and they begged Zhongyue to come immediately. Back in the third world, inside the gloomy graveyard, the 3 assassins surrounded Liu Yao and the remaining survivors, forcing them to kneel in the land of death. One of the assassins suddenly warned that someone was approaching. From the graveyard, a man in a black mage robe slowly walked forward as a chilling aura spread through the deathly mist. Zhongyue stopped, swept his gaze across the scene, and coldly ordered them to release the captives. The black-clad assassin smiled faintly and said someone had paid for Zhongyue's life. Only one side would leave this place alive. The tension reached its peak as Liu Yao quickly tried to negotiate with money. He offered each assassin 1 million and even revealed that he came from the richest family in Linhai, hoping to buy everyone's lives. The 3 assassins fell silent and looked toward their leader, Bu Leng. Second and third were clearly tempted by the larger payment, but Bu Leng immediately shut them down. This contract could not be bought off because the client behind it was no ordinary person. Without wasting another second, Bu Leng pointed straight at Zhongyue and gave the order. In his eyes, Zhongyue was only a weak summoner, so eliminating him first would solve everything. Second moved at once. The instant the order was given, third shot forward like an arrow. His sword technique activated as he accelerated and slashed directly at Zhongyue with overwhelming killing intent. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Zhongyue did not dodge. His eyes turned ice cold. Just as the blade was about to reach him, his figure flashed and vanished as if torn from space. Before the wind even settled, the ground beneath Second suddenly cracked open. A surge of freezing energy locked his entire body in place, and a dark red damage number of 545 appeared above him. Before Second could recover, a bolt of lightning struck him without mercy. Zhongyue instantly locked onto his target and finished him with lightning spell. Second dissolved into white light and disappeared. The death of his companion sent Third into a rage. Veins bulged across his forehead as he roared and charged straight at Zhongyue, refusing to give him another chance. But Zhongyue answered immediately with a counterattack. The exchange exploded into a relentless barrage. From basic attacks to flaming missiles, every spell was unleashed at incredible speed and poured into Third. Within moments, he was beaten to the brink of death before a final lethal strike erased him into white light. Bu Leng's expression instantly changed with disbelief and shock. A fully equipped level 25 player had been killed so quickly, far beyond anything he had expected. Even so, he attacked at once. Using his incredible speed, he circled behind Zhongyue and struck from an almost impossible angle to evade. The icy blade sliced across Zhongyue's shoulder, leaving a deep wound as a massive damage number appeared. His HP dropped by more than half from a single hit. Fortunately, his mage armor and high-grade defensive equipment absorbed the critical damage. Without them, his base HP of around 1,700 would have meant instant death. Bu Leng paused for a brief moment, clearly surprised that such a low-level player had survived that attack. But the surprise quickly turned back into killing intent as he closed the distance to finish Zhongyue. The gap was too close, and the speed difference was overwhelming. Zhongyue had almost no room to dodge, while Ice Spike was still on cooldown. At that critical moment, he summoned the silver-armored scorpion in front of him, hoping to buy even a single extra moment. But Bu Leng's attack was simply too powerful. One devastating critical strike crushed the scorpion the instant it appeared, reducing its HP to 0 before it vanished. Only then did Zhongyue realize the gap was not just levels. It was also a full set of high-star golden gear that completely outclassed him in every way. Bu Leng gave him no second chance. He lunged in for the killing blow, his murderous aura exploding, as he growled that only one goal remained: kill. At the most critical moment, a stream of silver-purple light crashed down from the sky and locked Bu Leng in place. His attack was cut off before it could land. Su Jinyan's voice rang out from behind, breaking the deadly silence and signaling that reinforcements had arrived just in time. Frozen in midair, Bu Leng finally began to panic as he realized the situation was slipping beyond his control. Zhang Yue instantly seized the rare opening and poured every skill into his staff, preparing a full counterattack. Bu Leng knew it himself. When it came to toughness and survival, he could never match a frontline warrior like the one before him. Fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning blasted out in rapid succession, focusing every bit of damage on one point. Bu Leng's health bar vanished in an instant, ending the battle cleanly. Bu Leng stared at Zhang Yue with eyes full of disbelief and confusion, unable to accept what had just happened. He gritted his teeth and declared that this was absolutely impossible. His body slowly dissolved into white light, but before disappearing, one question kept echoing in his mind. How could a level 20 beast tamer push a fully geared level 30 assassin as far and even erase him in a single burst? It was beyond everything he knew. After the battle ended, Zhang Yue finally relaxed, took a deep breath, and looked toward Su Jinyan nearby. He thanked her for showing up at every critical moment to save him. Su Jinyan walked over with a relieved smile and replied as if helping him was only natural. Deep down, she had been quietly tracking Zhang Yu's status the whole time. Otherwise, she would never have made it in time. Liu Yao stood beside them, looking guilty, and apologized for dragging Zhang Yue into this mess. Zhang Yue cut him off and made it clear that the enemy had been targeting him from the beginning, not Liu Yao. Su Jinyan added that Chen Jun was the most suspicious person lately, and was likely the one behind everything. She then asked Zhang Yue what they should do next. Zhang Yue turned to Liu Yao and asked about the attackers. Liu Yao confirmed they were a mercenary assassin group, operating as an independent organization. The group had existed for about 10 years. They had only a little over 50 members, but every one of them was stuck at level 30 and unable to advance. Even Liu Yao found it strange. After spending 10 years in this world, they were still only level 30, which clearly meant something unusual was happening. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yue concluded that they were most likely blocked by the second advancement system. Without completing it, they would remain trapped at level 30 forever, and this was probably the loophole they had been exploiting. Liu Yao's companion, Zhuzhen Xiaoyao Junshi, added more information. The assassin group specialized in hunting new players in the third world, stealing resources and equipment. Years of looting had left every member covered in refined golden gear, making their real combat power extremely dangerous. Liu Yao added that he had originally planned to settle everything with money, but the other side refused completely. Zhang Yue guessed there were only two possibilities. Either someone was controlling them from behind the scenes, or something was forcing them to act. After the battle, Zhang Yue warned that with their personalities, they would never let this go, and would definitely come back for revenge. Hearing that, Liu Yao became worried. The level gap was simply too great, and his group had almost no chance against them. If this continued, they were as good as dead. Zhang Yue asked Liu Yao about his family's connection with the equipment forging guild, especially the Xiaoyao faction, and whether they could forge a special piece of equipment. He placed a hand on Liu Yao's shoulder, speaking with absolute confidence, as if he had already planned everything. Zhang Yue requested equipment for level 20 or below, but it had to counter the demon heart. The sooner it was finished, the better. After saying that, he walked away, leaving Liu Yao deep in thought. Liu Yao still did not understand, and quickly asked why they needed such a special piece of equipment. Zhang Yue turned back with unwavering eyes and declared that their entire chance of surviving in the third world would depend on that item. Elsewhere in the real world, a towering skyscraper stood under the night sky in Linhai City. Inside an office, a loud slam echoed across the room as the leader exploded with rage. He could not accept that a level 30 assassin had been crushed by a level 20 beast tamer. Beside him, Pei Qi, the leader of the assassin group, explained that they had likely underestimated their target and promised to handle the job personally this time. The mastermind, Chen Jun, coldly warned him that another failure would bring serious consequences. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Pei Qi lowered his head and accepted the order with a firm, "Understood." Back in the third world, Zhang Yue appeared inside a pitch-black tomb, where the heavy darkness seemed to swallow every trace of light. He quickly realized that with his current strength, facing the entire assassin group head-on would be nothing but suicide. He opened the third world mission panel. The Death Descends scenario revealed that the great capital had been devastated by the Grim Reaper Caesars. The remaining humans could only survive by hiding inside tombs. The mission was to raise the tomb's defense to a safe level, clear high-difficulty challenges, and prepare to defeat the world key boss to unlock the next world layer. The moment he entered the third world, a warning pierced his mind. Zhang Yu's tomb had already lost 88 defense points. The system urged him to hunt monsters, complete quests, and clear dungeons to upgrade its defenses if he wanted to survive. Then more information about the Grim Reaper Seza appeared like a death sentence. Every night at exactly midnight, Seza would appear for 10 minutes and randomly attack player tombs. If a player failed to return in time or their tomb defense dropped to 0, death was immediate with no exceptions. After hearing the rules, Zhang Yue instantly spotted the key point. Every assassin had to return to their own tomb before midnight. That deadly rule had become his best chance to escape their pursuit. With his plan settled, he closed his eyes, put everything else aside, and waited for news from Liu Yao. Before long, his communicator vibrated with a new message. Liu Yao reported that the weapon Zhang Yue requested had already been completed, far ahead of schedule. Outside the cemetery's safe zone, the tense atmosphere remained heavy with unease. Liu Yao ran over like a child showing off a priceless treasure. In his hands was a jet-black staff radiating a chilling aura, and he eagerly handed it to Zhang Yue. After taking the weapon, Zhang Yue could not hide his satisfaction. He never expected it to be finished in just one day, and its quality far exceeded his expectations. Liu Yao proudly explained that his family's connection with the master blacksmith had greatly sped up the process, especially since the request had been extremely urgent. As Zhang Yue carefully examined the staff, he laughed. He had clearly underestimated the craftsman's skill. A simple request had produced a weapon that was nearly top tier. Demon Shadow Evil Eye, level 20, 2-star golden quality. It greatly increased magic attack and intelligence. Its special effect, Demon Heart, granted immunity to 1 critical hit while at full health. Forged from a demon's eye, the staff carried an extremely dangerous and sinister aura. Liu Yao excitedly asked if they would be fighting together next, since internal reports said the assassin group was still waiting outside to hunt guild members. Zhang Yue calmly replied that he already had another plan. Right then, an emergency announcement echoed across the entire area. The Grim Reaper Seza would appear in 5 minutes, and every player had to return to their tomb immediately to avoid the massacre. Hearing the warning, Liu Yao immediately urged every guild member to return to shelter before it was too late. As everyone moved out, another group suddenly emerged from deep within the cemetery. Recognizing the assassin group, Liu Yao cried out in shock. Zhang Yu remained calm and reminded him that this was a safe zone, so they would not dare attack here. The assassin guild leader sneered and threatened that Zhang Yue could not hide forever. The moment he stepped outside the safe zone, he would be eliminated. Zhang Yue turned back and told everyone to return to their tombs, signaling that they did not need to worry about him. Liu Yao stared in disbelief and asked where he was going with the Grim Reaper about to descend, since leaving now was no different from suicide. Zhang Yue left only one firm instruction. No one was to leave Holy Light Cemetery until he returned. If necessary, they could temporarily go back to the second world to continue growing stronger. After saying that, Zhang Yue opened a spatial portal, stepped through it, and disappeared without looking back. Liu Yao stood frozen, completely unable to understand what Zhang Yue was planning. His mind was filled with endless questions. As the Grim Reaper Seza's arrival drew near, every guild member hurried back to their own tomb to avoid the coming disaster. The moment Zhang Yue left Holy Light Cemetery, the horizon began to shake violently. A deafening roar ripped through the air, signaling that the nightmare had begun. A massive blood-red creature with monstrous wings soared across the sky above the cemetery. One sweep alone unleashed a terrifying shockwave that shook the entire area. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue had already left Holy Light Cemetery and entered a land consumed by darkness, where death energy filled the horizon. Even surrounded by death, he continued walking at a steady pace without the slightest hint of panic. Ahead stood a high-level Gravekeeper NPC, tied to a hidden quest in the Holy Light region. He looked up at the dark sky and sighed helplessly as the Grim Reaper Seza continued ravaging the cemetery. Zhang Yue approached the Gravekeeper and asked if there was any mission or assistance needed. The NPC immediately lit up, as though he had found a savior. The NPC quickly assigned a mission, ordering Zhang Yue to travel to Death City east of Holy Light Cemetery and wipe out the entire skeleton legion rampaging there. He explained that these skeletons were no ordinary monsters. They were the main force serving under the Grim Reaper Seza, and destroying them would directly weaken Seza's power. Zhang Yue accepted the mission without hesitation, treating it as the next step in his plan. The Gravekeeper happily confirmed the quest and told him he looked forward to hearing good news. As soon as their conversation ended, the system updated Zhang Yue's quest log. The difficulty was extremely high, requiring him to eliminate multiple types of skeletons throughout Death City in exchange for massive rewards of experience, resources, and equipment. Just reading the objectives, Zhang Yue realized it was even more dangerous than many top-tier quests from the previous world. He also understood one thing clearly. Leaving the cemetery while the Grim Reaper Caesar was sweeping the map was practically suicide. At that moment, another terrifying roar erupted from Holy Light Cemetery, sending powerful shockwaves across the land. The impact traveled across the distance and struck Zhang Yue, even though he was far outside the center of the attack. The system immediately issued a warning. His tomb had lost another 91 defense points, leaving only 121 remaining. At the same time, the Demon Shadow Evil Eye's Demon Heart effect activated, completely blocking Caesar's fatal critical strike. Zhang Yue let out a quiet sigh, convinced he had chosen the right weapon. He quickly realized Caesar's terrifying mechanic. Anyone caught within its attack range was almost instantly erased, regardless of how much health they had. However, the Demon Heart effect was the perfect counter, completely nullifying that instant kill attack. This was knowledge Zhang Yue remembered from his previous life, after reaching higher world layers. At this stage, almost no one could forge such a countermeasure without the help of a legendary blacksmith. Thanks to Liu Yao's connection with a master craftsman, this weapon had not only been completed quickly, but had even surpassed the one Zhang Yue remembered from his previous life. Without wasting another second, Zhang Yue immediately began carrying out his plan and used every moment to grow stronger. Exactly 10 minutes later, the Grim Reaper Caesar's rampage finally came to an end, and it withdrew from the area. Liu Yao stepped out of his tomb, still shaken by the overwhelming pressure. One nearby member of the assassin faction remarked that this was only the beginning. If they did not grow stronger soon, they would all be crushed. Soon after, the mercenary assassins returned and mocked Liu Yao for hiding inside the safe zone. One of them reminded everyone that leveling up was far more important than wasting time standing around. Chen Jun coldly interrupted, reminding them that capturing Zhang Yue remained the top priority, and warning that failure would cost far more than just the mission. The assassin leader answered without backing down. He agreed to cooperate, but warned Chen Jun that if anyone touched his family, there would be consequences. The assassins continued pressuring Liu Yao, demanding Zhang Yu's location. Otherwise, even if he survived today, he would not live to see tomorrow. Furious, Liu Yao fired back, refusing to tolerate their arrogant attitude. Just then, Su Jinyan entered the third world and hurriedly searched for Zhang Yue. When she asked where he had gone, the guild members could only say that he had taken the weapon and left without revealing his destination. Su Jinyan immediately rejected that explanation with complete confidence. She knew Zhang Yue well enough to know he would never abandon his teammates like that. But the people around them began whispering among themselves, claiming Zhang Yue had only used his new equipment to survive the Grim Reaper Caesar before abandoning everyone to develop on his own and leaving the rest behind at Holy Light Cemetery to die. Liu Yao stepped in and told everyone to stop making baseless assumptions. He insisted Zhang Yue was not that kind of person, though the strategist beside him still looked unconvinced. Just then, Liu Yao's system phone buzzed with a new message from Zhang Yue. He only asked for help with one thing. Liu Yao's expression instantly brightened as he realized Zhang Yue was still in contact. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan felt a trace of frustration mixed with jealousy, as if she had been left out, and a quiet sense of rivalry began to grow. Liu Yao quickly replied and reported everything. Chen Jun had entered the third world, under the protection of more than a dozen mercenary assassins. He had even taken the leader's daughter hostage to control the assassin faction. After reading the report, Zhang Yue simply replied, "Understood." Liu Yao then asked where Zhang Yue was. Zhang Yue answered that he was in Death City. Not long afterward, in Death City, Su Jinyan arrived cautiously while staying alert. She quickly judged the situation. The monsters here ranged from levels 25 to 28, far beyond what most players could currently handle, so she could not understand why Zhang Yue had come to such a dangerous place. As she moved forward, the ground suddenly cracked open, and a zombie arm burst out, forcing her to jump back. Another zombie suddenly charged from behind and nearly landed a hit. At the critical moment, a familiar voice rang out as Ice Spike activated instantly. Su Jinyan turned around and saw the zombie frozen solid. She immediately recognized the voice she had never forgotten. A gentle pull drew her out of danger as the staff swung again. Lightning and fireballs exploded across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, every monster ahead was completely wiped out. Standing in Zhang You's arms, Su Jinyan blushed slightly. The emotions in her eyes were impossible to hide, as though she had just experienced a truly unforgettable moment. Back in the third world safe zone, the mercenary assassins were discussing their next move. Some complained that the mission had become more than just killing Zhang Yue, but their leader reminded them that as long as the money kept coming, they would do anything. He remained convinced that the moment Zhang Yue stepped out of the safe zone again, he would strike without hesitation and leave him no chance to survive. Just then, a black-cloaked figure, with a hood covering his face, appeared among the crowd. His aura resembled that of a beast tamer, immediately drawing the leader's attention. The leader shouted at him, suspecting he was trying to launch a sneak attack, but showed no real caution. Instead of fighting, the cloaked figure immediately turned and ran. Seeing that, the assassin leader sneered and dismissed him as nothing more than a coward. The cloaked figure entered a secluded corner of the cemetery and removed his hood. It was not Zhang Yue at all, but someone disguised as him. Nearby, Liu Yao and Li Xiaoyao had already been waiting. Liu Yao immediately asked whether everything had gone smoothly and if anyone had become suspicious. The impersonator replied that everything had gone according to plan. He had carefully copied Zhang Yue's appearance to mislead the enemy and confirmed that the assassins now believed Zhang Yue had fled. After confirming the plan had succeeded, Liu Yao promised to pay him as agreed and reminded him to keep the entire operation secret. The impersonator then left, revealing that everything had been a carefully arranged diversion. Even after the deception succeeded, Li Xiaoyao remained unhappy. He argued they should have negotiated directly to make the assassins back off, instead of following Zhang Yue's elaborate plan. Liu Yao remained confident, reminding him that everything was meant to buy time until Zhang Yue returned to the safe zone as planned. Li Xiaoyao still refused to believe it. Even if Zhang Yue came back alone, he could never defeat an entire group of high-level mercenary assassins. Liu Yao was beginning to lose patience with the constant doubts. Even so, Liu Yao firmly declared that he trusted Zhang Yue's judgment and had no intention of changing his decision. Elsewhere, after narrowly escaping danger, Su Jinyan finally let out a relieved breath as her expression gradually relaxed. She looked around before guessing that Zhang Yue had left the safe zone to level up faster. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue calmly bent down to collect a few coins from the monsters, speaking so casually that she was caught off guard. Su Jinyan narrowed her eyes slightly, unable to believe he considered his leveling speed too slow when he was already progressing far faster than anyone else. Zhang Yue quietly calculated the situation. His tomb's current defense could only withstand a few more attacks from the Grim Reaper Seiza. Without improving it quickly, everyone in the cemetery would be wiped out within a few nights. Even if the assassins failed to kill them, Seiza certainly would. Zhang Yue asked Su Jinyan if she had any potions with her, and offered to buy a large supply at above market prices. Without hesitation, Su Jinyan opened her inventory and pulled out a huge stockpile of recovery potions she had prepared. She handed every bottle to Zhang Yue and explained that her older sister had stocked them for her, so supplies were never a problem. She also guessed that he was planning to power level and strike back against the assassins within 3 days. Zhang Yue confirmed that was exactly the plan. He had to grow fast enough to completely turn the situation around. Su Jinyan worried that 3 days was simply too short. Reaching that level of strength in this environment was almost impossible. Even so, Zhang Yue remained completely confident without the slightest hesitation. Seeing his determination, Su Jinyan volunteered to join him. The high-level monster zones ahead were extremely dangerous. Zhang Yue studied her for a moment before reconsidering the situation. She confidently explained that she had recently received a new set of equipment, greatly boosting her combat ability. She was no longer the burden she had been before. Zhang Yue quickly estimated the cost of that gear. It was clearly expensive, proving that the force backing Su Jinyan had enormous resources. After thinking it over, he agreed to work together. With a crowd control mage like her, their farming speed would increase dramatically, but her safety had to come first. The mission panel appeared once more. They had to eliminate multiple types of skeleton troops throughout Death City. The difficulty was extremely high, the rewards were massive, and their current progress was still pitifully low, making the time pressure even worse. Zhang Yue explained that if they wanted to level up fast enough within 3 days, they had only one option. They needed to exploit special dungeons, like Skeleton Island, whose mechanics were similar to the hidden dungeon from the previous world. Only by taking full advantage of it could they reach their goal. After making his decision, Zhang Yue invited Su Jinyan to challenge the dungeon with him. She agreed immediately, without a second thought. The two soon arrived before the spatial gate leading to Skeleton Island. Looking at the swirling portal, Zhang Yue confirmed the location and prepared to enter. Without another word, they stepped through the portal, together, and officially entered the dungeon. As the space stabilized, the world inside gradually came into view. Before them stretched an endless black sea, with a gigantic island rising from its center. Towering above the island was an enormous crimson skull glowing like a living being, silently watching over the entire dungeon. On the cold shoreline stood an elderly NPC mage named Lori, dressed in black robes. He remained perfectly still, almost blending into the mist like a ghost. Jiang Yu approached and spoke to the NPC. The old guardian asked whether he had come to help complete the seal over this monster-infested land, and Jiang Yu immediately answered yes. The old NPC chuckled with a mix of humor and warning before tossing him a mysterious token. He added that he hoped Jiang Yue would not lose his life while risking everything. After receiving the strange item, Jiang Yue immediately opened its information panel. The details appeared. A level 25 secret token for Skeleton Island. Every monster killed granted a refinement chance. Up to 10 attempts were allowed each cycle, with each refinement consuming 20 energy. There was a chance to upgrade it into a golden secret token. The item was permanently bound and could neither be traded nor discarded. Noticing Jiang Yu's unusual expression, Su Jinyan asked whether the quest was especially difficult. He explained that upgrading a normal token into a golden one required time and a unique refinement mechanic. She immediately understood the problem. Killing monsters was easy, but the upgrade chance was incredibly low and consumed enormous amounts of energy. Ordinary players simply could not afford to chase a golden secret token. Jiang Yue only smiled and said energy was the one thing he never lacked. With that, the two headed toward the nearest skeleton mobs and resumed the hunt. Inside Death City, they formed a party and began sweeping through groups of level 20 skeleton shield guards. Every time they killed a target, Jiang Yue immediately took out the secret token and refined it on the spot without wasting a single opportunity. After defeating a level 25 skeleton shield guard, the system awarded 220 experience and 1 point of tomb defense. Meanwhile, the secret token's refinement attempts remained limited by its fixed cycle. They kept farming for a long time, yet the token showed no signs of changing. Su Jinyan grew anxious, but Jiang Yue stayed calm and told her to keep going. After countless refinements that seemed completely hopeless, the first breakthrough finally appeared. A shocking system notification appeared. A golden secret token had been created. The Skeleton Island dungeon upgrade had to be activated within 2 hours, or it would disappear forever. The token in Jiang Yue's hand transformed from gray to brilliant gold, and even he was surprised to succeed so early despite the incredibly low odds. Seeing the token transform, both of them were surprised. Su Jinyan admitted their luck had been incredible, while Jiang Yue calmly guessed that his massive energy reserves had helped trigger the upgrade. Jiang Yue checked the time and reminded her that the Grim Reaper would appear soon. Since they already had enough tomb defense, he suggested using the golden secret token's 2-hour window to enter the dungeon first, instead of risking a direct encounter. Su Jinyan agreed immediately. The two left Death City and headed straight for Skeleton Island. Jiang Yue activated the golden secret token, instantly turning the area into a hidden dungeon. The activation rewards included gold and hightier undead equipment, making him even more certain this was a rare opportunity. The system immediately issued a new quest. They had to eliminate 40 skeleton warriors and defeat the guardian boss, Hera. A massive swirling portal opened before them, leaving Su Jinyan stunned by how quickly everything had changed. Jiang Yue instantly understood the situation and warned her to get ready, because the first wave was about to arrive. From the portal emerged a skeleton knight clad in heavy armor, riding a skeletal warhorse and radiating the presence of a battlefield commander. It was Hera, the level 27 skeleton general, a physical-type boss. Moments later, hundreds of skeleton soldiers poured out like a tidal wave. Hera raised his spear toward the two intruders and roared an order for his army to destroy them. As if answering the command, countless skeleton warriors drew their massive blades and charged at Jiang Yue and Su Jinyan like a torrent of bone. Both of them raised their staffs at nearly the same moment. Jiang Yue quickly made a decision. They could not let the boss fight alongside his army, so they had to lure the soldiers away and eliminate them in waves. Su Jinyan immediately nodded. Instead of rushing forward, the pair deliberately retreated toward an open area to stretch the enemy formation. Meanwhile, Skeleton General Hera remained completely calm, as though his soldiers alone were enough to crush the intruders. While retreating, Su Jinyan asked how much farther they needed to kite them. Jiang Yue calculated the target of 40 kills and asked how many enemies she could control at once if she went all out. Su Jinyan hesitated for a moment and admitted she had never tested her limit before. Jiang Yue immediately assigned their roles. He would hold the entire pursuing force while she found a safe position and unleashed her strongest crowd control to create the perfect opening. Without hesitation, they split up. After creating enough distance, Jiang Yue suddenly stopped and turned to launch his counterattack. A blazing fireball exploded in the middle of the skeleton formation, tearing away a huge chunk of their health in a single blast. At that moment, Zhang Yue shouted again, reminding himself that 40 kills were the key objective. From the rear, Su Jinyan unleashed a wide area binding spell that locked more than a dozen skeletons in place and urged Zhang Yue to make the most of the brief opportunity. The instant the crowd control landed, Zhang Yue unleashed ice spikes, lightning, and flames in rapid succession, concentrating all of his damage on a single cluster of enemies. Their coordinated attacks exploded together, wiping out another group of skeleton warriors in mere seconds. Watching his entire force fall so easily, Skeleton General Hera's expression darkened as overwhelming fury erupted from within. Unable to contain his killing intent, Hera charged forward on his skeletal warhorse, with his spear raised high, swearing to make the two intruders pay with their blood. Hera's status window appeared. Level 27, Lord rank physical monster, with extremely high defense and health. He possessed deadly charge and sweep abilities, and commanded the entire skeleton legion on the island. As Zhang Yue scanned the stats, he felt the immense pressure closing in. His strongest skills were still on cooldown, and taking Hera's full charge head-on would be extremely dangerous. Beside him, Su Jinyan admitted that she had overused her crowd control earlier and had almost completely drained her energy. In the next instant, Skeleton General Hera activated charge and shot forward like a living spear aimed directly at Zhang Yue. Su Jinyan steadied herself and fired a streak of radiant light to intercept the attack. But with her energy nearly depleted and her timing rushed, the spell missed its mark. It only nudged Hera's path slightly, causing the charge to graze Zhang Yue instead of striking him head-on and dealing only moderate damage. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yue immediately raised his staff and counterattacked from long range. He unleashed fireballs, lightning, and flame missiles one after another, pouring every spell into the boss while it was still at a disadvantage. The relentless barrage forced Skeleton General Hera backward as his massive body staggered through clouds of dust. But as the dust settled, Hera rose to his feet again. His eyes locked onto Zhang Yue with overwhelming killing intent. His rage had clearly reached its limit. Zhang Yue quickly explained to Su Jinyan that his last attack had only been meant to buy time because of her drained energy. He also praised her timing, saying her support had saved the situation. He then reminded her of the plan and asked her to help him one more time so they could finish the fight. Su Jinyan hesitated. After her earlier crowd control combo, her energy was almost completely exhausted. She looked at Skeleton General Hera as he stood back up, and the immense pressure made the decision even harder. Outside the dungeon, a group of players had already gathered and waited in silence, watching the entrance with caution. One of them wondered why their leader was waiting there, even though the dungeon had not yet reset. Chen Jun coldly replied that the dungeon had been locked after activation, preventing outsiders from entering, and he wanted to see for himself who dared claim its rewards. Fiends. An assassin behind the group was about to offer an opinion, but En cut him off, scolding him for talking too much and asking whether they planned to stand around like useless spectators. He ordered everyone to prepare for battle, declaring that the moment anyone walked out of the dungeon, they would unleash everything. Just then, a lone figure wearing mage robes slowly emerged from the entrance. At the same moment, a system announcement echoed throughout the area. Player Su Jinyan had cleared the level 25 hidden dungeon, Skeleton Island, and obtained its exclusive activation reward. Hearing the announcement, Chen Jun froze for several seconds. He never expected the one who cleared it to be Su Jinyan. He walked up to her and asked in disbelief whether she had really been the one to unlock and clear the hidden dungeon. She calmly confirmed it. Chen Jun continued questioning why she had sealed the dungeon instead of letting others help. Su Jinyan replied simply that she had unlocked the reward herself, so she would claim it herself without anyone else's involvement. As she prepared to leave, Chen Jin softened his tone, saying that as long as she was happy, everything was fine. He even invited her out for a meal to make peace. At that moment, another voice suddenly interrupted, shattering the conversation. The unexpected arrival made Su Jinyan pause, as she instinctively became more alert. The elderly leader of the mercenary assassins stepped forward and pointed out that according to the dungeon's rules, a hidden dungeon could not normally be unlocked and fully cleared by a single person while claiming every reward. He implied that she was hiding something. Fortunately, Su Jinyan had already anticipated that question. She immediately replied that there had been another teammate with her. That person had unlocked the dungeon, while she was simply the one who finished it first. There was nothing unusual about it. The assassins immediately demanded to know where the other person was. She bluntly answered that her teammate had already left, her voice carrying obvious annoyance. She then turned to Chen Jun and openly criticized him for letting his people interrogate her like a criminal. Chen Jun hurried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding caused by his subordinates and tried to calm her down. He once again suggested taking her out to eat as an apology, but Su Jinyan ignored him completely, turned around, and walked away while telling him not to follow her. Elsewhere, Chen Jun immediately questioned the assassin group about Zhang Yue's whereabouts, asking whether he had truly never left the safe zone. They replied that they had seen him attempt to leave before turning back after being blocked at the entrance. After everyone dispersed, Chen Jun secretly smiled to himself. He believed that once the Grim Reaper arrived on the third night, the enemy's tomb defenses would completely collapse, and no one would escape. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan left the forest near Death City and ventured farther out to search for her teammate. She softly called Zhang Yue's name into the quiet wilderness. Almost immediately, Zhang Yue stepped out from behind a large rock, exactly as planned, leaving her both relieved and worried that someone might have discovered them. She asked whether he had deliberately sent her out first because he already knew Chen Jun would be waiting outside. Zhang Yue admitted that Chen Jun had deployed many assassins to watch the area and would certainly appear once the hidden dungeon was activated. The entire plan had been meant to distract everyone, hide his identity, and avoid becoming the sole target of their pursuit. Only then did Su Jinyan fully understand the plan. She realized that delivering the final blow to the boss herself had also been part of the deception. Zhang Yue apologized for not explaining everything in advance, saying it had been the safest way to avoid unnecessary trouble. Su Jinyan blushed slightly, but simply shook her head and let it go. Zhang Yue then suggested they inspect all the loot they had obtained. Among the rewards was an A-rank defensive skill that created a magic barrier capable of absorbing damage within a certain limit. Its shield strength scaled with magic attack, granted additional defense, and had a short cooldown. After reading the description, Zhang Yue judged it to be an extremely valuable defensive skill. They had also received an undead equipment chest as an extra reward. Zhang Yu sat beside Su Jinyan and calmly explained that if they escaped Chen Jun's pursuit and returned to the Holy Light Graveyard to turn in the quest, he would reach level 25 and the situation would become much easier. But the only exit was blocked by Chen Jun's team, all around level 30, making Su Jinyan worry that level 25 still would not be safe. She even considered asking her family for help. Zhang Yue stopped her at once. He gently patted her head and assured her everything was still under control. The unexpected gesture made Su Jinyan quietly calm down. Su Jinyan then remembered a scroll she had received for her first clear and asked if they should open it now. In this world, quests were divided into 3 types: normal, hidden, and bounty. Hidden quests were the rarest and most valuable, while bounty quests usually offered single resource rewards despite their unpredictable nature. Thinking about all the resources they had burned through over the past few days, Su Jinyan felt this was the perfect chance to earn some extra rewards. As they were still discussing it, the ground suddenly shook violently, as if something massive was rising beneath them. A giant pillar of light shot into the sky, and a colossal figure burst out of the ground before them. In the dark night, an almost 8-meter-tall skeleton emerged, wearing golden armor, a royal crown, and wielding a massive golden sword. It radiated overwhelming death energy. Above its head appeared the title, Level 28, 3-star Boss, Golden Skeleton King. At the same time, the system announced a new bounty quest and activated a hidden opportunity to upgrade the death challenge into the hidden quest, Hunt the Skeleton King. Su Jinyan immediately asked Zhang Yue whether they should upgrade the quest, since accepting it meant better rewards, but losing the original rewards if they failed. Zhang Yue quickly weighed the situation. Under normal circumstances, he would upgrade without hesitation, but with Chen Jun nearby, one fight over the boss could ruin everything. While he was still thinking, Su Jinyan urged him not to hesitate, because hidden quests were incredibly rare. They could accept it first and figure out the rest later. Zhang Yue nodded in agreement. He immediately confirmed the quest upgrade. The rewards instantly skyrocketed. Massive experience, graveyard defense points, gold, energy, a level 25 undead equipment set, a skill book, and an elite pet egg. However, they now had only 1 hour to kill the boss, and Zhang Yue had to land the final hit. Looking at the upgraded rewards, Su Jinyan admitted the opportunity was simply too valuable. Zhang Yue quickly realized the real challenge was killing the boss within the time limit, while securing the final blow himself. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind them, making it clear that a large group was approaching. As the enemies arrived, Su Jinyan became slightly nervous, while Zhang Yue glanced at the boss and made his decision instantly. Soon, Chen Jun arrived with the hired assassins and several other factions. The moment they saw the Golden Skeleton King, excitement spread through the crowd as they viewed it as a chance for enormous rewards. However, one assassin immediately warned everyone that this was a level 28 3-star boss, and underestimating it would come at a terrible cost. Chen Jun merely smirked and coldly replied that as long as his people were here, there was nothing to worry about. He directly ordered the assassin team, including Pei Qi, the 2 level 25 warriors Lao and Lao San, and a level 27 priest, to weaken the boss first before leaving the finishing blow for him. One of them immediately protested because it was obviously a suicide mission. Pei Qi quickly cut him off and assigned the roles. Lao and Lao San would hold aggro, the priest would provide buffs and healing, while he and the assassin would focus on burst damage to finish the fight before the boss could fully react. As soon as the plan was finalized, Lao and Lao San drew their swords and charged straight at the Golden Skeleton King, while Chen Jun's group and the Yan Yu Pavilion members stayed back to watch. The Skeleton King let out a piercing roar and slammed its giant golden sword into the ground, unleashing a massive wave of light that surged forward. The 2 warriors rolled away just in time, splitting in opposite directions to avoid the attack, before immediately launching their counterattack. They rushed into close range and unleashed a relentless barrage of melee strikes, trying to overwhelm the boss in the opening moments. Outside the fight, one warrior reminded the priest to keep the debuff active and weaken the boss defenses because the 2 tanks still lacked enough damage. The priest immediately cast a holy skill, dropping a pillar of light onto the Golden Skeleton King and applying the weakening effect. Hidden inside the nearby bushes, Su Jinyan quietly asked Zhang Yue if he planned to let the other team wear the boss down first. Zhang Yue calmly replied that this was the perfect chance to reap the rewards, while both sides exhausted each other. As the debuff took effect, the assassin Pei Qi burst forward at top speed, slipped behind the Golden Skeleton King, and unleashed a chain of critical strikes while coordinating with the 2 tanks. His blades repeatedly slashed the boss, causing its HP to drop rapidly. The team clearly had plenty of experience, having fought even stronger bosses before, so a level 28 boss did not intimidate them. Su Jinyan was surprised by the assassin team's damage output, while Zhang Yue noted that their coordination was flawless and backed by professional support. Just then, Pei Qi suddenly stopped attacking, as his expression changed, as if he had sensed something unusual nearby. From behind, Chen Jun impatiently shouted at them to finish the fight quickly because he did not want to waste any time claiming the rewards. Lao openly complained that they were being pushed too hard, but he still held his position in the formation. Without answering anyone, Pei Qi suddenly threw a flying dagger toward a huge rock, as if he had already found someone hiding there. The dagger shot straight toward Zhang Yu's hiding place. The rock exploded into pieces, forcing Zhang Yue out of cover while dealing minor damage to him. He stepped out from the rubble and calmly admitted that they had discovered him. Pei Qi sneered and declared that such hiding tricks could never fool them. Behind him, Chen Jun and the Yan Yu Pavilion members were stunned to see Zhang Yue. They immediately demanded to know why he was not trapped inside the safe zone and why he was with Su Jinyan. Su Jinyan coldly replied that who she chose to travel with was none of his business. Chen Jun instantly lost his temper, ordering everyone to kill Zhang Yue while threatening one of Su Jinyan's family members to force her into submission. Pei Qi turned to Chen Jun and reminded him to keep his promise if he wanted their deal to continue. He signaled one man to run back to the safe zone for reinforcements, while quickly adjusting the battle formation. Lao Er's killing intent exploded as he shifted his full attention to Zhang Yue, treating him as an even greater threat than the boss. The level 30 elite assassins moved at overwhelming speed. Pei Qi shot forward like a blade through the wind, and Zhang Yu's mere 75 agility left him unable to react before Pei Qi was already in front of him. A chilling slash swept across him, knocking Zhang Yue back several steps as his HP dropped and a damage number of 208 appeared above his head. Pei Qi grinned viciously as he watched Zhang Yu's health fall. He coldly declared that the moment Zhang Yue left the safe zone, his life belonged to him. Zhang Yue merely smiled with disdain. The instant he finished speaking, a silver beam of light descended from above and struck Pei Qi, rooting him in place. Pei Qi turned around and saw that Su Jinyan had landed a crowd control skill. She coldly declared that she would not let them win through sheer numbers. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yue immediately raised his staff and bombarded Pei Qi with fireballs, ice spears, and lightning spells. The relentless barrage slammed into Pei Qi and knocked him flat onto the ground. Lying there, Pei Qi froze for a moment as doubt flashed through his mind, because Zhang Yue's damage far exceeded his expectations. In the distance, the battle against the Golden Skeleton King entered a critical stage. Lao Er and Lao San struggled to hold aggro while shouting for reinforcements because they were close to their limit. They tried to turn and deal with Zhang Yue, but the Golden Skeleton King suppressed them with its sword, trapping them in combat. Pei Qi glanced toward Zhang Yue, but in the end, he had no choice but to return to the boss fight. He stomped the ground and charged straight back into the center of the battlefield. Zhang Yue assessed the situation and signaled Su Jinyan to keep stalling. They agreed to hold everyone back while waiting for the perfect chance to secure the boss kill. Back at the Holy Light Graveyard, the countdown to the death invasion was drawing closer, throwing the entire guild into panic as everyone feared they would be trapped inside the safe zone. Amid the chaos, several members of the assassin group suddenly turned around and left. The remaining crowd immediately sighed in relief when they saw the assassins withdraw, as though a crushing pressure had finally disappeared. But soon, doubts spread that Zhang Yue's location might have been exposed, while others urged everyone to hurry outside and farm monsters to strengthen the graveyard defense. Liu Yao hesitated because Zhang Yue had promised to set everyone free before midnight. If he was surrounded, the entire plan could collapse. After thinking it over, Liu Yao gathered the entire guild and prepared to march toward the City of Death as reinforcements, while offering a huge bounty to motivate everyone. Some guild members worried that the decision was too emotional, but they knew they had no choice except to follow. Back in the City of Death, Pei Qi continued attacking with everything he had, pressing forward with relentless strikes. He ordered the mage to keep lowering the boss's resistance and prepare for the final burst. The mage, Nai Ba, immediately cast flowing light to restrain the Golden Skeleton King. However, the Golden Skeleton King instantly sensed the threat and launched a lightning-fast counterattack at the mage. One crushing blow shattered the ground, and Nai Ba was instantly killed, dissolving into white light. At that moment, only Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan, the Golden Skeleton King, and Pei Qi remained facing each other in the center of the battlefield. At the edge of the battlefield, Chen Jun quietly observed before slowly retreating. Realizing the situation was slipping out of control, he chose to protect himself first. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan worked together to dodge the Golden Skeleton King's devastating attacks, constantly retreating to maintain their distance. Zhang Yue reassured Su Jinyan and reminded her to keep the crowd control going. She immediately agreed and continued supporting him. Su Jinyan cast flowing light again, locking down the target and creating another opening. Sensing the perfect opportunity, Zhang Yue tightened his grip on his staff and prepared to deliver the finishing blow to the Golden Skeleton King. Suddenly, a chilling killing intent erupted behind Zhang Yue. Pei Qi had somehow closed the distance without being noticed, his blade already poised to strike as he swore he would never let Zhang Yue finish his plan. Zhang Yue was trapped in a blind spot, and Pei Qi's blade was only inches away. At the most critical moment, a fireball suddenly tore through the air from the front. It was followed by a relentless barrage of fireballs that rained down like a storm, forcing Pei Qi to dodge and completely ruining his assassination attempt. Pei Qi gritted his teeth and roared in anger because someone had interfered at the decisive moment. At the same time, a group of awakeners rushed in from behind, shouting that the guild leader had sent them as reinforcements. Their top priority was protecting Zhang Yue, and a huge reward had been offered if he was killed. Seeing the newcomers, Pei Qi immediately ordered his men to charge, treating everyone in their way as nothing more than obstacles. His subordinates rushed out from both sides to intercept them, and the battlefield quickly erupted into total chaos. The two guilds officially clashed. After days of being trapped inside the safe zone, all their pent-up frustration exploded. Despite the huge level gap, the lower-level side still charged in without hesitation. Meanwhile, the boss fight at the center continued uninterrupted. Zhang Yue unleashed one super fireball after another, rapidly draining the Golden Skeleton King's HP. Watching the terrifying damage, Pei Qi immediately realized that if Zhang Yue kept attacking, the boss would be stolen from them. Without another moment of hesitation, he accelerated and charged straight at Zhang Yue. Su Jinyan immediately stepped in to block him and fired a fireball to stop his advance. The attack created temporary energy bindings that briefly restrained him. Pei Qi coldly said he had never intended to attack her, but since she insisted on interfering, he would show no mercy. He burst forward with overwhelming force, shattering the bindings in an instant and breaking free from Su Jinyan's control. Then, With the speed of a level 30 assassin, Pei Qi drove his blade straight through Su Jinyan's body. The moment Zhang Yue saw it, his eyes narrowed as overwhelming killing intent erupted from him. Blood poured out as Su Jinyan trembled in pain. Before collapsing, she used her last strength to tell Zhang Yue to keep fighting. A moment later, her body dissolved into white light and disappeared from the battlefield. Zhang Yue gripped his staff tightly, took a deep breath, and forced himself to regain complete focus. He immediately unleashed every skill that had just come off cooldown as ice, lightning, and fire magic exploded toward the Golden Skeleton King. At the same time, Pei Qi released his strongest assassination skill and rushed at Zhang Yue while his flying dagger became a streak of black light, slicing through the air. On the opposite side, the Golden Skeleton King also attacked, throwing a gigantic punch filled with terrifying power and creating a deadly three-way pincer attack. Faced with 3 fatal attacks at once, Zhang Yue activated Magic Shield, but the barrier shattered instantly under the overwhelming force. At that very moment, Zhang Yue spun his staff and activated Demon Eye. A barrage of flame missiles erupted, pouring every bit of damage into the Golden Skeleton King. Engulfed in a sea of fire, the massive Golden Skeleton King was blasted backward before crashing heavily to the ground. System notifications rang out one after another. The level 28 3-star Golden Skeleton King had been defeated, granting massive experience, huge rewards, enormous energy, and credit for the finishing blow. The hidden quest, Hunt the Skeleton King, was officially completed. On the outer battlefield, Liu Yao saw the boss collapse and immediately shouted that Zhang Yue had succeeded, ordering everyone to push forward and provide support. After leaving the City of Death following the boss kill, Zhang Yue replayed the battle in his mind, especially the moment he had nearly taken a fatal hit. Luckily, the defensive skill he had gained inside the dungeon had saved his life at the last second. His top priority now was returning to turn in the quest and unlock his level upgrade. The loot could be sorted out along the way. Just then, a system notification caught Zhang Yue by surprise. After defeating the Golden Skeleton King, his Necromancer class had triggered a capture effect, asking whether he wanted to turn the boss into a pet. Without any hesitation, Zhang Yue accepted and instantly claimed an incredibly rare boss-tier pet. Across the battlefield, Chen Jun's eyes turned red with rage. While clutching his own loot, he screamed at Pei Qi to recover the stolen rewards and even threatened Pei Qi's daughter if he refused. The assassins immediately charged after Zhang Yue. Seeing them closing in, Zhang Yue calmly pulled out the return scroll he had prepared and crushed it. Before disappearing, Zhang Yue coldly declared that when he returned, he would collect every one of their heads. Just as Pei Qi's sword was about to reach him, Zhang Yue transformed into a beam of white light and vanished before everyone's eyes. Watching his target escape at the last possible moment, Chen Jun exploded with fury, cursing his useless subordinates and shouting that Zhang Yue had never intended to save the hostage. Pei Qi's killing intent erupted. Without a word, he swung his sword and slammed Chen Jun to the ground, leaving him barely alive with only the minimum HP remaining. He was not finished. Pei Qi drove another crushing kick into Chen Jun, pinning him helplessly to the ground. Overflowing with murderous intent, Pei Qi grabbed Chen Jun by the collar and warned that if anyone dared threaten his daughter again, he would tear them apart. Chen Jun turned pale and frantically denied everything. Chen Jun hurriedly explained that Zhang Yue had just killed a level 28 3-star boss and taken all the rewards. If they did not deal with him now, he would only become harder to stop later. After hearing that, Pei Qi released Chen Jun and walked away with a look of contempt, saying he could kill Zhang Yue whenever he wanted. Elsewhere, Liu Yao watched Zhang Yu escape with a return scroll and stood frozen in disbelief. He could not believe the man the entire guild had risked everything for had chosen to flee. Despair spread through the group, and even Jizun Xiaoyao admitted they had trusted the wrong person. On the guild's side, Pei Qi was about to order the slaughter of every member of the Jizun guild, but Chen Jun quickly stopped him and demanded that they be kept alive. A new plan flashed through Chen Jun's mind. Those people could become the perfect bait to force Zhang Yue into revealing himself. After returning to the Holy Light Graveyard with the return scroll, Zhang Yue immediately went to the Gravekeeper NPC to turn in the quest and claim his rewards. The system erupted with announcements as the hidden quest, Hunt the Skeleton King, was completed. Massive experience, graveyard points, gold, energy, high-level necromancer equipment, class items, skill books, and numerous pet certificates poured in. A brilliant level-up light surrounded Zhang Yue as he reached level 25. After checking his pet space, Zhang Yue could not hide his excitement when he saw that the boss he had just defeated had truly become his pet, with growth potential that was almost unmatched. While enjoying the moment, he suddenly noticed that the Holy Light Graveyard regional chat had become unusually noisy. Countless taunts flooded the chat, mocking Zhang Yue for abandoning his teammates, calling him a coward, ridiculing his fallen allies, and trying to provoke him into showing himself. At the same time, Su Jinyan sent an urgent message warning that Chen Jin had already prepared a trap and telling Zhang Yue not to act recklessly. She urged him to wait until they could move together. Zhang Yue gave only a brief reply, making it clear that he had no intention of changing his plan. A cold smile spread across Zhang Yu's face as he quietly declared that this time, it was his turn to collect the debt. Back in the City of Death, Liu Yao was pinned beneath Chen Jun's foot, tortured and humiliated, until he was on the verge of losing all hope. Even with his body broken, Liu Yao clung to the thought of Zhang Yue as his last hope, crying through blood and tears, while praying that he would arrive in time. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Yue arrived in the City of Death. Standing at the center of the crowd, Chen Jun sneered and told Pei Qi that their prey had finally walked right into the trap. The moment Liu Yao saw Zhang Yue, it was like a drowning man spotting a lifeline. He desperately crawled forward, tears streaming down his face as he cried out for help. Zhang Yue calmly walked over and coldly announced that he had arrived, ordering them to release Liu Yao immediately. Behind Pei Qi, Chen Jun quietly suggested waiting for the right moment before attacking together. Pei Qi dismissed the idea, saying a rising beast tamer was not worth using tricks against. Crushing him head-on would be enough. He glanced at one of his subordinates and signaled the next move. Without hesitation, Pei Qi gave the order. One assassin immediately kicked Liu Yao out of the encirclement while hurling insults at him. The instant he was released, Liu Yao ran like a man escaping death, calling Zhang Yue's name over and over in panic and relief. Zhang Yue tossed him a return scroll and told him to leave while he handled everything else. Liu Yao wanted to stay and fight because the enemy force was overwhelming, but he was eventually convinced. Before disappearing, he swore to return with reinforcements, if anyone was still alive. Zhang Yue did not change his mind and ordered Liu Yao to leave the battlefield immediately, instead of becoming a burden. Before leaving, Liu Yao promised, one last time, that he would gather help and come back if he had the chance. The return scroll activated, a burst of light flashed, and Liu Yao vanished before the assassin's eyes. Turning back to the battlefield, Zhang Yue simply smiled coldly as his gaze swept across every enemy like a hunter sizing up his prey. Without another word, Pei Qi ordered a full assault. Every assassin drew their weapon and charged like an arrow, each hoping to claim the reward by killing Zhang Yue first. In contrast to their aggression, Zhang Yue remained perfectly still, his calm expression making the atmosphere feel even heavier. He activated his summoning skill and called out his pet. A skeletal warrior clad in black armor and wearing a royal crown appeared behind him, radiating overwhelming dark power. Everyone froze in shock. From the assassins to Chen Jun and Pei Qi, no one could believe what they were seeing. Pei Qi was especially horrified as he recognized the Golden Skeleton King. Zhang Yue smiled faintly and offered a cryptic word of thanks, as though every twist had already been part of his plan. He recalled the rewards from the previous quest. Although he had reached level 25, every enemy before him was above level 30, so one pet alone was still not enough to dominate the battle. The system presented a new option. Would he let the Golden Skeleton King inherit every skill and all the experience from the silver-armored scorpion? The pet immediately evolved by devouring the silver-armored scorpion, filling its evolution points to the maximum. After the transformation, the Golden Skeleton King advanced into a rare form, inherited all of its previous skills, and awakened new abilities such as Golden Sword Formation and King's Domain, causing its combat power to soar. Looking at the result, Zhang Yue smiled slightly as if offering a quiet apology to the boss that had just been consumed. He opened his inventory and took out a specialized necromancer equipment set to maximize his strength. The level 25 set allowed him to summon a skeleton warrior of the same level that inherited over 130% of his attributes, complete with its own cooldown and mana cost, making it an exceptionally powerful summon. Realizing the set's true potential, Zhang Yue could not hide his surprise. It meant he could command multiple combat units at once, and with further optimization, his strength would far surpass its current level. Once everything settled down, Zhang Yue began optimizing every piece of his equipment, as if refining the perfect build for a life-or-death battle. He continuously refined and upgraded each piece of the Necromancer set, while carefully reviewing the effects of all 6 items to make sure no stat was overlooked. Every item was inspected in detail. From the staff and ring to the helmet and cloak, each piece boosted attack, intelligence, speed, or HP, creating a well-balanced set focused on both damage and survivability, even though a few stats still overlapped or could be improved. The remaining gear, including the boots, belt, and necklace, added even more defense, speed, mana, and spirit. Once the full set was complete, the set bonus kicked in and pushed the overall power to a whole new level. Looking at the finished equipment set, Zhang Yue knew that giving it to the Golden Frost King would boost its combat power far beyond his previous defensive units and perfectly match his balanced fighting style. He decided to end this battle here and ordered the Dark Skeleton King into combat. It was smaller than the previous boss, but its overwhelming presence made the air feel heavy. Without waiting another second, Zhang Yue gave the attack order and launched a full-scale counterattack. The assassins hesitated for a moment when the skeleton appeared, but quickly regained their confidence, believing a mere beast tamer could never threaten them. The Dark Skeleton King charged straight into the enemy formation, activating charge and sword formation to create a massive damage zone that threw the entire team into chaos. Waves of sword energy swept across the battlefield as one assassin after another was dragged into the sword formation and cut down. Meanwhile, every attack against the Dark Skeleton King dealt almost no damage at all. Bei Qi watched from the sidelines as his expression gradually darkened after realizing the monster's defense and strength were far beyond his expectations. Chen Jun immediately pressured him, using the hostage as leverage and forcing Bei Qi to keep attacking instead of hesitating. Hearing that, Bei Qi glanced behind him with a calculating look before suppressing the hesitation in his heart. He coldly declared that he knew what had to be done, and his killing intent exploded. Thinking about his side's losses, he tightened his grip on his sword and swore to take brutal revenge after eliminating his target. Bei Qi instantly activated a high-speed movement skill and rushed straight toward Zhang Yue, aiming to eliminate the master controlling the summons. Zhang Yue did not dodge. He simply raised his staff and blocked the incoming slash head-on. A faint smile appeared on his face, and his icy gaze showed that he had already predicted every step of the battle. The moment their weapons clashed, a freezing aura appeared behind Bei Qi as another skeleton warrior emerged and struck from his blind spot. Caught completely off guard, Bei Qi spun around in shock and realized his opponent had more than one summon. Empowered by Zhang Yu's attributes, the skeleton warrior unleashed powerful strikes that dealt steady damage and immediately forced Bei Qi onto the defensive. From the rear, Zhang Yue rapidly cast spell after spell thanks to his high agility, firing fireballs, ice spikes, and lightning in an endless barrage. With the completed 6-piece undead set, all of Zhang Yu's damage was greatly amplified, reaching a level that far exceeded his current rank and rivaled much higher-tier equipment. While defending himself, Bei Qi was filled with disbelief. He could not understand how someone of such a low level could create this much pressure, and he began suspecting Zhang Yue possessed an extremely rare item or ability. Meanwhile, the other assassins focused all their attacks on the Dark Skeleton King, but their damage remained far too low to break its defense. Some of them started to panic after realizing that even with the full power of level 30 skills, they still could not crack the skeleton's defenses, causing morale to collapse. Seeing the situation turn against him, Bei Qi immediately changed tactics. He shifted the focus to Zhang Yue, ordering 2 fast fighters to hold back the summons, while everyone else concentrated on killing the master. A brief reply echoed out, and every assassin immediately drew their weapons before charging toward Zhang Yue like a tightening blade. Even under the relentless assault, Zhang Yue stayed perfectly calm, constantly moving to evade deadly slashes coming from every direction. At the same time, he activated his rapid casting sequence and unleashed a non-stop barrage of flame missiles. Lightning spell followed without pause, while the undead equipment set greatly reduced his cooldowns and made his attacks even more relentless. Brilliant bursts of skill effects exploded throughout the assassin formation, filling the battlefield with endless flashes of light. 2 fighters quickly closed in from both sides and swung their swords down, determined to finish him on the spot. At the most critical moment, a magical barrier suddenly appeared around Zhang Yue, and a voice announced that the target was now under protection. Right after that, another team of awakened professionals joined the battle. Leading them was a young man wearing glasses and a white robe, carrying a calm yet razor-sharp presence. Zhang Yue looked at the newcomer and tilted his head slightly, unsure who he was. The young man with glasses stepped forward and introduced himself as the vice guild master of the Jizun Guild, sent by the guild master to reinforce Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue simply nodded and told him not to fight head-on if the situation got out of control. The young man agreed without hesitation. Li Xiaoyao immediately issued orders to the entire team, telling everyone to focus on teamwork, restrain the enemy, rely on support, and create openings for Zhang Yue. Every member of the Jizun Guild rushed into battle, forming a living shield that blocked the assassins from reaching Zhang Yue. The assassins quickly fell into chaos, as the enemy's fearless fighting style pushed them back again and again. Standing in the rear, Beiqi watched the battle slip beyond his control, his expression growing darker. Just as he was about to make his move, someone suddenly attacked from behind, forcing him to dodge. The moment he avoided the first strike, deadly killing intent closed in from every direction. An ice orb skimmed past him and slammed into the ground, leaving behind a frozen crater. Zhang Yue smiled faintly and praised his quick reflexes, saying they were worthy of an assassin leader. Beiqi replied coldly that once the support target was restrained, killing Zhang Yue would only be a matter of time. Zhang Yue calmly signaled both skeleton summons to enter battle mode, and their presence instantly surged. Just as the clash was about to erupt again, Beiqi suddenly received an urgent message. The moment he opened it, he froze. His daughter had been rescued, and the message included clear proof. Beiqi's emotions shook violently as rage and pain nearly overwhelmed him. He immediately ordered everyone to stop fighting, bringing both sides to a sudden halt. No one understood what had happened, and even Zhang Yue quietly watched the unexpected turn. Chen Jun remained completely unaware and kept shouting at Beiqi to continue, even threatening him with the hostage. The next second, Beiqi spun around, rushed forward, and grabbed Chen Jun by the throat in the middle of the battlefield. Chen Jun screamed in panic, unable to understand what was happening. Killing intent exploded from Beiqi's eyes as he growled that he had already prepared for this moment ever since his daughter became a hostage. Without another word, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Chen Jun flying across the battlefield. Beiqi closed the distance again and stepped on him. Terrified, Chen Jun begged for mercy and promised to release the hostage. Beiqi coldly replied that it no longer mattered, because his daughter had already been saved, then slowly raised his sword. The moment Chen Jin realized the truth, he finally understood why Beiqi was no longer under his control. Without the slightest hesitation, Beiqi drove his sword straight through Chen Jun's body. Blood sprayed everywhere, as Chen Jun struggled violently before his body dissolved into countless points of light and disappeared. Watching everything unfold, Zhang Yue frowned slightly and asked whether Beiqi was not afraid of the powerful force backing Chen Jun. Beiqi calmly sheathed his sword, stepped toward Zhang Yue, and said they had always lived as blood-stained blades. If they could not even protect their own families, they had no right to exist. Then he knelt before Zhang Yue on behalf of his entire mercenary group and offered a sincere apology. Zhang Yue frowned slightly, unable to understand the true purpose behind the gesture. Beiqi explained that Zhang Yue's people had rescued his daughter, a debt he could never repay, and that he would repay the blood owed to the Jizun Guild with his own life. Standing nearby, Li Xiaoyao confirmed the losses, stating that the mercenaries had killed 235 members of the Jizun Guild, a debt that could not be ignored. The surrounding assassins immediately erupted in anger, as many prepared to rush forward for revenge. Beiqi shouted for everyone to stop, and strictly ordered them not to act on their own. Amid the tense silence, Zhang Yue raised his staff, ready to end everything in his own way. An enormous fireball formed above him before exploding forward and instantly engulfing Beiqi. The devastating damage stunned everyone, leaving them unable to believe what they had just witnessed. When the light finally faded, Beiqi was completely gone, leaving behind only faint traces of the battle. The assassins saw their leader fall and exploded with rage, drawing their weapons as they rushed forward for revenge. But at that very moment, an urgent message came through the organization's communication network from Beiqi himself. The message confirmed that his daughter was safe, declared all grudges against Zhang Yue settled, and warned that anyone who opposed him would be expelled from the organization. The announcement instantly erased every thought of revenge, leaving the assassins in complete silence. The battlefield fell into total stillness. About 10 seconds later, every assassin lowered their weapon and walked toward Zhang Yue with a completely different attitude. Li Xiaoyao looked at Zhang Yue with concerns, but Zhang Yue calmly signaled that there was nothing to worry about. Many mercenaries knelt one after another, voluntarily accepting responsibility for the deaths of the Jizun Guild members and asking to bear their leaders' sins. The scene left everyone from the Jizun Guild speechless as the atmosphere on the battlefield turned surreal. Zhang Yue kept a cold expression and said that the strength of Longguo should be used against outside enemies, not wasted on killing each other. He emphasized that slaughtering fellow countrymen was not true strength. Protecting the people and the nation was the duty of a true awakened. Zhang Yu's words filled the mercenaries with shame. He then turned and walked away, demanding double compensation for the losses and support for the Jizun Guild through the next stage. Everyone immediately agreed, and not a single person objected. Behind him, Li Xiaoyao watched Zhang Yue disappear through the space gate, deep in thought. He smiled faintly and admitted that he finally understood why the higher-ups valued Zhang Yue so highly. On the way back to the Holy Light Graveyard, the Dark Skeleton King followed closely behind Zhang Yue. Its kingly aura drew countless stares and made everyone realize that Zhang Yue's true combat strength was far from ordinary. Opening the Dark Skeleton King's status panel, Zhang Yue saw its detailed stats. Its attack, defense, HP, and mana far surpassed ordinary summons, while its star growth rates revealed incredible potential. Those stats alone proved it was no longer an ordinary summon, but an exceptional entity with overwhelming growth potential. Even so, its current skill set was still lacking. Zhang Yue remembered that he still had 2 selectable skill books from an earlier quest and could use them to strengthen his summon. He immediately took out both skill books and chose one crowd control skill that forced monsters to target the summon while reducing incoming damage, along with another high-speed offensive skill that dealt massive physical damage, ignored defense, and had a short cooldown. After making his choice, he had the Dark Skeleton King learn both new skills, completing its combat skill set. News of Chen Jun's death quickly spread throughout the player community, and Su Jinyan hurried over to confirm what had happened. As soon as they met, Zhang Yue asked why she had come in such a rush. Still catching her breath, Su Jinyan directly asked whether he was the one who killed Chen Jun. Zhang Yue replied that he had not delivered the final blow. Bei Qi was the one who finished Chen Jun. Hearing that, Su Jinyan finally relaxed. When Zhang Yue asked why she reacted that way, she explained the situation. She revealed that Chen Tianqiang had only one son, Chen Jun, and protected him fiercely. Anyone responsible for his death would be hunted down without mercy. After hearing that, Zhang Yue fell silent and realized that Su Jinyan had taken a serious risk for him by personally coming to warn him. He decided that she was someone who truly valued loyalty instead of standing by and watching. But Su Jinyan looked dissatisfied, reminding him that she had already lost one revival chance and even dropped in level, so she expected compensation. Zhang Yue thought for a moment before offering a solution. He promised that after she had time to recover, he would take her through the third world the next day as compensation. After their conversation, Zhang Yue returned to the Holy Light Graveyard, logged out of the game, went through his normal routine, and prepared to sleep. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone suddenly rang from an unknown number. The moment he answered, a familiar voice made him realize the caller was Bei Qi, though he wondered how Bei Qi had gotten his number. Bei Qi explained that he had obtained the number from the second young lady of the Su family because he wanted to personally thank Zhang Yue for giving him a chance to change. He admitted that his daughter meant everything to him, and every mistake he had made in the past was driven by his desire to protect her. Bei Qi also made his intentions clear. He would stick to their agreement, help the Jizun Guild clear the third world, and leave the mercenary life behind. Zhang Yue simply replied that if Bei Qi truly meant it, then that was a good thing. After ending the call, Zhang Yue gave it little thought, turned off his phone, and went to sleep. Around 7 the next morning, loud knocking at the door woke him up. When he asked who it was, the person outside answered that it was a delivery driver. Zhang Yue accepted the package, but was puzzled because he had not ordered anything. Inside the envelope was a letter that instantly changed his expression and filled him with unease. The letter contained only one short line: Shura, see you at the Awakened tournament. The message left Zhang Yue deep in thought. Someone had called him by his old title, making him suspect that another person knew his true identity, perhaps someone like him. Just as he looked down at his phone, the screen lit up with a new message. The sender was Su Jinyan, urgently telling Zhang Yue that major news had broken in Linhai City and that he needed to check the trending headlines. He opened the browser and searched Linhai City. The top headline announced that the 100th Awakened tournament had officially begun. Before he could finish reading, the next headline shocked him. The awakened guild headquarters had been massacred, leaving 42 people and a 9-year-old girl dead. Seeing the second headline, Zhang Yue felt his heart sink. The report mentioned that his teammate's daughter had also been there. Nearly the entire guild had been wiped out, and even children had not been spared. Rage surged inside him. The massacre happened around 6 that morning, and soon after, he received the mysterious letter. The two events seemed far too connected to be a coincidence. Holding the letter, Zhang You's first instinct was to leave immediately. Without hesitation, he packed everything and disappeared from his old apartment in less than 10 minutes. Along the way, he switched taxis 3 times, took multiple routes, and even repeated parts of his path to shake off anyone who might have been following him. It was obvious that finding a safer place to live had become his top priority. Through a real estate agent, Zhang Yue was quickly introduced to a new apartment. The agent immediately asked if he was looking to rent. The agent enthusiastically recommended a unit in the neighboring complex and offered to show it right away. The Shiyu yachting complex was well known in the area. It had a convenient location, reasonable rent despite being an older building, and a spacious master bedroom with plenty of natural light. After hearing the details, Zhang Yue nodded and asked the agent to prepare the contract immediately. The price was fair, the neighborhood was quiet, and even the roommate situation looked fine. Just then, his phone vibrated, interrupting the conversation. It was Su Jinyan asking whether Today's plans had changed. Zhang Yue replied that everything remained the same before ending the call. He turned back to the agent and confirmed that he would take the apartment, promising to transfer the payment immediately. After finishing the rental process, Zhang Yue wasted no time. He activated the passage to the third world, opened a space gate, and stepped through. In the Holy Light graveyard, a young woman in a white robe with long flowing hair stood quietly in the peaceful landscape. Passers-by could not help staring at her. At that moment, 2 armored awakened approached and invited her to team up for monster hunting. She simply replied that she was waiting for someone. The 2 men refused to leave and kept teasing her, asking where her boyfriend was. The atmosphere quickly grew tense. Just then, Zhang Yue walked over from behind and calmly said that he was her teammate. He turned to Su Jinyan, greeted her, and asked when she had arrived. The 2 men glanced at Zhang Yue and laughed with contempt, mocking beast tamers as weak, before urging Su Jinyan to join their team instead. One of them stepped forward, but someone immediately blocked his path, and the tension rose even higher. A young man in golden armor appeared, radiating wealth and confidence, and grabbed the rude man by the collar. It was Liao Yao. Li Xiaoyao, and a level 20 healer, known as the Divine Physician, arrived as well. They advised the guildmaster to calm down before things got out of hand, and Liao Yao gradually cooled off. In the end, Liao Yao coldly ordered the 2 men to get lost. Overwhelmed by the pressure, they quietly retreated. Liao Yao forced a smile and said he had only spoken carelessly earlier. Zhang Yue looked around and asked why they had gathered such a lineup. They explained that the guild master had called them over. Li Xiaoyao would handle combat support, while the Divine Physician would focus on healing. Zhang Yue had no objections. He simply told them to stay safe, avoid the center of the fight, and the team set off. On the way to the City of Death, Su Jinyan brought up the recent massacre, saying Chen Tianqiang's actions were unbelievably cruel. Even a little girl had been murdered, yet without evidence, no one could punish him. Zhang Yue did not fully agree. He reminded her that things were not always as simple as they looked on the surface. Su Jinyan worried that if Chen Tianqiang was truly behind it, Zhang Yue could be the next target since he had already become enemies with Chen Jun. Zhang Yue calmly replied that she did not need to worry, because he was more than capable of protecting himself. Li Xiaoyao adjusted his glasses and casually remarked that their party seemed to have a few extra people. He joked that the Divine Physician was just an extra light bulb, while Liu Yao laughed and said it was enough, as long as Zhang Yue remembered him. Before long, the 5 of them arrived at the City of Death, where a heavy silence filled the air. Before entering, they were asked one last time if they were ready. Everyone nodded with excitement, eager for the battle ahead. The system asked whether they wished to challenge the Third World boss. After Zhang Yue confirmed, the challenge officially began. A massive space gate immediately opened before the entire party. Without hesitation, all 5 rushed inside as the light swallowed them, and they vanished from the Holy Light graveyard. The system announced, "Welcome to the Third World, Descent of Death, Boss Zone." When the light faded, the team found themselves standing in a vast and gloomy graveyard. One of them looked around and commented that the boss area did not seem very impressive. The words had barely left his mouth when both the ground and sky shook violently. A terrifying roar echoed across the battlefield. as countless blood-red flying creatures filled the night. A gigantic figure slowly emerged in the sky, hovering overhead with crimson wings that covered nearly half the heavens. The monster stood around 15 meters tall, radiating a sinister aura like a horrifying fusion of a demon and a giant bat. Liu Yao's face changed the moment he recognized it as Seiza, the third world boss, knowing it would not be an easy opponent. Zhang Yue wasted no time and activated his scouting skill to inspect the boss. The results appeared immediately. Seiza was a level 30, 3-star magic boss with 1,180 magic attack, 520 physical defense, 550 magic defense, 60,000 HP, and skills including Eye of Death, Death Roar, and Breath of Death. It ruled this region whenever night fell. After checking the stats, Zhang Yue judged that although the boss was powerful, it was still manageable, especially with his 2 summons and completed undead equipment, set greatly boosting his combat strength. Seiza seemed to notice the intruders. Its massive body trembled slightly as it prepared to unleash its abilities. It threw back its head with a horrifying roar as waves of death energy spread across the entire battlefield. Rumbling sounds echoed beneath the ground as countless skeletons clawed their way to the surface like an awakened undead army. Zhang Yue immediately summoned the Dark Skeleton King and his skeleton warriors, ordering them to wipe out every newly spawned monster. The Dark Skeleton King charged forward, activated Taunt to draw every enemy's hatred, then unleashed Shadow Sword Formation, locking down the area with countless blades of darkness. At the same time, Zhang Yue's skeleton warriors stormed into battle, working together with the Dark Skeleton King to crush the entire wave of lesser monsters in moments. From the rear, Zhang Yue raised his high-grade staff and began casting spells at incredible speed. A barrage of flame missiles erupted across the battlefield, instantly annihilating every skeleton trapped inside the Shadow Sword Formation. The rest of the team barely had a chance to attack before the system flooded them with kill notifications. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Yu's unbelievable clearing speed, especially the Divine Physician, who could hardly believe the damage output. Zhang Yue calmly declared that he would handle the boss himself, while the others dealt with everything else. He specifically reminded Liu Yao to keep his distance since he had not fully recovered. Everyone immediately understood and followed the plan, though a few of them were still confused because they could not find the guildmaster. It turned out the guildmaster had already positioned himself far away from the battlefield, reassuring himself that cheering from a safe distance was the smartest choice. Moments later, the Dark Skeleton King used another control skill to draw Seiza's attention toward Zhang Yue, marking the beginning of the direct showdown between the two powerhouses. After receiving the order, the Dark Skeleton King raised its giant sword and activated Hatred Light, pulling all of Seiza's attention onto itself. Seiza instantly charged forward, opened its blood-red maw, and unleashed a greyed breath of death. The toxic mist engulfed the Dark Skeleton King, but each hit dealt only around 20 to 30 damage, barely making a difference. Watching the scene, the Divine Physician gasped in disbelief. A 3-star boss could not even pressure the Dark Skeleton King. Its toughness was simply absurd. At that moment, Zhang Yue launched his counterattack, a non-stop barrage of A-rank skills, including Fireball, Ice Spike, Lightning, and Flame missiles, slammed directly into Seiza. Damage numbers exploded above the boss, one after another. In only a short time, the total damage exceeded 7,000, stripping away over 12 of Seiza's HP. With the Dark Skeleton King holding aggro, Zhang Yue unleashed his full firepower without interruption. Li Xiaoyao, Su Jinyan, and the others were completely stunned by the damage output. Even the Divine Physician felt like he was witnessing a real monster for the first time. A 3-star boss had been reduced to nothing more than a stationary target, leaving Li Xiaoyao adjusting his glasses in disbelief. The Dark Skeleton King even activated its own healing skill, leaving the Divine Physician with no chance to help. The rest of the party could only watch as Zhang Yue steadily drained Seiza's health. A final fireball landed with a critical hit of over 2,300 damage, reducing Seiza's HP to 0. The giant monster lost control, crashed into the ground, and exploded. The system announced that the entire party received 49,000 experience points, along with bonus rewards for total damage and the finishing blow. The loot greatly increased after defeating the 3-star boss. A server-wide announcement echoed across the Holy Light Graveyard, recognizing every party member for defeating Seiza and officially clearing the Third World, Descent of Death. Liu Yao could not hide his excitement, saying they were probably the first team to defeat the Third World boss, with most of the credit belonging to Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue turned to the group and asked if they wanted to head straight into the fourth world. Su Jinyan hesitated, believing the team should stabilize and train more first. She admitted that even the third world monsters were still challenging enough, and pushing forward now might be too risky. It would be better to gain more levels first. After exchanging glances, Liu Yao and Su Jinyan both agreed to pause their progress. Su Jinyan decided to stay behind for a few more days to level up, and Liu Yao nodded, saying he would follow the team's plan. In the end, the group left the third world and returned to rest, preparing for the next journey. Since it was already late at night, everyone agreed to call it a day and continue toward the fourth world the next morning. Just as Zhang Yue was about to lie down, his hand touched something unexpectedly soft on the bed. Startled, he looked closer and discovered that a young woman was already asleep on his bed. She wore a short purple dress, with a graceful figure and fair skin that stood out in the dim light. Caught off guard, Zhang Yue immediately demanded to know who she was. Still asleep, the girl mumbled incoherently and waved her arms as if trying to escape something in her dream. A strong smell of alcohol filled the room, putting Zhang Yue on high alert as he tried to figure out what was going on. He quickly called the real estate agent and asked whether the apartment he rented was a shared unit. The agent confirmed that it was, reminding him that she had already mentioned there was a friendly roommate and that he had never requested a private apartment. Hearing his question, the agent sounded slightly annoyed. She insisted she had been completely honest from the beginning and that he had simply failed to pay attention. She continued explaining that she had clearly stated the apartment was shared. Any misunderstanding was caused by his rush, not by her hiding any information. After thinking it over, Zhang Yue decided not to argue. He simply asked her to help him find another apartment nearby, because he no longer wanted to share a place. The agent agreed and promised to contact him once she found a suitable unit. After ending the conversation, Zhang Yue hung up. Standing where he was, he accidentally glanced deeper into the room. The sight made him pause for a moment, before he immediately turned around and walked out. Just then, another system notification arrived. It announced that the National Awaken Tournament would begin in half a month, featuring city, provincial, national, and world finals. The rewards were enormous, and the global fame rankings showed fierce competition, with Lighthouse Nation in first place, and Longguo currently ranked 5th. After reading the announcement, Zhang Yue immediately thought about the global situation. It was no longer just about clearing new worlds, but also climbing the worldwide rankings. Having missed too many chances in his previous life, he refused to make the same mistake again. He checked the registration requirements and found that only players who had reached level 30 could enter the tournament. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue touched the mark on his hands and prepared to open a space gate. Only one thought filled his mind. He had to level up as fast as possible. Just as he was about to step through the gate, his phone vibrated once again. The message was from Liu Yao, urgently asking for help because he had run into trouble. At the same time, in the third world's Shadowlands near the Holy Light Graveyard, Liu Yao was trapped in an awkward situation with several beautiful female players, all demanding an update on their quest. They were clearly losing patience, saying that if he could not finish it, he should stop wasting their time because they had other missions waiting. Cornered, Liu Yao blushed but stubbornly insisted he could handle it. His own strength was lacking, but his boss could definitely clear the quest. Just as he struggled to explain, a familiar voice sounded from behind. "What's going on here?" Liu Yao turned around and immediately lit up with excitement because Zhang Yue had arrived. The female players became even more doubtful, looking down on Zhang Yue and assuming a mere beast tamer could never complete such a difficult mission. Liu Yao hurried over and begged for help, explaining that they only needed one powerful player to clear the quest. Zhang Yue glanced at the women, agreed to help, and told everyone to wait outside. Liu Yao explained that the Shadowlands contained a difficult level 27 boss. They had already failed several attempts, and had no choice but to ask Zhang Yue for help. Zhang Yue nodded without another word, told everyone to stay outside, and walked into the mission area alone. The women watched him enter, convinced that one person could never defeat the boss, and believing he was simply overconfident. 3 minutes later, while they were still talking, Zhang Yue casually walked back out as though he had finished a trivial task. He calmly announced that the mission was complete before turning to leave. Liu Yao burst into laughter, proudly declaring that this was exactly what he expected from his boss. The women still refused to believe it until the completed quest notification appeared. Only then did they realize the boss had truly been defeated in just a few minutes. Liu Yao walked up to them with a smug grin and reminded everyone that his boss had finished the quest exactly as promised. He then brought up their earlier bet saying that whoever lost had to be his girlfriend for 7 days. The moment he finished speaking, one of the girls, Dai Ning Tiantian, suddenly turned around and ran. Lu Yao froze before shouting after her, thinking she was trying to escape. She looked back while running and apologized, promising she would make it up to him later. At that moment, a soft voice called out from behind, freezing the atmosphere. The moment the name Su Luo was mentioned, Zhang Yue felt something was terribly wrong. He turned around and saw a petite priestess in a white robe with a gentle appearance. But when she mentioned Su Luo, Zhang Yue coldly replied that Su Luo had died 100 years ago and could not possibly exist. Just as he was about to leave, Dai Ning Tiantian firmly declared that Su Luo was not dead. In fact, Su Luo was very close, and that person was him. Those words made Zhang Yue spin around instantly. He grabbed the girl's throat, his icy gaze locking onto her, as he demanded to know who had sent the mysterious letter. Crushed beneath his overwhelming killing intent, Dai Ning Tiantian turned deathly pale. She hurriedly said that if he agreed to help her with one thing, she would reveal the entire truth. Zhang Yue stared at her coldly, as the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger, seemingly considering whether to kill her on the spot. Terrified, Dai Ning Tiantian promised she would keep everything absolutely secret if he helped her. Zhang Yue immediately realized that killing her now would destroy his only lead. After a brief pause, he asked what her condition was. Coughing lightly, Dai Ning Tiantian said she wanted him to take her into the Awakened tournament. She only wanted to pass the city qualifiers and ask for nothing more. Zhang Yue let out a faint laugh, assuming her goal was nothing more than personal gain. Dai Ning Tiantian immediately denied it, insisting that she wanted to prove herself, not chase money. Zhang Yue did not care about her reasons. He simply told her to wait until she reached level 30 and qualified for the tournament before discussing anything further. Hearing that, Dai Ning Tiantian beamed with joy and asked to add Zhang Yue as a friend. He agreed and told her to come find him once she reached level 30. As Zhang Yue turned to leave, she accidentally ran into his back because she could not stop in time. Zhang Yue looked back and coldly reminded her not to follow him. She was only allowed to find him after meeting the requirements. Dai Ning Tiantian nodded repeatedly. Without another word, Zhang Yue opened a space gate and chose to enter the fourth world, Dragon's Nest Valley. A massive gate of light instantly appeared before him. The system transported him to the fourth world, Dragon's Nest Valley. His entry point was the Bright Temple safe zone in Linhai City, where players from countless cities gathered. When the light faded, he found himself inside an ancient grand hall surrounded by towering ruins, Dragon Knight NPCs, and giant dragons soaring across the sky. Dragon's Nest Valley, the world of dragons, had finally begun. The story unfolded before him. 1,000 years ago, the Light Dragon Clan and the Dark Dragon Clan fought a devastating war before signing a peace treaty. Over time, however, the Light Dragons weakened while the Dark Dragons secretly regained their strength and began invading once more. Players had to assist the Light Dragon Clan, eliminate powerful dragon lords, earn NPC trust, unlock deeper quest lines, and eventually challenge the fourth world boss. Zhang Yue quietly calculated that once he reached level 30 and completed his second advancement, he would gain another summon slot. At that point, taming a dragon would become completely possible, especially with his undead evolution ability. In the fourth world, the fastest way to grow stronger was by accepting quests from NPCs and increasing their trust. Every NPC had a unique quest chain with rewards based on both difficulty and trust, so Zhang Yue immediately searched the Bright Temple for his first mission. Zhang Yue accepted a standard quest to head north of the Bright Temple and enter the Dark Mountain Range to eliminate dark dragons and raise the morale of the Light Dragon Clan. The rewards included 100,000 EXP, 15,000 energy, 20,000 trust, one random 2- or 3-star equipment piece, 40,000 silver coins, and a 2-day time limit. To unlock the world's main questline, he first needed enough trust, and the fastest way to earn it was by constantly hunting monsters. Zhang Yue then entered the level 31 Dark Mountain Range, where dark dragons filled the skies. Dragon roars echoed throughout the mountains as Zhang Yue mounted his undead staff and summoned the Dark Skeleton King, along with his skeleton warriors. Without hesitation, he locked onto a dark dragon flying overhead and launched his attack. Working together with his 2 summons, the dark dragon was quickly defeated and crashed to the ground. Thanks to the Dark Skeleton King's incredible defense, the Dark Dragon's attacks posed almost no threat. Combined with the Skeleton Warriors, the trio farmed monsters with ease. The Dark Dragon was a level 31 magic monster, with 1080 magic attack, 500 physical defense, 520 magic defense, 9800 HP, and the skills Dragon Flame and Dragon Breath. As his summons continued clearing enemies, Zhang Yue began thinking of ways to speed up the mission. Just as he was about to return and turn in the quest, a sudden disturbance erupted across the sky. Zhang Yue looked up toward the source of the commotion. From the distance, an entire squad of light fire dragons was charging toward the dark mountain range. His instincts told him this was very likely a hidden event he had never encountered before. Sure enough, the system announced that a special storyline had been activated and asked whether Zhang Yue wished to upgrade his current quest into the rare hidden mission, Defy the Darkness. Such a rare opportunity had come to him on its own, so Zhang Yue had no reason to refuse. After confirming, the quest was upgraded into the hidden mission, Crush the Darkness, with a difficulty rating of 550. He had to cooperate with the Light Dragon clan, enter the ancient ruins, and eliminate every dark dragon. The rewards increased dramatically to 600,000 EXP, 12 gold coins, 200 trust, 3 random 3-star equipment pieces, 2 selectable skill books, and 3 elite pet certificates. The time limit dropped to 1 hour, and failure would cost him 1 level and 300 trust with every Light Clan NPC. Zhang Yue immediately called over the Dark Skeleton King and the Skeleton Warriors before following the Light Dragons toward the ancient ruins beyond the Dark Mountain Range. It did not take long before he arrived at the ancient ruins. By the time he reached the battlefield, the Light Dragon Clan and the Dark Dragon Clan had already begun their war. The skies were filled with streams of dragon flame as both sides exchanged relentless attacks. Endless dragon roars shook the heavens, while giant dragons from both armies were blasted out of the sky one after another. After observing the battlefield, Zhang Yue noticed that the Light Dragon Clan held a clear advantage, making him believe this hidden mission might not be as difficult as expected. Even so, Zhang Yue felt something was off. A hidden quest with a difficulty of 550 could not be this easy. The moment that thought crossed his mind, a dragon's roar shook the sky. 3 massive dark dragons charged in from different directions and wiped out dozens of light dragons with a single wave of dragon flame. The terrifying fire also cut off the escape route for Zhang Yue, the Skeleton King, and the Skeleton Warriors. A moment later, the 3 giant monsters landed right in front of him. They were all level 35 Lord-ranked dark battle dragons with physical attributes. Facing 3 level 35 lords at once while he was only level 26 sent a chill down Zhang Yue's spine. 1 was enough to kill him, let alone 3. Just as Zhang Yue thought they were about to finish him off, one of the dark dragons suddenly spoke in the human language. It declared that the Light Clan was doomed, and anyone who stood with them would share the same fate. Zhang Yue was stunned that a dark dragon could actually speak like a human. The dark dragon then tried to recruit him into the Dark Clan, and promised to spare his life if he joined them. Zhang Yue began to think it over. 3 level 35 lords stood before him. Fighting back was almost certain death, along with losing a level and failing the quest. Joining them at least gave him a chance to survive. Only then did Zhang Yue understand why the hidden quest had such an insane difficulty. It was less of a hidden quest, and more like a trap prepared by the Dark Dragon Clan. After a few seconds of thought, Zhang Yue decided to go with the flow. Since he could not win, he would side with them for now. Seeing him agree, the 3 dark dragons immediately dropped their killing intent. One of them spread its wings and flew into the air. Then a spatial portal opened from its mouth. A purple vortex appeared before Zhang Yue, and the dark dragon signaled for him to step inside. Zhang Yue stared at the portal with great caution. In the end, he stepped straight into it. The 3 dark dragons followed closely behind, clearly making sure he would not escape. After about 10 minutes of traveling under the dragon's guidance, Zhang Yue crossed countless mountain ranges. Their final destination was a massive dark palace. The enormous fortress was shrouded in darkness, with countless dark dragons circling above. The system announced that he had entered the 4th world of Dragon Valley. His current location was the Dark Palace, a place for log-in, log-out, and revival, but not a safe zone. At that moment, a dark dragon knight in black armor named Goa stepped forward to welcome Zhang Yue into the Dark Palace and urged him to help destroy the Light Clan and rule all of Dragon Valley. The system immediately sent an official invitation to join the Dark faction. It also warned that accepting meant Zhang Yue could never return to the Light Palace or receive quests from Light NPCs again. At the same time, the hidden quest, Crush the Darkness, failed because time had run out, costing him 1 level and 300 reputation with all Light NPCs. Zhang Yue knew he had almost no other choice. No player had ever betrayed the Light Clan in the Fourth World before, but as long as he could keep completing quests, it made little difference which side he stood on. After officially joining the Dark Clan, Goa immediately gave Zhang Yue his first quest. He had to hunt light dragons in light territory to prove his loyalty. To his surprise, quests from the Dark Leader not only came directly, but also offered rewards about 50% higher than the light side. Zhang Yue accepted the light opposition quest. He had to travel to Destruction City and work with the Dark Clan to kill 300 light dragons and 360 flame battle dragons. The rewards were 180,000 EXP, 24,000 energy, 1 random 3-star equipment, 36 reputation with Goa, 75 silver coins, and a time limit of 2 days. The light dragons were almost as strong as the dark demonic dragons, only the targets had changed. Since the rewards were much better, Zhang Yue could only apologize to the Light Clan in his heart and prepare to act. Just then, he received a message asking for help. The sender begged him to assist with an extremely difficult quest, and even offered 560 silver coins as payment. Zhang Yue refused without hesitation. He reminded her that he had only agreed to help her pass the selection trial, not complete quests for her, then prepared to end the conversation. Just before closing the chat, another message arrived. Ning Tiantian said that if he helped this one time, she would reveal a secret about Tula, and asked him to meet her in Death City. That message made Zhang Yue frown slightly. After checking the map, he quickly confirmed that Ning Tiantian was waiting for him in Death City. The moment Zhang Yue appeared, Ning Tiantian rushed over with obvious excitement. Ning Tiantian quickly explained that she had started the quest with her close friends, but they abandoned her halfway through. With less than half a day left and no time to find another team, she could only ask Zhang Yue for help because she knew how strong he was. Zhang Yue showed no interest in her story and calmly told her to start the quest. Ning Tiantian nodded, and Zhang Yue immediately invited her into his party. Just as he was about to lure the monsters, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Zhang Yue saw Su Jinyan in a purple robe, smiling and waving as she asked why he was still in Death City. While talking, Su Jinyan noticed Ning Tiantian standing beside Zhang Yue. For some reason, she felt a hint of caution the moment they met and asked who the girl was. Before Zhang Yue could answer, Ning Tiantian quickly introduced herself as his cousin and said her cousin had brought her here to complete a quest today. She then leaned close to Zhang Yue and whispered that she would keep the secret. Zhang Yue stayed silent, neither confirming nor denying her claim. After hearing she was only his cousin, Su Jinyan suddenly felt much more at ease. She immediately offered to stay and help them finish the quest. Zhang Yue smiled and agreed. Teaming up with Su Jinyan had already become second nature. After Su Jinyan joined the party, Zhang Yue summoned the Dark Skeleton King and the Skeleton Warriors and sent them out to gather monsters. Before long, 5 skeleton shield guards were pulled together, while Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan unleashed their spells from the back line. Powerful magic exploded across the skeleton shield guards one after another. Every attack from Zhang Yue dealt over 1,000 or 2,000 damage, making the clearing speed unbelievably fast. Combined with Su Jinyan's excellent crowd control and support, the group quickly wiped out every skeleton shield guard. Watching the fight, Ning Tiantian barely had a chance to attack. She could only stand there in shock. In her eyes, Su Jinyan was incredibly powerful. Seeing the two fight in perfect sync and chat so naturally, Ning Tiantian tightened her grip on her staff, feeling both admiration and a deep sense of inferiority. The terrifying farming speed of Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan quickly drew the attention of nearby players. Everyone was amazed, especially by Zhang Yue's strength, and many wished they could join his party. At the same time, a nearby group of female mages recognized Ning Tiantian standing beside him and looked surprised. One of them recognized Zhang Yue as the beast tamer, who had helped them defeat the boss before. She mocked Ning Tiantian for ditching her team right after the boss fight, just to cling to him. The leader of the group, Mingming Supercute, looked openly jealous. She immediately opened a communication channel and planned to tell DG that his girlfriend was with another man. With Zhang Yu and Su Jinyan working together, all 300 skeletons were wiped out in no time. After completing the quest, Ning Tiantian happily thanked Zhang Yu and then thanked Su Jinyan as well. Su Jinyan checked her level and said she would keep leveling up. Once she reached level 25, she would head to the fourth world to find Zhang Yue. He simply nodded as he watched her leave. After that, Zhang Yue led Ning Tiantian to a quiet corner of Death City and got straight to the point, asking about the secret regarding Tula. After making sure no one was listening, Ning Tiantian lowered her voice and revealed that Tula was currently living in Linhai City, inside the Yue Yachting residential area. The moment he heard that, Zhang You's eyes turned ice cold. In an instant, the Dark Skeleton King rushed forward and grabbed Ning Tiantian by the throat, while Zhang Yue coldly demanded to know her true identity. Struggling to breathe, Ning Tiantian forced out a reply. She reminded him of their agreement. Only after Zhang Yue helped her through the upcoming professional tournament would she reveal the whole truth. Hearing that answer, the Dark Skeleton King slowly released his grip. Gasping for air, Ning Tiantian looked at Zhang Yue, who simply stared back and said she was truly good at making deals. She had found the one weakness he could not ignore. Without giving her another chance to speak, Zhang Yue warned her to come find him after reaching level 30. If she dared to deceive him, he would make her pay. With that, he turned and walked away, while Ning Tiantian coughed and loudly promised she would never reveal the secret to anyone else. After leaving the third world, Zhang Yue decided he would move away from his current home as soon as he finished his quest to avoid any possible danger. Meanwhile, in the fourth world, a fierce battle was raging inside Destruction City. War God Wu Di opened the message he had just received. After reading it, his face darkened instantly when he learned Ning Tiantian was with another man. A nearby mage curiously asked who would dare steal the Vice Guild leader's woman. Wu Di replied that the identity was unclear, only that the other party was a beast tamer with a skeleton king. At that moment, a report came from the battlefield that dark dragons had entered attack range. Wu Di immediately set aside his personal matters and led the team back into the mission. At the same time, Zhang Yue arrived at Destruction City in the fourth world and saw the ground littered with the corpses of recently killed dark dragons. Not long after, War God Wu Dis group arrived from behind. Examining the bodies, Zhang Yue noticed traces of arrows, spells, and sword slashes. This proved they were not killed by light dragons but by other players. One of Wu Dis members also noticed Zhang Yu's presence. War God Wu Di did not care at all, and even joked that someone had come to steal their monsters. He assumed the dead dark dragons were their team's achievement. As they got closer, one of them called out to Zhang Yue and told him to pick up the loot for them. Zhang Yue turned around and saw more than 10 players behind him. He wondered if they were from the group that cleared the third world or a previous batch of players. Seeing Zhang Yue ignore him, War God Wu Di raised his voice and asked if he was trying to challenge the War God Guild. Hearing the name, Zhang Yue found it unfamiliar. He guessed it was likely a guild from Linhai City and decided not to get involved since his mission was completely different. With that thought, he turned left and walked away silently. His dismissive attitude made Wu Di grind his teeth in anger, thinking a small beast tamer dared to look down on him. His subordinates quickly advised him to stay focused due to the time limit. Also guessing Zhang Yue was likely an expert from Linhai City, Wu Di coldly swore he would make Zhang Yue regret it next time they met. At that moment, the team received a system notification. A World Destroyer Corpse Dragon boss had appeared in Destruction City, triggering a hidden opportunity. The current mission could upgrade into a rare hidden quest, Dragon Slayer, Corpse Dragon, but only one person could accept it. The group immediately became excited, and Wu Di ordered everyone to fully support him in killing the boss for the reward. The boss that appeared was the Corpse Dragon of Destruction, a level 32 physical type, 3-star boss. The moment it appeared above Destruction City, it began a massacre of the light dragons. The Corpse Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed waves of dragon breath and fireballs, sweeping across the battlefield. Wailing roars echoed as light dragons were struck down and fell from the sky one after another. War God Wu Di immediately shouted, determined to kill the boss at all costs. Nearly 30 members of the War God Guild charged toward the Corpse Dragon together. As they entered combat range, a sudden change occurred. A sharp ice spike shot up from the ground and froze Wu Dis' legs in place. Taking the opportunity, the Corpse Dragon locked onto him and unleashed dragon breath. The explosion forced Wu Di to expend all his strength just to escape the damage zone. After breaking free from the freeze, he roared in anger, demanding to know who had secretly controlled him. Looking to the right, he saw Zhang Yu in Beast Tamer gear standing calmly. Zhang Yu simply said coldly, "This boss is mine." Wu Di laughed in contempt. In his eyes, Zhang Yue was not qualified to compete for the boss alone. Zhang Yue remained calm and issued a final warning. Everyone should leave the boss area within 10 seconds. The War God Guild burst into laughter. Wu Di wasted no more words and directly ordered his people to kill Zhang Yue. Immediately after the order, an archer named War God Supreme fired an arrow at Zhang Yue. The rest watched calmly, believing one man was enough to deal with a beast tamer. Just as everyone expected Jiang Yue to be taken down, he summoned a skeleton warrior to block the attack and raised his death spirit staff to counterattack. A series of fire bullets exploded on War God Supreme. A critical hit of over 2,000 damage instantly emptied his HP bar. War God Supreme was killed instantly. The system confirmed Jiang Yue had eliminated a player within the boss protection zone, so no karma points were applied. The scene stunned the entire War God Guild. No one expected a beast tamer to instantly kill a full health level 24 archer. At that moment, a mage noticed something even stranger. The corpse dragon was not attacking Jiang Yue at all. Could he be the boss ally? The moment those words were spoken, the corpse dragon of destruction descended from the sky and landed right beside Jiang Yue, standing as if it were protecting its teammate. At the same time, the system activated a hidden quest: protect the dark corpse dragon. Jiang Yue had to stop anyone attempting to kill it. Rewards included 750,000 EXP, 15 gold, 300 reputation with Goa, 3 random 3-star items, 3 selectable skill books, and 5 elite pet certificates. During the quest, anyone attacking the corpse dragon would become a valid target, and killing them would not incur karma. Failure would cost him 1 level and 300 reputation with all dark NPCs. With nothing left to hesitate about, Jiang Yue immediately summoned the Dark Skeleton King and prepared for battle. Seeing this, a mage from the War God Guild panicked and shouted that Jiang Yue was truly allied with the corpse dragon. War God Wu Di looked at Jiang Yue with both shock and rage, then blurted out asking if he was the one who stole his woman. Jiang Yue completely ignored him. He only thought that the previous hidden quest had failed, and this time he would not let it happen again. Wu Di's gaze suddenly landed on the skeleton King Jiang Yue had summoned. He immediately remembered earlier reports and realized Jiang Yue was the same beast tamer. His rage exploded, convinced Jiang Yue had stolen both the boss and his woman, and he ordered the entire guild to kill him. But just as they were about to charge, the corpse dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a sea of purple flames. In an instant, several fragile archers and mages from the War God Guild were burned down into white light. The dragon's terrifying roar and overwhelming power forced the War God Guild to retreat. Someone warned Wu Di that the boss alone was already extremely difficult to handle, and now there was also the mysterious Jiang Yue. Seeing the War God Guild trying to fall back, Jiang Yue immediately stopped them. He raised his death spirit staff and fired continuous fire bullets at them. Explosions rang out one after another as more War God Guild members were eliminated and turned into white light. Despite his anger, Wu Di forced himself to stay calm. He ordered a temporary retreat and reported back to the guild leader to gather the main force and return. Under Wu Di's command, more than 20 surviving members quickly withdrew from Destruction City. Watching them retreat, Jiang Yue understood that the quest required him to protect the corpse dragon for 24 hours. He guessed they would return soon, so he decided to stay and wait. Thinking back to Wu Di's words, Jiang Yue felt confused. He did steal the boss, but the part about stealing someone's girlfriend made no sense at all. To clarify, Jiang Yue contacted Liu Yao and asked about the War God Guild. Liu Yao replied that it was the second-ranked guild in Jining Province. After hearing that, Jiang Yue simply thanked him and ended the call. After some thought, he decided he needed reinforcements in case things turned worse. Before leaving, Jiang Yue told the corpse dragon to stay put and wait for his return, then immediately set off. At the same time in the Third World, Su Jinyan saw news of Jiang Yue clashing with the War God Guild and immediately felt worried, thinking he would be at a disadvantage alone. After taking over as guild leader of Misty Rain Pavilion, she immediately announced in the guild channel that all members should finish their world quests quickly and move to the Fourth World to regroup. Meanwhile, Jiang Yue returned to the Dark Palace and went straight to the Dark Dragon Knight leader Goa to request reinforcements, saying he was under attack by the Light Clan. Goa immediately agreed to help, which surprised Jiang Yue, since he had heard the Light faction rarely supported players in missions. Jiang Yue explained that he was currently protecting the corpse dragon and expected a large force to attack soon. Goa patted him on the shoulder and assured him that the Dark Clan would never let an ally fight alone. At that moment, the system issued an urgent alert that the corpse dragon was under attack and ordered immediate assistance to the location. Hearing the notification, Jiang Yue instantly realized the situation had become critical. He quickly said goodbye to Goa and set off at full speed. Before he left, Goa reiterated that the Dark Clan would always stand with him. Meanwhile, at Destruction City, a large number of players had gathered and launched a full-scale assault on the corpse dragon. Among them, war god Wu Di continued to command the battlefield. Under his orders, dozens of mages and spellcasters raised their staffs and cast control skills simultaneously. Layers of glowing seals wrapped around the corpse-seized dragon's body, significantly restricting its movement. Seeing that the boss was restrained, war god Wu Di immediately ordered a full assault. Warriors, knights, and assassins all charged in at once. Under the firepower of nearly 100 War God Guild members, the Corpse Dragon of Destruction's HP quickly dropped to about half. At that moment, countless powerful lightning strikes suddenly rained down from the sky. Many War God Guild members were turned into white light before they could even react. Amid the flashes of light, a figure in Death Spirit gear slowly walked forward, casting spells as he moved toward the battlefield. It was Zhang Yue. Someone in the back immediately shouted that the beast tamer had returned. Wu Di's expression changed, and he ordered his men to block Zhang Yue before he could reach the boss. Zhang Yue casually rested his Death Spirit staff on his shoulder like a greatsword, and coldly warned the War God Guild, anyone who does not want to die should step aside. He then immediately summoned the Dark Skeleton King and the Skeleton Warriors into combat stance. At that moment, a level 25 mage named War God Divine Punishment stepped out from the guild formation to take responsibility for stopping Zhang Yue. The others continued attacking the boss. Holding his staff, he walked slowly toward Zhang Yue. His aura alone made it clear he was on a completely different level from those before him. War God Divine Punishment coldly asked if Zhang Yue was the one who killed War God Guild members. Zhang Yue replied calmly that they were the ones who touched his boss first. Not wanting to waste time, Divine Punishment raised his staff, eyes flashing with electricity, and fired a beam of star light at Zhang Yue. Before the attack landed, the Dark Skeleton King stepped forward and took it head-on. Seeing the Skeleton King still standing after the hit, Divine Punishment was shocked. With his damage, anything below level 30 should have been instantly destroyed, yet even Zhang Yue's summon had survived. After blocking the attack, the Skeleton King immediately activated its skill and charged straight at Divine Punishment. The opponent reacted quickly, using Blink to dodge the charge and avoid direct confrontation. However, his landing point had already been predicted by Zhang Yue. Fireball and Lightning Spell were cast almost simultaneously, leaving Divine Punishment with no escape route. He could only raise a magic shield to defend, but the shield shattered instantly under the fireball. The Lightning Spell followed and struck him directly, dealing over 2,300 damage and nearly emptying his HP bar in one hit. Divine Punishment was thrown backward violently. Enduring the pain, he was shocked that Zhang Yue alone had pushed him into such a dangerous state. In his eyes, Zhang Yue now looked like a real monster. Even so, he refused to accept being suppressed by a single man and continued preparing to fight. Zhang Yue calmly stated that even if the entire guild came, he would not let them complete the mission. At that moment, the roar of the corpse dragon echoed across the sky again. Behind Zhang Yue, 3 level 35 Dark Dragon Lords suddenly appeared. They flew past him and dove into the sky above Destruction City, unleashing dark red dragon flame onto the War God Guild formation. These 3 lords were no weaker than the level 32 3-star corpse dragon. In a short time, the War God Guild formation was thrown into chaos, shocking Divine Punishment. Zhang Yue smiled and asked if they still wanted to risk their lives. After assessing both sides, Divine Punishment realized they could not win against Zhang Yue, especially with 3 Dark Dragon Lords present. The situation was completely against them. Staying rational, he immediately ordered a full retreat before further losses occurred. Wu Di was extremely unwilling, since the boss was almost dead, and retreating now meant the hidden quest would fail. Wu Di wanted to risk everything to kill both Zhang Yue and the corpse dragon, but Divine Punishment shouted back that they could not let the entire guild be wiped out for a single quest. He reminded Wu Di to look at the 3 Dark Dragon Lords dominating the battlefield. What confused him most was that none of the Dark Dragons were attacking Zhang Yue. At this point, Divine Punishment realized Zhang Yue was not there to steal the boss, but to protect it. He gave Wu Di one last look and told him to abandon the mission, since there was no longer any chance of success. Before leaving, Divine Punishment also ordered that if they encountered Zhang Yue again, they should immediately report him, then led the entire team in retreat. War God Wu Di reluctantly agreed, but still gritted his teeth while staring at Zhang Yue, vowing to settle both the boss-stealing debt and the matter involving Ning Tiantian one day. To prevent a surprise counterattack from the War God Guild, Zhang Yue insisted on guarding Destruction City for a full day and night until the 24-hour requirement was completed. Finally, the system announced that he had successfully protected the corpse dragon within the required time, and the mission was completed. The corpse dragon let out a roar and circled around Zhang Yue as if expressing gratitude. Zhang Yue gently stepped down from the corpse dragon's back. He patted its head and smiled, saying everything was over and it could leave now. The corpse dragon and the 3 dark dragon lords then turned and flew deep into the forest, as if their duty had ended. The system awarded the full rewards for the rare hidden quest guardian of the corpse dragon: 750,000 EXP, 15 gold coins, 300 reputation with Goa, 3 pieces of destruction-grade equipment ring, armor and boots, 3 selectable skill books, and 5 elite pet certificates. With the massive EXP, Zhang Ye instantly reached level 28, and his reputation with Goa rose to level 2, and then level 3. Zhang Yue let out a relieved breath as the mission finally ended. Satisfied with the rewards, he decided to give the destruction set directly to the Skeleton King. He remembered that at level 32nd advancement, he would unlock an extra skill slot and a pet slot, so he decided to keep the 3 skill books and 5 pet certificates for now, possibly trading them later for better options. At that moment, several messages arrived in quick succession. Opening his communication panel, Zhang Yue saw messages from Su Jinyan and Liu Yao. One asked where he was and said it was urgent. Another told him to send his location immediately, and Liu Yao reported that he had already arrived in the 4th world. Not knowing what was going on, Zhang Yue casually sent his location. At the same time, in a corner of Destruction City, in the 4th world, a War God Guild member asked Wu Di whether Zhang Yue had really shown up. Wu Di sneered and said that all first missions in the 4th world must come here, so sooner or later he would appear. He immediately instructed his subordinates to report to the guild leader as soon as Zhang Yue was spotted, while he would personally hold him back. Not long after, Zhang Yue walked into Destruction City, with his staff casually resting on his shoulder. Seeing him, the War God Guild members immediately reported to Wu Di. Wu Di did not hesitate and ordered the guild leader to bring reinforcements. In a short time, a large number of War God Guild members arrived and quickly surrounded Zhang Yue from all directions. At the front stood Vice Guild leader Wu Di. The moment they met, he pointed at Zhang Yue with a furious expression, believing that without the Dark Dragons this time, Zhang Yue would have no chance to act arrogantly again. Zhang Yue calmly glanced at Wu Di and asked why he had dropped in level, as if he had deliberately chosen not to level up. The words struck a nerve, and Wu Di turned red with rage, shouting that it was all because Zhang Yue ruined his mission. In his fury, Wu Di accused Zhang Yue of stealing both his quest and his woman, then gripped his sword tightly and prepared to charge. Zhang Yue looked genuinely confused and said he still did not understand what this stolen woman claim was supposed to mean. Thinking Zhang Yue was deliberately pretending, Wu Di stomped the ground and charged forward with his sword. But just as the blade was about to strike, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell and blocked his path. Wu Di quickly stopped and shouted angrily, demanding to know who dared interfere. Turning around, he saw a mage in Death Spirit gear, walking forward with an imposing aura. All War God Guild members immediately bowed in respect, as this was their guild leader. Wu Di immediately pointed at Zhang Yue and explained that he was the one who ruined his mission, asking the guild leader to order an attack. However, War God Divine Punishment calmly replied that he would handle this matter himself. Wu Di felt secretly pleased. In his mind, the guild leader was the strongest lightning mage in the guild, and with Zhang Yue now, without his dark dragons, there was no way he could survive. Surrounded by enemies, Zhang Yue remained calm. He slowly raised his staff, and killing intent spread across the area. Unexpectedly, War God Divine Punishment asked Zhang Yue a question no one expected. He directly invited Zhang Yue to join the War God Guild. The offer stunned Wu Di, leaving him unable to believe what he had just heard. Ignoring his subordinate's reaction, Divine Punishment continued, saying that if Zhang Ye agreed to join, everything that had happened before would be wiped clean, treating it as an opportunity for redemption. Zhang Yue did not hesitate at all, and directly rejected the offer, mocking the War God Guild for being arrogant and always looking down on others. War God Divine Punishment was slightly surprised. He believed very few people could refuse an invitation from the second-ranked guild in Jianing Province, so he asked again whether Zhang Yue truly wanted to become an enemy of the War God Guild. Just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a large group of players suddenly appeared outside Destruction City, surrounding the War God Guild in return. From within the crowd, a familiar voice rang out, "Who dares touch my big bro?" At the critical moment, a shield and sword elite warrior in shining golden armor stepped forward. Lu Ro strode up proudly and stood beside Zhang Yue. loudly declaring that he was from the Supreme Guild, and anyone who wanted to fight could try. Almost at the same time, Su Jinyan arrived with the Misty Rain Pavilion forces. Under her command, over 100 Misty Rain Pavilion members coordinated with about 200 Supreme Guild players, forming a massive encirclement that pressured the War God Guild instead. The scene shocked Wu Di, who realized both Misty Rain Pavilion and the Supreme Guild were standing on Zhang Yu's side. Wu Di still tried to maintain his pride, reminding them that the War God Guild was the second-ranked force in the entire province. War God Divine Punishment only responded with a cold stare. Lu Ruo leaned on his sword arrogantly and laughed, saying, "So, what if they were second place? Did they have more money or better looks than him?" Su Jinyan also stepped forward with her staff, and clearly stated that if anyone touched Zhang Yue, Misty Rain Pavilion would never stand by and watch. Furious, Wu Di prepared to charge forward, but before he could finish, War God Divine Punishment made a different decision. Divine Punishment immediately ordered a full retreat, as the guild leader's command was absolute priority. Everyone quickly withdrew, leaving Wu Di awkwardly suppressing his anger and following behind. After escaping the encirclement of both guilds, Wu Di could not help but ask why they did not fight, since their strength was not weak. Divine Punishment explained that the global professional tournament was approaching, and it was not worth wasting resources on an unnecessary conflict. Wu Di finally understood and admitted his mistake. In Divine Punishment's assessment, a beast tamer who had grown to this level and was protected by 2 major guilds was clearly not an ordinary person. After analyzing the situation, Divine Punishment decided he would find an opportunity to recruit Zhang Yue into the War God Guild. With that decision, Wu Di and Divine Punishment both left the area. After the enemies were gone, Lu Ro wiped his sword and asked Zhang Yue if he was all right. Zhang Yue calmly replied that he was fine. Su Jinyan sighed in relief, thinking they tried to bully Zhang Yue because he was alone. Lu Ro laughed and said anyone who wanted to do that would first have to get past his sword. Zhang Yue looked at the two of them and asked why they had both come looking for him at the same time. Without coordination, Lu Ro and Su Jinyan both simultaneously invited Zhang Yue to join their guilds, neither willing to back down. After speaking, their eyes locked in a sharp clash, as if another fight was about to break out. Su Jinyan frowned and asked what Lu Ro was planning since she had spoken first. Lu Ro replied that it did not matter, reminding her that members of Misty Rain Pavilion had previously caused trouble for Zhang Yue, making it unlikely he would join them. To persuade Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan promised that Chen Jun was already gone, and that if he agreed, he could set all conditions himself. Lu Ro refused to lose, and boldly offered the entire treasury of the Supreme Guild, along with other attractive benefits. Hearing this, Su Jinyan immediately blushed in anger and pointed at Lu Ruo, accusing him of being shameless for even using women as bargaining chips. Lu Ro calmly replied that it was a normal male need, then asked whether Misty Rain Pavilion could provide such benefits for Zhang Yue. Before fully understanding the meaning, Su Jinyan instinctively blurted out that she could. The entire crowd from both guilds turned to stare at her in shock. Realizing what she had just said, Su Jinyan instantly blushed deeply and hurriedly tried to explain that everyone had misunderstood her meaning. Seeing the argument escalating, Zhang Yue finally spoke to end it. He said he had no intention of joining any guild for now, and reminded them to focus on leveling in the fourth world instead. Then he turned and walked back toward the Dark Palace. Lu Ro and Su Jinyan could only watch helplessly and finally nod in acceptance of Zhang Yue's decision. Su Jinyan curiously asked where he was going and whether he was skipping quests. Zhang Yue turned back and replied briefly that he was heading to receive a quest. Su Jinyan was confused because that direction was not toward the Light Temple. Even Lu Ro had no idea where Zhang Yue was going, so both of them could only watch his back in curiosity. At lunch break, Wu Di logged out to eat and went online to search for information. After some digging, he discovered that in World 4, there really existed a hidden opportunity, allowing class users to betray the Light faction and join the Dark faction. This hidden mission had long been passed around as rumors among class users, but since no one had ever dared to try it, most people treated it as fiction. Thinking back to how 3 Dark Dragon Lords once helped Zhang Yue, Wu Di became even more convinced his guess was correct. If that was true, he had already found a way to deal with Zhang Yue without paying too high a price. Meanwhile, in the leveling zone of World 4, countless new class users were still actively hunting monsters to gain experience. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar erupted, echoing across the entire area of the Light Great Hall. Everyone looked up and started discussing it. Even Su Jinyan and Lu Ro were no exception. They all believed the light divine dragon had gone into rage again because someone tried to steal its eggs, like in previous years. Just then, Zhang Yue arrived at the light faction area. The moment Su Jinyan and Liu Rose saw him, they immediately called out happily. The two of them enthusiastically invited Zhang Yue to take quests and level together. In their opinion, teaming up would greatly increase their monster clearing speed. Zhang Yue shook his head and refused, saying his mission was completely different. He needed to go to the light zone to hunt monsters, aiming to reach level 29 today, and quickly push to level 30 for second-class advancement. After the advancement, he would unlock a second pet slot, and his skill rank would also rise from A to S, greatly boosting his power. Hearing this, Su Jinyan became even more confused. That area was only meant for receiving quests, so why was Zhang Yue going there to hunt monsters? Before anyone could get an answer, a massive silhouette appeared at the horizon. A giant dragon was charging straight toward the City of Destruction, its overwhelming presence crushing everyone's senses. Lu Ru recognized it as the level 35 4-star light divine dragon boss, and wondered why it was so enraged. Everyone assumed it was because someone had stolen its eggs again. Zhang Yue also believed it was simply hunting the culprit, and would not attack innocents. However, as the light divine dragon flew overhead, it suddenly sensed something unusual. It immediately descended right in front of Zhang Yue, Liu Rou, and Su Jinyan, then let out a hostile roar. The terrifying pressure forced nearby members of Yanyu Pavilion and the Supreme Guild to quickly retreat. Lu Ru was instantly shocked, because the light divine dragon had never attacked innocent players before. He hurriedly explained that they had absolutely not stolen any dragon eggs. But in the next moment, the light divine dragon locked onto Zhang Yue and opened its mouth, unleashing a burst of dragon flame. The massive flame swept across the area, engulfing many nearby class users from both the Supreme Guild and Yanyu Pavilion. Strangely, everyone else was completely unharmed. Only Zhang Yue took damage, losing 2,720 HP from the dragon flame strike. Zhang Yue's rank magic shield, with 2,800 shield points, was almost completely destroyed in a single hit. As the light divine dragon prepared its next attack, Zhang Yue instantly used teleport to evade. However, the dragon quickly changed direction and continued its pursuit. The scene left everyone from Yanyu Pavilion, the Supreme Guild, and surrounding players completely stunned. Many of them immediately suspected Zhang Yue was the one who stole the dragon egg, since divine dragons were known to sense the thief's aura. Lu Ru widened his eyes in shock and blurted out in disbelief that maybe his boss really had stolen a dragon egg. While continuously dodging attacks, Zhang Yue denied it. Even he himself could not understand why the light divine dragon was targeting him. A thought suddenly flashed through Zhang Yue's mind. Perhaps the light divine dragon had recognized that he belonged to the dark faction. With no time left to think, Zhang Yue immediately summoned the Dark Skeleton King and Skeleton Warriors to block the light divine dragon. But the moment it saw the dark creatures, the light divine dragon became even more violent than before. Its roar shook the sky, and a terrifying dragontine breath instantly crushed the level 28 skeleton warriors. Even the Dark Skeleton King could not withstand the dragon's destructive power. Facing a level 35 4-star boss, Zhang Yue instantly felt its overwhelming power. If things continued like this, he could very well die here. Among the watching crowd, one person was secretly smiling with satisfaction, seeing everything unfold exactly as planned. That person was Wu Di. He sneered at his subordinates, confident Zhang Yue would not survive this time. His men kept flattering him, praising his plan of using the light divine dragon to kill Zhang Yue as extremely clever. Seeing Zhang Yue in danger, Liu Rou immediately shouted for everyone to provide backup. At the same time, Su Jinyan ordered the entire Yanyu Pavilion to protect Zhang Yue. Blocked by both guilds, the light divine dragon shifted into indiscriminate attacks. Dragon Flame and Dragon Breath swept across the battlefield, causing members of both guilds to fall one after another, as streams of white light rose non-stop. In the chaos, Su Jinyan still tried to explain to the light divine dragon that Zhang Yue was absolutely not someone who stole dragon eggs. The dragon angrily questioned her back, asking where the evidence was, if that were true. That question instantly left Su Jinyan speechless, as she had no proof at all. Without waiting for any further words, the light divine dragon coldly declared that if they insisted on protecting Zhang Yue, then they would all go to hell together. Immediately after, waves of dragon flame and dragon breath continued to pour down, turning the area into a sea of fire and causing heavy casualties on both sides. At the most critical moment, Ning Tiantian suddenly rushed forward to shield Zhang Yue and loudly claimed she could prove he was not the dragon egg thief. Even while standing face to face with the light divine dragon, her expression filled with fear, Ning Tiantian refused to step back. The scene shocked Wu Di and filled him with rage. He knew Ning Tiantian had always been timid, yet she now dared to protect another man with her own body. Right after that, Ning Tiantian opened her communication interface and pulled out a recording saved using crystal memory projection. She enlarged the footage in front of the light divine dragon. In the video, Wu Di led 8 members of the War God Guild into Frost Valley at night, ordering them to drag the corpse of a dark giant dragon and other monster remains to frame Zhang Yue. The recording also captured Wu Di, gritting his teeth and declaring he would make that beast tamer die with no burial place. After the video ended, Ning Tiantian immediately pointed at Wu Di and declared that he was the real culprit. Exposed in front of everyone, Wu Di angrily pointed at Ning Tiantian and cursed her for betraying him. Ning Tiantian calmly replied that they had already broken up long ago, and she could not accept his dirty methods of harming others. After hearing everything, the light divine dragon turned to Wu Di and coldly asked only one question: "Where are the dragon eggs?" Wu Di and the members of the War God Guild involved in the incident turned deathly pale. Someone tremblingly admitted the eggs had already been sold. A massive explosion rang out as the light divine dragon instantly landed right in front of Wu Di. Without using dragon flame, it directly swallowed Wu Di whole. Then it followed the remaining aura and hunted down every participant involved in the theft, leaving no one alive. Only after all the culprits were eliminated did the light divine dragon let out a thunderous roar, spread its wings, and return to the light great hall. As its figure disappeared, everyone from Yanyu Pavilion and the Supreme Guild finally breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Ro quickly ran over to check on Zhang Yue, who calmly replied that he was fine. Liu Ro and Su Jinyan both approached Zhang Yue. Liu Ro sighed, saying he never expected Wu Di to use the divine dragon to kill people, while Su Jinyan added that Zhang Yue had been moments away from death, and it was lucky everything was resolved in time. Zhang Yue then looked at Ning Tiantian with surprise. She had stepped up to save him at a critical moment, and he sincerely said he owed her a favor. Ning Tiantian, who had always lived with insecurity and self-doubt, had never been so brave before. Her face turned red. She smiled softly and happily greeted everyone. Liu Ro stood beside Zhang Yue and asked what they should do next about this situation. A trace of killing intent flashed in Zhang Yue's eyes. He coldly said that since the War God Guild liked causing trouble, he would teach them a lesson. As long as they were in the City of Destruction, no member of the War God Guild would be allowed to leave in peace. At the same time, in the main headquarters of the War God Guild in Kangyang City, Zhejiang Province, the atmosphere had turned extremely tense. After receiving the report, all the higher-ups changed their expressions. Wu Di and the others involved were still being hunted by the Light Divine Dragon, while Zhang Yue was actively hunting War God Guild members in the City of Destruction. Guild leader Lin Tian turned around in his chair and angrily cursed Wu Di as a fool. He reminded him that he had already warned them not to touch Zhang Yue, yet now he had to clean up the mess himself. Lin Tian immediately issued an emergency order. All members were forbidden from entering the City of Destruction, even if they had quests there, and were required to develop in other zones. Wu Di and everyone involved in the dragon egg theft were expelled from the guild. A member named War God Fatty nervously asked whether this decision was too risky, since the professional tournament was approaching. Lin Tian calmly replied that the guild would recruit strong class users in Kangyang City with high benefits. As for Zhang Yue's situation, he would handle it personally. In Lanhai City, Zhang Yue received a call from an agent informing him that an entire apartment unit in Yueya Pavilion had become available for rent. He agreed to go see it the next day after packing his things. Shortly after, in an apartment inside Yueya Pavilion, a sudden knock sounded at the door. The person inside asked who was outside. A short reply came from outside, saying it was a delivery worker. Thinking nothing was wrong, Ning Tiantian walked over in slippers to open the door. The moment she saw the figure wearing a cap and a darkened disguise, she froze. Ning Tiantian widened her eyes in shock, realizing the person in front of her was Wu Di. Before she could close the door, Wu Di forced his way in and pushed himself into the apartment. He stared at Ning Tiantian with deep resentment, calling her a traitor and saying she could not escape him even if she moved. Ning Tiantian panicked and kept backing away. Wu Di stepped closer, blaming her and Zhang Yue for ruining his life and getting him expelled from the guild. Ning Tiantian tried to explain that she simply could not accept his framing and harming others, insisting she had done nothing wrong. Losing control, Wu Di rushed forward, restrained her, and violently shoved Ning Tiantian to the floor. He pinned her down, grabbed her arms, and tore at her clothes while venting his rage, believing she had destroyed his future. Ning Tiantian struggled desperately and screamed for help in despair, but her weak strength could not break free from Wu Di's grip. At the most critical moment, Wu Di suddenly felt a powerful force pulling him away from Ning Tiantian from behind. He turned his head, and a heavy punch slammed directly into his face, knocking him to the floor. When he regained awareness, Wu Di realized the person who had arrived was Zhang Yue. Seeing Zhang Yue arrive in time, Ning Tiantian immediately stood up and hugged him tightly. Wu Di became even more furious, shouting at them, and arrogantly claiming Ning Tiantian was his woman. Ning Tiantian immediately denied it, stating she had never accepted any relationship and that Wu Di had only been clinging to her. In rage, Wu Di charged at Zhang Yue and threw a punch. Zhang Yue simply tilted his body slightly to dodge it. Using the momentum of Wu Di's charge, Zhang Yue spun and delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. The kick left Wu Di clutching his stomach in pain, barely able to stand. Zhang Yue immediately followed up with a straight punch to his face, knocking him down again. In front of Zhang Yue, Wu Di had no chance to fight back. After only a few strikes, he lost consciousness. Ning Tiantian worried if he was dead, but Zhang Yue calmly said he was only unconscious. He had no intention of killing him, since in the real world, the law would handle crimes. After fixing her clothes, Ning Tiantian explained that Wu Di had never been her boyfriend. They had only met during a quest, but he later kept harassing her. However, Zhang Yue cut her off, saying he was not interested in their personal matters. What interested Zhang Yue more was something else. He did not expect his neighbor to be Ning Tiantian, so he asked whether she had known him before. Ning Tiantian happily nodded and said she had once secretly seen him through a crack in the door and later accidentally met him in the other world, realizing they were the same person. Zhang Yue then directly asked how she knew he used the name Tula. Ning Tiantian bit her lip and took out a letter. She honestly said that once a mail carrier delivered a package when Zhang Yue was not home, and she accidentally saw the recipient's name. The moment Zhang Yue saw the letter in her hand, he immediately recognized it as the mysterious letter he had received before. The letter had once stated that the sender hoped Tula would not be eliminated in the city and provincial tournaments because they were waiting to meet him at the national competition. After observing Ning Tiantian's expression, Zhang Yue believed she was not lying. He realized the person hiding in the shadows had no trace left behind, while he himself had no clues at all. If he wanted to find out who sent the letter, the only way was to enter the professional tournament and uncover the truth himself. Before leaving, Zhang Yue told Ning Tiantian to keep the letter a secret. Just as he was about to step out the door, she hurriedly called him back and asked where he was going. Zhang Yue simply turned back and looked at her, without saying a word. Gathering her courage, Ning Tiantian asked to follow Zhang Yue, saying Wu Di already knew where she lived, and staying alone was no longer safe. Zhang Yue flatly refused, saying he was not used to living with others, and told her to find a new place herself. As he reached the door, Ning Tiantian quietly said she had neither a place to stay, nor any money. Hearing that, Zhang Yue paused. He remembered how she had risked herself to protect him from the light divine dragon, so he changed his mind and asked her to hand over her phone. A few seconds later, Ning Tiantian's phone showed a transfer notification of 100,000. She stared at Zhang Yue in confusion, not understanding what had just happened. Zhang Yue explained that he had once promised to help her reach the city tournament, so this money was her reward and did not need to be repaid. After speaking, he coldly left and said they no longer owed each other anything. Watching his back disappear, Ning Tiantian let out a soft sigh. She felt inferior, thinking she had no money, status, or ability, always relying on others, and therefore no one could truly care about her. Back in the other world, Zhang Yue went straight to the Dark Great Hall to meet leader Goa and complete the mission of protecting the Dark Sky Dragon. After submitting the quest, Zhang Yue reached level 30, and Goa's favorability toward him increased to level 4, with only a little more needed to reach the next tier. Goa looked at Zhang Yue with satisfaction and said he had contributed greatly to the Dark Race. If he kept it up, he would soon be assigned a special mission with the highest rewards of the entire faction. Hearing this, Zhang Yue realized that only by reaching certain favorability thresholds could he unlock higher-level missions. At that moment, a system notification appeared in front of him, confirming he had met the requirements for the level 30 second-class advancement. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue chose to prioritize his second-class advancement to increase his strength before continuing other tasks, so he immediately accepted the challenge. As he stepped into the second advancement dungeon, the Otherworld system instantly issued a notification. the advancement quest named Mind Trial, Mirror Shackles, was activated. During the mission, the player could not leave the map, and death would result in a 3-level penalty. Looking at the vast forest before him, Zhang Yue silently realized this was the exclusive second advancement dungeon for the Spirit Necromancer class. Following the map guidance, he quickly located the target and led the Dark Skeleton King deeper inside. But after only a few steps, the scene ahead made Zhang Yue freeze. A massive valley stretched out, completely covered with countless skull fragments and white bones, creating a chilling sight. At that moment, a cold wind suddenly swept across the valley. The wind grew stronger and stronger, carrying a strange, ominous feeling that made Zhang Yue stay alert and wonder where this eerie force came from. As the wind howled on, the ground began to tremble, and one by one, withered arms slowly emerged from beneath the soil. Moments later, groups of undead crawled out from underground. They locked their eyes on Zhang Yue and the Dark Skeleton King and slowly advanced. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue immediately ordered the Dark Skeleton King to engage the newly appeared undead. But after only a few roars, the Dark Skeleton King was surrounded by countless undead crawling out from the ground. They clung to its body and began tearing it apart wildly. Seeing his ally in danger, Zhang Yue tried to rush in for support, but he himself was also entangled by another group of undead. These undead not only restrained their targets, but could also continuously replicate, increasing the pressure rapidly. At the same time, they emitted a strong mental interference against their enemies. Zhang Wei immediately raised his staff and cast Fireball Barrage, blasting away the undead surrounding him. Taking the opportunity, he quickly retreated to create distance from the monsters. On the other side, the Dark Skeleton King was being dragged underground. Its lower body had nearly vanished, leaving only furious roars echoing through the area. Seeing this, Zhang Yue began to suspect that the second advancement trial might be restricting the use of summoned pets. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Yue opened the map and checked the red marker point, flagged by the system. He decided to head straight to the center of the map, first to figure out the dungeon mechanics, before planning his next move. With that thought, he immediately sped forward. Holding his staff tightly, Zhang Yue kept jumping across the terrain as he rushed toward the objective. The closer he got to the center, the more all surrounding sounds disappeared. The silence became so deep it created a strong sense of unease. Standing on top of a hill, Zhang Yue suddenly stopped and focused his gaze ahead. In the middle of the vast frozen land, a gigantic crystal floated in the air, emitting a strange blue glow. Zhang Yue immediately guessed this was the object mentioned in the Mirror Shackles quest name, and slowly approached it. He did not dare to act carelessly, and used his staff to probe it, instead of touching it directly. The moment the staff tip touched the crystal surface, a strong sense of danger surged in Zhang Yue's mind. The crystal began to shake violently, and the surrounding space distorted, as if being twisted. Immediately after, Zhang Yue's body was pulled toward the crystal by a powerful force, piece by piece disappearing. In an instant, his entire body was sucked inside the crystal. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Yue found himself in a completely different space inside the crystal. He immediately stood up, cold sweat still forming on his forehead from the sudden change. Looking around, Zhang Yue saw only a world filled with blue light. Beneath him was a smooth ice surface like a mirror, clearly reflecting everything. He guessed this was likely an independent sealed space. As he was still observing, countless blue light points appeared in front of him and quickly gathered together. In an instant, those light points formed another Zhang Yue, identical in appearance and even holding the same staff. Seeing the clone in front of him, Zhang Yue was shocked by how perfectly identical it was. But he quickly regained his composure, stomped on the ground, and charged straight at the opponent without hesitation. Even as a beast tamer, Zhang Yue chose close combat. He used his staff like a spear, but the clone quickly dodged to the side. Immediately after, the opponent raised its staff, preparing to counterattack. The counterthrust had almost the exact same movement and angle as Zhang Yu's earlier attack. Caught off guard, Zhang Yue quickly rotated his staff sideways to block the strike. He roared and used the momentum to sweep his staff horizontally, forcing both sides to retreat a few steps to stabilize. After regaining balance, both immediately rushed forward again. The two raised their staffs and cast spells at the exact same moment. Two lightning spells, one purple and one blue, collided mid-air and exploded violently. After the impact, smoke and dust quickly filled the entire battlefield. Zhang Yue struggled to his feet and realized the opponent's speed, strength, casting ability, and mana were almost identical to his own. He continued observing the clone and found it almost unbelievable how similar it was. But after a moment, Zhang Yue noticed a difference. The opponent only copied his actions perfectly, but did not possess true human combat instinct. Realizing this, Zhang Yue regained confidence. If the trial mechanism was only at this level, then clearing it would be much easier. Without giving the opponent time to react, Zhang Yue unleashed Fireball and Fire Bullet consecutively. As expected, the clone responded with the exact same skills. Both sides kept colliding with spells, fireballs exploding across the frozen land and causing intense shockwaves. Taking advantage of the explosion, Zhang Yue immediately dashed forward. He understood that in many battles, instinct was the key to victory. Seizing the opening, Zhang Yue swung his staff in a counterattack, catching the clone off guard and landing a solid hit. The impact sent the clone flying like a broken puppet before crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Yue faintly smiled. It seemed as long as he moved fast enough, the opponent could not fully replicate him. Everything was going as expected. With overwhelming speed, the clone was nothing more than a training dummy taking hits. After that, Zhang Yue kept pressing forward with non-stop attacks, while the clone continued taking damage repeatedly. Every spell unleashed resulted in another heavy blow landing on the clone. The battle quickly tilted in Zhang Yu's favor, and soon reached its final moments. Just as lightning strike descended, Zhang Yue immediately followed up with a binding skill to lock down the clone's movement. Not missing the chance, Zhang Yue rushed forward and thrust his staff for a decisive strike, ending the entire battle. Fake is always fake. It can never replace the real one, Zhang Yue said with a faint smile. He slightly raised his staff, and the clone of Zhang Yue instantly disintegrated and vanished. Right after the victory, Zhang Yue immediately felt a transformation happening inside his body. A brilliant light burst from his chest, so intense it was blinding. At the same time, the system announced the completion of the Mirror Shackles Mind Trial Advancement Quest. His class stats increased by 140 stars total, magic damage 35 stars, HP 30 stars, physical defense 24 stars, magic defense 25 stars, mana 26 stars, skill cap raised to S rank, and the Beast Tamer second advancement officially unlocked a second pet slot. At that moment, the Dark Skeleton King also returned from the spatial gate. Zhang Yue felt satisfied, finally having a slot for a second pet. As long as he could tame something stronger than the Skeleton King, his power would skyrocket. After completing the second advancement, Zhang Yu's first priority was to upgrade his overall combat power, starting with his skills. The stronger the skill, the higher the upgrade cost. To raise from a rank to S rank required 3 million energy points. Fireball evolved into Heavenly Flame Destruction, Ice Pool into Frozen Heaven Realm, and Lightning into Thunder of 10,000 Tribulations. Next, Fire Bullet became Divine Flame Judgment, Magic Shield turned into Divine Demon Protection, and Blink evolved into Spatial Shift. In total, Zhang Yue spent 18 million energy points to upgrade all 6 skills to S rank. After reaching S rank, all skills underwent a complete transformation in power. His next goal was to hunt more light dragons and accumulate progress for Goa's special mission. Sometime later, in the wilderness outside the Light Hall, Wu Di, a level 24 Iron Armor Knight class user in black armor with a dark complexion, blocked Ning Tiantian and growled that she thought she could escape him just by leaving Yueya Pavilion. Ning Tiantian gripped her staff tightly, her face filled with anger and grievance, questioning why he attacked her innocent teammates. Wu Dai arrogantly replied that he wanted everyone in the Light Hall to understand that anyone who teamed up with her would die. After speaking, he kicked her to the ground. Looking down at her, Wu Di mocked her, asking where that man was, saying she had been abandoned after being used. He laughed and insulted her judgment for trusting a heartless man. Even in this situation, Ning Tiantian still tried to defend Zhang Yue, insisting he was not that kind of person. Wu Di sneered and told her to call Zhang Yue over, because this time he would make sure Zhang Yue came but never left. At that moment, one of his subordinates suddenly pointed behind them, in shock, urgently telling Wu Di to look. Everyone turned around and froze when they saw a beast tamer in a black robe, holding a staff, calmly walking toward them. Wu Di laughed coldly, saying, "Speak of the devil, and he appears." It looked like Zhang Yue really came to die. Ning Tiantian turned around and saw Zhang Yue. All her grief instantly vanished, replaced by overwhelming relief and joy, as she had thought she would never see him again. Zhang Yue walked forward, looking at the group with a confused expression, unsure what they were planning this time. Wu Di raised his spear and pointed it at Zhang Yue, shouting for all his subordinates to attack together, saying beast tamers were fragile and could be taken down by a coordinated rush. Hearing the provocation, Zhang Yue calmly looked at the War God Guild members and rested his Dark Spirit's staff on his shoulder. Mana surged around him, as he thought it was the perfect chance to test his newly upgraded strength skills. Just as he was about to cast his spell, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the sky, heavily injuring Wu Dis group in an instant. Immediately after the volley, a formation of warriors, knights, and assassins rushed in from the right side and surrounded the battlefield. Leading them was Lin Tian, War God Heavenly Punishment, a lightning mage wearing full dark spirit equipment with overwhelming presence. As he arrived, he coldly asked Wu Dai whether he had not already warned them not to touch this beast tamer. Wu Di gritted his teeth and angrily argued that Zhang Yue was the one stealing bosses, ruining missions, and taking the woman he liked, yet the guild leader was siding with an outsider instead of his own members. Lin Tian remained calm and simply said he did not need anyone to teach him what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, an assassin beside him instantly moved. With a single sword strike, the assassin cut Wu Di down on the spot. Seeing Zhang Yue lower his staff, Lin Tian sincerely apologized on behalf of the War God Guild for everything that had happened before, and once again invited him to join the guild as vice-guild leader. However, Zhang Yue still kept his stance. He only replied that it could be discussed later, but for now, he and the War God Guild should stay out of each other's way. After speaking, Zhang Yue walked over to Ning Tiantian and handed her a healing potion. She accepted it happily and thanked him. At that moment, Zhang Yue received a new message. The sender was Liu Yao, urgently asking for help, saying he and Su Jinyan were about to be overwhelmed. At the same time in the City of Destruction, 2 mutated light dragons, unclear whether corrupted or artificially modified, roared in the sky. One was covered in purple demonic flames, the other in blue demonic fire, circling above the city. On the ground, Su Jinyan, a level 28 forbidden mage, continuously cast spells while commanding everyone to focus fire. She ordered archers to target the one with weaker physical defense, mages to hit the one with weaker magic resistance, knights to hold aggro, and priests to go all out on healing. Members of the Supreme Guild immediately asked for tactics. Liu Yao scanned the battlefield, raised his sword, and shouted for the entire team to follow Yanyu Pavilion's formation. The 2 major guilds, totaling around 300 class users, launched a full assault. Over 70 archers and mages simultaneously unleashed arrows and spells, but only dealt minimal damage. Immediately after, the 2 dragons opened their mouths and unleashed purple and blue infernos from the sky. The sea of flames instantly covered a wide area, dealing over 1,000 damage per hit and turning dozens of mages and archers into white light. Everyone realized these 2 dragons were far beyond expectations. Just as the situation became critical, Zhang Yue stepped forward from behind and asked what was going on. Seeing him, Liu Yao excitedly shouted that he finally arrived. If he had come any later, the entire team would have been wiped out. Su Jinyan immediately warned Zhang Yue to be careful, as the dragons had extremely high magic resistance. Zhang Yue calmly rested his staff on his shoulder and said to leave everything to him. After observing closely, Zhang Yue realized they were corrupted light dragons. In essence, they still belonged to the light race, so killing them would not conflict with his faction's standing. More importantly, this was a perfect chance to test his strength skills. Zhang Yue raised the dark spirit staff, locked onto the blue Nichthian war dragon, and instantly cast his strength skill, Frozen Heaven Realm. With 161 agility, his casting speed was terrifyingly fast. In an instant, a massive snowstorm and countless ice spikes descended from the sky, as if devouring the entire battlefield. The attack dealt over 2,600 damage and instantly removed about 13 of its HP. After being hit, the Nichthian war dragon not only took continuous damage but was also frozen, slowed, and paralyzed simultaneously. Witnessing this, everyone from Yanyu Pavilion and the Supreme Guild was stunned. They were shocked by Zhang Yu's damage output and immediately realized he had completed his second advancement and even upgraded his skills to S rank in such a short time. Under pressure, the Nichthian demon dragon counterattacked with a massive fireball aimed directly at Zhang Yue, but he quickly dodged. Landing again, Zhang Yu immediately locked on to both dragons and unleashed heavenly flame destruction and thunder of 10,000 tribulations. Fire and lightning ravaged the battlefield. The 2 dragons continuously took heavy damage while paralysis effects kept triggering. Zhang Yuo's Shrank skill combo alone accumulated over 6,000 damage, rapidly draining their HP bars. Seeing the opportunity, both guilds launched a full-scale assault, coordinating with Zhang Yue to finish the bosses. After only a few minutes of battle, both dragons were defeated one after another, and the Nichthian war dragon's body crashed heavily to the ground. Zhang Yue immediately checked the system notification, but aside from the boss rewards, there were no special prompts. He felt slightly disappointed that the soul harvest effect did not trigger. To obtain a second pet, he needed to tame something even stronger than the Dark Skeleton King. Zhang Yue also did not care much about the loot. Liu Yao and Su Jinyan quickly approached. Liu Yao excitedly said that with Zhang Yue's current strength, he could dominate the city-level qualifiers, and once again invited him to join the Supreme Guild to defeat War God and Infinity Guild, and aim for the provincial championship. The atmosphere suddenly turned quiet, making Liu Yao confused. He turned to ask Su Jinyan why she was not competing for him like before. Su Jinyan remained silent, fully aware that Zhang Yu's current level had already surpassed what Yan Yu Pavilion could hope to recruit. Just then, Li Xiaoyao brought shocking news. He reported that the main force of the War God Guild in the Fourth World had just been wiped out by a mysterious group of professionals, and even guild leader War God Tianqian did not survive. Hearing this, Liu Yao froze in shock. Su Jinyan instinctively looked toward Zhang Yu, and the others followed, turning their gaze to him as well. Noticing everyone staring, Zhang Yue calmly said that if he had truly targeted the War God Guild, he would have acted long ago and would not have waited until now. Liu Yao sighed in relief. At least Zhang Yue would not be hunted by the entire world. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan looked pleased, thinking the heavy loss of the War God Guild would give Mist Rain Pavilion a better chance to fight for the runner-up spot in the province. Still, Zhang Yue silently thought about it. He had only met Lin Tian not long ago, yet his entire team had been wiped out so quickly. Since it had nothing to do with him, he did not dwell on it further. After that, Zhang Yue returned to the Dark Temple to meet Goya for a new mission. The system confirmed Goya's trust level had reached level 5, the maximum rank. Goya smiled and welcomed Zhang Yue, saying that for thousands of years only he had met the conditions for the final mission, so the Dark Clan needed his help. Zhang Wei immediately asked what he needed to do. Goya explained that the Dark Clan could never defeat the Light Clan, because the Light Divine Dragon always guarded them. As long as it existed, all plans would be stuck. Zhang Yue thought Goya wanted him to kill the Light Divine Dragon, but Goya shook his head. The real mission was to enter its territory and wipe out the Dragon Knight Imperial Guard. Zhang Yue confirmed that the target was an entire Imperial Guard unit. Goya nodded and said that the area was a forbidden land of the Light Clan, so the Dark Clan could not enter. Only humans could go inside, making Zhang Yue their only hope. Just then, the system notification appeared. Zhang Yue triggered a unique hidden mission called Glory of the Dark Clan and was asked whether to accept it. This was a one-of-a-kind mission, never seen in 110 years since the Otherworld descended. The mission required Zhang Yue to represent the Dark Clan, enter the Light Clan Forbidden Land, and eliminate all Dragon Knight Imperial Guards within 10 days. Difficulty was rated 750, with rewards revealed later. If he failed, he would lose 3 levels, his trust with Goya would drop to 0, and the entire quest chain would reset, while the hidden mission would disappear forever. Even Zhang Yue felt the punishment was extremely harsh. Without much hesitation, Zhang Yue accepted the mission. To him, the higher the risk and punishment, the greater the reward, so there was no reason to refuse. Goya solemnly entrusted the glory of the Dark Clan to Zhang Yue. He calmly replied that he would make sure the Light Divine Dragon stayed away from its own forbidden land. After accepting the mission, Zhang Yu followed the map instructions and left the Dark Temple, heading straight toward the Light Clan Forbidden Land. Soon he arrived at an empty forest, where a 10-meter-tall blue light barrier stood in the middle of space. A system prompt confirmed that the mission participant was allowed to enter the Forbidden Land. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue stepped through the barrier. The system immediately notified him that he had entered a special level 35 map, the Light Clan Forbidden Land. During the mission, this would be his only login and logout point. Leaving the area or dying would count as immediate failure. Realizing he could not leave the map, Zhang Yue checked his inventory and found his supply of potions was running low, making him frown slightly. The system repeated that he could only log in and out here. Zhang Yue gave a helpless smile, joking that the system almost seemed worried he might starve inside the Forbidden Land. The scenery shifted, and Zhang Yue appeared in a massive valley. In the sky, countless Light Divine Dragons flew non-stop, their roars shaking the entire valley. Zhang Yue quickly checked the stats of the Light Forbidden Guard War Dragons. They were level 35 physical monsters with extremely high attack, defense, and HP. These were elite guards trained by the Light Divine Dragon itself, known for overwhelming combat power. Seeing such a massive number of dragons, Zhang Yue realized that wiping them out would be a long and brutal battle. but he quickly dismissed the thought. He still had 10 days, so he could clear them one by one. With that, he raised his Death Spirit Staff, locked onto his first target, and launched his attack. Heavenly Fire-Scorched Plains activated instantly. A massive fireball shot forward and exploded directly on the Light Forbidden Guard War Dragon. After taking the hit, the dragon immediately dove down straight at Zhang Yue. It unleashed a powerful gray-silver dragon breath, but Zhang Yu reacted in time and used Shadow Shift to dodge at the last second. Right after that, 3 arrows suddenly tore through the wind from behind the battlefield toward Zhang Yue. He instantly summoned a skeleton warrior to block in front. With a single slash, the skeleton deflected all 3 arrows aside. Only then did Zhang Yue realize there were enemies hiding behind the dragons. Soon, a dragon knight riding a dragon appeared and shouted, demanding who dared invade the Light Clan Forbidden Land. At this point, Zhang Yue finally understood why these dragons were so hard to deal with. They were fighting alongside dragon knights. Looking at the golden-armored dragon knight, Zhang Yue became alert. Those arrows alone were already deadly. Without his current gear, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue summoned the Dark Skeleton King and Skeleton Warriors, ordering the Skeleton King to draw aggro and protect him. The Dark Skeleton King immediately activated Fatal Taunt, pulling all aggro from both Dragon Knights and dragons onto itself. Instantly, waves of dragon breath and arrows rained down on the Skeleton King's position. Thanks to the stacking effects of Shadow Sovereign and Fatal Taunt, which reduced damage by 50%, the Skeleton King only took around 500 damage per hit and held firm. Zhang Yue quickly assessed the situation. The Dragon Knights had strong firepower but not much HP. As long as the Skeleton King held them, he and the Skeleton Warriors could secure victory. He ordered the Skeleton King to maintain control while the Skeleton Warriors rushed in. They swung their great blades continuously, each hit dealing around 800 to 900 damage. While the summons held the enemies, Zhang Yue stayed behind and continuously fired high-tier rank skills with overwhelming power. He prioritized the Dragon Knights, since they had lower HP than the dragons. Once their Holy Light Shield broke, their health dropped rapidly under the barrage of spells. A final roar echoed out as the Dragon Knight turned into a streak of white light and vanished completely. Seeing the main threat eliminated, Zhang Yue immediately led the Skeleton King and Skeleton Warriors to pressure the remaining targets. With the Skeleton King's control, the Skeleton Warriors' melee attacks, and Zhang Yue's firepower, the remaining Dragon Knights were quickly wiped out. Only the dragons were left, making the fight much easier. Without much effort, Zhang Yue unleashed continuous rank skills, completely overwhelming the enemies. Frost Heaven Snowfield and Lightning Storm of 10,000 Calamities swept across the battlefield in rotation, while Zhang Yue and his summons hunted down every remaining Light Dragon Knight. The system announced, Light Forbidden Guard War Dragon level 35 defeated, gained 360 EXP and 350,000 energy. Zhang Yue smiled, realizing that once the Dragon Knights were gone, the dragons were no longer a threat. Zhang Yue continued his sweep of the Forbidden Land with his 2 summons, hunting down every Light Dragon Knight one by one. Looking across the vast valley, he saw nothing but countless dragons filling the sky. The enemy numbers were so massive that it seemed impossible to clear them anytime soon. But with 10 days left, he was not worried. However, constantly using strength skills drained his mana heavily, and his mana potions were almost gone. He would need to restock soon. By noon, Zhang Yue logged out temporarily to rest. He remembered that high-grade mana potions in the other world only cost around 50 coins, while outside they were twice as expensive. Beyond price, his bigger concern was the massive quantity needed. If others discovered his intent, it could interfere with the mission. At that moment, Zhang Yue recalled Liu Yao mentioning that his father was an epic-level alchemist, and their family owned the largest pharmacy in Seaside City. After logging out, Zhang Yue immediately messaged Liu Yao to ask about high-grade instant mana potion prices. Liu Yao said healing potions cost 100, mana potions 120, and he could only discount 30, since his father would scold him if he gave them for free. Zhang Yue immediately ordered 2,000 mana potions and requested urgent delivery. Liu Yao was surprised by the huge quantity, but Zhang Yue simply said he needed them for something important. In the end, Liu Yao agreed to arrange the delivery. Lying on the bed, Zhang Yue calculated that this amount of potions should be enough to complete the mission. The most important thing now was to recover well, because failure was absolutely not an option. At the same time, inside the Li family pharmacy in Linhai City, Liu Yao asked Li Xiaoyao in confusion why he told him not to give Zhang Yue free potions. Li Xiaoyao adjusted his glasses and explained, that if a young master like Liu Yao offered no benefit at all, it would be hard to attract anyone. If they wanted to recruit Zhang Yue into the Supreme Guild, they first had to make him understand the value and advantages the guild could offer. After hearing this, Liu Yao nodded in approval and praised Li Xiaoyao as his best assistant, then joked that starting next month he would cut his salary by 10,000, so he would work harder. Hearing that, Li Xiaoyao could only look at the guild leader with a helpless expression. Just then, a guild member rushed in with urgent news. The Supreme Guild forces in the Fourth World had been attacked by a mysterious group of professionals, suffering heavy losses. Not only that, Mist Rain Pavilion was also severely damaged. Hearing the report, Liu Yao instantly exploded in anger. He shouted at whoever dared to touch the Supreme Guild, then immediately ordered all members to log in and prepare for battle. Meanwhile, in destroyed city of the Fourth World, a brutal guild war was still ongoing. Members of Mist Rain Pavilion reported to Su Jinyan that the enemy was too strong. They had been holding out for days and were reaching their limit, with many already killed once in the sudden ambush. Standing in command at the rear, Su Jinyan continuously used defensive support skills and ordered everyone to fall back in formation. As long as they retreated to the safe zone, the enemy would no longer be able to pursue. At that moment, Liu Yao's voice came from behind. He led a large group of Supreme Guild members in a fierce reinforcement charge. Su Jinyan immediately thanked Liu Yao. He simply smiled and said there was no need for formalities, since the Supreme Guild had also been ambushed and barely managed to shake off their attackers. On the other side of the battlefield, a cold command suddenly rang out, ordering all troops to stop attacking. The leader stepped forward wearing red flame armor, his aura overwhelming, carrying a flaming war spear on his shoulder. Wuji Tianzun looked down at both guilds and mocked them, saying top 5 guilds were this weak, and they should quit the professional tournament early to avoid being crushed by the Wuji Guild in public. Those words shocked everyone from Mist Rain Pavilion and the Supreme Guild. Su Jinyan immediately recognized them as members of the Wuji Guild, while Liu Yao was confused. As far as he knew, the Wuji Guild was based in Tianlong City of Zhejiang Province, while the Fourth World only merged Linhai and Ganyang. So why were people from Tianlong here? Su Jinyan stepped forward and accused them, stating that they were the ones who killed members of Mist Rain Pavilion to eliminate competition before the Professional Awakener tournament, calling their methods shameless. Wuji Tianzun not only did not deny it, but also stared at Su Jinyan. Realizing the Mist Rain Pavilion guild leader was a stunning beauty, his gaze instantly turned malicious. He openly flirted with her, even promising that if Su Jinyan became his girlfriend, he would spare Mist Rain Pavilion. At that moment, Wuji Sword Saint immediately warned him not to defy the guild leader's orders. Wuji Tianzun only sneered and acted unconcerned, believing a small guild like Mist Rain Pavilion was not worth affecting their plan. Seeing their arrogance, Liu Yao warned them that the #1 beast tamer of Linhai City would return soon, and when that happened, the Wuji Guild would be completely flattened. Wuji Tianzun remained dismissive, mocking that if such a strong expert really existed, why had he not shown up yet? Liu Yao quietly asked Su Jinyan if she had contacted Zhang Yue, but she only shook her head slightly, saying he still had not responded. Seeing no one appear, Wuji Tianzun immediately gave the order that except for Su Jinyan, everyone else should be killed without mercy. Just as the situation reached a breaking point, a world announcement suddenly echoed, congratulating player Ling for completing the unique hidden mission Glory of the Dark Clan. The news shocked Wuji Tianzun. Even Wuji Sword Saint could not hide his disbelief, as after hundreds of years, someone had finally discovered the world's only hidden mission in the Fourth World. Liu Yao immediately smiled with pride, knowing the person mentioned by the system was Zhang Yue, while Su Jinyan also sighed in relief, realizing he was about to return. Not wanting to drag things out any longer, Wuji Sword Saint immediately ordered everyone to be captured. The Wuji members all rushed forward at once. Meanwhile, in the special map of the level 35, Light Forbidden Land, after a full week of non-stop sweeping, Zhang Yue finally wiped out all Light Forbidden Guard Dragon Knights. The Forbidden Land was now completely silent, a total contrast to the armies of knights and dragons when he first arrived. Even the Skeleton King, who had fought alongside him for days, was showing clear signs of exhaustion. Just after completing the mission, Zhang Yue received an urgent message from Liu Yao, saying the Wuji Guild was attacking, and even his wife was about to be taken. Zhang Yue finally felt relieved, since he could now leave the Forbidden Land after a week of being trapped. As long as he submitted the mission, he would be able to return. Back in the Dark Clan Grand Hall, Leader Goya congratulated Zhang Yue for completing the unique hidden mission Glory of the Dark Clan. The rewards were immediately issued: 3 level-ups, 100 gold, and massive energy. With the 1000-fold amplification effect, he also obtained Dark Glory Armor, Dark Overlord Set, and the rare skill book Heavenly Punishment. 3 golden lights engulfed his body, pushing Zhang Yue from level 32 straight to level 35. Zhang Yue continued using hundreds of refinement cycles, consuming large amounts of energy to roll 2 golden attributes, Dark Lord and Dark Overlord. Even, the Drank skill Heavenly Sin was directly upgraded to Srank, evolving into Hell Judgment. Hell Judgment Srank could summon 100 beams of hell light to strike a 60-meter area for 3 seconds, dealing 100 magic damage and interrupting actions, with each enemy taking up to 5 hits. With new equipment and rare skills, this Forbidden Land trip was an enormous profit far beyond Zhang Yu's expectations. Just as he was about to leave, Goya suddenly called him back. Goya said that due to his outstanding contributions to the Dark Clan, Zhang Yue deserved an additional special reward. Hearing this, Zhang Yue was slightly surprised that the rewards were not over yet. A dark red dragon egg appeared before him, emitting a dense dark aura. Goya explained that it was condensed from the blood essence of the dark dragon ancestor 1,000 years ago. Only a hero of the Dark Clan was worthy of it, and the life inside would now accompany Zhang Yue. Zhang Yue looked at the dragon egg and gently touched its surface with curiosity. In that instant, the egg suddenly cracked and shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, on the outside battlefield, Liu Yao and Su Jinyan were still desperately resisting the enemy assault. In just moments, members of their side were being defeated one after another by the Wuji Guild. Liu Yao was shocked. The 2 level 30 second tier leaders were already strong enough, but even the ordinary members had terrifying combat power. Looking closer, Su Jinyan quickly realized the reason. All of the enemy equipment was extremely high grade, almost everyone fully equipped with golden tier gear. Liu Yao froze after hearing this. Even with his wealth, he could not afford to equip an entire guild with gold gear. For the first time, he realized money had limits. At that moment, a black-clad assassin from Wuji suddenly lunged at him. Su Jinyan immediately shouted a warning and released a spell in time, saving Liu Yao from a fatal strike. The Wuji Guild was backed by the Tian family, one of the most powerful aristocratic families in Tianjing, giving them overwhelming resources and strength far beyond normal guilds. Moreover, their founder Wuji Ba was known as the strongest expert in Zhejiang province, making their power something that could not be measured by money alone. Seeing the assassination fail, Wuji Sword Saint decided to target Su Jinyan directly, believing the forbidden mage was too dangerous. However, Wuji Tianzun immediately stopped him, declaring she was his target, and no one was allowed to touch her. Wuji Sword Saint coldly asked if he truly valued her that much. As soon as he finished speaking, he deliberately drew his sword and charged at Su Jinyan, intending to kill her in front of Wuji Tianzun. Seeing the danger, Liu Yao shouted that his big brother would make him pay for this. Wuji Sword Saint completely ignored the threat, maintaining his sword stance and arrogantly claiming that even if that person appeared, he would not be able to withstand a single strike. But at that moment, a fireball suddenly shot in from behind. A deafening explosion engulfed the battlefield as the fireball struck Wuji Sword Saint. The impact was so powerful that he was blasted backward and slammed heavily into the ground. Before he could even get up, a figure appeared in front of him like lightning and stomped hard on his chest. The one who arrived was Zhang Yue. Holding the Death Spirit Staff, he coldly pressed down on Wuji Swords and said, "You dare touch my people?" The entire battlefield fell dead silent. Su Jinyan looked at Zhang Yue as if seeing light in absolute despair, calling his name emotionally, realizing he had finally returned. Wuji Sword Saint stared into Zhang Yu's ice-cold eyes, and for the first time, felt real fear trembling as he asked for his identity. Zhang Yue calmly replied, "The same trash you were just talking about." The Wuji Guild members still did not know who he was, nor understood his strength. They immediately turned their weapons toward him, and Wuji Tianzun loudly ordered everyone to charge. Facing the entire group, Zhang Yu's expression remained unusually calm. He coldly said, "If you want to die, come." Then he revealed his ID and activated his gear effects. Golden light engulfed his body, and the name above his head appeared clearly. Ling, level 35, second Job Death Spirit Mage. That aura alone forced the enemy to hesitate. Seeing he was even higher level than their guild leader, everyone panicked. They had never even heard of the Death Spirit Mage class, and now realized the man in front of them was Ling, the one who had just completed the unique hidden mission. Still pinned under his foot, Wuji Sword Saint had no chance to resist before Zhang Yue casually struck once and directly killed him. A flash of white light erupted as Wuji Sword Saint vanished before everyone's eyes. Zhang Yue slowly turned, swept a cold gaze across the crowd and asked, "Who's next?" The Wuji members looked at each other in hesitation, none daring to step forward. Only Wu Haotian tried to act tough, claiming one man could not stand against their entire guild. Seeing they still stood there, Zhang Yue raised his death spirit staff and said calmly, "Then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned icy. Killing intent surged as massive mana gathered at the tip of the staff. Explosions rang out as the Hell Judgment skill activated. A dark red 60-meter-wide domain appeared beneath their feet, trapping all Wuji members inside. They looked around in shock, as few had ever seen such a rare skill in person. Immediately after, Zhang Yue unleashed 3 strength skills: Heavenly Fire Scorched Plains, Frost Heaven Snowfield, and Lightning Storm of 10,000 Calamities, each locking onto different targets with absolute precision. Massive damage numbers appeared one after another, instantly killing all 3 targets, including a level 30 second-tier knight. Trapped inside the domain, the Wuji members began to panic. They had never seen such a skill set, or such overwhelming damage, and urgently begged the Vice Guild leader to retreat before they were completely wiped out. Wuji Tianzizhen was secretly shaken. He never expected Linhai City to have such a terrifying expert. In his mind, only one thought remained. He had to investigate Zhang Yue's identity. After weighing the situation, Wuji Tianzun immediately ordered a retreat. All members quickly withdrew from the battlefield without hesitation. After they left, Liu Yao ran over excitedly, repeatedly praising Zhang Yue for forcing the strongest guild in Zhejiang province to retreat. Su Jinyan also blushed slightly and thanked him softly. Zhang Yue smiled and apologized for being late, explaining he had been stuck in a special mission all this time. Su Jinyan only softly replied that she understood on the surface, but inwardly she was relieved and happy that he had returned safely. At that moment, Lin Tian, a guild leader from another group, also stepped forward to thank Zhang Yue and invited him to join his guild with full freedom of choice. Liu Yao immediately jumped in, insisting Zhang Yue should join the Supreme Guild. But Su Jinyan refused to back down, saying he was closer to Mist Rain Pavilion and promised no restrictions if he joined. In an instant, the 3 guild leaders were quietly competing to win Zhang Yue over. However, Zhang Yue made an unexpected proposal. He asked each of them to lend him 1 million, and in return he would help them level up and repay everything within 1 month. All 3 were stunned. Lin Tian looked confused, while Liu Yao even considered going back to his family for more funds, despite having his allowance cut off. Seeing that, Zhang Yue stopped him and said it was not necessary to go that far. Just then, Su Jinyan immediately offered to lend him 3 million without any hesitation. Zhang Yue had not even finished refusing when Su Jinyan already guessed his intention, asking if he was planning to form a guild. Zhang Yue laughed and praised her sharp mind for reading his thoughts correctly. Liu Yao seriously warned that building a guild from zero would be extremely difficult, especially in the early stage. Zhang Yue still stuck to his decision. He had already considered this back in the Forbidden Land. It was also an unfinished ambition from his past life, when he wanted to gather the strongest professionals in Long Country to build the world's top guild. But the plan was destroyed by a level 9 beast-tide catastrophe before it even began. Lin Tian once again emphasized that forming a guild would be full of challenges and far from simple. Zhang Yue just smiled and said he would take escort missions for 10,000 yuan each to build capital. As for Yan Yu Ge, it would be free, treated like interest from a 3 million loan. Liu Yao could only give a bitter smile, while Lin Tian regretted not paying up front. After settling everything, Zhang Yue said goodbye and quickly left as he still had matters to handle. Back at the Dark Tribe Hall, Zhang Yue opened his pet space to summon his second pet. A rift appeared, and a dark young dragon crawled out with a low roar. Remembering an evolution item he had obtained from monster hunting before, Zhang Yue immediately used it on the dark young dragon. The system instantly announced that the dark young dragon had evolved from common grade to elite dark war dragon. It also awakened dark dragon bloodline level 2 and heaven-shattering earth, destroying level 2 abilities. In an instant, the dragon's form began to change rapidly. The small dragon quickly grew into a 5 to 6 meter dark giant dragon. A kingly pressure of the dark dragon race spread out, along with deep roars, making even Zhang Yue feel excited. Zhang Yue opened the stats panel of the world-ending Black Dragon for inspection. It is a physical type Dark War Dragon, bound to its master Ling, with absolute loyalty and extreme growth potential. Dark Dragon Bloodline Level 2 increases all attributes by 30. Heaven-Shattering Earth. Destroying Level 2 adds 10 stacking damage per hit for 10 minutes, up to 5 stacks. It is also described as a descendant of the Dark Ancestor Dragon Mother, carrying royal bloodline and the potential to become the king of the Dark Dragon race. After reading it, Zhang Yue was very satisfied. Even in its juvenile form, the Dark War Dragon already reached elite grade. Once it evolves into the world-ending Black Dragon, its power will far exceed the present state. Both skills are extremely powerful and at rare level 2. Zhang Yue immediately decided to bring the Skeleton King and the Dark War Dragon to a level 35 monster zone to test their real combat strength. Meanwhile, in another area of the Fourth World, Su Jinyan and Wu Haotian were being chased by a group of professionals. While fleeing, Su Jinyan asked in confusion why Wu Haotian saved her despite being a vice leader of the Wuji Guild. Wu Haotian replied that he had long been disgusted with the methods of Wuji Sword Saint and the others, and even teaming up to ambush a girl was unacceptable to him. But after being serious for a moment, Wu Haotian returned to his usual playful tone, joking that maybe after this hero saves the beauty moment, Su Jinyan would repay him with her body. Su Jinyan immediately rejected him firmly, while Wu Haotian just laughed and told her not to be so sure. At that moment, a loud sound rang out as Wuji Sword Saint suddenly landed and blocked their path. Stabbing his sword into the ground, Wuji Sword Saint coldly delivered the guild leader's order. He questioned Wu Haotian for saving the Yan Yu Gay guild leader, calling it no different from betrayal of the Wuji Guild. In an instant, they were completely surrounded by Wuji Guild members. Wu Haotian immediately argued that both of them were vice leaders, and Wuji Sword Saint had no authority to judge him. Wuji Sword Saint pointed his blade at Wu Haotian and declared that the moment he saved Su Jinyan, he was already expelled from the guild. He then ordered both of them to be killed. Wu Haotian shouted at them to see who would dare move, but the order had already been given and the Wuji fighters charged in. He barely managed to raise his hand to block. While dealing with the front attacks, Wuji Sword Saint suddenly moved behind and slashed at Wu Haotian's back. Seeing her teammate injured, Su Jinyan immediately used Flowing Light spell to restrain Wuji Sword Saint on the spot. Even while restrained, Wuji Sword Saint let out a cold laugh, admitting her control skill was precise, but reminding her they still had countless reinforcements. At his command, dozens of professionals rushed in with all kinds of weapons, intent on finishing Su Jinyan and Wu Haotian. At the most dangerous moment, hundreds of dark red beams suddenly rained down from the sky, engulfing the entire battlefield. Judgment strikes wiped out the entire group in an instant, turning them into white light before they could react. Everyone immediately turned toward the source of the attack. Zhang Yue was sitting on the back of the Dark War Dragon, holding the Death Spirit's staff, his cold gaze locking onto them. Recognizing him as Lin, the strongest expert in Linhai City, those who had once suffered defeat under Zhang Yue panicked and fled. Only Wuji Sword Saint stood frozen, never expecting someone to have tamed a dragon as a pet. After regaining composure, Wuji Sword Saint claimed he had investigated Zhang Yue and believed he only rose through Yan Yu Ge and the Supreme Guild. He relayed the guild leader's message, offering Zhang Yue a chance to submit to the Wuji Guild. Hearing this, Zhang Yue only laughed in contempt, asking what he would need from the Wuji Guild's mercy. At the same time, dark mana gathered rapidly on his Death Spirit staff. A fireball shot straight at Wuji Sword Saint, erasing his HP bar instantly. Before turning into white light, he still managed to threaten that Zhang Yue would eventually pay the price for opposing the Wuji Guild. Witnessing Wuji Sword Saint being instantly defeated, the remaining members of the Wuji Guild panicked and fled without hesitation. Su Jinyan rushed over to Zhang Yue, anxiously asking if he was injured. Zhang Yue smiled and said he was fine, explaining he just happened to pass by and saw them in danger. Not far away, Wu Haotian noticed Su Jinyan's concern for Zhang Yue and his eyes dimmed slightly. He quietly turned to leave, but Zhang Yue's voice suddenly called out behind him, mentioning that he had been expelled from the Wuji Guild. Wu Haotian looked back and calmly said it did not matter, since he no longer wanted to stay in that guild anyway. Zhang Yue then invited Wu Haotian to join his own guild, saying he valued his principles. The offer shocked both Wu Haotian and Su Jinyan. Zhang Yue even raised 5 fingers, offering a salary of 100,000 per month to recruit him. Thinking about everything that had just happened, Wu Haotian agreed without hesitation. He then asked about the guild name and current member count. Zhang Yue calmly replied the guild was called Tianming Hall, and including Wu Haotian, there were only 2 members. Wu Haotian froze in disbelief at how small it was. Su Jinyan laughed softly and encouraged him, saying the guild was newly formed and would surely grow. Zhang Yue also nodded, confirming he was actively recruiting. Seeing the two interacting naturally, Wu Haotian leaned closer and quietly asked Zhang Yue if he and Su Jinyan were really a couple. The question left Zhang Yue speechless. He did not answer, turned away, and said he would continue leveling and contact them through the guild channel if needed. Su Jinyan immediately followed him, while Wu Haotian watched their backs with a sense of loss. Sometime later, in a forest outside the city, in the 4th world, Zhang Yue was grinding levels with the Dark War Dragon while standing under a tree, thinking about future plans. Even though recruitment for the new guild had opened, most applicants were only ordinary professionals below level 30. Zhang Yue smiled helplessly. It was understandable, since true experts would rarely join a newly formed guild. Just as he was thinking, a desperate cry for help suddenly came from behind. The voice belonged to Ning Tiandian, who was fleeing in panic while being chased by a group of professionals. Before she could get far, Ning Tiandian tripped and fell hard to the ground. The white-robed girl was quickly surrounded and shoved around. They shouted at her to repay her debt, saying running away would not solve anything. Ning Tiandian immediately denied it, insisting she owed nothing and that it was all a trap set by Wu Di to frame her. A fat knight with a lewd grin stepped forward and mockingly said that if she had no money, she could repay it with her own body. Ning Tiandian retreated in fear. At that moment, an unexpected kick flew in and sent the fat man flying on the spot. Zhang Yue appeared in front of them and calmly asked Ning Tiandian how much money she actually owed. The group did not recognize him. The fat man angrily swung his fist at Zhang Yue, shouting at him not to interfere. Zhang Yue casually raised his death spirit staff and unleashed heaven fire scorching plains, instantly blasting the fat man more than 10 meters away. As Zhang Yue attacked, his ID appeared above his head with the title Lin, level 35, second transition death spirit mage. Realizing who he was, the remaining people turned pale and fled in panic. After handling the situation, Zhang Yue looked at Ning Tiandian and awkwardly asked if she was injured. Ning Tiandian did not answer. Instead, she quickly explained she truly owed nothing, and it was all Wu Dis' revenge scheme. Hearing this, Zhang Yue simply nodded. Seeing she was safe, he turned to leave. But not long after walking away, he noticed Ning Tiandian silently following behind. When asked why, she lowered her head and said she was afraid those people would come back for her. Because he had just killed players, Zhang Yue's name had turned gray. It would take time and more experience to return to normal. He ignored it and allowed Ning Tiandian to follow him. Zhang Yue said he was already planning to grind in this area anyway, so she could stay with him for now. Soon after, they entered a level 35 monster zone. Ning Tiandian immediately felt the environment was very different from previous areas. Zhang Yue nodded, but strong gusts suddenly blew out from the canyon. Stone dragons crawled out from the cracks in the rocks. He immediately stood in front of Ning Tiandian and told her to be careful. Holding his death spirit staff tightly, Zhang Yue entered combat mode and told Ning Tiandian to stay behind him while he handled everything. A fireball was instantly launched, striking one of the stone dragons. After several exchanges, Zhang Yue realized the monsters here were much harder than expected. The reason was each stone dragon had a passive skill called petrification. Whenever they were attacked, there was a 30% chance the attacker would be turned to stone for 1 second. Because of continuous attacks, Zhang Yue was repeatedly affected by this control effect. He was slightly surprised that these stone dragons had such annoying control abilities. Although they were not strong enough to be a real threat, their constant interference was starting to test his patience. At that moment, a blue light appeared under his feet. The weak healing effect also instantly removed the petrification status. Zhang Yue was surprised to find that Ning Tiandian's skill could not only heal but also cleanse control effects. Without hesitation, Zhang Yue summoned the Dark War Dragon from his pet space and ordered it to wipe out the entire group of stone dragons. After clearing the area, Zhang Yue asked Ning Tiandian what her class was. She honestly replied that she was a holy light priest. Hearing this, Zhang Yue was slightly surprised. He had thought she was just an ordinary player, not expecting her to have an elite-tier profession. In battles between strong professionals, control skills were the most dangerous. At their current low levels, this weakness was not obvious yet, but later on, facing forbidden mages like Su Jinyan, even a single restraint could mean death. Because of that, as strength increased, someone who could both heal and cleanse control like a holy light priest would become extremely important. Thinking of this, Zhang Yue made a decision. With Ning Tiandian in the team, their lineup would have almost no weaknesses. He invited her to join his guild with a salary of 50,000 per month. Ning Tiandian happily agreed without hesitation. However, she then lowered her mood and said she had almost no combat ability and was always seen as a burden by her teammates. Zhang Yue reassured her, saying the value of a holy light priest was far beyond what she imagined. In his eyes, it was the strongest support class. Hearing this, Ning Tiandian smiled again and thanked him. With a new member joining, Zhang Yue immediately opened the guild channel and called Wu Haotian over, sending him the current location. About 10 minutes later, Wu Haotian arrived in red armor and immediately asked if they were about to fight again. Zhang Yue introduced Ning Tiandian as the newest guild member. Wu Haotian complained that a simple message would have been enough, instead of dragging him all the way here. But the moment he saw Ning Tiandian, his attitude changed instantly. He happily ran over, introduced himself as the guild's second-in-command, and told her to call him Brother Tian. Ning Tiandian politely greeted him and introduced her name. Wu Haotian continued asking about her class and level. When he learned Ning Tiandian was only level 29 and a holy light priest, he laughed and said the level was a bit low, but told her not to worry and he would help her grind later. At first, Wu Haotian was about to say her class was decent, but the moment he realized it was a holy light priest, he froze on the spot. He pulled Zhang Yue aside in shock and said Zhang Yue was insanely lucky. A holy light priest was a class top guilds, would pay up to 3 million a year to recruit. Zhang Yue calmly replied that Ning Tiandian still did not understand her true value. Wu Haotian nodded in agreement. At their current low levels, no one had realized the potential of this class yet. He even joked that once she understood her value, she might switch guilds. Zhang Yue just smiled and said they would deal with it when the time came. Hearing their conversation filled with hidden meaning, Ning Tiandian became slightly nervous and quietly asked if there was something wrong with her class. Wu Haotian immediately gave a thumbs up and laughed, congratulating her and saying he was happy to be her teammate. Zhang Yue suddenly became serious and reminded them that the global professional player tournament would begin in 3 days. Before that, they had to clear the 4th world. Both Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian were shocked. Wu Haotian quickly confirmed whether Zhang Yue meant that just the 3 of them would not only clear the 4th world, but also represent in the global competition. After rubbing his forehead, Wu Haotian honestly said he and Zhang Yue were fine, but Ning Tiandian was still below level 30. Bringing her would be like carrying a burden. Zhang Yue thought for a moment and agreed. The priority was for both of them to complete their second transition first. Without hesitation, he immediately told everyone to begin the leveling plan. Zhang Yi quickly formed a party and led Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian into a grinding zone. He summoned the Skeleton King and the Dark War Dragon for support. The Skeleton King and Wu Haotian held the front line. Ning Tiandian continuously healed, while the Dark War Dragon roared in the sky and quickly wiped out waves of dark dragons in moments. Other professionals nearby on dragon-slaying quests were stunned by the scene. None of them had ever seen a beast tamer with a dragon-type pet, completely beyond their understanding. After completing the second transition, the world-ending Black Dragon reached rare tier level 30 stats, with extremely high physical attack, defense, HP, and mana. It also gained 4 grade skills: Dragon Flame Apocalypse, Dragon Breath Apocalypse, Chain Burst Destruction, and Armor Piercing Explosion. Contrary to expectations, the world-ending Black Dragon was a ranged physical attacker, fighting much like an archer and even using archer-type equipment. Zhang Yue calculated that after this grinding session, completing the second transition would no longer be a problem. The last 2 days before the tournament would be for preparation. Tomorrow they would conquer the 4th world, and the final day would be for shopping and gear upgrades. After finishing a round of grinding, Zhang Yue asked about their progress. Wu Haotian said he had completed his required tasks, while Ning Tiandian had reached level 32 and was now eligible for the second transition. Zhang Yue immediately planned to finish all remaining missions that day, then challenge the world boss together the next day. Both agreed. Over the next 2 days, Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian completed all 4th world quests. By evening, just before the global professional player tournament opened, the 3 of them formed a party and entered the world boss challenge zone. Wu Haotian admitted it was his first time attempting a world boss with only 3 players. The system announced their target, the Dark Dragon in Dragon Valley. A dragon's roar echoed through the valley. From the darkened sky, a massive dark divine dragon slowly appeared, its aura rivaling even the Light Clan's divine dragons. Seeing the boss, Zhang Yue smiled helplessly. Even though he was connected to the dark race, clearing the stage still meant defeating it. Looking at the level 35 4-star boss stats, Wu Haoqian took a deep breath and volunteered to take the lead, telling the others to focus on damage. Saying that, he immediately charged straight at the dark divine dragon with his sword. Reality quickly hit him hard. Just a single breath from the boss was enough to blow him backward. Picking himself up, Wu Haoqian complained that he knew from the start that fighting a world boss with only 3 people would not be easy. At that moment, the Skeleton King appeared in front of him just in time, blocking the next attack from the dark divine dragon. Zhang Yue slowly stepped forward and told Wu Haoqian and Ning Tiandian to fall back, as he would face the boss directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he simultaneously summoned the Skeleton King and the world-ending Black Dragon, ordering the Black Dragon to coordinate with him in battle. The world-ending Black Dragon roared and charged forward, unleashing armor-piercing explosion directly at the dark divine dragon. However, it only dealt around 1 to 2,000 damage. Zhang Ye immediately understood why a level 35 4-star boss was so difficult. Its defense was absurdly high, making even the world-ending Black Dragon struggle to deal meaningful damage. After successfully drawing aggro, the world-ending Black Dragon quickly retreated, while the boss, carrying an aura of destruction, immediately chased after it. Zhang Yue then summoned the Dark Skeleton King and ordered it to lock on to the Dark Divine Dragon. Once in range, the Skeleton King activated Infinite Taunt, pulling all aggro of the Dark Divine Dragon onto itself. Golden chains immediately wrapped around the boss, followed by the Shadow Sword array tightening its grip, making it nearly impossible to escape. With a frontline tank in place, Zhang Yue unleashed a barrage of magic. Heaven Fire Scorching Plains, Frozen Sky Blizzard, Thunderstorm of 10,000 Bolts, and Divine Fire Tribulation. A series of scrayed skills rained down on the Dark Divine Dragon, each hit dealing over 23,000 damage. Even with 120,000 HP, the boss could not withstand Zhang Yu's fortress-like firepower. Meanwhile, the world-ending Black Dragon continuously added Dragon Flame and Dragon Breath attacks, rapidly draining its health. Still, the boss counterattacks remained extremely dangerous. Thanks to Infinite Taunt reducing 40 damage, and the Death Armor adding another 20, the Skeleton King had a total 60 damage reduction and managed to hold on. But once the taunt effect ended after 10 seconds, its HP immediately began to plummet. Seeing the Skeleton King about to fall, Zhang Yue immediately cast the scrayed skill Divine Demon Shield, creating a 6,000-point barrier, essentially giving it an extra life. Zhang Yue quickly called for White Bunny to provide healing support for the Skeleton King, and she responded immediately. Ning Tiandian continuously used various healing skills to stabilize the Skeleton King's HP. One shield after another was broken, but the Skeleton King's health kept being restored. The team maintained a highly efficient combat loop. After just over a minute of sustained execution, Zhang Yue successfully defeated the Dark Divine Dragon. The system immediately announced that Lin and White Bunny Milk Candy had successfully killed the world boss, Dark Divine Dragon, officially clearing the fourth world. Witnessing everything, Wu Haoqian was completely stunned. A level 30 player soloing a 4-star boss in about a minute, this damage output was beyond his understanding. Thinking about it, Wu Haoqian gave a bitter laugh, feeling like he was nothing more than a decorative teammate. In reality, he was the one slowing the team down. After clearing the fourth world, Zhang Yue asked if they were free the next day to meet in person and discuss the global professional player tournament. Both Ning Tiandian and Wu Haoqian immediately agreed. Zhang Yue said he would send the location later. This would be the first offline meeting of the Tianming Hall members, making both Wu Haoqian and Ning Tiandian excited. The next day, Zhang Yue arrived at a bustling food street and calmly walked into the meeting point. After walking a bit further, he noticed a young man who seemed to be Wu Haoqian and approached him. Zhang Yue greeted him and introduced himself as Lin. Wu Haoqian turned around with a friendly smile and said he could just call him Haoqian. After shaking hands, Zhang Yue also introduced his real name. At that moment, a girl ran over from behind, waving and apologizing for being late. Soon after, the food was served. The three of them raised their glasses and ate while chatting comfortably. After finishing a drink, Wu Haoqian looked at Zhang Yue and said that, as long as the guild leader had a plan for the tournament, they would fully follow it. Zhang Yue began explaining the tournament rules, where newly advanced players and veteran players would be automatically placed into separate brackets. The tournament had 2 formats, 1v1 solo matches and 2v2 duo matches. Even though total rewards were the same, duo rewards were split, making solo matches more efficient. Each player had 10 matches. A win granted 1 point, while a loss gave none. Reaching at least 5 points was enough to qualify for promotion and complete the selection phase. After that, only the top 100 players in the entire city could enter the city championship stage, with a reward of up to 100,000 yuan. Hearing this, Wu Haoxian asked if their plan was to form a team for the competition. Zhang Yue explained that newly established guilds would receive special benefits, with member points doubled. If a player placed in the top 3 in city, provincial, national, or world competitions, their personal match points would also be multiplied by 5. In the end, Zhang Yue decided that for now everyone would focus on solo matches to farm as many points as possible, then adjust strategy later. Wu Haoxian immediately agreed. Wu Haoxian was still excited and called the owner to bring 2 more crates of beer. After the gathering ended, Zhang Yue carried Ning Tiandian and said goodbye to Wu Haotian before heading home. Even though Wu Haotian was already unsteady from drinking, he still loudly insisted he would secure a top 3 city ranking to help Tianming Hall earn 5 times the points. After Wu Haotian left, only Zhang Yue and Ning Tiandian remained. He gently asked for her address to take her home. In her drunken haze, Ning Tiandian quietly said she had nowhere to go. She suddenly burst into tears in the middle of the street, leaving Zhang Yue unsure how to comfort her. The more he tried to console her, the harder she cried, saying her roommate had kicked her out, and she had no money left, truly homeless. After crying for a while, Ning Tiandian fell asleep due to the alcohol. Later, Zhang Yue brought her back to his home. He carefully helped her onto the bed so she could rest. She looked small and light, but only when carrying her did he realize she was heavier than expected. Just as Zhang Yue was about to leave, Ning Tiandian suddenly hugged him tightly. In her sleep, her coat slipped off her shoulders, revealing her pale skin, making Zhang Yue quickly turn away as she murmured, "Don't go." Faced with the sudden situation, Zhang Yue awkwardly avoided her gaze and gently told her to let go. Ning Tiandian mumbled that she was not drunk. With tearful, hazy eyes, she said Zhang Yue was the kindest person to her besides her parents. Her face flushed red from alcohol, as she whispered that she did not know how to repay him, and if he did not mind, she would give herself to him. Zhang Yue understood clearly that these words were spoken under the influence of alcohol. The scene was undeniably tempting. The alcohol also slightly affected him, and as a man, his instincts were naturally stirred by her beauty. However, he remained rational. No matter how attractive Ning Tiandian was, he did not want to take advantage of her unconscious state. By the time he looked back, Ning Tiandian had already fallen asleep peacefully on the bed. Zhang Yue sighed, deciding he would never let her drink that much again. He covered her with a blanket and slept on the sofa in the living room. The next morning, Ning Tiandian woke up to find her clothes slightly disheveled and the room unfamiliar. She panicked, recalling last night, and blushed in embarrassment. But she quickly realized Zhang Yue had done nothing inappropriate. He truly was a principled person. Thinking of this made her worry instead about how Zhang Yue might view her, afraid he might misunderstand her as someone careless. While she was still lost in thought, Zhang Yu's voice came from outside calling her for breakfast and reminding her to head to the Light Divine Hall at 10 o'clock. At 9:50, upon entering the other world, Zhang Yue was supposed to spawn in the Dark Divine Hall as a Dark Faction player, but this time he was transported to the Light Divine Hall instead. The reason was that the Light Divine Hall was the tournament venue where he would meet Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian. Before the matches, Zhang Yue calmly told them to relax and perform at their best. Immediately after, teleportation gates appeared in front of all players at once. Waves of white light swept across the area, transporting participants into the arena. The 100th Global Professional Tournament officially began, and the system instructed everyone to prepare. When the light faded, Zhang Yue was standing on an isolated stage. The system announced his first opponent, Tian Lai, a freelance professional player from Linhai City, and the match was about to begin. Another flash of light appeared, and Tian Lai emerged on the opposite side wearing a silver robe. As a famous streamer with 3 million followers, he immediately started a live broadcast, drawing over 100,000 viewers and greeting his fans excitedly. Zhang Yue was about to speak when Tian Lai raised his hand, signaling him to stay silent. Turning to the camera, Tian Lai confidently announced that his opponent was a beast tamer, considered the weakest class. He also encouraged viewers to send gifts and promised to end the match quickly with flashy magic, even thanking them for a newly received spaceship gift. Holding his staff, Tianlai did not see Zhang Yue as a real threat at all. He even smiled and told him to summon his pets freely, saying he would go easy. Zhang Yue calmly replied that to defeat Tianlai, he did not even need to summon any pets. The moment he finished speaking, Zhang Yue raised his staff. The grade skill thunderstorm of 10,000 bolts activated, and a massive bolt of lightning shot straight toward Tianlai. The lightning struck instantly. Tianlai only managed to scream in terror before his HP was completely erased in a single hit, leaving him no chance to resist. The system announced Zhang Yue's victory over Tianlai, granting him 1 honor point. Because his guild was newly formed and under 3 years old, he also received bonus points that would be calculated after the tournament ended. Without wasting time, Zhang Yue entered his second match. His opponent was Imperial War General from the Imperial Guild in Linhai's city. Unlike Tianlai, Imperial War General immediately recognized Zhang Yue. Realizing this was the man who had once suppressed the Wuji Guild alone, his face turned pale with despair. Zhang Yue calmly nodded and signaled for him to begin. However, Imperial War General completely lost his fighting spirit and directly surrendered on the spot. The system confirmed Zhang Yue's victory again, awarding another honor point. The third, fourth, and fifth matches all followed the same pattern, with one opponent after another falling before him. Some surrendered the moment they entered. Others did not even manage to attack before admitting defeat. Zhang Yue dominated the entire arena, clearing every match with ease. In just a few minutes, he completed a perfect 10-win streak and earned the full 10 honor points. The system also confirmed his qualification for the intermediate round, starting at 10 a.m. the next day. Around 11 a.m., most participants had finished their matches. Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian were already waiting for Zhang Yue. As soon as he arrived, he asked for their results. Wu Haotian confidently said that as a former vice-guild leader of Wuji's guild, a 10-win streak was normal. Meanwhile, Ning Tiandian shyly admitted she had earned 7 points. Zhang Yue nodded in approval. Although her damage output was not high, her self-healing ability gave her a strong advantage in solo matches. Ning Tiandian smiled shyly in response. However, Wu Haotian soon sighed. He said Tianming Hall was still too small, while all members of the Wuji Guild had already cleared the qualifiers, meaning the top position in the province would likely belong to them. Zhang Yue analyzed calmly that early rounds had low score gaps. As long as they maintained performance later, one individual could still surpass an entire guild's total. Wu Haotian bitterly smiled, saying he could not believe he could achieve that. Zhang Yue simply replied that he did not need to believe in himself, only in him. Hearing such confidence, Wu Haotian helplessly sighed that the guild leader was indeed strong, but sometimes said things that were hard to refute. Zhang Yue then told them to get ready to move, causing Wu Haotian and Ning Tiandian to ask where they were going. He explained that since everyone who passed the early rounds was an elite, they had to improve their strength before the intermediate stage. Their next target was the 5th world. Hearing they would grind again right before the tournament, Wu Haotian complained loudly, while Ning Tiandian simply smiled without objection. The three opened a teleport gate and left the 4th world, entering the 5th world. The system welcomed them to the underground Dark City and announced that their current area was the Dawn Refuge, a shared starting point for professionals from Linhai, Chanyang, and Tianlong cities. 3 beams of light descended, placing Zhang Yue, Ning Tiandian, and Wu Haotian in the middle of a ruined city. Darkness covered the entire underground metropolis, creating a suffocating pressure that made it hard to breathe. The system explained the setting of the 5th world. Humanity was being swallowed by darkness, leaving only 2 choices: die in despair or fight for survival. The first mission was to collect 100 energy cores and return them to the refuge. The second was to find and rescue 3 survivors and escort them safely back to base. Ning Tiandian asked where they would go next for leveling. Wu Haotian suggested heading to the outskirts to hunt monsters and collect energy cores. But Zhang Yue already had a target in mind. He shook his head and decided the team would head straight to the Dark Knight Fortress. Wu Haotian suddenly remembers this is a rare hidden secret realm and not something easy to find. Zhang Yue calmly explains that Anya Fortress is indeed rare, but it has a chance to drop extremely rare priest skill books that greatly boost damage output. At this point, Wu Haotian realizes Zhang Yue's real intention and asks if it is for Ning Tiandian. Zhang Yue does not deny it, saying that strengthening the team starts with improving allies. Hearing this, Ning Tiandian is deeply moved and thanks him emotionally, saying no one has ever cared for her like this before. Zhang Yue simply replies that it is all for the team's overall benefit. Wu Haotian suggests buying the skill book directly from the market, instead of grinding for it. Zhang Yue asks him if he would pay 1 million for it, and Wu Haotian immediately goes silent. The three leave the safe zone and head toward the level 36 Anyi fortress using the map. Along the way, Zhang Yue keeps farming monsters and stacking rune refinement attempts, targeting man-eating giant ants for both experience and materials. He unleashes his S-rank skill Divine Fire Heavenly Tribulation, wiping out the area. With a single strike, the man-eating giant ant is instantly killed. The system announces that Zhang Yue has killed a level 36 monster, gaining massive experience, energy, and 10 rune refinement attempts. With enough attempts collected, Zhang Yue begins refining the Anyi fortress rune. He spends 100,000 energy, but all attempts fail. Wu Haotian starts doubting whether a golden rune can even be created, while Ning Tiantian feels the energy loss is too heavy. Zhang Yue remains calm and continues refining again. The copper rune in his hands suddenly bursts with golden light and transforms into a golden rune key. Wu Haotian is shocked, while Ning Tiantian is excited, knowing it is the key to the hidden dungeon. Meanwhile, in another area of the fifth world, streaks of white light appear as groups of players are teleported in. The leader is Wuji Jiansheng, a rare level 32 swordsman. His subordinates believe no new players from the province can enter the fifth world faster than their guild. Wuji Jiansheng is confident since all participants passed the qualifiers. However, his expression soon turns cold. He assumes Zhang Yue is still stuck in the fourth world, giving them time to farm resources in the fifth world. Once Zhang Yue arrives, he plans to make him pay for opposing the Wuji Guild. At that moment, a global system announcement appears. Zhang Yue has used the golden rune to upgrade Anyi Fortress into a hidden dungeon for 1 hour and invited all eligible players to challenge it. Hearing this, Wuji Jiansheng's expression changes immediately, realizing Zhang Yue has already reached the fifth world. A nearby member mentions the dungeon can drop extremely rare healing skill books worth millions. Wuji Jiansheng immediately becomes greedy and decides to seize it. In his view, it is even better if Zhang Yue opens the dungeon, as they can steal all rewards and kill him afterward. Some members worry and suggest reporting to the guild leader, but Wuji Jiansheng rejects the idea, saying the dungeon only lasts 1 hour. He plans to send an assassin inside to strike when Zhang Yue is distracted. In truth, besides revenge, Wuji Jiansheng also wants to monopolize all dungeon rewards. With that thought, he leads over 30 Wuji Guild members straight toward Anyi Fortress. At the same time, Zhang Yue, Ning Tiantian, and Wu Haotian pass through a blue light barrier and enter the hidden dungeon. The system mission is to kill 50 Anyi undead devourers, then defeat the final boss Anyi Lord Lei Yi Jide. Standing in a ruined city swallowed by darkness, Wu Haotian asks why Zhang Yue did not lock the dungeon entrance, worrying the Wuji Guild will rush in. Zhang Yue smiles and says he is not worried about them coming, but rather worried they will not show up at all. Wu Haotian immediately understands the plan and says no more. Zhang Yue opens his inventory and equips a new piece of gear. It is the Anyi Shadow Phantom Robe, a level 35 4-star gold grade item. It increases 2600 HP, 25 strength, and 25 agility. It also has a passive effect called Shadow, granting 1 immunity to incoming damage every 5 seconds, and this effect can also be shared with pets. After equipping it, Zhang Yu's HP jumps to 5600, completely breaking the stereotype that beast tamer classes are fragile. Seeing the overpowered gear, Wu Haotian is shocked into silence. He can only sigh that with this set, no one can still look down on beast tamer's survivability. After preparations are complete, Zhang Yue signals the team to start clearing monsters to finish the dungeon. Inside Anyi Fortress, monsters are densely packed at levels 36 to 38. The dark atmosphere covers everything, making Ning Tiantian tense, as if monsters could jump out of the shadows at any moment. As expected, a devouring undead suddenly appears and scares her back a step. With overwhelming speed, Zhang Yue instantly casts Super Fireball before the monster can close in. With a single S-rank skill, he instantly kills the level 36 devouring undead. After clearing it, Zhang Yue reminds the team that although the devouring undead is high level, its defense is weak. The strategy remains the same. He and Wu Haotian handle damage, while Ning Tiantian focuses on healing and support. The three quickly sync up and enter a steady combat rhythm. Zhang Yue takes the long-range damage role. Wu Haotian charges at the front line, finishing off monsters one after another. Ning Tiantian stays behind, continuously healing and removing debuffs for the team. Soon, the mission to kill 50 devouring undead is completed. The system unlocks the next objective: defeat the dungeon boss, Anyi Lord Lei Yi Jide. Deeper inside the fortress, they see a massive monster about 4 to 5 meters tall. Its body is blood red, with a huge mouth capable of swallowing an elephant, and its terrifying presence weighs down the entire atmosphere. Wu Haotian grips his flaming spear in excitement, finally facing the boss. Zhang Yue calmly raises his staff and says they must finish it quickly. As soon as he finishes speaking, all three launch their attack on the level 38 Anye Lord Lei Yi Jidi. At the same time, not far away, Wuji Jiansheng leads over 30 members of the Wuji Guild into the dungeon. The scene in front of them shocks everyone as they see Zhang Yue directly fighting the Anye Lord while being slammed by its massive horn attack. Seeing the danger, Wu Haotian and Ning Tiantian both shout Zhang Yue's name in panic. Wuji Jiansheng sneers, thinking Zhang Yue is too reckless to fight the boss alone. He regrets not being able to finish him off personally and immediately orders his guild to rush in and steal the boss kill. Over 30 Wuji Guild members charge forward. With top-tier gold equipment, they remain confident even against a boss 6 levels higher. Seeing others suddenly joining the boss fight, Wu Haotian immediately warns the team loudly. At that moment, a system announcement spreads across the map. Using the authority of the Golden Rune, Zhang Yue has modified all dungeon rules. No free respawn, no teleporting out, no leaving midway. Killing players no longer increases crime value, and the dungeon gate is fully locked. Wuji Jiansheng turns pale, unable to understand how Zhang Yue can still change rules when he should already be dead. Before Wuji Jiansheng can react, a dark red barrier with a 60-meter radius expands from the boss, sealing the entire area. Zhang Yue calmly announces the skill name, Hell Judgment. In an instant, hundreds of blood-red light pillars shoot up from the ground. Warriors, knights, and assassins, trapped inside the barrier, take continuous damage of 1300 to 1500 per tick. Over 10 players are instantly wiped out before they can react. Only now does Wuji Jiansheng realize he has fallen into a trap. He shouts for everyone to stay alert, warning that Zhang Yue is still alive. Before he finishes, an S-rank skill, Heavenly Flame Devastation, crashes down from the sky. A massive explosion deals over 6,000 damage, wiping out 4 more guild members. At the same time, Zhang Yue steps out of the shadows wearing the Anye Shadow Phantom robe, holding the Soul Reaper staff like a death god. Wuji Jiansheng finally understands it was all a setup. Zhang Yue pretended to be in danger to lure them in. Realizing they cannot win, he immediately orders a retreat, unwilling to trade lives for a boss they may not even be able to steal. However, just as he turns to flee, Wuji Jiansheng is blocked by Wu Haotian. Wearing blazing fire armor, Wu Haotian crosses his arms and asks coldly where he thinks he is going. Panicking, Wuji Jiansheng tries to locate Zhang Yue instead. At that moment, Zhang Yue slowly walks up behind him in the Anye Shadow Phantom robe and calmly asks if he is planning to kneel and beg for mercy. Wuji Jiansheng angrily shouts that Zhang Yue is shameless for setting a trap to deceive them. Wu Haotian immediately mocks him, pointing out that the Wuji Guild was the one planning to ambush and steal the boss first, so they have no right to complain. Seeing no escape, Wuji Jiansheng turns to plead with Wu Haotian, reminding him they were once teammates and asking if he really intends to kill him. Wu Haotian coldly replies that if he still remembers being teammates, then he should also remember how he repeatedly sent people to hunt him down. He slams his spear into the ground and declares that if anyone wants to leave, they must step over his corpse first. Wuji Jiansheng's eyes turn icy. He draws his sword and strikes first. Wu Haotian does not back down, raising his weapon to meet the attack and settle all past grudges. At the last moment, Wuji Jiansheng uses stealth to slip past Wu Haotian and rush toward Ning Tiantian, planning to take her hostage. The sudden attack shocks Ning Tiantian, her eyes widening as she thinks she is about to be killed. Seeing this, Wu Haotian roars in rage, cursing Wuji Jiansheng for being utterly shameless. Just as the sword is about to land on Ning Tiantian, the Destruction Black Dragon suddenly lunges in. A divine Destruction Dragon breath instantly hits Wuji Jiansheng, killing him on the spot. Without stopping, dragon flames rain down from the sky, wiping out the remaining Wuji Guild members in an instant. When she opens her eyes, Ning Tiantian only sees the black dragon hovering above her, giving her an unprecedented sense of safety. She happily runs over and hugs the black dragon, sincerely thanking it for saving her. Wu Haotian is still furious, cursing Wuji Jiansheng for attempting to attack an unarmed girl at the last moment. Ning Tiantian then blushes and quietly thanks Zhang Yue for saving her. At that moment, Wu Haotian notices something strange. The boss has been defeated, but the system has not announced dungeon completion. Zhang Yue also senses something wrong while looking at the scattered corpses of the Wuji Guild. Immediately after, all the corpses of the Wuji Guild members turn into white light and disappear. Those light streams are absorbed by the Anyi Lord. After devouring over 30 players' life force, its body erupts with red light. The system announces that the Anyi Lord has gone berserk and evolved into a 4-star level 38 boss, Eternal Night Monarch. According to the system, the Eternal Night Monarch's body rapidly expands. A deafening roar shakes the entire Anyi fortress, causing the space itself to tremble. Seeing this, Wu Haochen shouts in shock that the boss has completely gone berserk. Zhang Yue immediately summons the Dark Skeleton King and the Destruction Black Dragon, charging into battle without hesitation against the Eternal Night Monarch. The Skeleton King rushes to the front lines with its sword, while the Black Dragon quickly closes in from the air. Zhang Yue continuously swings his Soul Reaper staff, unleashing a barrage of S-rank skills that slam into the Eternal Night Monarch and open the full assault. While maintaining constant damage, Zhang Yue calls for his teammates to join the fight and assigns Wu Haotian the task of landing the final blow. Wu Haotian asks in confusion why he should take the finishing hit when Zhang Yue is the one who opened the dungeon. Zhang Yue explains that the player who opens a dungeon cannot receive the dungeon scroll reward, so Wu Haotian must land the final blow. Wu Haotian immediately understands. Throughout the battle, Wu Haoxian and Ning Tiantian barely get any chance to act as Zhang Yue completely overwhelms the boss alone. When the Eternal Night Monarch is left with only 1 HP, Zhang Yue deliberately lets Wu Haotian take the final strike. The system announces that the team has cleared the Anyi Fortress dungeon after defeating the Eternal Night Monarch Lei Yi Jide. Based on outstanding performance, Wu Haoxian receives the highest reward, including massive experience, the Eternal Night Leg Armor, Gold, and Energy. Seeing Zhang Yue almost solo defeat a 4-star boss while he only had to land the finishing blow to get rewards, Wu Haochen cannot help but feel that his guild leader is truly overpowered. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue walks to the loot pile beside the boss corpse and picks up a skill book. He slightly nods, realizing that after the hidden dungeon boss evolved, the drop rate of rare items has indeed increased significantly. Seeing Zhang Yue actually obtain a skill book, Wu Haotian is shocked and cannot believe the team's luck is this good. But looking at Zhang Yue's calm expression, Wu Haotian suddenly realizes everything was part of the plan from the start. He understands that not sealing the dungeon entrance was to lure the Wuji Guild into a trap. Zhang Yue also used the boss life absorption evolution ability, turning Wuji Guild members into fuel for the boss rampage, increasing the chance of rare skill drops. Holding the skill book, Zhang Yue smiles meaningfully at Wu Haotian and jokes that knowing too much is not a good thing, making him feel a chill down his spine. At that moment, Wu Haotian feels even more grateful that he never chose to side with the Wuji Guild against Zhang Yue. When Zhang Yue hands the skill book to Ning Tiantian, she quickly refuses, knowing how valuable it is. Zhang Yue still places the book into her hands and says that in this world, power decides everything, while money is ultimately meaningless. Wanting to become stronger and not be a burden, Ning Tiantian thinks for a long time before accepting it. The rare skill is called Poison Milk, exclusive to priests. Every time she heals, she also deals damage equal to 10% of the healed amount within the area. Seeing the skill effect, Wu Haotian exclaims that this is truly a priest capable of dealing damage. Zhang Yue immediately tells Ning Tiantian to fully invest her energy into upgrading it, as it will bring huge surprises in future battles. Ning Tiantian seriously promises to contribute more to Tianming Hall. At the resurrection point, Wuji Jiansheng steps out with a face full of hatred, grinding his teeth as he recalls the defeat. At that moment, a black cloaked figure appears in front of him. The man says that with their current strength, the Wuji Guild cannot kill Zhang Yue, but he has a very good plan to help them. The next morning at exactly 10 a.m., the city's intermediate tournament officially begins. Winners from the previous round are randomly matched in 1v1 and 2v2 formats. Observing the arena, Ning Tiantian seriously tells Zhang Yue that she will do her best not to be a burden. Wu Haotian confidently smiles and says he will try to secure another 10-match winning streak. Zhang Yue also smiles and encourages Ning Tiantian to simply do her best. Suddenly, an irritated shout comes from behind, catching Zhang Yue's attention. Turning around, he sees a young man in a suit being loudly reprimanded by a tall armored warrior in brown armor. The warrior warns that if he continues to cause trouble for Tiangong, he will be expelled from the organization. The young man silently accepts the scolding. After a while, the young man slowly raises his head again. His eyes accidentally meet Zhang Yue's, and he lets out a cold snort before turning away. Zhang Yue does not understand why the man reacted that way, and finds it confusing. At that moment, Wu Haoxian calls out that the match is about to start, pulling Zhang Yue back to reality. Without thinking further, Zhang Yue and his teammates return to the competition. After about half an hour, the system announces the results. Zhang Yue, under the identity Ling of Tianming Hall, once again completes a 10-win streak. The player White Rabbit Milk Candy officially extends her winning streak to 7. In his 10th match, Wu Haotian faces Su Jinyan again. He smiles and says that, although he respects her, he must win this match to reach a 10-win streak, so he will not hold back. Su Jinyan calmly replies that it is not necessary. Wu Haotian silently judges that as long as he avoids her crowd control skills, she will pose little threat. But Su Jinyan does not hesitate, and immediately launches her attack. She casts Radiant Flow Art, sending a purple magic orb that wraps tightly around Wu Haotian's ankle. Before he can recover, a spear strike instantly ends the match. As a result, Vo Chuk Tianzun of Tianming Hall completes a 10-match winning streak. The audience immediately erupts in discussion, as they have never heard of Tianming Hall before. Even more shocking is that many top-tier experts all come from this guild. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan opens a private communication channel. She thanks Zhang Yue for holding back. With the 5x contribution bonus for top 3 members of a newly formed guild, missing it would be a huge loss. At the end of the second day of competition, the 3 gather again to celebrate. Everyone raises their glasses, happy that they have all taken another step forward. Ning Tiantian only holds a glass of juice, sincerely thanking Wu Haotian and the guild leader, never imagining she would ever reach the top 100. Seeing this, Wu Haotian curiously asks why she is not drinking alcohol today. Zhang Yue smiles and explains that Ning Tiantian cannot drink alcohol. After a few rounds of toasts, Wu Haotian realizes the food still has not been served. Zhang Yue simply says they are still waiting for one more person. At that moment, someone walks over from a distance and sits directly next to Wu Haotian. The person introduces himself as Lin Tian, known as the Thunder God of Divine Punishment in the Otherworld, a rare level 34 lightning mage, and officially the 4th member of Tianming Hall. Zhang Yue happily welcomes Lin Tian on behalf of Tianming Hall. Wu Haoxian is shocked to learn that Zhang Yue even managed to recruit the former guild leader of the War God Guild. Lin Tian adjusts his glasses and casually reminds Wu Haotian that he was once vice-guild leader of the Wuji Guild, leaving him awkwardly smiling. Zhang Yue asks why Lin Tian left his guild instead of participating in arranged matches. Lin Tian replies in a low voice that his higher-ups ordered the War God Guild to deliberately lose to Tian Gong, but he refused to participate in such fixed matches. Understanding his mindset, Zhang Yue states that Tianming Hall does not tolerate staged matches. Whether in competition or battle, everyone only needs to fight at full strength. Zhang Yue also mentions that starting salary cannot match his previous guild leader position, but once tournament rewards are earned, the team's conditions will greatly improve. He continues listing prize tiers. Provincial champion earns 1 million, national level 3 million, and world arena up to 10 million. Hearing this, Wu Haotian becomes excited, realizing the team could earn a massive fortune if they keep winning. The lively atmosphere also fuels Lin Tian's determination. He declares that he will officially transfer to Tianming Hall tomorrow. Zhang Yue says, there are still a few days before the provincial championship, so they should enjoy the celebration tonight and continue leveling through missions tomorrow. The 3 immediately agree in unison. Elsewhere in Linhai City, a short-haired girl in a black hoodie sits barefoot on a sofa, staring at the top 100 leaderboard on her phone, and wondering why the city's top rank does not belong to the 2 major guilds, Supreme and Misty Pavilion. Her eyes stop on the name Tianming Hall and its guild leader Ling, and the more she looks, the more interested she becomes. Soon after, she sends a message asking if the guild is recruiting, and introduces herself as a level 30 assassin. But right after sending it, she realizes the recipient has enabled restricted messaging. The girl simply laughs and tells herself that such a small obstacle cannot stop a genius like her. At this moment, Wu Haotian summarizes the current Tianming Hall lineup: 1 elite Holy Light Priest, 1 rare Flame Knight, 1 rare Lightning Mage, and the guild leader. Lin Tian assesses that although the team is strong, upcoming matches will only get harder, so they must continue refining their tactics. Ning Tiantian mentions that the 5th world dungeon has been cleared, while Wu Haotian suggests focusing on normal quests for now to continue development. Zhang Yue raises his glass of beer and shakes his head, saying there is still a far more valuable location, a hidden dungeon. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately guesses Zhang Yue is referring to the Gate of Hell. According to Lin Tian, the Gate of Hell in the Fifth World contains countless rare treasures. However, no one has been able to enter for 110 years, proving how well he has studied the other world. Ning Tiantian asks why, while Wu Haotian also wonders why such powerful loot has never been claimed. Lin Tian explains that the entrance is guarded by the Hell Envoy Biqua H4. Zhang Yue adds that to enter the Gate of Hell, they must first defeat that guardian. In his previous life as Asura, Zhang Yue attempted this challenge many times, but could not defeat the Hell Envoy Biqua H4, eventually giving up and moving on to the Sixth World. This time, he decides to bring his teammates to conquer it, both to gather resources and settle his past regret. The four quickly agree on a plan to head toward the Gate of Hell together the next morning. The next day, Zhang Yu's group leaves the safe zone and follows the eastern route. At the same time, another team of players has already arrived and begun attacking the Hell Envoy. Their formation is clearly divided. One team draws aggro from the boss, one team focuses on breaking the demon box, and one team provides full firepower support. The commander is Su Jinyan, a level 35 forbidden spell mage, leading hundreds of level 32 to 33 players from Misty Pavilion into battle. Seeing this, Wu Haoqian realizes Misty Pavilion is also targeting the Gate of Hell, and with such overwhelming numbers, their chances of success seem high. Lin Tian calmly points out that the level 45-star boss itself is not the real threat. The true danger is the demon box it carries. As archers and mages from Misty Pavilion unleash their damage, the Hell Envoy immediately counterattacks. The demon box beneath its feet emits light and begins to transform. In an instant, the demon box becomes a massive crystal shield, blocking all incoming arrows and spells. With a roar warning intruders, the Hell Envoy turns the shield into a giant crystal blade and slams it down. The sweeping strike instantly kills over a dozen Misty Pavilion members. Seeing this, Wu Haoqian feels a chill as the demon box can change into multiple forms. Zhang Yue calmly says they should test it first, and if they cannot win, they will retreat immediately. As soon as he finishes speaking, Wu Haotian and Lin Tian charge into battle from two different directions. Zhang Yue also summons the Dark Skeleton King and the Destruction Battle Dragon to join the fight. Seeing Zhang Yue appear, Su Jinyan's eyes light up with relief. She quickly runs toward him, while Ning Tiantian moves to the front line to support Wu Haotian and Lin Tian. Su Jinyan looks at Zhang Yue and smiles, saying he is impressive for recruiting both the former vice guild leader of Wu Ji and the former leader of War God Guild into Tianming Hall. Zhang Yue takes the opportunity to invite her to join his guild. Su Jinyan pauses and replies that if she were just an ordinary member of Misty Pavilion, she would have agreed long ago. Unfortunately, her identity and background make it impossible to decide freely. On the battlefield, dragon flames and magic bombard the boss continuously, but everything is converted into armor and shields by the demon box. It then shifts into a giant sword form and charges into the Misty Pavilion formation, cutting down players one after another. After hours of fighting without breaking its defense, Su Jinyan realizes continuing will only cause more losses. She finally orders a retreat to regroup and level elsewhere. Before leaving, Su Jinyan asks Zhang Yue if he needs any further help. He smiles and thanks her, saying she has already done enough and he will handle the rest himself. Su Jinyan immediately orders all members to stop fighting and prepare to withdraw. Upon receiving the order, Misty Pavilion forces quickly retreat from the battlefield. With the enemy gone, Wu Haoqian helplessly asks what to do next, since they still cannot break the boss defense. Zhang Yue concludes that to defeat the Hell Envoy, they must first neutralize the demon box. Wu Haoqian is shocked, noting that even Misty Pavilion gave up while Zhang Yue still refuses to quit. Zhang Yue simply smiles and says each item inside is worth millions, so it is worth trying further. Wu Haoqian jokes that they might as well hire a lockpicker. At that moment, a global system announcement echoes across the map. A player named Tao Zi has activated a 10x energy bonus event in the Cannibal Rat Tribe map for 2 hours, inviting all players to farm it. Hearing the tenfold reward, Wu Haotian immediately gets excited, curious who would spend so much to activate such a privilege. Zhang Yue explains that activating such a map requires an enormous amount of gold, far beyond what ordinary players can afford. Wu Haotian guesses only major families or large guilds would dare spend that much. Lin Tian also casually mentions that his energy reserves are running low. Zhang Yue nods and decides to change targets. The four immediately head toward the Cannibal Rat Tribe map. In the map, Wu Ji Jiansheng steps on a defeated player and coldly says that even if the opponent had decent skills, since they are from Misty Pavilion, the Wu Ji Guild will never accept them. A subordinate reports that 3 other major guilds have also received the announcement and are mobilizing toward this map. Wuji Jiansheng is not worried at all, and instead laughs confidently. He sees this as a perfect opportunity to gain merit, eliminate targets, and weaken the 3 other guilds at the same time. About 10 minutes later, the outside of the map is packed with players, while the inside remains relatively sparse. The Cannibal Rat Tribe contains level 38 monsters, while most players are only around level 32, forcing them to form teams before entering. Zhang Yu's 4-person group instantly attracts attention upon arrival. People quickly recognize the former vice guild leader of Wu Ji, the former leader of War God Guild, and are shocked to see the leader is Ling. Many players express admiration and even ask to be carried. Some jokingly say that if they had a beautiful girl like the one in the team, they might have a chance too. At that moment, screams echo from inside the dungeon entrance. A 10-man party is wiped out upon entry, with 4 killed instantly and 6 fleeing in panic, warning that the level 38 rats are too strong and not worth the tenfold reward. When Zhang Yue's group reaches the entrance and sees the survivors fleeing, all 4 exchange silent glances. Lin Tian asks whether they should split up or stay as a full team. Zhang Yue decides to stay together, explaining that in buffed maps, individual damage efficiency drops over time. Partying only reduces experience gain but does not reduce energy gain, so coordination is better. Wu Haoxian immediately raises his flaming spear, excitedly agreeing. Ning Tianxian also promises to do her best. Soon after, intense bursts of magic erupt ahead as a massive swarm of giant rats is engaged in battle. Wu Haoqian charges to the front line with his flaming spear, while Lin Tian stays behind, continuously unleashing lightning attacks in perfect coordination. On the battlefield, aside from Zhang Yue, the other 3 continuously gain massive energy thanks to the 10x buff. Wu Haoqian excitedly says the rewards are amazing, and the group pushes hard to farm as many giant rats as possible within the time limit. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rises in the distance, followed by a familiar shout reaching Zhang Yu's ears. Someone is yelling that the Wuji Guild is shameless, and that the Supreme Guild will never coexist with them. Suzun Liuju, wearing golden armor, leads his team while retreating from Wuji Guild's pursuit, cursing them for using the map buff to ambush others. He shouts that if they are truly capable, they should go fight Tianming Hall instead. Behind him, Li Xiaoju calmly reminds the guild leader that survival is the top priority. Liu Yao runs while angrily complaining that if the debuff effect was not active, they would never be in such a miserable situation. Before they can escape far, an assassin suddenly appears behind Liu Yao, lunging in for a killing strike. At the critical moment, a massive sea of flames descends and incinerates the assassin instantly. Zhang Yue slowly walks forward and calmly asks Liu Yao what happened. Seeing Zhang Yue, Liu Yao immediately clings to him and urgently explains that the entire map is a trap. The Wuji Guild is using the weakened state of other guilds to launch a large-scale ambush aimed at wiping out the major forces of Lanhai City. Wuji Jiansheng then appears with a large group of Wuji members. He crosses his arms and mockingly asks if they are satisfied with the gift prepared by the Wuji Guild. Zhang Yue quickly understands the situation. Wu Haotian points at Wuji Jiansheng and laughs, saying he thought it was some generous event host, but it is just a coward using dirty tricks instead of fighting openly. Enraged, Wuji Jiansheng shouts that Wu Haotian is a traitor with no right to speak. He then turns to Zhang Yue and coldly says their strength has been reduced by 60%, leaving them no chance to resist. Zhang Yue calmly replies that killing them only requires a fraction of his power anyway. Not wanting to waste words, Wuji Jiansheng orders a full assault. Dozens of Wuji Guild members draw their weapons and rush toward Zhang Yue's group. Waiting for the enemies to enter range, Zhang Yue strikes first with a spell. At the same time, the Destruction Battle Dragon dives from above with overwhelming pressure, unleashing an S-rank dragon breath. A sea of flames sweeps across the battlefield, instantly incinerating large numbers of Wuji Guild members. Witnessing his teammates falling one after another, Wuji Jiansheng is shocked and cannot understand why Zhang Yu's damage, supposedly weakened, is now stronger than ever. Zhang Yue laughed and asked if he really did not know the map activator could remove the weakness effect at will. Wu Haotian also laughed and added that if the 10 times energy boost was triggered continuously, the system would not alert other players. At that moment, applause came from behind the Wuji Sword Saint, followed by a new figure appearing. The newcomer was Wuji Illusion, the guild leader of the Wuji Guild. He praised Zhang Yue for exploiting the map rules, repeatedly triggering the 10 times energy boost to cancel his weakness state and turn the battle around. Zhang Yue only gave a faint smile and said it was not intelligence, but Wu Ji's ignorance. Basic rules like that were not hard to understand at all. Filled with hatred, the Wu Ji Sword Saint ordered another encirclement. He believed that with a war of attrition, Zhang Yue would eventually be worn down. Zhang Yue did not hesitate. He raised his staff and ordered the world-extinguishing war dragon to continue the battlefield sweep. The Dark Skeleton King joined the fight, locking enemies down with the Shadow Sword formation, then chaining Superlight Slash and Heavy Force Cleave to finish them off. Above, the world-extinguishing war dragon dove down and unleashed S-rank dragon breath, burning away clustered enemies below. A Wu Ji guild fighter was blown away by the dragon breath, landing in front of Wu Hao Tian before turning into a streak of light and dropping a golden quality pair of boots. Wu Hao Tian laughed and mocked the Wu Ji Sword Saint for delivering loot straight to them. At that moment, a shadowy figure flashed across the battlefield like lightning. He did not fight, only kept looting all dropped gear from Wu Ji guild members. Even the boots were stolen in an instant. Wu Hao Tian immediately noticed something wrong and reported to Zhang Yue that someone was taking advantage of the chaos to steal their loot. In fact, Zhang Yue had already locked onto the mysterious shadow moving through the battlefield. Zhang Yue activated his S-rank skill, Image Shift, teleporting over 60 meters and cutting off the shadow figure's escape route. The black-cloaked figure tried to change direction, only to find Wu Ji Illusion already blocking the other side. He held out his hand coldly and demanded all loot be handed over for mercy. Trapped between two top experts, the mysterious figure fell into a dead end. Zhang Yue calmly said he only needed the items belonging to Tianming Hall returned. Without hesitation, the black-cloaked figure moved. His body split into multiple afterimages, all rushing toward Zhang Yue and Wu Ji Illusion. One afterimage reached Zhang Yue, but he quickly sensed no killing intent. Zhang Yue realized it was just a decoy clone. On the other side, Wu Ji Illusion drew his dagger, eyes filled with killing intent, and coldly said the opponent had made a foolish choice. At that moment, the black-cloaked figure showed a mysterious smile, eyes flashing with confidence. He circled Wu Ji Illusion at extreme speed, no one understanding his intention. Wu Ji Illusion still did not take him seriously. But suddenly, he looked down at his empty hands and froze. The blood shadow dagger had vanished without him noticing. Wu Hao Tian was shocked, as that weapon almost never left the guild leader's hand, yet it was stolen in an instant. Lin Tian also recognized the identity of the black-cloaked figure as an elite thief-class user. Right after that, Zhang Yue stomped the ground and vanished from his spot. Wu Hao Tian and Lin Tian were stunned again. That speed did not resemble a normal summoner at all, and far exceeded their imagination. In an instant, Zhang Yue appeared in front of the black-cloaked figure and told him to stop. Seeing no way to escape, the mysterious figure landed and removed her hood, revealing a girl. She half-joked and asked if Ling, the famous leader of Tianming Hall, intended to kill her. Instead of attacking, Zhang Yue made a proposal. If she helped him with one task, all loot would be hers, and he would even save her life once. The girl immediately showed interest, but stubbornly said she did not need anyone to protect her. Right after speaking, Zhang Yue suddenly rushed at her at high speed, making her panic and think he was about to strike. She closed her eyes and waited, but the clash came from beside her. When she opened her eyes, Zhang Yue had used his staff to block Wu Ji Illusion's surprise attack. Only then did she realize he had just saved her. Wu Ji Illusion sneered, saying a mage fighting in close combat was basically suicide. Zhang Yue only smiled and asked back if he had ever seen a mage built for melee combat. That line made Wu Ji Illusion pause for a moment in surprise. Without giving him time to react, Zhang Yue instantly unleashed the S-rank skill, Heavenly Flame Devastation, at point-blank range. However, Wu Ji Illusion relied on insane speed and reflexes to dodge every single hit. Seeing this, Zhang Yue had to admit the assassin #1 skills were truly extraordinary. Suddenly, Wu Ji Illusion moved behind Zhang Yue, leapt up, and drove his dagger down, confidently declaring this strike would end him. But that fatal blow was completely negated by the Shadow Cloak effect, leaving Zhang Yue fully immune to damage. Witnessing this, Wu Ji Illusion could not hide his shock. Relying on sound to track his opponent, Zhang Yu immediately continued chanting. He unleashed Thunder Dominion, predicting Wu Ji Illusion's movement repeatedly. Even though the assassin kept dodging at extreme speed, he was still forced to retreat step by step. After falling back into the Wu Ji Guild formation, Wu Ji Illusion coldly declared he had never taken more than 3 seconds to kill someone, and admitted Zhang Yue truly had real strength. Zhang Yue only gave a short reply. At that moment, all members of Tianming Hall had fully assembled, and the world-extinguishing war dragon stood behind its master, roaring with overwhelming pressure that shook the battlefield. Even Wuji Illusion felt the terrifying pressure from the world-extinguishing war dragon. He immediately realized the weakness debuff was gone, and that multiple major guilds could arrive at any time. If they kept fighting, Wuji would be in a disastrous position. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable and unwilling to suffer more losses, Wuji Illusion ordered a retreat. Before leaving, he coldly warned that the Wuji Guild was backed by the Tian family, the top family in Tianjing, and touching them would bring disaster. Zhang Yue only gave a faint smile and replied that when you cannot win, you start threatening with backing forces instead. Wuji Illusion left a final threat that Zhang Yue would pay for his arrogance, then led the entire Wuji Guild out of the battlefield. After they left, Zhang Yue turned to the mysterious girl and calmly told her to hand over the items. The girl nervously asked if he planned to go back on his word. Zhang Yue replied that she only needed to return Tianming Hall's loot, and she could keep everything else. Though unwilling, the girl still obediently returned all Tianming Hall items. After finishing, she curiously asked what Zhang Yue wanted her to do. Zhang Yue did not answer. Wu Haotian was confused about what mission the guild leader had planned. Liu Rou inspected the loot and commented that the girl did not seem very strong. Without explanation, Zhang Yue turned and walked away, telling her to follow. Soon after, the group returned to the Gate of Hell. Wu Haotian guessed Zhang Yu wanted her to open the dungeon path. Hearing this, the girl panicked and said she was nowhere near strong enough to face the Hell Envoy. Zhang Yue looked at her and asked one simple question. Did she know the thief class? She immediately nodded. Zhang Yue pointed at the demon box under the Hell Envoy and said her job was to steal it, while he would handle everything else. Hearing the plan, the girl immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The girl, named Ouyang Ling turned to run, but Zhang Yue pulled her back after just a few steps. Ouyang Ling nearly cried, saying no one had ever defeated the Hell Envoy in all these years, and stealing from it was basically suicide. She refused no matter what. Zhang Yue explained that the reason no one could win was because the demon box had terrifying transformation abilities. Once it was stolen, defeating the Hell Envoy would no longer be impossible. Ouyang Ling asked in shock if it was really possible to defeat it. Lin Tian also tried to persuade her, saying all conditions could be negotiated if she agreed. Wu Haotian added they could offer money or leveling support. After thinking for a moment, Ouyang Ling suddenly made a request. She wanted to join Tianming Hall. Zhang Yue agreed almost immediately. He promised she would be treated like other members, with a monthly salary of 50,000 and separate performance bonuses. In reality, Ouyang Ling had no stable income. She survived by looting equipment in the other world and selling it. Hearing the offer, she immediately agreed happily. However, she warned them that her steal skill could only be used once per minute and lasted exactly 30 seconds. The team had to time it perfectly, and if it failed, they were not allowed to break their promise. After giving instructions, Ouyang Ling tightened her dagger and slowly approached the Hell Envoy. The Guardian immediately roared, warning all intruders at the Gate of Hell. As she advanced, Ouyang Ling muttered that it was all those people's idea, so any retaliation should go to them. The demon box under the Hell Envoy began to move, and Ouyang Ling took the chance to activate her steal skill. In an instant, the demon box vanished from its original spot. Losing its treasure, the Hell Envoy let out an enraged roar. Seeing the demon box taken, Zhang Yue, Lin Tian, and Wu Haotian all rushed out together. This was the best chance to strike. Carrying the demon box back to her teammates, Ouyang Ling still felt uncertain, unsure if 5 people could really defeat the boss. Wu Haotian laughed confidently and said maybe the guild leader alone was enough. Zhang Yu immediately raised the Death Spirit Staff, locked onto the target, and unleashed 4 S-rank skills in a row. The attacks exploded continuously on the Hell Envoy, dealing massive damage. But Ouyang Ling quickly realized the demon box was linked to its owner. Her steal skill could not hold it for long, and it began flying back toward the Hell Envoy. Zhang Yue immediately urged everyone to go all out, because once the demon box returned, the boss would regain near invincible status. Not wasting the chance, Lin Tian and Wu Haotian charged in. The Lightning Mage and Fire Knight coordinated their attacks, supporting Zhang Yue in the assault. Zhang Yue ordered the Dark Skeleton King and the world-extinguishing War Dragon to join as well. The 2 summons attacked from different directions, increasing pressure on the Hell Envoy. With the team fully coordinated, wave after wave of attacks forced the Hell Envoy to keep retreating. However, the boss quickly shifted all hatred onto Ouyang Ling the one who stole its demon box, and roared in fury. With a deafening roar, the Hell Envoy threw Wu Hao Tian and the Dark Skeleton King aside, then stomped forward with its 7-meter body, shaking the ground as it charged toward Ouyang Ling-er. Facing the massive monster, Ouyang Ling-er collapsed in fear, curling up and crying. At the most critical moment, Zhang Yue suddenly dashed in and used his own body to block the Hell Envoy's devastating attack. Seeing this, the entire team shouted Zhang Yue's name in shock. Even the Hell Envoy could not believe its full-power strike had been stopped by a human. It roared in rage, unable to understand how a human could withstand its strength. In reality, the S-rank skill Divine Demon Protection absorbed all damage through a powerful shield. Not wasting the opportunity, Zhang Yu immediately released all prepared S-rank skills, pouring every bit of firepower into the Hell Envoy. Thunder roared across the sky as Thunder Dominion descended. After a series of heavy attacks, the Hell Envoy finally could not hold on. The massive body of the Hell Envoy crashed down. The system announced Zhang Yue had defeated the level 45-star boss, Biqua H4, gaining 300,000 experience points and 40 million energy points. After the boss was defeated, Zhang Yue moved to collect the loot. He obtained 11 gold coins, 22 level 5 magic crystals, a pair of Hell Demon boots, a Hell Key, and a total of 3 equipment items, including 2 4-star and 1 rare 5-star item. What caught Zhang Yu's attention most was the Hell Key. It was a special item used to open the Hell Treasure Vault. Whoever found it would gain huge rewards, and the holder also received 3 additional entries into the Gate of Hell. It was clearly extremely valuable. Ouyang Ling-er sincerely thanked Zhang Yue for saving her. He only smiled and said it was his responsibility, since he was the one who assigned her the mission. At that moment, Wu Hao Tian pointed ahead, where the Gate of Hell slowly began to open. The system continued announcing that each player could enter the Gate of Hell only once. The maximum exploration time was 3 hours. Anyone who died inside would permanently lose access. Each person could only bring out 1 treasure, and priority would go to whoever obtained it first. Lin Tian was deeply moved that the legendary gate, unopened for over a century, had now been conquered by them. Wu Hao Tian was even more shocked, realizing this opportunity only came once in a lifetime. Zhang Yue immediately urged everyone to seize this rare chance. Without hesitation, all 5 stepped through the Gate of Hell. Inside was a land covered in bones, shrouded in a dark and oppressive atmosphere. Swarms of man-eating giant ants patrolled the area. Scattered across the ground were silver coins, materials, and equipment, while deeper in the shadows, countless treasures waited silently to be discovered. Ning Tian Tian was excited to finally see the Gate of Hell in person. Wu Hao Tian laughed, saying the scene was nothing like he imagined, as he expected lava or golden light everywhere. The moment she entered, Ouyang Ling-er turned into a blur, rushing to pick up all the silver coins scattered on the ground. She then grabbed a nearby black treasure chest, her face full of satisfaction, as if she had struck a huge fortune. Wu Hao Tian quickly reminded her that each person could only take 1 treasure out. The chest she was holding was the lowest tier, so she should not rush and miss better rewards. Hearing this, Ouyang Ling-er quickly covered her embarrassment and said she was only testing the weight before placing it back. Based on their assessment, for normal players, the highest tier treasure here would likely reach King grade. However, higher grade treasures were guarded by more monsters. The team quickly agreed that each of them would aim for King grade treasures. Treasures inside the Gate of Hell were divided into 7 tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, star glory, and king. The higher the tier, the harder it was to obtain, as most were guarded by level 35 to 40 man-eating ants. Zhang Yu's real target, however, was the single hell-grade treasure in the entire world. The 5 continued deeper inside. No one knew how vast the Gate of Hell was, and with only 3 hours available, they could only explore while moving forward. As time passed, more and more players entered the Gate of Hell. Seeing figures appear in the distance, Ouyang Ling-er immediately warned the others. Wu Hao Tian explained this was completely normal. Once the system announced the gate opening, major guilds would all rush in. Hearing this, Ouyang Ling-er felt disappointed, thinking they would have the place to themselves. Wu Hao Tian smiled and said they were only 1 step ahead, so they had to seize the chance before it was too late. Soon after, the Sovereign Guild, War God Guild, and Rain Pavilion all entered. The Wu Ji Guild was also present. Since each person could only take 1 treasure, players quickly began fighting over them. Among them, the Wu Ji Guild was the most brutal. Using their numerical advantage, they simply stole any treasure they saw, regardless of ownership. Many called them nothing more than bandits. Anyone who resisted was killed on the spot by the Wu Ji Guild, and their treasures were looted from their bodies. Wuji Guild members shouted for their teammates to directly seize all treasures from other players. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu's group worked in perfect coordination. He used an S-rank skill combined with Lin Tian and Wu Hao Tian to quickly wipe out a level 36 man-eating ant swarm. After the battle, the team obtained a bronze-tier treasure. However, after half an hour of searching, their results were only a few bronze treasures and one silver treasure, a clearly low efficiency. At that moment, Zhang Yue received 2 messages. Liu Yao reported that the Wuji Guild was massacring players inside the Gate of Hell and suggested taking treasures from them instead. Meanwhile, Su Jinyan reminded him that once they got their treasures, they should leave immediately and never stay too long. After reading them, Zhang Yue smiled and said the fastest way to get treasures was clearly to rob those who were already robbing others. In another area of the Gate of Hell, a young man and woman were being forced back by a 5-man Wuji Guild team. The man begged that they had just entered and had not found anything yet. The woman also insisted they had not obtained any treasure. But Wuji Illusion coldly ordered them to be killed. Wuji Sword Saint immediately rushed forward and defeated both of them in an instant. As they turned into 2 white streaks of light, a bronze treasure dropped to the ground. Looking at the treasure, Wuji Sword Saint pretended to regret it, saying that if they had handed it over obediently, they might have survived. Just as he bent down to pick it up, a shadow suddenly flashed past his eyes. In an instant, the bronze treasure vanished. Wuji Sword Saint froze, then flew into rage, shouting who dared steal from the Wuji Guild. Turning around, he saw Ouyang Ling'er had already handed the treasure to the beast tamer male they had just rescued. At the same time, Zhang Yue walked forward calmly with his staff. Ouyang Ling'er happily reported that the mission was completed. Seeing the leader was Ling, Wuji Sword Saint's expression changed instantly. He forced down his anger and said the Wuji Guild had never actively provoked Zhang Yue, hoping he would not push things too far. Zhang Yue coldly raised his staff and replied that if they wanted to talk reason, he would respond in his own way. The moment he finished speaking, a massive fireball shot straight toward Wuji Sword Saint. A chill ran down his spine. He did not expect Zhang Yue to openly confront the Wuji Guild. While Zhang Yue's team had spent half an hour to get 6 treasures, they had gained 4 more in minutes just by killing a few Wuji members and letting Ouyang Ling'er loot them. Seeing Zhang Yue slaughter Wuji Guild members non-stop, Wuji Illusion could no longer stay still. He drew his blood blade, activated stealth, and circled behind Zhang Yue, betting everything on an assassination to turn the situation around. The plan looked perfect, but reality was different. Before he could even close in, his target vanished from sight, leaving him stunned as he muttered that it had happened again. Before he could react, Wu Hao Tian in his flame armor rushed in with a spear. A sweeping strike sent Wuji Illusion flying to the ground. Even after being pointed at, he still shouted that he was the guild leader. Wu Hao Tian held his spear calmly and replied that the only one he recognized was Ling, and the man in front of him was just a fake shadow. Zhang Yue followed up immediately with Heavenly Flame Devastation, unleashing multiple waves of intense fire that engulfed Wuji Illusion. Before being consumed by flames, Wuji Illusion still stubbornly threatened Ling that someone would come for her soon. But in the next moment, he was completely wiped out by Zhang Yu's firepower. Since Wuji Illusion had killed more than 10 players earlier, his death dropped over a dozen treasure chests, shocking everyone who saw it. Wu Hao Tian laughed in surprise when he found even a king-grade chest among them. Zhang Yue immediately stepped forward to inspect it. At that moment, a system announcement echoed across the entire map. The unique Hell Treasure Chest had officially appeared. Holding the key to open the Hell Treasure Chest, Zhang Yue smiled in satisfaction. The Tianming treasure he had been waiting for had finally appeared. After quickly clearing the remaining Wuji Guild members, Zhang Yue opened the map and followed the guidance. When he arrived, he pushed through the crowd and saw the Hell Treasure Chest flame quietly burning inside a massive formation. Surrounding the formation were 30 to 40 soul-devouring demons with terrifying appearances, sharp fangs, 4 legs, and 2 wings ready to strike. Among them were 3 elite Lord-tier monsters. Ouyang Ling'er could not hide her shock at the Hell Treasure Chest. Ning Tian felt intense heat just standing nearby, as if her body would melt. Wu Hao Tian felt a chill, realizing even the guarding monsters were top-tier existences in the 5th world. Everyone turned their hopeful gaze toward Zhang Yue, seeing him as their only chance. Soul-devouring demon level 40 is physical type, with 1950 attack, 1000 defense, and 34,000 HP. Soul-devouring demon lord level 40 is also physical type, with 2200 attack, 1050 defense, and 120,000 HP. The enemies were too strong in number. Even Zhang Yue found it difficult to handle. He honestly said they could not win right now, instantly cooling the hopeful atmosphere. Zhang Yue turned to Ouyang Ling and asked if she could steal the treasure chest. She shook her head, explaining it was sealed by a powerful force and could only be obtained after all guardians were killed. Lin Tian suggested opening the king-grade treasure they had just obtained first. Maybe it would give equipment strong enough to change the situation. Zhang Yue agreed. Zhang Yue immediately opened the treasure chest. The system rewarded him with 1 level increase, 100 gold, a large amount of boosted energy, and a unique special item called Death Eye. The item that appeared was a 5-star top-tier equipment named Eye of Death for level 38 Beast Tamers. It was part of the Death God set, increasing 510 magic attack, 40 intelligence, and 40 spirit. It could absorb demon blood from monsters not lower than the user's level to nourish the Eye of Death. Once purity reached 100%, a unique hidden event would be triggered. Zhang Yue had already reached level 38 earlier, so all the equipment could be equipped immediately. He decided to refine and enhance everything. The 2 gold-quality 5-star items combined with his existing enhancements caused Zhang Yu's power to surge. His confidence clearly rose significantly. After equipping the new gear, Zhang Yue told the other 4 that tomorrow would be the provincial ranking tournament, so they should just wait for him outside. After speaking, Zhang Yue headed alone, straight toward the Hell Treasure Chest, to begin the battle against the guarding monsters. At the same time, the Tian family, the top clan of Tianjing, also sent 12 players following the map's guidance toward the Hell Treasure Chest location. Leading the group, Tian Yu reported that the beast tamer mentioned by the Wuji Guild had disappeared without a trace, with no sign of him anywhere in the dungeon. Tian Xing'er guessed he might have already left, since for a solo player, the Hell Treasure Chest was not something easily reachable. Tian Yu reminded everyone that there was only one Hell Treasure Chest, and countless guilds would surely fight over it. Once inside, the team would hold off the regular soul-devouring demons, while he and Tian Xing'er focused on killing the 3 lord monsters. If the plan succeeded, securing the chest would be easy. Tian Xing'er immediately agreed. The group responded in unison, drawing their weapons and preparing to move. But at that moment, a rain of arrows suddenly poured down from above, aimed directly at Tian Yu and the Tian family members. 2 level 35 knights reacted instantly, raising energy shields to block the incoming arrows. The rest quickly formed a defensive formation, protecting Tian Yu and Tian Xing'er at the center. Looking toward the attackers, they saw a large group of players rushing in with overwhelming momentum. Leading them was level 35 mage Miaoshi Xinghe, who coldly ordered the arrows to continue firing. Facing the Diao Guild, Tian Yu remained calm and mocked them for chasing all the way from Tianjing just for this. Miaoshi Xinghe sneered and said, the elder had placed a 1 million bounty on the heads of the Tian Famila's young master and young lady. Tian Yu slowly pulled the silver bow from his back, killing intent rising in his eyes. If they wanted his life, they would have to prove they were worthy. With a roar from Miaoshi Xinghe, hundreds of Diao Guild players charged forward in a full assault. Even with only 12 members, the Tian family showed no fear against an enemy 10 times their number. Tian Xing'er moved with extreme speed, dual blades flashing as she dealt thousands of damage per strike, cutting down enemies one after another. On the other side, Tianshu continuously fired arrows, unleashing a rain of arrows that covered the sky and wiped out dozens of Diao Guild members in an instant. Witnessing their combat power, Miaoshi Xinghe activated a defensive barrier and admitted the Tian family young master was indeed strong. However, he still believed they could not hold out for long. After taking down more than 10 enemies, Tian Xing'er began to feel pressure as more and more opponents kept coming. She nervously told her brother the numbers were overwhelming. Tian Yu frowned slightly, not expecting the Diao Guild to deploy so many elites just to deal with them. Miaoshi Xinghe laughed loudly and told Tian Yu to stop resisting. He revealed that the Wuji Guild had already been wiped out by that monstrous summoner, so no one would come to rescue the Tian family. Just as Miaoshi Xinghe was about to order the final kill, a massive explosion suddenly erupted behind their formation. A huge fireball swept across the battlefield, instantly turning several Diao Guild members into streaks of white light. Everyone turned around to see a black-cloaked beast tamer, holding a staff filled with dense death aura, walking forward step by step. Upon arrival, he coldly asked what they were doing on his territory. Miaoshi Xinghe was initially startled by the newcomer, but seeing he was alone, he immediately turned arrogant again and shouted that anyone who dared touch the Diao Guild was courting death. Zhang Yue only glanced at him and calmly replied, "A smart dog does not block the road." Without wasting words, Miao Shixing he ordered the attack. Dozens of elite Diao Guild players charged toward Zhang Yue from both sides. At the same time, under Zhang Yu's summoning, the rare level 35 world-extinguishing dark dragon roared across the sky. Its blazing dragon breath swept across the battlefield, instantly burning a wide area. Anyone hit was immediately eliminated, with white light rising everywhere. Within just 3 seconds of Zhang Yu making his move, more than half of the Diao Guild was wiped out. From this moment on, anyone targeting the Hell Treasure chest would face only one outcome. After entering combat, Zhang Yu's identity concealment effect was disabled. A red name instantly appeared above his head: Death Spirit Mage, Ling. In an instant, all members of the Diao Guild lost their fighting spirit. They looked at Zhang Yue in fear, especially after seeing the red name above him from all the kills. Miao Shixing he finally realized in shock that this was the terrifying beast tamer everyone had been talking about. At this moment, only the Tian family siblings Tian Yu and Tian Xing'er remained. Seeing the world-extinguishing dark dragon sweeping across the battlefield, both were stunned. Tian Xing'er quietly reminded him this was the target Wuji Guild had once requested them to handle, while Tian Yu admitted Zhang Yu's strength was far beyond expectations. Zhang Yue slowly raised his staff, his gaze ice-cold as he swept across the Diao Guild, warning them this was their final chance. If they did not want to die, they had to leave immediately. Miao Shixing he sneered, saying Zhang Yue did not understand their identity. He claimed they were from one of the 3 great families of Tianjing, then demanded Zhang Yue hand over the 2 Tian family siblings. Hearing this, Tian Xing'er laughed mockingly and stated that the Tian family was the true #1 aristocratic clan. She also warned Zhang Yue not to be deceived by their words. Zhang Yue showed no interest in the dispute between noble families. In his eyes, there was only one requirement: everyone must leave this area immediately. Enraged, the level 35 warrior Diao Tianshun drew his sword and charged forward. After activating a speed skill, he rushed straight at Zhang Yue, while Zhang Yue remained calmly standing without dodging. As Diao Tianshen entered striking range, his blade was already about to hit Zhang Yue, yet Zhang Yue still did not move. Seeing this, Diao Tianshen became even more confident and mocked that beast tamers were purely defensive and would only die if they did not dodge. He then used Charging Slash and hit Zhang Yue, but only a tiny damage number appeared above him. Diao Tianshen's smile froze instantly when he realized he could barely break Zhang Yue's defense. As a top expert from one of Tianjing's 3 great families, his confidence was shattered. Seeing his name turn gray from initiating the attack, Zhang Yue immediately raised the Eye of Death and unleashed the S-rank skill Thunder Dominion at point-blank range. A single explosion wiped out his entire HP bar. The entire battlefield fell into suffocating silence. The Diao Guild stood frozen, not yet recovered, when the Dark Skeleton King suddenly appeared. The Skeleton King wielded a great sword and charged into the enemy formation, cutting through them like nothing, stood in its way, continuously striking down Diao Guild members. With his attacks nearly ineffective, Miao Shixing he fell into complete panic for the first time. He could not understand what kind of monster he was facing to have such overwhelming power. Searching through his memory of Tianjing geniuses, he could not recall anyone of this level. Seeing his subordinates continuously fall, Miao Shixing he had no choice but to order an immediate retreat. After the Diao Guild fled, the Tian family siblings finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tian Yu stepped forward to thank Zhang Yue, introducing himself as the Tian family young master and his sister Tian Xing'er. Zhang Yue casually put away the Eye of Death and replied that after thanking him, they should leave. Tian Xing'er pouted in dissatisfaction at his cold attitude, while Tian Yu only smiled and told her not to mind it. At that moment, all soul-devouring demons guarding the Hell Treasure chest shifted their attention, locking onto Zhang Yue with fierce intent as they slowly approached. Zhang Yue immediately locked onto the entire group, using the Eye of Death, and unleashed multiple S-rank skills, such as Frozen Heaven, Heavenly Flame Devastation, and Thunder Dominion. Spells exploded through the swarm, with countless red damage numbers appearing alongside freeze, burn, paralysis, and critical effects. Tian Yu and Tian Xing'er exchanged a glance and silently coordinated. Tian Xing'er charged in with her dual blades, moving like lightning through the encirclement. Every strike released a blinding flash, inflicting blindness on nearby soul-devouring demons. This was the signature ability of the rare Flash Assassin class. At the same time, Tian Yu unleashed the power of his epic Undead Hunter class. He summoned 2 level 35 undead archers on both sides and coordinated with them to continuously bombard the soul-devouring demons ahead. Even Zhang Yue was slightly surprised to find that both Tian family siblings were far stronger than they looked. Still, Zhang Yue coldly declared that the Hell treasure chest belonged to him, and anyone who tried to take it would end up like the others. Hearing this, Tian Xing'er pouted and loudly said she had no intention of competing, while Tian Yu quickly pulled her back, signaling her not to argue. Tian Yu then told Zhang Yue to rest assured, saying they were not the type to repay kindness with hostility. With their help, clearing the dungeon would be much faster. Zhang Yue calmly replied that he was already confident of success, but with their help, things would indeed be smoother. With the support of a rare class and an epic class from the Tian family, the clearing speed increased dramatically. In less than 5 minutes, over 30 soul-devouring demons were wiped out. Tian Yu had gathered a large group of undead archers and ordered a full volley, forcing a soul-devouring demon lord into critical condition. Tian Xing'er immediately dashed in and finished it off with a flash of her dual blades. The remaining 2 soul-devouring demon lords roared and charged. Zhang Yue continued using S-rank skills as the main damage dealer. The Dark Skeleton King held one back, while he focused fire to bring them down one by one until both collapsed. When the battle ended, all soul-devouring demons had been wiped out. Only the Hell treasure chest remained, glowing with a dark red light in the center of the battlefield. As if knowing it did not belong to them, Tian Yu and Tian Xing'er did not step forward. Zhang Yue calmly walked over and directly picked up the Hell treasure chest. Taking the opportunity, Tian Yu curiously asked which family or faction Zhang Yue belonged to. Zhang Yue simply replied that he came from Tianming Hall. Hearing this, Tian Xing'er could not hide her shock, as it was only a newly established guild. After witnessing Zhang Yue's power, Tian Yu immediately invited him to join the Tian family. Zhang Yue refused without hesitation. Tian Yu was still unwilling to give up, and quickly reached out to stop him. But the moment he touched him, he met Zhang Yue's sharp, beast-like gaze. Frozen by that look, Tian Yu quickly explained he only meant to warn him. The Hell treasure chest was a unique global item, and news of Zhang Yue obtaining it would spread everywhere, making him extremely dangerous outside. Zhang Yue calmly asked what of it. Shortly after, the 3 walked out of the dungeon entrance. Outside, the area was already packed with players. Many were filming, taking photos, and live streaming. The crowd erupted in shock upon learning that the one who obtained the Hell treasure chest was a beast tamer. Some refused to believe it, as the class was known to be weak, while others were stunned by Zhang Yue's overwhelming presence. At that moment, Wuji Illusion stepped forward, pointed at Zhang Yue, and demanded he hand over the Hell treasure chest. Zhang Yue looked at him with disdain and asked if he still had not learned his lesson after being defeated. Despite being killed multiple times by Zhang Yue, Wuji Illusion still forced himself to respond. He claimed Zhang Yue was alone, while he had not only the Wuji guild behind him, but also the backing of the Tian family. Hearing this, Zhang Yue instinctively raised his staff, as killing intent erupted. He coldly declared that if the Tian family truly wanted to interfere, he would eliminate both sides. Just then, a shout came from behind ordering them to stop. Everyone turned to see Tian Yu and Tian Xing'er stepping out of the dungeon. Seeing members of the Tian family appear, Wuji Illusion immediately became excited. He rushed over, greeted them, and pointed at Zhang Yue, insisting this was the beast tamer he had mentioned. He tried to provoke them into teaching Zhang Yue a lesson, already imagining Zhang Yue's punishment. But what happened next left everyone stunned. Tian Xing'er loudly declared that anyone who touched Zhang Yue would be making an enemy of the Tian family. She even stated directly that Zhang Yue was a man she had her eye on, and anyone opposing him would become their enemy. Her declaration shocked the entire scene. Not only the surrounding crowd, but even Tian Yu was taken aback by his sister's words. Wuji Illusion quickly pointed at Zhang Yue and asked Tian Yu in confusion whether they had made a mistake, insisting that Ling was supposed to be the enemy of the Wuji guild. Tian Yu immediately stepped forward. He confirmed that Tian Xinni was not wrong. Zhang Yue was an ally of the Tian family. He also warned everyone not to act recklessly. Under the pressure of the Tian family, hundreds of Wuji guild members did not dare to move even a step forward. The crowd went into an uproar after learning that the Tian family was the top aristocratic clan in the capital. Everyone was shocked that Lin could connect with such a massive force, since even all guilds in the province combined could not compare to the Tian family. A Wuji member whispered to Wuji Illusion Shadow, advising him to retreat and not clash with the Tian family. He coldly replied that he already understood that fact. When Zhang Yue was about to leave, Tian Xinni suddenly called out and asked if his name was Lin and whether he had a girlfriend. Zhang Yue casually replied that he had none and was not interested in such things. Hearing this, Tian Xinni smiled with clear excitement. Zhang Yue said there was nothing else to do and turned to leave the area. No one from the Wuji Guild dared to stop him. They all stepped aside and opened a path for him. Watching Zhang Yue disappear into the distance, Tianxin Ni showed a hint of interest in her clear eyes. To her, he was tall, strong, and very unique, making him quite an interesting target. Tian Yu quickly noticed his sister's feelings. He also admitted Zhang Yue was a rare talent and decided to have his people investigate him after returning to Tian capital. Wuji Illusion Shadow stepped forward with disbelief and asked when both sides had become acquainted. In his view, Lin had no background or notable identity, so he could not understand why the Tian family valued him. Tianxin Ni coldly looked at Wuji Illusion Shadow and asked if he was questioning her judgment. Wuji Illusion Shadow immediately turned pale, waving his hands in panic and not daring to say another word. Tian Yu calmly stated that true talent does not need background support. He then criticized the Wuji Guild for letting members of the Miaoxi Guild infiltrate the Netherworld without noticing. Wuji Illusion Shadow was shocked upon hearing this. He immediately knelt down to admit fault, acknowledging it was the Wuji Guild's failure and asking for punishment. Tianxin Ni stepped forward and coldly said that if Zhang Yue had not arrived in time, she and her brother would have already been dead. Tian Yu's expression turned serious. He ordered an immediate meeting after returning and declared an all-out war against the Miaoxi Guild. Meanwhile, after leaving the Netherworld Gate, Zhang Yue first took out the only Netherworld treasure chest in the entire world. This chest had been dormant for hundreds of years at the gate. Zhang Yue held the Netherworld key, curious about what surprise this rare treasure would bring. Without hesitation, he opened the Netherworld treasure chest. A brilliant burst of light forced Zhang Yue to raise his hand to block his eyes. The system immediately displayed notifications. Obtained 2 sets of level 35 Dark 4-star equipment, 2 rare skill books, and 500 gold coins. Zhang Yue was quite satisfied with the loot. Every item was extremely valuable, each worth millions. Especially the level 35 4-star gear, which was considered top tier since most market items were only level 30 3-star equipment. He took out all the new equipment and began refinement. The completed Dark Warrior set reached gold quality, granting massive stats including 20 defense, 20 attack, 10 damage reduction, 30 HP, 20 lifesteal, and 80 basic attribute points. It also had the skill Intimidation Domain, creating a 30-meter radius field that reduces enemy damage by 15 for 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. The Dark Archer set also reached gold quality with powerful effects, including 40 attack speed, 30 attack, 20 movement speed, 20 damage, 30 mana cap, 30 armor penetration, and 80 attribute points. Its Intimidation Domain instead increases 15 damage for the user and allies within 30 meters for 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. Alongside the equipment, Zhang Yue also obtained 2 rare skill books. One was Sword Shadow Storm, summoning 100 sword shadows that form a storm within 30 meters. Each target can take up to 3 hits, each dealing 150 damage over 3 seconds, with a 20-second cooldown. The other skill was called Undead Storm, creating a storm within 30 meters, and summoning 100 undead to attack all enemies inside. Each hit deals 180 physical damage, lasting 3 seconds with a 20-second cooldown. Zhang Yue immediately used the fast upgrade function, consuming a massive amount of energy to push all gold-tier equipment and rare skills up to S rank. For current Awakeners, these were top-tier items. After checking, he found that Soul Spirit's Storm was even stronger than Hell Judgment. Its mechanics also perfectly matched his combat style. As for the other equipment, it did not significantly increase Zhang Yue's power, so he did not pay much attention to them. Zhang Yue then summoned the Dark Skeleton King and the World Destruction Black Dragon, smiling as he said these 2 4-star sets would be for them. The gold-tier Archer set was given to the World Destruction Black Dragon. After equipping it, its power increased significantly, with noticeable boosts to attack, defense, and mana. The gold-tier Dark Warrior set was equipped by the Dark Skeleton King, greatly enhancing its attack, defense, HP, and mana. After receiving new gear, both summons became extremely excited. The Dark Skeleton King jumped around happily, while the World Destruction Black Dragon immediately soared into the sky and unleashed a blazing dragon breath. Seeing this, Zhang Yue smiled and said their current strength was already comparable to Second Awakening professionals. Zhang Yue then gave 1 rare skill book to the Dark Skeleton King, while keeping the other for himself. Not receiving a new skill, the World Destruction Black Dragon showed clear dissatisfaction, raising its head and turning away with an arrogant attitude toward Zhang Yue. Jiang Yue simply smiled and reassured it that the next rare skill book would definitely be for it. Still, the black dragon snorted and pretended not to care. After handling all the loot above, Jiang Yue shifted his attention to the final item deep inside the Netherworld treasure chest. The real reward had yet to appear. The final item was a blood-red ring forged as if from fresh blood. A skull was carved on its surface, and its eye sockets glowed with eerie red light. The moment Jiang Yue picked it up, he immediately sensed this was the true core treasure of the Netherworld treasure chest. At that moment, Wu Haotian, Lin Tian, Ning Tian, and Ouyang Ling also rushed over. Wu Haotian excitedly asked what items had been obtained from the Netherworld treasure chest. Jiang Yue calmly explained that he had obtained 2 4-star equipment sets and 2 rare skill books. After hearing this, Wu Haotian was shocked, since even obtaining 2 4-star items was extremely rare. Yet this time, it was 2 full sets. Ouyang Ling noticed the blood-colored ring still inside the chest. After observing it, she commented that its appearance looked ordinary, and its grade did not seem high. Jiang Yue nodded, admitting its appearance was indeed unimpressive, but told her not to judge it yet. Following the system prompt, he cut his fingertip with a dagger. A drop of blood fell onto the ring, and instantly, the entire treasure erupted in a brilliant blood glow. The system continuously issued notifications. Contract completed. Demon contract successfully bound, untradeable, and cannot be dropped. A growth mission was also activated, allowing the item to evolve further upon completion of requirements. After binding it, Jiang Yue looked at Ouyang Ling and said the true value of this ring far exceeded her imagination. In the other world, there exists a special category of items beyond all standard equipment tiers, known as artifacts. They possess unique abilities and provide enormous benefits to awakeners. Jiang Yue recalled the mythical artifact, called Supreme Divine Decree, from his past life. It had granted him the ability to amplify energy gains. Thinking of this, he became even more curious about what the demon contract would become. Opening the ring's status panel, Jiang Yue saw it was the demon contract, a growth-type artifact. It was currently common grade, but could evolve further. Its first effect allowed him to absorb an additional 5 energy points from gains, which could also be transferred to others. The second effect would unlock upon ranking up. The first upgrade requirement was to kill 1,000 monsters not lower than his level. The description also warned that making a contract with a demon always comes at a price, and whether one becomes master or slave depends on the user. This harvest far exceeded Jiang Yue's expectations. The most important gain was not equipment or skills, but a growth-type artifact with unlimited potential. Even though it was currently low-grade, it could evolve into epic, legendary, or even mythical rank. If that happened, all members of Tianming Hall would gain nearly endless energy supply. The Netherworld conquest ended smoothly. After handling everything, Jiang Yue decided to set out and prepare for the provincial championship tournament. Both the demon contract and the Eye of Death God required a long time to meet their growth conditions, so Jiang Yue was not in a rush and let everything develop step by step. Wu Haotian approached Jiang Yue and asked if there would be any special reward after passing the provincial championship tournament. He continued with anticipation, saying he was already level 35, but still wearing level 25 gear from his old Wuji guild days, wondering if he would get a chance to upgrade his equipment after leveling up. Hearing this, Jiang Yue immediately understood his meaning and smiled, saying there was no need to wait until then. He then took out all equipment from level 30 to level 35 and used the energy gained from the demon contract to refine everything into gold quality. After finishing, Jiang Yue distributed all the upgraded gear to the team one by one. System trade notifications appeared in front of all 4 members. None of them hesitated and immediately accepted the items. Seeing that everything was gold-tier equipment, the group was shocked. Ouyang Ling looked at Jiang Yue with sparkling eyes and sighed that the guild leader was truly too rich. Jiang Yue only smiled faintly and said that in this world, the most valuable thing was never money, but energy. The true power of the demon contract lay in its effect that allowed transferring 5 absorbed energy points, breaking the limitation that made this resource impossible to trade. This also meant that from now on, all members of Tianming Hall would have nearly unlimited energy to upgrade equipment and strengthen their power. After equipping their new gear, everyone was extremely excited. Wu Haotian and Lin Tian even bumped shoulders happily. Wu Haotian confidently declared he would win 10 matches in a row, while Lin Tian immediately teased him not to get eliminated in the first round. Ning Tian and Ouyang Ling also expressed their determination to do their best. Jiang Yue calmly reminded everyone to fight at full strength without putting unnecessary pressure on themselves. At 10 a.m. the next morning, the provincial class advancement tournament officially began. Zhang Yue's first match was against Shen Yingfeng Liu, a divine beast tamer from the Shen Ying Guild. This was one of the top 3 guilds in Tianlong City, and also ranked among the top 10 guilds in the entire province. Upon learning his opponent was only a beast tamer, Shen Yingfeng Liu immediately showed a smug expression. He introduced himself as the vice guild leader of the Shen Ying Guild, and declared that Zhang Yue was simply unlucky. Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Yue calmly raised his staff. A S-rank skill, Heavenly Flame, Scorching Plains, instantly descended from the sky. Shen Yingfeng Liu's HP evaporated in an instant. He collapsed to the ground and passed out on the spot. The system announced Zhang Yu's victory, awarding honor points and completing a 10-win streak. The entire arena erupted in discussion, and everyone acknowledged Lin as the strongest beast tamer in Linhai City. Many even said it was better to surrender immediately when facing him to avoid humiliation. Next, the system announced that Wu Hao Tian from Linhai City had also completed a 10-win streak. Lin Tian, also known as Wind Shadow Lone Walker, followed with his own 10 consecutive victories. Ning Tian Tian, under the name White Rabbit Milk Candy, achieved a 7-win streak. Aoyang Ling known as Genius Girl and Cat, also completed an 8-win streak. At the end of the round, all 5 members of Tian Ming Hall passed the qualifiers with a 100% success rate, setting an unprecedented record for a newly formed guild. After that, the group left the safe zone and entered the wilderness area. Lin Tian sighed while walking that although provincial opponents were much stronger than city-level ones, the upcoming rounds would be even more brutal. In contrast, Ouyang Ling was extremely confident. She smiled and said there was nothing to fear, because Tianming Hall had Zhang Yue backing them, and they could defeat anyone. With his current strength, Zhang Yue had already reached the peak of the 5th world, so this place no longer offered much challenge to him. What he looked forward to most was entering the 6th world soon. Seeing Zhang Yue assign daily quests to the team, Ning Tiantian guessed he planned to hunt the man-eating ghoul boss. Zhang Yue confirmed it and said that if everyone completed the mission together, the progress would speed up significantly. Just as the group was on their way, a group of awakeners suddenly blocked their path. The leader was a level 33 knight named Lao Ren, whose lustful gaze kept sweeping over Ning Tiantian and Ouyang Ling. He grinned shamelessly and told them to stop following this group of failures and instead join his team. According to him, as long as they followed him, they would live a wealthy life and roam the other world freely in the future. Wu Hao Tian glanced at Zhang Yue and smiled, saying the opponent had just called their guild leader a failure. Lin Tian adjusted his glasses and calmly added that he was actually insulting all 3 of them. Before Zhang Yue could speak, Wu Hao Tian stepped forward and seriously warned the group that they had 3 seconds to disappear. After all, resurrection stones were not cheap. Hearing this, the Lang Ren gang burst into laughter. The leader mocked that someone was even more arrogant than him, then waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to attack. Wu Hao Tian advanced with his spear, and coldly said they had already been warned. Behind him, Lin Tian slowly raised his staff, and calmly stated that they could not blame what happened next. Before both sides could clash, countless arrows suddenly rained down from the sky, striking the Lang Ren gang formation and knocking them all back. The leader angrily shouted, asking who dared ambush them. When they turned around, they saw a group of awakeners in full gold equipment approaching. The leader's emblem clearly showed the Wuji Guild. Realizing who they were, the entire group went pale and quickly begged for forgiveness, claiming they did not know Zhang Yue was affiliated with Wuji. Wuji Illusion Shadow, an epic level 35 assassin, only looked at them coldly and reminded them to bring their brains next time they go out. Witnessing this, Wu Hao Tian asked in confusion what medicine the Wuji Guild had taken today to suddenly help them. Wuji Illusion Shadow gave no explanation and simply waved his hand. Immediately, Vice Guild leader Wuji Sword Saint personally brought a bronze treasure chest to Zhang Yue. He said it contained 1,000 gold, a level 35 4-star dark gold equipment set, and a rare beast tamer skill book. Zhang Yue looked at Wuji Illusion Shadow and directly asked what this meant. Wuji Illusion Shadow replied that everything was ordered by the Tian family to be personally delivered to Zhang Yue. Hearing the Tian family mentioned, the group was completely confused. They could not understand why the #1 aristocratic clan would suddenly gift such valuable items. Wuji Sword Saint sighed and said that, although he did not like Zhang Yue, he had to admit he was extremely lucky. This was a betrothal gift prepared by the Tian family, because the young lady Tian Xin Ni had taken interest in him. Those words stunned everyone present. For anyone else, such a betrothal gift would be impossible to refuse. However, Zhang Yue calmly said to send his thanks to the Tian family and Tian Xinni, but he currently had no interest in romance, and asked them to take all the gifts back. After speaking, Zhang Yue immediately turned to leave. Wu Ji Illusion Shadow quickly called after him, reminding him that this was the Tian family, and asked if he was not afraid of future trouble for rejecting them. Hearing this, Zhang Yue paused briefly and turned back with a faint smile. He only left one simple sentence: Tianming Hall is not Wuji Guild. Those words left Wu Ji Illusion Shadow completely stunned, unable to respond. After arriving at the mission location, the 5 of them quickly began hunting monsters. With Zhang Yu's overwhelming power, 300 giant serpents were quickly wiped out. The system announced mission completion, granting experience, gold, a large amount of energy, a level 38 4-star equipment item, and various rewards. At the same time, the demon contract effect activated, absorbing additional special energy and increasing artifact upgrade progress. On the way, Wu Haotian could not help but ask Zhang Yue why he rejected such a good opportunity. After all, marrying the Tian family's young lady from Tian capital was like reaching the peak of life. Zhang Yue remained calm and said that if Wu Haotian liked it, he could take it instead. Wu Haotian smiled awkwardly and said he did want it, but unfortunately she only had eyes for the guild leader, and he already had someone in his heart. Hearing this, Zhang Yue only glanced at him without saying anything. After a moment of silence, he slowly said that he had his own goal. Wu Haotian immediately asked what that goal was. Zhang Yue did not answer out loud, only thinking silently that he wanted to keep growing stronger in the other world and lead Long Country to become the strongest nation in the world. In an instant, Wu Haotian, Lin Tian, Ning Tian Tian, and Ouyang Ling all received a system notification. Thanks to the demon contract of the Lin class profession, each of them received 10 million energy points. That massive number shocked all 4 of them. Yang Ling repeatedly checked her status panel in disbelief and asked Zhang Yue where such an insane amount of energy came from. Everyone knew he possessed the demon contract ability obtained from the Netherworld treasure chest, but none of them could understand how he had accumulated so much in just one day. Zhang Yue only smiled without explaining. The battle with the 5th world boss was approaching, so he decided to let the team further strengthen their power first. Everyone happily thanked him and immediately used the newly gained points to upgrade themselves. After the enhancement was completed, the 5 of them activated the World Boss Challenge Gate. In an instant, they appeared inside a mist-covered mountain range under a cold moonlight, with countless skeletons scattered across the ground. The system announced this was the 5th World Boss Zone called Dark Dungeon, and the target was Beast Emperor Wire Jia. Lin Tian excitedly said that thanks to the energy Zhang Yue shared, all his skills had reached S rank, so he would be able to contribute much more this time. Ning Tian Tian and Wu Haotian also expressed similar determination. Zhang Yue simply nodded and said everyone should just do their best. Just as the system finished its announcement, the ground suddenly began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. A massive monster suddenly burst out from the ground ahead and slowly revealed itself. It was the world boss, Beast Emperor Wire Jia. Wu Haotian tightened his flame spear, his eyes full of excitement. He wanted to test the true power of his S-rank skill. Without hesitation, the level 35 Flame Knight erupted in blazing fire and charged forward with shield and spear. His S-rank skill, Flame-Piercing Strike, pierced the boss' right leg, and flames spread across its body, continuously burning it. Wu Haotian laughed excitedly, saying the damage was far beyond expectations, at least 40% higher than before. Unfortunately, his performance did not last long before the Beast Emperor kicked him hard and sent him flying. Not letting their teammate fight alone, Lin Tian and Ouyang Ling immediately joined the battle. Lin Tian activated his S-rank skill Lightning Storm, summoning countless bolts that covered the Beast Emperor and struck down continuously. Seeing the power of S-rank skills, Ouyang Ling also eagerly used her newly upgraded ultimate ability. She activated S-rank skill, Robbery Void, an enhanced version of her theft ability, capable of stealing the highest damage item on the target. However, after seeing what she had obtained, Ning Tian Tian frowned and asked if that was really the strongest item. Ouyang Ling looked down and realized she was holding a huge fang, still covered in the boss saliva. Just the smell almost made her faint. She angrily threw it away, wondering what kind of damage this thing could possibly do besides biting people. At that moment, the Beast Emperor began its counterattack. It roared loudly and opened its mouth, releasing countless red lightning beams across the battlefield. Seeing the incoming area attack, Zhang Yue immediately raised a shield to protect Ning Tian Tian and Ouyang Ling. On the other side, Wu Haotian had just gotten back up when he was brutally hit again by the boss firepower. He quickly shouted a warning that this boss was extremely powerful and everyone needed to be careful. At this point, Zhang Yue finally made his move, summoning the Dark Skeleton King and the World Destruction Black Dragon to attack the Beast Emperor together. The Dark Skeleton King opened with Fatal Taunt, reducing 30% damage taken from the Beast Emperor. It also activated Intimidation Domain to increase damage dealt by 15%, combined with S-rank skill Dark Supreme, reducing 20% damage taken, plus Dark's Descent reducing another 10%. With multiple aggro control and stacked defenses, the Beast Emperor's level 45-star attack only dealt 899 damage to the Skeleton King, barely scratching it. While the Dark Skeleton King held the boss firmly, the World Destruction Black Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed World Destruction Dragon Flame, an unquenchable burning firestorm. Waves of flames continuously struck the Beast Emperor, burning it relentlessly as it roared in pain across the battlefield. At the same time, Zhang Yue coordinated perfectly with both summons, continuously outputting damage against the boss. Seeing this, Ouyang Ling laughed and told Wu Haotian that this was the fastest boss kill she had ever seen. After hearing that, Wu Haotian's regained confidence immediately vanished. He could only smile bitterly, feeling that whenever he was with the guild leader, standing and watching was enough. Ting Tiantian silently told herself she also needed to contribute and could not always just watch. Thinking so, she immediately chanted and cast a support skill onto Zhang Yue. A green light enveloped him, making his body feel much lighter. Zhang Yue turned and smiled to thank her. Seeing this, Wu Haotian and Lin Tian also regained their fighting spirit, their battle intent exploding as they charged forward once again. Zhang Yue, the World Destruction Black Dragon, Lin Tian, and Ouyang Ling unleashed their full firepower without holding back against the Beast Emperor. A barrage of S-rank skills rained down continuously, leaving the boss no chance to fight back. In less than half a minute, the battle ended. It was likely the fastest kill of a 5th world boss in history. As the massive body of the Beast Emperor collapsed, the system immediately issued a series of notifications. Congratulations to player Ling for defeating the world boss Beast Emperor Jia and clearing the 5th world. At the same time, the gateway to the 6th world, the Nation of Death, has officially opened. Zhang Yue silently thought that in his previous life, he had missed an SSS tier reward due to insufficient strength, and this time he would not let any opportunity slip away. After clearing the 5th world, the group immediately entered the 6th world. The system welcomed them to the Nation of Death and announced the safe zone as Frost Snow City, where dead silent Nings once appeared. In an instant, the 5 of them arrived in a city covered in snow. The freezing air immediately swept in from all directions, making Wu Haotian shiver. He could not help but complain that it felt like standing inside an ice vault. In contrast, Ning Tiantian looked quite excited, finding the cool atmosphere here very comfortable. Ning Tiantian asked Wu Haotian if he had read the introduction of the 6th world, then pointed out that if the temperature was not low enough, how could so many corpses be perfectly frozen? Hearing this, Wu Haotian asked blankly what she meant. Looking closely across the city, countless human corpses could indeed be seen sealed inside ice, frozen in their final moments of death, standing motionless across the streets. The eerie scene frightened Ning Tiantian. She instinctively hugged her staff tightly and moved closer to Zhang Yue. Wu Haotian was not doing much better. His legs were trembling, but he still forced himself to stay calm, stammering that he had seen plenty of skeletons before. Even so, a whole frozen city still gave him goosebumps. The system introduced the 6th world background. After the Lord of Death descended, countless cities turned into hell overnight. Before dying, human mage Na-En used frost power to seal all slaughtered people into Frost Snow City. Players are the only hope of reviving them. The first mission is to rescue 10 NPCs, and the second mission is to obtain 1 B rank reward and 1 A rank reward from revived NPCs. Ouyang Ling began explaining like a guide that in the 6th world, killing monsters drops resurrection fragments. Collecting 100 fragments allows players to craft a resurrection stone to revive an NPC. Wu Haotian immediately asked if reviving NPCs would grant rewards. Lin Tian nodded and confirmed it, adding that reward quality is completely random, ranging from D rank all the way up to SSS rank. According to past records, in 100 years only one awakener from the Indian Brahma nation obtained an SS rank skill book. With that skill, he advanced straight to the finals of the Global Awakener tournament. Hearing this, Wu Haotian confidently declared that he would at least obtain an SSS rank reward. Ning Tiantian immediately teased him, saying the odds were so low it was unlikely he would get one. Ao Yangling smiled and looked at Zhang Yue, saying that if it were their guild leader, maybe he could actually do it. Zhang Yue only gave a faint response and looked across Frost Snow City, where frozen corpses filled every corner. A sense of anticipation rose in his heart. In his previous life, he had known the location of an SSS reward, but lacked the strength to claim it. This time, he was determined to correct that regret. Zhang Yue's resolve intensified. No matter what, he would obtain the SSS reward he had missed in his past life. Zhang Yue suggested the team leave the city and head to Nether Hall, first to collect resurrection fragments. After restocking supplies at the shop, the five immediately set out. Outside Frost Snow City was a vast frozen wilderness with no sign of life. In this icy field, countless snowmen stood motionless, all creations of the Frost Archmage Na-En. Zhang Yue reminded everyone to be extremely careful. The ice corpses outside the city were far more dangerous. Once they detected living heat, the ice on their bodies would melt, and they would immediately attack. Following the map, the group took about 10 minutes to reach the level 41 Nether Hall on the east side of Frost Snow City. From a distance, they could already see multiple Awakeners teams inside the massive hall, working together to eliminate Nether warriors. Wu Haoqian was shocked, thinking their group was the first to step into the sixth world. But Zhang Yue explained that many job class players had stayed here for years, since rank rewards alone could secure a lifetime of wealth. As soon as the five entered Yu Ming Hall, other nearby teams noticed them. Seeing Lin Tian and the others were only level 35, they immediately realized they were new rookies and started mocking them. A few men in their 30s stared at Ning Tiantian and Ouyang Linger, teasing them and offering to carry them while leveling up, bragging they had spent years in the sixth world and were far stronger than the girls' teammates. But in Ouyang Linger's eyes, these so-called experts were nothing worth mentioning at all. She stood confidently and replied that a few extra levels did not necessarily mean superior strength. The job class players burst out laughing, mocking the overconfident level 35 rookies, and even boasting that if the rookies were stronger, they would livestream themselves doing humiliating acts. Zhang Yue, however, remained completely indifferent. At that moment, a snow-covered figure in front began to shed its icy layer. Once the ice melted, a netherworld warrior with glowing cold eyes was revealed. The level 41 monster, wearing black armor and wielding a battle blade, charged straight at Zhang Yue's group. Zhang Yue calmly raised the Eye of Death, finished his chant instantly, and unleashed a super fireball spell. A massive explosion erupted. The Shrank skill, dealing nearly 90,000 damage, instantly incinerated the netherworld warrior, ending the fight in just 3 seconds. After killing the monster, Zhang Yue turned to the 3 veteran players and calmly asked if they still wanted to recruit his team. The arrogant men from before were instantly speechless, staring in shock before quickly changing their tone, saying their team was already full and they did not need new members. Ouyang Linger did not miss the chance to mock them, reminding Brother Qiang not to forget his promise to live stream earlier. The group left in embarrassment, unable to believe a level 35 job class player could solo a level 41 monster so easily, and they silently decided not to cause any more trouble. Zhang Yue looked at the Eye of Death in his hand and calculated. Once the Blood Demon purity reached 100, he could trigger the weapon's exclusive hidden event, and he hoped to complete it before claiming the SSS reward. At the same time, in Dragon Nation's capital Tianjing, inside the main branch of the Miracle World Guild, Guild Chairman Miao Shi Wushuang, 2 Vice Chairman Miao Shi Xinghe and Miao Shi Kangjiong, along with 8 core members, were in an emergency meeting ordered from above. Miao Shi Wushuang said with a heavy expression that higher-ups did not want their branch to outperform the Tian family in the upcoming job class competition, and if they could not win through strength, they would have to use outside schemes. Miao Shi Xinghe regretted that they had missed a perfect chance when the Tian family young master and young lady once went alone to Dead Ning province, making future opportunities much harder. A member of the Miracle World Guild mentioned that the one who saved the Tian family back then was a beast tamer named Ling. He also said he heard the Tian family once prepared a betrothal gift worth tens of millions to propose to Tian Xing'er, but was ultimately rejected. Miao Shi Kangyong calmly analyzed that they had thoroughly investigated Ling. He was the one who set records clearing worlds 1 through 5 in Dead Ning province, achieved perfect scores in the job class competition, and was recruited by 3 major guilds: War God, Supreme, and Mist Rain. If they could bring him into Miracle World, it would be extremely beneficial. However, Miao Shi Wushuang immediately rejected the idea, saying that if even the Tian family could not move Ling, then Miracle World had even less chance. The meeting room fell silent until a cold voice suddenly rang out. The owner was a girl in a black dress with long hair and an arrogant, icy aura. She walked in calmly, as if she did not regard anyone in the room as important. She was Ling Qier, the daughter of the Miracle World Guild chairman. She said Ling only rejected the Tian family because he was not interested in Tian Xing'er. Ling Qier said she had also reviewed Ling's profile. In her eyes, his appearance was decent, his strength was acceptable, and he barely qualified to catch her attention. She confidently declared that she would make Ling submit completely, obediently join Miracle World Guild, and serve the guild's interests. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue and his team kept grinding monsters in Yuming Hall until noon, wiping out an uncountable number of Netherworld warriors. However, progress on collecting resurrection shards was still very slow, since the item was randomly distributed to participants and was account-bound, making it untradeable. After hours of fighting, they only gathered about 40 shards. Wu Haochen started complaining about the terrible drop rate, getting more and more anxious after only managing to collect a little over 40 pieces. While progress was slow, Zhang Yue received unexpected good news. A system notification stated that the demon blood purity of his special weapon, the Eye of Death, had reached 100, asking if he wanted to activate its exclusive hidden event. Looking at the staff in his hand, Zhang Yue finally felt relieved. He told everyone to take a short break, go out for lunch, and continue in the afternoon. Wu Haoxian immediately brightened up and even suggested grabbing drinks to relax. At that moment, Ouyang Linger asked Zhang Yue when their guild base would be built, saying she was looking forward to gathering and eating together with everyone. Zhang Yue just smiled and said it would not take long. After leaving the sixth world, Zhang Yue was once again troubled by finances. He still had not found a suitable location for the guild base, as everything was either too expensive, too small, or poorly located. In the end, it all came down to a lack of money. While he was thinking, Zhang Yue suddenly received a friend request. The sender was Tian Xing'er. Seeing that name, Zhang Yue was slightly surprised. He did not understand why Tian Xing'er would contact him first. Thinking back to how he had rejected the Tian family's betrothal gift before, Zhang Yue felt it was unwise to escalate tensions with such a major clan, so he accepted the request. As soon as the connection was made, Tian Xing'er asked if he could help her deal with something in the fifth world. Zhang Yue was surprised, thinking she was still in Tianjing. She explained she had already arrived in Linhai, and that the matter was urgent. She also mentioned she knew his guild was newly established and in need of funds, offering a reward of 3 million if he agreed to help. Hearing the amount of 3 million, Zhang Yue was briefly tempted. Following the coordinates sent by Tian Xing'er, Zhang Yue entered the fifth world and arrived at the level 36, Dark Abyss Forest. The area was vast, filled with teams of level 32 to 33 players hunting monsters. However, he still could not see Tian Xing'er anywhere and could only wait. At that moment, a female mage with the ID Yao Rao appeared in front of him. She wore a golden robe, had a tall figure, and a cold, beautiful face, clearly from an extraordinary background. Many male players around could not hide their admiration, but she ignored them completely. Behind her were 4 level 35 warriors equipped with full goldier gear, radiating strong presence and attracting attention. The female mage named Yao Rao looked directly at Zhang Yue and asked if he was Ling. After scanning him from head to toe, a look of contempt appeared on her cold face. In her opinion, Zhang Yue was nothing special, except for being somewhat decent-looking, and the rumors about him were clearly exaggerated. Zhang Yue casually glanced at her without much interest, and calmly asked where Tian Xing'er was. The woman smiled and said she was the one who had used Tian Xing'er's name to lure him here. Hearing that, Zhang Yue immediately understood he had been tricked and directly asked what her real purpose was. Ling Qier said with full confidence that she trusted her own beauty and status, then openly demanded that Zhang Yue become her boyfriend. The surrounding players were shocked, unable to understand why such a beauty would pursue Zhang Yue. But once they realized he was Ling, it suddenly did not seem so strange. Ling Qier had been pampered since childhood and had never been rejected by anyone. She believed a beast tamer like Zhang Yue would never dare refuse her. She even planned to make him fall for her, use him to provoke Tian Xing'er, and then discard him. However, Zhang Yue did not even need to think. He coldly replied with 2 words, "Not interested." Instantly, Ling Qier's expression turned extremely ugly. A gold-armored warrior from the Miracle World Guild immediately drew his sword and shouted that being noticed by the young lady was the greatest honor of his life, and a lowly beast tamer like him had no right to refuse. Zhang Yue remained calm and replied that the young lady was indeed too noble for him, and he was not worthy. After speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. The gold-armored warrior angrily tried to attack, but Ling Qier raised her hand to stop him. At that moment, a large group of Job-class players suddenly rushed in from ahead. A buzz-cut knight pointed at Zhang Yue and demanded he hand over all his equipment and gold or die. Hearing the threat, Zhang Yue simply laughed. In his eyes, they were nothing more than an undisciplined mob. Even after seeing through their intentions, he calmly said that if they wanted it, they could come and take it themselves. The buzz-cut man immediately ordered the attack. Over 100 second transfer Job-class players roared and charged from all directions. Facing more than 100 second transfer enemies alone, Zhang Yue calmly raised his staff, without the slightest hesitation. A bodyguard of Ling Qiu quietly asked whether they should help Zhang Yue, since their goal was to recruit him. But Ling Qiu only smiled and said they should wait until he was pushed into despair before stepping in to save him, so he would feel grateful, and maybe even repay her with his life. But before she could enjoy the moment, the scene in front of her made Ling Qiu completely freeze. Zhang Yue raised the golden 5-star staff, the Eye of Death, and instantly activated his attack. And Srank skill, Spirit Death Storm, erupted. Two massive barriers formed on both sides of the battlefield, unleashing countless death winds from the sky. Dozens of enemies were swept into the storm core, their HP dropping at terrifying speed every second. In an instant, waves of white light flashed as countless players were instantly killed. In a single strike, over a third of the 100-man team was wiped out. Within seconds, more than half were dead, while most had not even reached Zhang Yue yet. The survivors panicked and fled like they had seen a ghost. Witnessing this, Ling Qiu's bodyguard trembled and said the rumors about Ling were all true. Even Ling Qiu instinctively stepped back, her arrogance gone, replaced by fear. Despite her 4 guards standing in front of her, her legs still shook uncontrollably. At that moment, Zhang Yue, with a deep red player ID, turned to Ling Qiu and calmly said, "Next time you want to test someone, pick a stronger opponent." After speaking, he casually walked away. Only when his figure disappeared did Ling Qiu finally dare to breathe. A bodyguard immediately suggested sending members of the Miracle World Guild to teach him a lesson for disrespecting them. After regaining her composure, Ling Qiu looked in the direction Zhang Yue had left and smiled with renewed interest. She admitted she now understood why Tian Xing'er was interested in him, but with her confidence, she still believed she would eventually make Zhang Yue fall for her. On Zhang Yue's side, just after leaving the Dark Abyss Forest, he suddenly received a transfer notification. His account was credited with 3 million. Immediately after, Ling Qiu sent a message under Tian Xing'er's name, explaining that the previous attackers were not arranged by her, thanking him for saving her, and stating that the money was his reward. Zhang Yue simply smiled coldly, having already seen through everything. He did not bother exposing Ling Qiu and casually accepted the money, thinking rich young ladies were indeed strange. As long as they did not interfere with his monster grinding, it was fine. Setting the matter aside, Zhang Yue activated the Eye of Death. In an instant, the staff burst into brilliant golden light, and dozens of golden beams tore through the sky toward a distant direction. The ground shook violently as the golden lights in the air slowly merged into the shape of a gigantic eye manifesting above. At the same time, the system broadcasted a regional announcement. The hidden event of the Eye of Death had been activated. The Gate of Hell had been upgraded, and from now on, only the owner of the Eye of Death, or those granted permission, could enter. Outside the Gate of Hell, a large number of job-class players were still coming and going, gathering to observe. Everyone was discussing excitedly. Some said the Gate of Hell had been sealed for 100 years and finally reopened. Others believed most treasures inside were already taken, but still wanted to try their luck. As a result, countless players from other provinces rushed to Linhai just to witness it. At that moment, dozens of golden beams descended from the sky and shot directly into the Gate of Hell. Immediately after, all players inside were forcibly ejected by an overwhelming force, and the gate shut completely, leaving no one able to enter. The Gate of Hell continued to tremble violently, as if something inside was about to awaken. The system once again announced that after the upgrade, only the owner of the Eye of Death, or those authorized, could enter. The crowd outside immediately erupted. Some complained about traveling all the way only to be blocked at the entrance, while others guessed the upgrade meant new treasures inside, and kept asking who the owner was to beg for entry. Meanwhile, Zhang Yue was rapidly heading back toward the Gate of Hell. As the owner of the Eye of Death, he could freely enter and exit, and also grant permissions by consuming the demon blood purity. Every 10 points of purity only allowed 1 authorization, showing how valuable the upgraded gate had become. Thinking of the rewards inside, he decided to share the opportunity with his guild members. Zhang Yue immediately sent a message in the guild channel, telling everyone to come to the gate of hell in the fifth world, because a major opportunity was waiting. Lin Tian asked if this was a surprise for members. Wu Haotian joked that it was probably another labor mission and said he was not interested. Ning Tiantian only asked where Zhang Yue currently was. On his way, Zhang Yue passed a group of wandering players rushing by. They were talking about how the Miracle World Guild was about to capture the Tian family young lady and the Su family heiress, urging others to go watch. Hearing this, Zhang Yue could not help but wonder why the Su family was involved. The moment he heard that name, Zhang Yue suddenly stopped walking. The person they mentioned was Su Jinyan. At that moment, in the Cannibal Rat Tribe Zone Level 38 in the Fifth World, she was teaming up with Tian Jing'er to grind monsters. The two girls, both stunning and powerful, attracted countless attention. In combat, Su Jinyan handled crowd control, while Tian Jing'er focused on burst damage. With the coordination of a level 36 Flowing Light Assassin and a level 36 Epic Forbidden Mage, waves of cannibal rats were quickly eliminated. After finishing a wave and recovering, Tian Jing'er praised Su Jinyan's control ability. Su Jinyan smiled and replied that Tian Jing'er's damage was equally strong, making their teamwork near flawless. After drinking a recovery potion, Su Jinyan quickly restored about 80% of her mana. She thanked Tian Jing'er for coming all the way to Linhai to help her, while Tian Jing'er smiled and said Su Jinyan would do the same in her place. A moment later, Tian Jing'er blushed slightly and admitted shyly that she had also come to Linhai because of a boy she secretly liked. Hearing this, Su Jinyan curiously asked if they were dating. Tian Jing'er quickly shook her head and said it was only one-sided love because he did not like her and had even rejected her before. Su Jinyan was surprised. In her view, with Tian Jing'er's looks, talent, and personality, it was hard to understand why anyone would not be moved. Tian Jing'er smiled faintly, her eyes firm. In her heart, that person was the most outstanding she had ever met. Even after being rejected, she had no intention of giving up and would continue improving herself to stand beside him one day. Seeing her expression, Su Jinyan could only smile lightly, while unconsciously thinking of Zhang Yue. She silently wondered what he was doing right now. Just as the two were talking, the surroundings suddenly fell into chaos. A large group of Miracle World Guild members surrounded them, and the leading knight immediately pointed at Tian Jing'er and ordered her capture. Seeing Miracle World appear, Tian Jing'er's expression changed. She instantly realized they had stayed in Linhai after their previous failure, waiting for another chance to strike. Su Jinyan looked at her friend in shock and asked if she was actually the young lady of the Tian family, the top clan in Tianjing. Tian Jing'er quickly apologized for hiding her identity and told Su Jinyan to leave, since Miracle World's target was only her. However, Su Jinyan simply smiled and said that if they were escaping, they would escape together, and she would never abandon a friend. Before they could argue further, a level 35 assassin from Miracle World suddenly launched a sneak attack. The assassin swung his blade towards Su Jinyan, but she reacted instantly, using her Forbidden Mage ability to immobilize him on the spot. Seizing the opening, Tian Jing'er used her superior flowing light assassin speed, dashed forward, and unleashed a dual-blade combo, instantly finishing the enemy. After killing the Miracle World member, Tian Jing'er's ID immediately turned red. Seeing the display showing flowing light assassin level 36, Tian Jing'er, Su Jinyan was even more shocked, realizing her friend was truly the Tian family heiress. Before she could ask anything more, Tian Jing'er grabbed her and fled. But after only a few steps, a familiar voice suddenly came from ahead, calling out Tian Jing'er's name directly. The voice made Tian Jing'er freeze on the spot, her expression filled with shock. Blocking their path was Ling Qier, radiating a cold aura and arrogant presence. Beside her stood two vice guild leaders of Miracle World, Miaoshi Xingyi and Miaoshi Kangyang. The moment they met, Ling Qier mocked Tian Jing'er for once chasing after a poor man only to be rejected. Hit where it hurt, Tian Jing'er angrily shot back, asking what any of that had to do with Ling Qier. Ling Qier continued her ridicule, saying Tian Jing'er had always been inferior to her since university, and was still just as pathetic in the other world. Tian Jing'er immediately refuted her, saying she never cared about competing with Ling Qier, and that her achievements were nothing but tricks. She also emphasized that in Tianjing, Miracle World always ranked below Tian family, the true top clan. Those words made Ling Qier turn pale with rage. She snorted coldly and immediately ordered her subordinates to kill Tian Jing'er. Tian Jing'er and Su Jinyan instantly entered combat stance. Tian Jing'er warned her partner to stay careful, while Su Jinyan gripped her staff tightly, ready to fight. Just as the atmosphere tightened, a shocking roar echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a massive dark dragon covering the entire sky as it descended. The moment Su Jinyan saw the familiar black dragon, she became overjoyed. To her, Zhang Yue was the one who pulled her out of despair and opened a new path forward. Immediately after, Zhang Yue appeared in a black cloak, holding the death demon staff, walking slowly forward. His overwhelming aura filled the area, and his deep red player ID was nearly turning black. Tian Xing'er, Su Jinyan, and Ling Qir all looked at him, each with different emotions. Seeing Zhang Yue, Ling Qir kept her arrogant demeanor and coldly offered her condition. As long as he became her boyfriend, he would enjoy wealth and power, and even inherit the Miracle World Guild. Hearing this, Tian Xing'er immediately exploded in anger, pointing at Ling Qir and calling her shameless for trying to steal the man she liked. Su Jinyan was completely stunned by the scene. She never expected the person who had rejected Tian Xing'er was Zhang Yue, and now both the Tian family heiress and the Miracle World young lady were competing for him. Ling Qir responded by reminding everyone that Zhang Yue had already rejected Tian Xing'er before. Then she once again fixed her confident gaze on him. She even made an extreme demand. If Zhang Yue killed the two girls, he would officially become her boyfriend. Tian Xing'er felt her heart tighten, as if she was about to lose something irreplaceable. Su Jinyan also became uneasy, unsure which side Zhang Yue would choose. Ling Qir sneered, believing Zhang Yue was just a money-driven man. In her mind, someone who accepted 3 million would inevitably be swayed by wealth. Convinced that Zhang Yue would side with her, Ling Qir crossed her arms smugly, already imagining using him to humiliate Tian Xing'er completely. But at that moment, Zhang Yue stepped forward and stood in front of Tian Xing'er and Su Jinyan. He raised the demon Death Eye staff and coldly faced Ling Qir and the Miracle World members, calmly warning them they had 10 seconds to disappear. Seeing him protect her, Tian Xing'er instantly shifted from despair to overwhelming joy. Ling Qir's smile instantly froze. Unable to believe what she heard, she emphasized her identity as the Miracle World young lady and sole heir of the Ling family, asking whether he truly intended to oppose her for Tian Xing'er. Miaoshi Xinghe immediately stepped forward to threaten him, looking down on Zhang Yue, and declaring that everyone present was an elite of Miracle World. If he dared oppose Miss Qir, death was his only path. Another vice guild leader, along with archer Miaoshi Kangqiong, also tried to persuade him. They reminded Zhang Yue that his red name was already highly dangerous, and if he died he would drop all equipment and reset to level 0, urging him to reconsider carefully. Only then did Tian Xing'er and Su Jinyan notice that Zhang Yu's name had turned deep red. Even knowing how strong he was, facing Miracle World was still dangerous. Tian Xing'er nervously urged him not to take such a risk for her, saying she would only lose a couple of levels at most, while his loss would be far greater. Zhang Yue kept everyone shocked. He stepped forward and blocked the two girls, staring coldly at Ling Ke while starting a countdown, ignoring all threats. Zhang Yue continued his cold countdown. Ling Ke shouted at him, asking if he was even a man and whether he understood her intention. He just stayed silent and watched her. Seeing Zhang Yue still protecting Tianxing Ni and standing against her, Ling Ke became even more furious and shocked. At the same time, Zhang Yue tightened his grip on the Siwang Jiyan artifact, fully ready for battle. Jealousy and hatred completely took over Ling Ke. She gritted her teeth and swore that if Zhang Yue insisted on protecting them, she would kill them all and make him suffer the pain of losing what he loves. Without hesitation, Ling Ke ordered a full attack. She commanded to kill Tianxing Ni and Su Jinyan, and if Zhang Yu interfered, kill him too. The Miaoshi Guild instantly launched their first wave of assault from all directions. Waves of mages and archers opened fire from a distance. A dense rain of spells and arrows fell from the sky, all targeting Zhang Yue, Tianxing Ni, and Su Jinyan. At the critical moment, the Mi Shiheilong spread its wings and formed a massive shield, blocking all attacks for the three of them. Zhang Yue also cast an S-rank Guardian Magic on the dragon, boosting 400 defense and generating over 8,000 shield points. With gold 4-star level 35 gear and extreme defense, even elite Miaoshi Guild members struggled to break through. After dozens of mages and archers focused fire, they only managed to break the shield layer, while the dragon still lost only about 1/3 of its HP. Seeing their attacks completely fail, all members of the Miaoshi Guild fell silent. They were shocked, unable to understand what kind of pet this black dragon was, to have such terrifying defense. At this moment, killing intent filled Zhang Yu's eyes. He felt his crime value was already high enough, so a few more kills would not matter. He raised the Siwang Jiyan and began casting. Explosions echoed non-stop across the battlefield. Two S-rank skills, Hell Judgment and Undead Storm, swept through the enemy forces, erasing a large area of the Miaoxi army in an instant. Behind him, Tian Xingni looked on with shining eyes full of admiration. She felt the man she liked was truly extraordinary, and her trust in Zhang Yue was now absolute. Su Jinyan silently watched Zhang Yue's back, her expression filled with complicated emotions. She suddenly recalled a meeting of the Su family in Linhai City a few days ago. Back then, she questioned why they had once feared being implicated and drove Zhang Yue away, yet now wanted her to approach him again. An elder casually said she already had feelings for Zhang Yue anyway. Hearing those words, Su Jinyan felt bitter. She believed her family was not only using her, but now also trying to exploit her friend. Because of that, she made a firm decision. From today, she would leave the Su family and cut all ties with Yan Yuge. Returning to reality, Su Jinyan felt even more conflicted. On one side was the Tian family young lady, on the other was the Miaoxi Guild young lady, both from top Tianjing powers. While she was only the second young lady of a small Su family in Linhai City, she felt completely overshadowed. The battlefield was filled with screams and white flashes, as players were constantly killed. Watching the elite forces of Miaoxi being wiped out by Zhang Yue, Ling Ke-ni, along with the two vice guild leaders, Miaoxi Xinghe and Miaoxi Sangqiong, were completely stunned. His combat power was beyond anything they had imagined. Just as the two vice guild leaders were still deciding how to respond, new information arrived that made the situation even more chaotic. They were informed that the Wuji Guild had arrived and advised Ling Ke-ni to retreat immediately. Hearing this, she frowned in confusion, not understanding why Wuji would appear at this moment. Miaoxi Changqiong quickly explained that Wuji was the strongest guild in Zhejiangning province and long affiliated with the Tian family, meaning they were likely here to protect Tian Xingni. Having never experienced defeat since childhood, Ling Ke-ni refused to give up and would not let Tian Xingni leave unharmed. She raised her dark magic staff and unleashed spells. As a rare level 35 dark mage, she released a series of powerful attacks. At the same time, two Wuji warriors beside Tian Xingni were locked on and about to charge in. But at that exact moment, the Mishi Heilong descended from the sky and landed directly between Ling Ke-ni and Tian Xingni. The black dragon roared across the battlefield, forcing Ling Ke-ni to retreat in fear. In panic, she lost balance and fell hard to the ground in a completely humiliating state. Zhang Yue slowly walked forward and calmly asked if she still wanted to continue. Still unwilling to accept defeat, Ling Ke-ni shouted that Zhang Yue had taken her money. Zhang Yue replied calmly that it should be treated as a payment for protecting her, and she herself understood why he entered the fifth world in the first place. Never being treated like this before, Ling Ke-ni broke down in anger and tears, unable to speak. She pointed at Zhang Yue and challenged him to kill her if he dared. She believed someone like him would never dare offend the Ling family, one of the three great families of Tianjing, which was her greatest source of confidence. But once again, reality completely shattered her expectations. Zhang Yue simply said as she wished. He raised his staff and cast the S-rank skill Lightning Dominion, instantly killing Ling Ke-ni in front of Miaoxi Xinghe and Miaoxi Changqiong. Even in her final moment, she could not believe he actually did it. The two vice guild leaders could only watch helplessly as their young lady turned into a white light and disappeared. Before they could react, Zhang Yue used another S-rank skill, Frost Heaven Snow World, sending both of them back to the respawn point. With their leader and core members eliminated, the Miaoxi Guild was quickly wiped out by the Wuji Guild. After the battle ended, Tian Xingni immediately ran up to Zhang Yue and thanked him repeatedly for saving her. Without him, she would have had no way out. Defeating her rival Ling Ke-ni and being protected by the man she liked left her extremely happy. Zhang Yue only responded calmly that it was nothing important. Instead of continuing with Tian Xingni, Zhang Yue turned to Su Jinyan and asked if she was injured. Su Jinyan paused slightly before softly saying she was fine, but inside she felt complicated, believing Zhang Yue was only here for Tian Xingni, while she was just incidentally saved. Tian Xingni smiled and said she did not expect Zhang Yue and Su Jinyan to know each other, calling it fate. Zhang Yue simply said they would talk later, as he still had things to do. At that moment, Tian Xingni quickly called out to stop him. She smiled and said if he helped her, then she would help him back. Behind her, the Wuji Guild members were already waiting for orders. Meanwhile, in the safe zone of the Fifth World, at the Dawn Sanctuary Respawn Spring, a white light flashed as Ling Ke-ni revived, her face full of rage. Seeing many Miaoxi Guild members also respawn, she lashed out at them, calling them useless for failing to handle a beast tamer. No one dared to respond. Ling Ke-ni gritted her teeth and swore she would not let this go. In her mind, Tian Xingni not only stole the man she liked, but also colluded with the Wu Ji Guild. She decided to report everything to her father and forced Tian Xingni to kneel and apologize. In another field area, hundreds of Wu Ji Guild members were hunting man-eating spiders. However, they did not finish the kills, instead leaving monsters at critical HP. They kept them alive for Xiang Yue to land the finishing blow. The sight of a top Zhejiangning guild of 500 people working together just for Zhang Yue was extremely rare and shocking. Someone remarked that it was unbelievable for an entire guild to operate just to help one person clear his crime points. Zhang Yue smiled helplessly and told them to stop teasing him and just bring more monsters. Beside him, Tian Xingni loudly cheered everyone on and promised to treat the whole team to a late-night meal afterward. In this world, dungeons only allowed teams of up to 5 players. Large groups like this would not gain loot or experience, but could still be used to reduce crime points. Zhang Yue thanked Tian Xingni, and she said it was nothing, since his crime points were earned while protecting her. Su Jinyan also quietly joined the support group. She suddenly thought that in the past, she might have been able to mobilize the Yanyu Pavilion to help Zhang Yue in the same way. Unfortunately, she had already cut ties with the Su family and resigned as the guild leader of Yanyu Pavilion, leaving her with no authority to command anyone. Watching how Tian Xingni could mobilize the entire Wuji guild with a single word to help Zhang Yue, Su Jinyan felt the gap between them even more clearly. In her eyes, Tian Xingni had talent, beauty, and an elite background, making her far more suitable to stand beside Zhang Yue. At that moment, Tian Xingni suddenly linked her arm with Su Jinyan in a very friendly gesture. She curiously asked what Su Jinyan was thinking. Su Jinyan only smiled and shook her head, saying it was nothing. Soon after, the last monster was finally killed. The system immediately announced that player Ling's crime points had returned to 0 and the red name status was removed. Zhang Yue silently thought that with so much support, it would have taken him the whole night to clear it alone. Seeing that Zhang Yue was no longer a red name, Tian Xingni happily ran over and invited him to join the late night meal with everyone, saying she would treat the whole team. However, Zhang Yue still refused, saying he had other matters to handle and had to leave first. After speaking, he immediately turned and left. Watching his back, Tian Xingni quietly told herself she would definitely invite him out alone next time. Suddenly, she lightly tapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to ask for Zhang Yue's contact information. Seeing this, Su Jinyan hesitated for a moment, before softly saying she had his contact and could send it to Tian Xingni. Tian Xingni immediately brightened up and curiously asked when Su Jinyan met Zhang Yue. Su Jinyan nodded slightly and explained that he was the one who once helped her break the Aknan GT curse. Without hesitation, Su Jinyan sent Zhang Yue's contact information to Tian Xingni. Receiving it, Tian Xingni happily hugged her and kept thanking her. On the surface, Su Jinyan smiled and blessed her friend, but deep inside she felt an emptiness. She thought perhaps Tian Xingni was the one truly suited to stand beside Zhang Yue. At the same time, at the gate of hell, 4 members of Tian Ming Hall had gathered. Wu Haotian anxiously asked why the guild leader called them here, when they could not even enter. Lin Tian calmly told them to wait until Zhang Yue arrived. At that moment, Zhang Yue slowly walked up from behind and asked if everyone had gathered. Standing before the gate of hell, Ning Dian Dian reminded them that after the upgrade, no one could enter without the owner's permission. Zhang Yue immediately raised the Siwang Ji Yan, consuming 40 purity points of demon blood to grant entry permissions to the 4 of them, calmly stating that his approval was enough. The system instantly confirmed that access was granted by the holder of Siwang Ji Yan. Only then did the 4 realize Zhang Yue was the true owner of the Gate of Hell. With a simple let's go, Zhang Yue led the Tian Ming Hall team into the upgraded Hell Realm. Upon entering, an ancient voice echoed. It told of how the god of death, Dala, once led the Blood Demon Legion to massacre this city, but was eventually defeated by the Dawn Sanctuary Guard forces. Her body was split into 7 parts and sealed along with the demon army inside Hell City. Hearing the name Dala, Wu Haotian suddenly asked if she was a subordinate of the Hell Gatekeeper envoy Biqua asked. At that moment, the leader of the guard army, Kai, appeared and confirmed that all Hell envoys directly served the god of death. Ao Yang Ling was shocked. If even a subordinate was a level 45 5-star boss, then the god of death must be a 6-star boss or even higher. Kai stared at the Siwang Juyan in Zhang Yue's hand and explained that it was formed from the eye of the god of death itself. He believed only Zhang Yue could defeat her and begged him to permanently seal the gate of hell. Just then, the system issued a notification to Zhang Yue. He had triggered a hidden, exclusive quest of Siwang Jiyan titled Ender of Death, and was asked whether to accept. At this point, Zhang Yue finally understood. This was the true exclusive mission tied to Siwang Jiyan. He immediately accepted. This hidden quest had an extreme difficulty rating of 700. The objective was to find all 6 remaining parts of Dala's body inside Hell City, use Siwang Jiyan to resurrect her, then permanently destroy her. The time limit was 3 days. Rewards included 3 million EXP, 500 gold coins, 1 million energy, a rare skill book, 5 rare pet tokens, and a full set of 6 unique Death God equipment pieces including Siwang Jiyan. If the mission failed, the player would lose 3 levels and permanently lose Siwang Jiyan. Zhang Yue quickly realized this was the most valuable exclusive quest of Siwang Jiyan. The rewards alone were enough to tempt anyone, especially the unique Death God set. However, the cost of failure was equally severe, as he would not only lose levels, but also have his core equipment taken away. After closing the quest interface, Zhang Yue wasted no time and immediately told everyone to begin searching for the 6 remaining fragments of the God of Death. Looking at the vast space ahead, Ouyang Linger felt lost and did not know where to start. Wu Haotian suggested splitting up to save time. Ning Dian immediately objected, saying the place was too dangerous for split movement. Lin Tian also agreed that staying together was safer. At that moment, the Siwang Juyan and Zhang Yue's hands suddenly emitted pulses of red light, as if guiding the way. Zhang Yue immediately guessed that the direction of the light was likely where the remaining body parts were hidden. Following the guidance of Siwang Jiyan, the group moved toward the southeast of Hell City. Along the way, level 40 demons kept ambushing them, but each kill only brought more EXP and energy. With Zhang Yu's current strength, even level 40 monsters in the 5th world posed no pressure. They were instantly eliminated like chopping vegetables. As they advanced, system notifications of kills kept ringing in Zhang Yu's ears. Each level 40 demon granted 400 EXP and 200 energy points. The system bonuses stacked further, with a 5-man party bonus of 50 EXP, plus 30 from the map, and energy boosted to 400. Their farming speed skyrocketed. Ouyang Linger quickly noticed something unusual. This area gave 30 more EXP than outside, and 5 times the energy gain. Wu Haotian added that drop rates were also higher, making the whole team even more motivated. After Zhang Yue killed more than 10 demons, the demon contract ring on his hand suddenly glowed gold. The system announced that its upgrade mission was completed, evolving it from normal to elite rank, enhancing its effects and unlocking a new ability called Contract Experience. After checking the new stats, Zhang Yue saw that energy absorption increased from 5 to 8, and it also gained an EXP sharing function. With his massive energy output, this 8x effect would greatly accelerate his team's growth. Moving further, Zhang Yue spotted a tall building covered entirely in vines. He immediately told everyone the target was likely inside. Without hesitation, the team rushed into the building under Zhang Yu's lead. Within minutes of clearing obstacles, they entered inside. The entire building was covered in dust. Ahead was a door sealed with countless chains, and beneath it coiled a giant python guarding the area. Clearly, the Death God equipment was behind that door, and they had to defeat the Guardian first. Seeing the giant snake, Ouyang Linger asked what it was, while Ning Dian frowned in fear. The python seemed to understand the insult, and immediately became murderous, its eyes turning ferocious. In the next moment, it turned into a red streak and charged straight at Zhang Yu's team of 5. Lin Tian reacted instantly. The rare lightning mage raised his staff and summoned a bolt of thunder from the sky to strike it. After attacking, Lin Tian reminded Zhang Yue to quickly finish the fight before more enemies arrived, or the battle would drag on. Zhang Yue did not respond. He silently raised Siwang Jiyan as blazing flames began to gather around him. Immediately after, the S-rank skill Heaven Flame, Scorches the Land, descended. The python took the full damage. Its head instantly burned black before turning into a white light and disappearing. After the monster was killed, an old treasure chest covered in dust appeared behind it. Zhang Yue stepped forward and slowly opened the chest, which had no lock. Inside was a beating heart wrapped in a faint red glow. It was the Heart of Death, a level 35 5-star necklace from the Death God set, formed from the heart of Dala. However, it was still sealed and unusable. Wu Haotian observed it and said the first pieces seemed easier than expected. Zhang Yue replied that the real challenge would begin after collecting all parts and facing the resurrected God of Death. So he decided to take advantage of the current advantage and quickly gather all remaining body parts. Meanwhile, outside the gate of hell, Tian Xingni and Su Jinyan had also arrived. Their appearance immediately attracted countless gazes. A member of the Supreme Guild curiously asked why they were waiting here. Tian Xingni simply replied that she knew Lin was inside and wanted to wait for him to come out. Su Jinyan asked in surprise why she did not message him directly, since she already had his contact. Tian Xingni helplessly said she had sent messages, but he never replied. At that moment, Ling Ke-ni also spotted Tian Xingni in the crowd. Her anger flared instantly as she shouted for everyone to surround them. The order was given, and members of the Miaoxi Guild quickly swarmed in, encircling Tian Xingni and Su Jinyan on the spot. Seeing Ling Ke-ni causing trouble again, Tian Xingni asked coldly why she refused to let it go. Ling Ke-ni smirked proudly and said she only suffered last time because the opponent had more people. This time was different. Her father had already gone to Longyin Mountain to invite experts, and Tian Xingni would have no chance to escape. Ling Ke-ni then turned to ask Miao Shichangqiong how long the reinforcements would take. After checking, he said they should arrive very soon. At that moment, a figure in full silver armor, carrying a greatsword, slowly approached with overwhelming pressure. The man was Sword Emperor Luo Chen, who arrived and asked coldly, "Who do you want me to kill?" Ling Ke-ni looked around but saw only one person, and angrily asked if this was the only reinforcement her father invited. Against the Tian family, even the Wu Ji Guild might not be enough. Sword Emperor Luo Chen ignored her complaint completely, locking his cold gaze on her, and demanding she not make him ask twice. His attitude immediately enraged Ling Ke-ni. Even Miao Shichangqiong doubted how one person could help, but since he was personally invited by Chairman Ling Ao, he stepped forward to mediate and pointed at Wu Ji Guild, saying they were the main enemies, especially Tian Xingdi and the beast tamer named Lin. Without another word, Sword Emperor Luo Chen locked onto his targets and calmly walked past Ling Ke-ni toward the battlefield. Seeing him ignore her completely, Ling Ke-ni angrily thought he was just showing off as a hired fighter, while Miao Shichangqiong could only hold his head and advise calmness, believing someone personally invited by the chairman could not be ordinary. As Luo Chen approached, a silver-armored warrior from Tian Xingni's side stepped forward and requested permission to handle him. Tian Xingni simply told him to be careful. The silver-armored warrior immediately charged forward with his sword, while Luo Chen continued walking, as if he did not care at all. Only then did Luo Chen slowly draw his greatsword from behind his back. He suddenly stopped, entered a sword stance, planted the blade into the ground, and hundreds of silver sword shadows erupted around him. The silver-armored warrior was instantly shocked by the scene. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from his original position. He reappeared far away and slashed toward Luo Chen, but Luo Chen only tilted slightly to avoid it, his eyes flashing with killing intent. The silver-armored warrior was shocked again, unable to believe his opponent could react fast enough to dodge his instant strike. At the same time, the countless sword shadows around Luo Chen began accelerating violently. The sword shadows swept forward continuously, while a chilling sense of danger appeared behind the silver-armored warrior. In an instant, countless sword shadows struck him. Each hit was not extremely powerful, but the relentless speed made it impossible to defend. He let out a final scream before turning into a white light and disappearing. Witnessing this, Tian Xingni immediately recognized his identity. He was the number 1 on the Tianjin Glory ranking, a legendary second-tier class called Sword Emperor Luo Chen. Beside her, Su Jinyan was puzzled, as she had never heard of a legendary class user appearing in Long Nation this year. Sword Emperor Luo Chen slowly raised his greatsword, pointing it directly at Tian Xingni and Su Jinyan as he said coldly, "Bring out the one named Lin."